Chapter 511 Shadow Dragon. In fact, after Song Jian handed over most of the ant shells to Betty, this demonized Ant King Gauntlet forging blueprint had lost its value. Without the demonized ant shells, it was impossible to forge this gauntlet. And most importantly, Song Jian only had this gauntlet blueprint, and no other parts blueprints. Even if it was made, the value would be greatly reduced. After having the Golden Ant King Ancestor set, Song Jian was no longer interested in the demonized Ant King set. These ant shells of yours are all stained with the breath of the abyss. It takes a lot of work to completely remove them. Betty frowned and said, looking at the blue quality ant shells like a hill in front of her. Then I'll trouble you. These will be considered as extra labor costs. Song Jian took out the remaining more than 1,000 ant shells and said with a smile. Seeing Song Jian take out more than 1,000 ant shells, Betty's face looked a little better. This time, there was no ant shell left that Song Jian had obtained from the ant nest. However, these ant shell materials were no longer valuable to Song Jian, compared with the set of level 30 epic suits in front of him. Song Jian's use was at most waste. Leave it to me. Come back in 3 days to get the equipment, Betty said, waved her hand, put the mountain of ant shells in front of her into the storage space, and turned to enter the tent. The Shadow Circus was very lively. The equipment box repair problem was solved, and Song Jian was not in a hurry to upgrade. Instead, he wandered around the Shadow Circus. After only a few visits to the Shadow Circus, Song Jian found that this circus was too complicated. There were indeed many good things here. The bottle of full recovery potion in the package column alone made Song Jian salivate. Originally, I thought my advanced healing potion was already good, but compared with the full recovery potion, it was just like garbage. It would be great if I could get the full recovery potion formula, Song Jian thought to himself, but he also knew that if he wanted to get the full recovery potion formula, the difficulty might be similar to the epic task he had completed before. Just as Song Jian was walking around, he was bumped by someone and a note appeared in his hand. Song Jian watched the back of the person who bumped into him quickly disappear in the crowd, and frowned immediately. He opened the note and saw a skull mark on it, followed by an address, and the last word was former slave. Chi Yun? Song Jian frowned. Song Jian didn't take Chi Yun seriously, although the other party changed his job to the Shadow Priest profession and had great potential for future growth. His palm sword user was no worse than him, and his level was much higher than the other party, so he could completely crush the other party in a head-on battle. However, it seems that Chi Yun has already infiltrated the Shadow Circus. If there is a conflict with him, it may affect the repair of the Ant King Ancestor suit. Let's go and see what this guy is doing. Song Jian walked towards the address written on the note. Soon, Song Jian came to the edge of the Shadow Circus, where there was an inconspicuous low tent. A man wrapped in black cloth with only a pair of golden vertical pupils was standing at the door of the tent. Seeing Song Jian coming, Chi Yun coughed and laughed, and the sound seemed to be squeezed out of his throat, which sounded a bit creepy. You are finally here, Chi Yun said in a hoarse voice. What do you want to talk to me about? Tell me now, Song Jian said impatiently. If it is the same thing as last time, don't tell me. I didn't tell the Shadow Circus about your whereabouts, which is already helping you. Don't you know? I asked you to come here to give you benefits. Don't you want to hear it? Chi Yun said. Benefits? What benefits? Song Jian sneered. He didn't dare to believe what Chi Yun said. If he were Chi Yun, he would probably wish that he would die as miserably as possible. Uh-huh. Are you going to tell it here? Chi Yun looked around and said, let's talk in the tent. With your strength, you won't dare to go in. Right? Don't use provocation. It won't work on me, Song Jian said disdainfully, and walked towards the tent. Chi Yun glanced outside, turned around, and followed Song Jian into the tent. Chi Yun's tent was very simple, with only a hammock and a few stools. Song Jian stood in the tent and felt that his head was about to hit the top of the tent. Tell me, what's the matter? Song Jian said. Chi Yun first set up an anti-detection barrier in the tent. Suddenly, the four corners of the tent emitted a faint light. Song Jian felt that the whole tent was like being wrapped in a bubble. Once someone's spiritual power invades here, it can be discovered immediately. But this barrier has no defense power, whether from the outside or the inside. It can be easily broken through. Last time I told you that this Shadow Circus is actually sending a piece of Shadow Crystal to the Shadow Castle in Shadowfang Mountains. Qi Yun said slowly. Song Jian listened carefully, and was a little disdainful at first. But then his face became more and more cautious. You mean, there is a shadow dragon in the Shadow Castle? The entire Shadow Circus is actually the dragon servant of this Shadow Dragon? Song Jian's face was full of surprise. Yes, this is the news I got after joining the Shadow Circus. The reason they want to get Shadow Crystal is because this Shadow Dragon is too old and needs Shadow Crystal to maintain its life. Qi Yun laughed. Even so, what does it have to do with me? Song Jian said expressionlessly. In fact, Song Jian was very shocked. No matter what kind of dragon it is the top existence in the entire food chain. In the game, if you can kill a dragon, you will definitely become rich overnight. Moreover, this is an old dragon that is about to die. For Song Jian, the temptation is extraordinary. However, Song Jian also had a clear understanding of his own strength. For him, he had not even reached the first-level combat power. There were many people with first-level combat power in the Shadow Circus. Even such people could only become slaves of the Shadow Dragon. Let alone Song Jian. Can't a dragon satisfy your appetite? Qi Yun laughed. Uh-huh. You think too highly of me. Song Jian shook his head and said indifferently. In fact, he had already taken a fancy to this Shadow Dragon. Even if it is an old and dying dragon, its lifespan is at least a few years, or even more than 10 years. For me, I can wait until it grows up before hunting it. Song Jian thought to himself. Well, since you are not interested in the Shadow Dragon, I wonder if you are interested in rebirth and resurrection. Qi Yun stared at Song Jian and said, Rebirth and resurrection? Song Jian was shocked and looked at Qi Yun with surprise. Chapter 512 Signing a Contract. For players who enter this game, what is so scary? If you die in the game, won't you also lose your life in the real world? You know, the danger level in this game is 1,000 times. 10,000 times higher than the real world. You may lose your life in any copy, or just encounter a monster on the road. Therefore, after seeing too many people die, the players in this game have become cautious. They would rather be conservative and lose some opportunities, but they must ensure their own safety. You mean, you have resurrection skills? Song Jian asked in surprise. Isn't it normal for a priest to have resurrection skills? But in this game, Song Jian has never heard of any priest who has mastered such a heaven-defying skill. Qi Yun laughed, took out a dazzling crystal ball, and showed it to Song Jian. Skill Crystal Rebirth from the Ashes. A special skill for players. Skill description. Players who master this skill will be reborn in a nearby place with fire after their health value is cleared. After rebirth, the player enters a weak state, and the attribute value decreases by 80% for 1 hour. The skill cooldown time is 24 hours. Usage requirements, players. Surprisingly, it's actually a rebirth and resurrection skill. Song Jian's eyes sparkled, and for a moment, his mind was filled with distracting thoughts, and his eyes looking at Qi Yun became unfriendly. The favorability between Song Jian and the Shadow Circus has been raised to respect. If Qi Yun is killed now, the favorability with the Shadow Circus will definitely be affected. However, in front of this rebirth from the ashes, let alone the favorability with the Shadow Circus, even if the entire territory of the Doomsday City is lost, Song Jian doesn't care. Kill him, and you can get this skill crystal. Song Jian's evil thoughts were reborn in his heart, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Unconsciously, the red fire-hard monkey sword appeared in his palm. There was a faint moaning in Song Jian's ears, as if someone was chanting something in the language of the abyss in his ears. A black breath appeared between Song Jian's eyebrows. At this moment, a cool air suddenly surged in Song Jian's mind, instantly waking him up. What happened to me? Song Jian looked at the faint black breath emerging around his body, and couldn't help but feel scared. Abyss breath. I didn't expect that you actually. Qi Yun seemed to have seen something interesting, looked up and down at Song Jian, and laughed. When you look into the abyss is also looking into you, Qi Yun suddenly said. Song Jian panted heavily. Just now, Song Jian really wanted to kill Qi Yun. He would rather kill people and steal treasures here than live with that skill. As if seeing Song Jian's intention, Qi Yun played with the crystal ball in his hand and said, once this skill crystal ball is broken, the skill can no longer be mastered. And this kind of crystal is very fragile. Even if you use a little force, it will break directly. How can you give me this skill? Song Jian said with a dark face. The previous performance was too obvious. Song Jian didn't even have the chance to bargain now. No matter how harsh the conditions Qi Yun put forward, Song Jian could only grit his teeth and agree. Even if Song Jian was asked to destroy the entire Shadow Circus and fight for the entire territory's resources, Song Jian would probably agree. Resurrection skills are too important for players. Don't worry. What I ask you to do is definitely within your ability. Qi Yun smiled. From now on, the initiative is in his hands. No matter what you ask me to do, I need to get this skill first, Song Jian said. Seeing that Qi Yun was about to speak, Song Jian said directly, this is a prerequisite. Otherwise, there is no need for us to talk about it. Song Jian has made up his mind. If the negotiation breaks down, he will do whatever it takes. Whether it's stealing or robbing. Even if he has to leave the entire Shadow Circus behind. To get this skill crystal. Seeing Song Jian's determination, Qi Yun was stunned for a moment. And slowly put the crystal ball away. Tell me, what do you need me to do? Song Jian asked, help you take the shadow crystal? No problem. Qi Yun glanced at Song Jian, shook his head slowly and said, there seems to be something wrong with this shadow crystal in the circus. And it is no longer my target. What do you need? Song Jian frowned. You know my profession. Qi Yun glanced at Song Jian and sighed. I need a lot of shadow crystals to advance. Since this shadow crystal doesn't meet my requirements, I need to find another one. You want me to find you another complete shadow crystal without any problems? Song Jian said in surprise. No. I need you to escort me to the Dark Castle in Shadowfang Mountains. And then lure out the Shadow Dragon for half an hour. Qi Yun said. What? You actually? Song Jian's face was full of surprise. Qi Yun was too bold to set his target on the Shadow Dragon. That's a mature dragon. I'm afraid I'll be sprayed to death by it as soon as we meet. Song Jian shook his head. Compared to fighting a dragon for half an hour, killing Qi Yun seems to be easier. Don't worry. Why would I let you do a task you can't complete? Qi Yun glanced at Song Jian and said quickly, it is said that the Shadow Dragon suffered irreparable serious injuries when it was mature, and its strength has declined greatly. Otherwise, it would not stay alone in the Shadowfang Mountains. With your strength, let alone delaying it for half an hour. Even killing it is not completely impossible. Kill it? Song Jian was stunned. And then he suddenly remembered that the Dark Castle in Shadowfang Mountain seemed to be just a level 30 dungeon. If he reached level 30, and had the first level combat power as Qi Yun said, he might be able to clear this dungeon. It seems that this injured Shadow Dragon should be the final boss of the Dark Castle dungeon. Song Jian guessed in his heart. Okay. If it's really like what you said, then I have no problem holding back the Shadow Dragon. But I still need to get this skill crystal first. Song Jian stared at Qi Yun and said. Qi Yun pondered for a moment and said, if you can sign a notary spirit contract with me, then I can give you this skill first. In fact, Qi Yun did not expect that Song Jian cared so much about this skill. He did not dare to use this skill now. Maybe Song Jian would agree now and assassinate him to take this skill. Qi Yun was too weak. Now this skill was like a hot potato, which made him want to throw it away quickly. Okay. Song Jian nodded and said without hesitation. Chapter 513 Skill Fusion. When players do tasks, they are actually signing a contract with the NPC who issues the task. But the signed contract is supervised by the game system. If you complete the task, you must get the task reward. If you fail the task, you must also accept the task failure penalty. However, the natives living in this game world do not understand what the game system is. When they make agreements, they always like to let the notary spirit supervise. In fact, no matter what kind of supervision, as long as Song Jian accepts the task, it is just a task in the task bar. Qi Yun took out a silver knife and cut his finger. A drop of black and red blood flowed out of his body. Then, Qi Yun signaled Song Jian to do the same as him. After Song Jian cut his finger, Qi Yun began to chant a spell. In fact, summoning the notary spirit to sign a contract is also a skill. It can ensure that both parties who sign the contract will do it completely according to the provisions of the contract. Once violated, the consequences will be very serious. At this moment, the light in the entire tent suddenly dimmed. Between the two people, a milky white light appeared out of thin air, and a translucent octopus-like shadow appeared between the two people. Qi Yun dripped his blood on a piece of parchment filled with task requirements, and then handed it to Song Jian. Song Jian carefully read the task requirements one by one, and found that there were no traps or anything like that. So he also dripped his blood on it. The notary spirit waved its tentacles, rolled up the parchment, and slowly read it word by word. Its voice appeared directly in the hearts of the two people, and the tent was silent. The contract is established. Those who violate the contract will be wiped out from the soul level. The voice of the notary spirit rang in the depths of the two people's hearts. Agree. Agree. The two said. Wow. The parchment scroll burned in the tentacles of the notary spirit. And then the notary spirit separated two translucent tentacles and rolled towards the two people. After wrapping around them twice, the notary spirit's figure slowly disappeared. Song Jian suddenly felt that his mind seemed to be entangled by something, and there was an indescribable feeling of being bound. A task prompt also appeared in the taskbar. But at the bottom of this task prompt, there was a line of small red font prompt. This task contract can be cancelled by using the blood of blasphemy. Looking at the last line of the task prompt, Song Jian couldn't help but smile. It seems that this so-called notary spirit is much lower in rank than the game system. Song Jian glanced at Qi Yuan and thought to himself, besides, not every NPC in the game has the right to issue tasks. If Qi Yuan could directly issue tasks to Song Jian, like the leader of the Shadow Circus, he would not use the notarization spirit. Using this so-called notarization spirit not only consumes blood, but also uses the blood of blasphemy to make the task lose the contract effect. This is a good way to perfectly avoid the penalty of task failure. After signing the contract supervised by the notarization spirit, Qi Yuan seemed to be relieved and threw the skill crystal directly to Song Jian. Song Jian took a look at the skill crystal and chose to use it without saying anything. Boom! A ball of black flame suddenly burst out from Song Jian's body. The strong breath made Qi Yuan, who was caught off guard, take 2 steps back and his back hit the tent. This is... Qi Yuan's eyes showed fear, staring at the black flames on Song Jian's body in disbelief. System, you use the player's special skill, Rebirth. This skill is perfectly matched with the Abyss Flame. Do you want to bind this skill to the Abyss Flame? Tip, if bound, the skill will have unexpected special effects, which may make the skill more powerful, but may also weaken the skill effect. Fusion mutation? Song Jian was stunned, but then a look of surprise appeared on his face. This kind of upgrade and fusion of 2 skills is rare before the 2 skills reach the full level of 10. And the system has already prompted that the 2 skills are perfectly fused. So once they are fused together, there is a high probability that a more powerful skill will be fused. Fusion, Song Jian said in his heart. The black flame on Song Jian's body began to slowly shrink and extinguish. And the rebirth skill just obtained in the skill column was also changing. Enemy of Death passive, level max. Skill effect, after the blood value is cleared, you will get a 10-second invincibility effect. All skills ignore consumption and cooling time, and skills in cooling time can still be used normally. After 10 seconds, the player can be resurrected and reborn at any location within a range of 1,000 meters. After rebirth, the player's blood value and spirit value are restored to full value, and all skills enter cooling time and cannot be used. Cooling time is 12 hours. Skill description: Flame is not synonymous with destruction. It also has the power to breathe life. This power, even the god of death cannot face it directly. Those who master this power will be regarded as the biggest enemy by the god of death. Perfect. Song Jian looked at the new skill that was a perfect fusion of abyssal flame and rebirth in fire, and a happy smile suddenly appeared on his face. 10 seconds of invincibility, ignoring skill consumption and cooldown, gave Song Jian the ability to counterkill with extreme force. Even enemies with first-level combat power could not withstand Song Jian's 10-second extreme output. Moreover, after 10 seconds, Song Jian could be reborn and resurrected anywhere within 1 kilometer. Although all skills entered the cooldown period, the blood and spirit values were fully restored. For Song Jian, this already had more than 80% of combat power. You can completely choose the resurrection location according to the opponent's situation. Moreover, the cooldown time of the skills after fusion was also reduced by half to 12 hours. Which means that after the battle, you can use the skills again after a nap. After the fusion, the skill of Abyssal Flame also disappeared, and was replaced by the enemy of death. For Song Jian, it was just equivalent to a sideline business, such as refining medicine and engineering, and he could not get the bonus of Abyssal Flame. In normal battles, there were few opportunities to use Abyssal Flame. After the black flame on Song Jian was extinguished, Qi Yun looked at him with a look of surprise. You are? This skill seems to conflict with the power of the abyss. Song Jian smiled and said casually. As for whether this reason can convince Qi Yun, Song Jian doesn't care at all. He just doesn't want Qi Yun to know that the rebirth from the ashes skill has been integrated and changed. And the attributes have also changed completely. If Qi Yun wants to deal with him based on the effect of the rebirth from the ashes skill in the future, he will definitely give Qi Yun a big surprise. Chapter 514 Serial Tasks. The two agreed that the Shadow Circus would leave the city of Doom 3 days later, and Song Jian would quietly follow behind to the Shadowfang Mountains. After discussing the details, Song Jian left the tent. Qi Yun sat in the tent, tapping his fingers lightly, looking thoughtful. The black flame on his body is full of the breath of the abyss. Qi Yun thought in his heart, could it be that he has become an abyss creature? No, that's not right. The hearts of abyss creatures are always full of killing. He can't be an abyss creature. But the black flame. The 4th level abyss flame on Song Jian made Qi Yun deeply afraid. This kind of high-level magic flame can only be possessed by those strong men at the level of abyss lords. At this moment, Qi Yun suddenly felt that there seemed to be someone outside the tent. Who is outside my tent? Qi Yun said in a deep voice. Hearing his voice, the person outside the tent trembled obviously. After a moment, the nervous Yuan Peilong opened the door curtain and poked his head in. When he saw Qi Yun, he was obviously frightened by his outfit, and his body trembled and froze in place. What do you want to talk to me about? Qi Yun stared at Yuan Peilong and asked in a deep voice. Yuan Peilong swallowed and stammered, No. I don't know what. What is it? Can I help you? This is the standard phrase used by players to receive tasks from NPCs. When Qi Yun heard Yuan Peilong say this, his heart suddenly moved. Maybe I can. Thinking of this, Qi Yun smiled. But because the black bandage wrapped around his entire body, Yuan Peilong could not see Qi Yun's expression clearly. I do need your help. Qi Yun nodded slowly, took out a parchment scroll from his pocket, and wrote on it. Yuan Peilong took a look at the parchment and found that it was a task contract. Task name: Shadow Dragon Threat. First ring: Tracking. After Yuan Peilong carefully read the task contract, he was trembling with excitement. This is actually a serial task. A task chain. Yuan Peilong roared in his heart. You know, he has only heard of this kind of task, but has never seen it. The final reward of the task chain is very generous, which can make an ordinary player's strength change dramatically. Opportunity. Opportunity. This is my opportunity. Yuan Peilong will also become rich. Yuan Peilong thought excitedly. If you are willing to do this task, then drip a drop of blood on it. Qi Yun said coldly. Blood? Good. Good. Yuan Peilong believed in this task and quickly dripped blood on it. Serial tasks are different. The way to get the tasks in a chain is different from ordinary tasks. Yuan Peilong thought to himself. The scene where the notary spirit appeared made Yuan Peilong sigh at the difference between serial tasks. Even when he saw the prompt at the bottom of the taskbar, Yuan Peilong still sneered in his heart. This kind of task is not available even if you grab it. So who would take the initiative to cancel it? You have to keep this task secret and don't tell anyone. You just need to tell me what this person did every day. After 3 days, if the content of your task satisfies me, then I will give you the next task. Qi Yun said. No problem. Yuan Peilong nodded. Seeing the first round of the task reward of 5,000 Doomsday coins, Yuan Peilong was immediately excited. The first round of the task reward was so generous. So it is conceivable that once this task is completed, the final reward will be so generous. Epic equipment? Special skills? Top quality pets? Yuan Peilong's saliva is about to flow down when he thinks of this. Seeing Yuan Peilong leave excitedly, Qi Yun showed a look of disdain on his face. TSK. God's favored one. Song Jian returned to the territory and found that the number of players in the territory seemed to have increased. He opened the War Alliance and saw that the War Alliance, which originally had only a few people, now has 30 or 40 people. It seems that Wang Qi and his team have done well while I was away. Song Jian smiled. Hey, leader. You finally showed up. Wang Qi saw Song Jian standing in front of the castle, and smiled with surprise, and hurried forward. In fact, Song Jian had already seen Wang Qi. At this time, Wang Qi was arranging safe houses for the players in the War Alliance. After several territorial expansion campaigns, Song Jian's territory was already the largest territory in the surrounding safe zone. In addition, Song Jian's appeal as the number one on the honor level list made many players want to join Song Jian's war alliance. It's just that Wang Qi and Luo Qianyu have always followed the principle that the members of the war alliance should be refined rather than numerous, and have formulated a strict screening system. So there are so many people in the war alliance. Otherwise, the number of people in the war alliance can easily reach the limit. Did the alliance find any problems? Song Jian said with a smile. Wang Qi was speechless. If the alliance wanted to develop, there would be a lot of problems. They had to coordinate the relationship between the alliance players, arrange safe houses for the alliance players, organize alliance activities, search for supplies, investigate the situation around the alliance territory. Wang Qi was so busy every day that he even delayed the upgrade. He really didn't know where to start. After pondering for a long time, he finally said two words, "Not bad." Song Jian nodded. The reason why the alliance was able to be built so smoothly was largely due to Song Jian's combat power and his territory. After the magic tower was built, Song Jian's manor castle could be upgraded again. The level 5 safe house was already the highest level in the entire Doomsday city. The towering manor castle allowed players in the entire safe zone to see it clearly. It was already the most prominent building nearby, attracting a large number of players to join. At this moment, a player hurried over and said to Wang Qi, "Vice President, I found a level 25 Lord Boss. It seems to be injured and is hiding in a garage to rest." Level 25 Wild Lord Boss? Wang Qi's heart moved and said to the player, "Suddenly, gather people and prepare to fight the boss." Now most of the players have reached level 20 or above, and the drops of the level 25 Lord Boss are still very attractive. "Okay, Vice President, but you have to gather more people this time. Although the boss is injured, it has too many minions. At least more than 100. Suddenly reminded in a low voice. "More than 100 monsters? How many levels are they?" Wang Qi was stunned and asked. "The lowest is level 18. And the highest is level 20. Suddenly said. "This is a bit troublesome." Wang Qi frowned. If it was just a wounded level 25 wild boss, it would be fine. But with so many monsters, even if all the members of the alliance were brought in, it might not be enough. In this game, players cherish their lives very much and dare not take risks. After all, they only have one life. Usually, they would rather fight monsters with lower levels than themselves to level up, rather than take risks to fight higher level monsters. This boss has so many followers. It might take a whole day just to clean up these monsters. Forget it. It's too dangerous. Wang Qi waited over and over again in his mind for a long time, and still shook his head. "Gather some people. I will also participate in this event." Song Jian looked at Wang Qi and said. Wang Qi was stunned, and looked at Song Jian in surprise. He was about to say something, but when he saw Sun Li still standing by, he just nodded and said to Sun Li, "Gather some people." Chapter 515, Alliance Activities. Since the establishment of the alliance, Song Jian has never participated in any alliance activities. Many new players have never seen Song Jian. If it weren't for the fact that Song Jian's name was listed in the leader column among the alliance players, many players would probably think that this was a fraudulent union. Sun Li went to gather the alliance players. Wang Qi watched Sun Li walk away, glanced at Song Jian with his eyes slanted, and said with a smile, "The leader finally remembered to participate in the alliance activities? In the future, if the alliance needs me to do anything, just ask," Song Jian said with a smile. Wang Qi nodded. In fact, he also knew that Song Jian always liked to level up in dangerous places, which ordinary players could not go to. So he was usually not seen. But Wang Qi knew that it didn't matter if anyone was missing from the alliance. But Song Jian was indispensable. Half an hour later, Wang Qi summoned 31 people, and more than 90% of the players in the alliance gathered. Everyone came to an open space on the left side of the territory. More than 30 people stood there casually, looking at Song Jian curiously and talking to each other. Wang Qi was reporting the gathering situation to Song Jian. 2 members are playing a dungeon. 1 is temporarily out of contact, and the rest are here. Wang Qi smiled and said, "This is the most people in the War Alliance since I became the deputy leader." Usually, when Wang Qi organizes an event, at most a dozen people can come, and 3 or 4 of them are relatives and friends. Generally, The War Alliance organizes activities to hunt some powerful boss, which is very dangerous. So many people are unwilling to participate. But today, I heard that the leader would also participate, and many people were curious. And since the leader participated, the difficulty of this boss should not be too high. So most of the War Alliance members came. Hey, I haven't seen the leader of the Alliance even once since I joined this alliance. A member looked at Song Jian standing in front of him and muttered quietly. Who said it wasn't? So this is the first on the level honor list. It doesn't look that good. Not that good? Look at the equipment and rings on him first. Not that good. Don't show your weakness. Equipment? He has turned off the equipment light. How can you see it? It's not wrong to say that you are stupid. You can't see the shape and texture of the equipment. How can ordinary equipment be the same as silver and gold quality equipment? Golden equipment? You mean he has golden equipment? Very likely. And more than one. A group of people were talking, looking like a vegetable market, with no discipline at all. But there was no way. These people were ordinary people in the real world. And those who were still alive had some skills. If Song Jian was a little weaker, he might not be able to defeat them at all. No matter how many players like this there are, they can't be the opponent of the army. Song Jian sighed in his heart. He had met people from the Lehigh military region before, and the soldiers' obedience to orders shocked Song Jian. Moreover, a staff officer at that time invited Song Jian to join the Lehigh military region and gave him the rank of a second lieutenant. But Song Jian felt that the rank was a bit low and has not contacted him until now. Leader, do you want to say a few words to everyone? Wang Qi asked softly beside Song Jian. Forget it. Let's go directly to the boss. Song Jian shook his head. Originally, he was full of expectations for the members of the War Alliance. But now he saw that they were just a group of undisciplined guerrillas and immediately lost interest. Suddenly, come out quickly. Lead the way quickly. The boss will be snatched away by someone soon. Wang Qi shouted loudly. Here, right at the intersection of Songhui Road. Everyone be careful. There are all level 25 monster areas. Sun Li shouted. Most of the players in the alliance are now above level 20. But many have never been to the level 20 monster area. They usually fight monsters in the level 15 monster area, so that even if they encounter some emergencies, it will not be too dangerous. Hey, Sun Li, you are good. You dare to run to the level 25 monster area? Someone shouted in surprise. He is a thief. He can be invisible. Even if he is discovered by the monster, he can run away. That's right. The higher the level of the monster area, the more likely it is to find high-level supplies. Oh, why didn't I think of this before? If I had known, I would have been a thief. The group walked towards the level 25 monster area with laughter. Although they had never been there, they knew the approximate location. Song Jian walked behind and saw that these players were rushing on the road while subconsciously forming a formation. The defense profession walked in the outermost circle, protecting the long-range magic profession in the center of the formation. The remaining professions also walked to the most appropriate position of the team according to their own professional characteristics. Song Jian nodded in his heart. Although they were a group of undisciplined guerrillas, everyone here was selected by Wang Qi. Everyone was strong and their teamwork was better than that of ordinary people. The group soon arrived at the entrance of Songhui Road, where Sun Li found the level 25 Lord-level boss. On the road of Songhui Road, there was a large group of level 20 monsters wandering around. These monsters were hunched over and short, looking like 13 or 14-year-old zombie boys. They had a hard gray shell on their backs, and gems like crystals flashed at the joints of their bodies. These monsters are all level 20 elite monsters. Seeing these monsters in front of them, some people were frightened. Not to mention level 20 elite monsters. Even if they were ordinary level 20 monsters, many people in the Alliance had never hunted them. There are so many. Someone swallowed softly, with a look of fear on his face. There were at least 50 or 60 monsters in front of him, occupying the entire street. Once surrounded, there was no chance to escape. Hey, why are they all running on the road? I saw them hiding in a garage at that time, and they didn't run out, Sun Li said with some confusion. Garage? Are you talking about the one in front? Wang Qi asked, pointing to a 3-story building not far away. Yes, that's it, Sun Li replied. Wang Qi frowned slightly. He had organized several times before, But the ones he hunted were all elite bosses of level 10. He had never seen so many monsters. Even if we can eventually kill these monsters, I'm afraid the losses will be huge. Maybe someone will lose their life here, Wang Qi thought to himself, and had already made up his mind to give up this activity. Alliance leader. How about we? Wang Qi said hesitantly. Isn't it just right that the monsters are out? It saves us from luring them out and letting the remote ones lure them in one by one. Song Jian ordered directly. Okay. Wang Qi nodded helplessly and began to arrange his troops. Chapter 516 Single Kill. Soon, several plate armor defense professions holding shields and long swords stood in front of the team, and the attack professions and healing professions stood behind. Who of you has the skill to attract monsters? Wang Qi asked. It must be a skill that is not easy to attract hatred. Generally, attracting monsters is the task of the long-range professions in the team. But the long-range attack skills of many professions are not suitable for attracting monsters. Some will cause splash effects and easily attack the monsters next to the target, while others will cause a lot of hatred and attract other monsters. Vice President. How about my Chaos Fong? It can seal the monster's 5 senses and prevent it from calling other monsters. A player holding a bow and arrow raised his right hand and shouted. Come on. Your Chaos Fong has a chance to trigger the monster sanity destruction effect. When the monsters run around, they will attract a lot of monsters. We will all be killed here? Someone immediately retorted. Only 3% chance of triggering. The archer muttered. Vice President. I have learned a new skill. The traction rope, which can bind the monsters remotely. A magician holding a staff said softly. Will it attract a lot of hatred? Wang Qi asked. Probably not. But it is easy to trigger the implicated effect. Binding nearby monsters together. The mage said. It's better to let Sun Li throw a flying knife. Wang Qi glared at him and said. Hee. That's right. But my flying knife has a certain chance to trigger a ricochet, and can hit up to 5 monsters. Sun Li smiled and said quickly. The skill settings in the Doomsday City game are different from other games. Each skill has a small chance to trigger special effects, such as paralysis, bleeding, stiffness, etc. Many long-range attack skills will trigger group attack effects. In battle, this will make the skill more powerful, but it is not suitable to use it to attract monsters. Forget it. Let me do it. My attack distance is the longest, and the threat value is the smallest, said a player holding a sniper rifle. Your shooting makes too much noise. If you don't want to attract other monsters, you have to be at least 1 kilometer away. Wang Qi frowned and said to the sniper player. Song Jian saw them arguing for a long time and frowned. Normally, you don't need to be so cautious when fighting monsters. But the distance between the monsters on this street is too close. If you are not careful, you can easily attract the monsters next to you. Moreover, the level of the monsters here is high. No one wants to cause the whole team to be wiped out because of attracting monsters. Let me do it. Song Jian walked to the front of the team. At this time, everyone quieted down and looked at Song Jian. Wang Qi naturally had confidence in Song Jian and nodded repeatedly. Yes. It still depends on the leader. Song Jian locked onto the nearest monster, stomped his right leg hard, and a fang-shaped air mass whistled sharply, rushing towards the monster. Bang! The fangs hit a caveman zombie hard, tearing a huge wound on the monster's leg. Blood gushed out. The caveman zombie let out a shrill roar, and his eyes suddenly turned red. He waved his claws and rushed towards Song Jian. Just as the caveman zombie rushed over, the 2 caveman zombies closest to it heard its roar, which also aroused their hatred, and they rushed towards Song Jian together. 3. Not bad. Not bad, Wang Qi said, glancing at Song Jian secretly. The other players showed strange looks in their eyes. Attracting 3 monsters was just an ordinary trick, and any player present could do it. But at this moment, the sound of the 3 monsters running actually alarmed the 2 crypt zombies hiding in the nearby shop, and 5 crypt zombies swarmed and rushed towards Song Jian. Defense? Prepared to take on the monsters? Wang Qi was a little nervous. If there were only 3, each of these defensive warriors could pull up one, and it should be no problem. But now 5 appeared at once, which immediately doubled the pressure on the team's defense line. Oh my god! Vice President. My equipment can't withstand a level 20 elite monster. A soldier holding a round shield said with a sad face. Can't even resist for 10 seconds? With so many of us, we killed them all with 1 volley. Wang Qi said unhappily. The soldier stopped talking immediately. But his face was very ugly. A critical hit from a level 20 elite monster might knock off 300 or 400 of his health points. If he was unlucky and encountered 2 or 3 critical hits in a row, he could be killed instantly. This method of attracting monsters is too amateurish. Isn't it? A War Alliance player whispered in the crowd. That's right. I thought he was a great god. But he turned out to be bronze. It's a waste of that good equipment. He is the leader of the War Alliance. Isn't it easy for him to get good equipment? Hey. Although equipment is also a part of strength. But the more important thing is technology. There were quiet complaints in the crowd. But Song Jian turned a deaf ear to them. He raised his right hand. And the red fire heart ape sword appeared in his palm. With a leap, Song Jian actually rushed towards the 5 monsters alone. Fuck. What is he doing? Is he going to die? To die to apologize? He can't be so tough. Everyone opened their eyes wide. Looking unbelievable. 5 level 20 elite monsters could knock off 500 to 600 HP in one attack. If a critical hit occurred, even a defense warrior with a HP of over 1000 could be killed instantly. From the equipment on Song Jian's body, the opponent was just a swordsman, wearing leather armor. Even if the equipment was of a high grade, he couldn't be so arrogant to deal with 5 monsters at once. Broken wing dance. Song Jian's figure danced, and the long sword swept across, instantly blocking the attack of the 5 monsters. 2 damage points of more than 400 points floated above the head of each monster, which immediately reduced the monster's HP by 2/5. The extremely high damage directly attracted the hatred of the 5 monsters to himself. Before the monsters could react, the second stage of the Broken Wings dance followed closely, and each monster had 2 more than 300 points of damage on its head. This time, the monster's health value suddenly dropped below half. The upper limit of the health value of a level 20 elite monster was only more than 2,700 points. Song Jian did not receive any damage at all, but he knocked down half of the health value of the 5 monsters. Such a powerful attack power stunned everyone, and even forgot to attack. In the third stage of the Broken Wings dance, Song Jian jumped high, and the long sword in his hand slashed at the 5 monsters fiercely. Boom! A wave of air burst out from Song Jian's long sword, and the 5 monsters' bodies suddenly bounced into the air, floating in the air. Sword finger. Song Jian's left-hand sword energy burst out, and a 3-meter-long silver sword energy swept across the 5 monsters in the air. Shwa! 3 monsters' bodies were cut in half, and the remaining 2 fell from the air, with only a trace of blood left, entering a dying state, struggling weakly on the ground, but unable to get up. Chapter 517 Golden Thigh. After harvesting the last bit of the remaining 2 elite monsters, Song Jian picked up the dropped items and looked back. Almost everyone had a surprised expression on their faces, as if they had seen a ghost. Song. Brother Song. You just fought 5 level 20 elite monsters alone? Wang Qi asked stutteringly. And it was a one-on-one fight without injury. The leader didn't lose any blood. Someone next to him seemed to have thought of something and suddenly exclaimed. At this time, everyone noticed that Song Jian's blood value actually didn't drop at all, which means that Song Jian killed all 5 monsters before they attacked. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it even if others had said it to me. A player of the Alliance was dumbfounded and muttered to himself. It was too unbelievable. The members were not surprised at all that Song Jian could kill a level 20 elite monster alone. If he couldn't do this, then Song Jian, the leader of the Alliance, should have stepped down. The members were just surprised that he could fight 5 level 20 monsters at the same time. But he didn't lose any of his own strength when fighting 5 level 20 elite monsters at the same time. This was simply a fantasy. Even if I saw it with my own eyes, I couldn't believe it. In fact, there was a reason why Song Jian could open up such a big gap with ordinary players. This was also largely related to the fact that other players were more conservative. They didn't dare to take risks, challenge higher levels, or fight bosses that they were not sure of. This made the players' strength improve very slowly. Although they were all at a high level because they were diligent in killing monsters, their equipment and skills were far behind. Now many players in their 20s are wearing level 10 or 15 equipment, and some of them don't even have a piece of blue quality equipment. This is why these players are somewhat restrained when facing elite monsters of the same level. Even if there are more than 30 people, they dare to only lead 1 or 2 monsters to fight at a time. Okay, it's just a level 25 Lord boss. And it's injured. It's no big deal. Don't panic. Song Jian clapped his hands and said. If he dared to say this before, these Alliance players would definitely scold him to death in their hearts even if they didn't say it. Leader, we will fight the way you say. We will listen to you. Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. Yes, leader. You take the lead. We will listen to you. Yes, it's right to listen to the leader. There is meat to eat if you follow the leader. The players of the City of Hope suddenly burst into high morale, and were all excited. Originally, they thought Song Jian was here to fish in troubled waters, hoping that the boss would drop equipment and let them work for free. Some people even planned to quit the Alliance directly after the event was over. Unexpectedly, Song Jian's first battle was simply a show of strength. Now these players are all grateful for being able to join Song Jian's alliance. What a thick, big, glittering golden thigh. Li Xiu wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and stared at Song Jian with shining eyes. Li Xiu is a level 21 sorcerer, good at various curses and negative effect magic, although the damage is lower than that of the same level of wizards. The endless negative effect magic can torture people to death. He joined this war alliance purely for the shade under the big tree. The territorial war has started, and he doesn't even have a safe house. Li Xiu didn't participate in the several war alliance activities held by Wang Qi before. Li Xiu is fully capable of killing the elite boss of more than 10 levels alone. So why should he mix with other people in the war alliance? But this time, because Song Jian joined, and the battle was also against a level 25 Lord level boss. Lu Xiu thought for a long time and finally decided to participate. On the one hand, he wanted to see Song Jian, the mysterious leader, and on the other hand, he could take this opportunity to see if the administrators in the war alliance would embezzle good equipment under various excuses. If this war alliance is really a family of someone, then Li Xiu will have to consider his way out. Such a war alliance will definitely not last long. Seeing that Song Jian was so strong, Li Xiu was shocked. He didn't expect that the leader of this war alliance was several times stronger than he expected. 5 level 20 elite monsters were killed directly without any damage. Such strength is simply rampant in the game. With this big tree, it doesn't matter even if all the boss's equipment is given to him. Li Xiu said to himself. With Song Jian's strength, maybe he can kill the 25th level Lord boss alone. So why would he be interested in the few items dropped by the boss? And even if none of the dropped items are distributed to the people below. Just so much monster experience and small monster drops have already satisfied Li Xiu. Everyone listen to my command. Song Jian shouted loudly. Song Jian established his prestige directly by killing 5 monsters alone. No one dared to ignore what he said, and they all listened carefully. Now, form a team with 1 defensive warrior, 1 healer, and 3 damage dealers, Song Jian said. Soon, more than 30 people were divided into 5 teams. But in the end, because there were only 4 healers, Song Jian divided the team into 4, one of which had a weaker defense and had 2 defensive warriors. After the teams were divided, Song Jian stood aside and asked them to start attracting monsters in small teams. In this way, the efficiency was immediately increased several times. Originally, Wang Qi planned to spend a day to clean up these monsters. But after being divided into 4 teams, Wang Qi estimated that it would take at most 3 hours to clean up all the monsters on the road. Soon, the 4 teams began to attract monsters in an orderly manner. The defensive warriors rushed forward to fight the monsters. The priests healed, and the other 3 professions were confident to output. Even if a team attracted too many monsters at once, it didn't matter. Just shout and Song Jian would go forward and kill the extra monsters immediately. Hey, this monster can drop gems, which can increase the attributes of equipment. Suddenly a player exclaimed. You can guess it by looking at them. There's no need to shout so loudly. I was shocked. Haha. The attributes of this gem are good. If the whole set of equipment is smashed to one side, it is almost equivalent to wearing another piece of equipment. The explosion of gems made everyone excited. Even if there was no equipment, it would be nice to get some gems. Everyone suddenly became more active. Because of Song Jian's presence, almost all players played very relaxed. Some of the cards that had been kept to save their lives were also used, and the efficiency of killing monsters was greatly improved. As for the distribution of spoils, Song Jian did not require them to hand them in and distribute them according to their contributions. The items dropped by the team members belonged to them. The excess equipment could be exchanged with each other. or put in the alliance warehouse to exchange for contribution points, or even directly sold for money. This distribution method immediately made the players cheer. Chapter 518 Tactics. Why do individual players prefer to have their safe houses occupied and destroyed rather than join the War Alliance? It is because once they join the War Alliance, the managers of the War Alliance will use various excuses and methods to infringe on the interests of individual players. Song Jian's distribution method is almost the same as their own team fighting monsters, and there is also a great master to escort them. So naturally it has won the support of many people. Alliance Leader. This distribution method is completely unorganized and undisciplined. It may make everyone happy in the short term, but in the long run, it is not conducive to the development of the War Alliance. Wang Qi frowned slightly and whispered to Song Jian beside him. If they can't even distribute the items dropped by the monsters they hunt, who will join the alliance in the future? Song Jian asked. Wang Qi hesitated for a moment and asked, what if the items are dropped by the boss? The alliance should have a DKP system that everyone recognizes. Don't tell me you haven't established it yet? Song Jian turned his head and asked in surprise. Wang Qi was stunned and immediately understood, nodded and stopped talking. Song Jian did this not to please the members of the alliance. Establishing a suitable spoils distribution system is the foundation of the existence of alliance. If the distribution system makes everyone dissatisfied, then the alliance will definitely have problems. However, no one dared to say that they had attracted the monsters that Song Jian had killed alone. Everyone tacitly agreed to the principle that whoever worked hard should get the reward. Even if good items were dropped, they would just watch Song Jian pick them up with envy, and would not rush forward to grab them. In less than 3 hours, all the monsters on the road were cleared out. Looking at the empty streets and the monster corpses burning on the ground, everyone felt a little dreamy. It's really cleared out. It's incredible. Yes, with so many level 20 elite monsters, we didn't lose a single person. Although most of the alliance members are above level 20, there are many who have never fought a level 20 monster. Hey, I got 2 level 20 green equipment, a player said happily, touching his head. Me too. 1 green. 1 white. Wang Qi looked at the members with high morale, and was very satisfied. He nodded and shouted, don't be happy too early. There is still a boss in the garage. Whether we can kill it depends on your ability. With a leader here, what are we afraid of? Someone in the crowd shouted, which immediately caused laughter from the people around. Unconsciously, Song Jian's status in the eyes of the members of the War Alliance became higher and higher. Everyone came to the garage door with a relaxed look and looked inside. The garage door had been destroyed by monsters. The area inside was very large. A boss who was much taller than the elite level Crypt Zombie was standing in the deepest part of the garage, although it was also hunched over. It was more than 3 meters tall. From a distance, it looked very burly, with bulging muscles and full of strength. Even the gems at its joints were different from those of other crypt people, emitting a rich purple-red light. The most important thing was that unlike other ordinary elite monsters, this boss actually held an extremely thick spear in his hand. In the eyes of ordinary players, this spear was no different from a dragon spear. It was almost 5 or 6 meters long. But it didn't feel abrupt at all when held in the hands of the Crypt Zombie boss, who was more than 3 meters tall. Around this boss, there were also many elite-level cryptid zombies, about the same number as on the road, about 50 or 60, but their levels were 2 levels higher than the monsters outside. Seeing the boss and the monsters in front of him, everyone fell silent. The monsters with the boss and the monsters without the boss were completely different monsters. Not to mention that these monsters were 2 levels higher than before. Don't underestimate these 2 levels, because the difference between these 2 levels may cause an attack to be dodged, which will turn the monster's attack into a crushing attack, and reduce the hit rate of the ranged profession. A little bit of change, accumulated, may cause the whole group to be wiped out. Li Xiu. Where did Li Xiu run to? Come and see. How should we fight this boss? Wang Qi suddenly shouted. Then, Wang Qi explained softly beside Song Jian, Li Xiu is a sorcerer, a rare profession, and he has a flexible mind. Some of the tactics for attacking boss are formulated by him. It's very reliable. When Li Xiu heard Wang Qi calling his name, he immediately walked out with his head held high, nodded to Song Jian, and showed a flattering smile. Hello, leader, Li Xiu said respectfully. Song Jian looked Li Xiu up and down. This was a young man of about the same age as him. wearing a gray wizard robe with silver magic runes embroidered on it, occasionally flashing silver light. Unlike other wizards, Li Xiu did not hold a staff, but a gem. At first glance, it looked like a crystal ball, but it was full of mysterious magic energy. A mysterious breath emanated from the gem. Li Xiu, how are you going to beat this boss? Song Jian asked. Alliance leader, let the first person who discovered this boss introduce its situation first. Li Xiu smiled. Song Jian glanced at Wang Qi, who nodded and called Sun Li out again. Not everyone has the opportunity to show up in front of Song Jian. Sun Li imitated Li Xiu's appearance, bowed to Song Jian and said, Hello, Alliance leader. Song Jian nodded and said, Sun Li, tell us about the scene when you found this boss. No problem, Alliance leader. In fact, it was also a chance to find this boss. At that time, I was. Sun Li introduced the scene in detail. Li Xiu listened carefully on the side, interrupting Sun Li from time to ask a few questions. Soon, Li Xiu nodded and said to Song Jian, Alliance leader, it is not easy to hunt this boss. First of all, we have to determine one thing. If we start attacking the monsters around it, will it trigger this boss? If hitting the monsters can also trigger the boss, I think we have no chance to hunt it. Song Jian nodded. The characteristics of boss vary. Some boss will remain indifferent even if all the monsters around them are cleared. But some boss will immediately anger the boss and attract a lot of hatred if they dare to attack the monsters near them. Try it first. Everyone retreat. If the boss is touched, we will find a way. Wang Qi glanced at Song Jian and said loudly, This is Song Jian's first time to participate in the Alliance event. If he can't kill this boss, the event will end in failure. Even if Song Jian doesn't pursue it, Wang Qi will feel ashamed. No, you are responsible for the monsters, and I will take care of this boss. Song Jian stared at the boss carefully for a long time, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 519 Leaving. Yuan Peilong ran away so fast that he didn't even give Song Jian a chance to open his eyes. He ran away without a trace. Song Jian couldn't even determine the direction he was running in. This guy. Song Jian was speechless. In the game, even the weakest players have 1 or 2 escape skills, and no one can underestimate them. Why is this guy spying on me? Could it be that he is also planning to get the Golden Ant King Ancestor set? Song Jian frowned and thought to himself. The reason why he met Yuan Peilong was because of the Ant King Ancestor set. Maybe Yuan Peilong had already started following him at that time. I was too careless. Song Jian shook his head and became alert in his heart. 3 days passed in a flash. Whether Song Jian was fighting monsters outside to level up or building in his own territory, he always felt that there was a pair of eyes staring at him. During these 3 days, the Shadow Circus had stopped performing and started to pack up, as if it was going to leave for a long journey. This made many players feel regretful. After all, in the Shadow Circus, you can receive many tasks with rich rewards. In addition to gaining a lot of experience, you can also get a lot of rare skills and equipment. 3 days later, Song Jian came to Betty's tent early in the morning. At this time, the items around Betty's tent had been cleaned up, and Betty was packing up the tent and rolling it up. Seeing Song Jian, Betty pointed to the side and said, You must be waiting anxiously. Your equipment box. Song Jian looked in the direction Betty pointed, and under a big tree not far away, there was an equipment box of the Ant King Ancestor suit. Going over to open the equipment box, Song Jian checked it one by one. Sure enough, all the suit parts were fully repaired. Song Jian's eyes lit up immediately, and he wanted to reach level 30 immediately and wear this set of equipment. With this set of equipment, I'm afraid it's almost certain to challenge the first level combat power? Song Jian guessed in his heart. Thank you, Betty! Song Jian shouted loudly. Betty waved at Song Jian without saying anything. She had to collect all the items before 10 o'clock. By then, the Shadow Circus would leave the city. If she didn't catch up, she would probably stay here forever. Song Jian returned to the territory and looked at the busy scene of the Shadow Circus from afar. At this moment, a skinny mouse crawled out of the soil and ran to Song Jian. Qi Yun's voice came from the mouse. Are you ready? The Shadow Circus is leaving today. Don't forget our agreement. Don't worry. If there is no problem with you, I will not easily break the agreement. Song Jian looked at the skinny mouse and said calmly, That's good. The mouse showed an anthropomorphic smile on its face, and then its body began to rot quickly. After a while, it turned into a pool of dirt on the ground. Song Jian was startled. The Shadow Priest's method seemed a bit strange. The mouse was emitting a corpse odor, and it was obviously dead for a long time. Shi Yun controlled its body to pass on the message. This method was very similar to the corpse control technique of the necromancer. The vehicles of the Shadow Circus began to slowly move towards the black fog outside the Doomsday City. A light blue light shone on all the people, and even a dozen carriages had a blue light on their surfaces. After the light appeared, Song Jian could see the huge convoy. But once he closed his eyes, he could not perceive anything. Song Jian watched the circus slowly enter the rolling black fog. The people in the circus did not show any nervousness, but all kept quiet. It seemed that they had encountered similar situations more than once. Song Jian took out the invisible ring and put it on his finger. At this time, there were 2 cracks on the invisible ring. It could only be used once at most before it would be scrapped. With a thought, Song Jian's figure gradually disappeared from the spot, and a slight and crisp shattering sound was heard at the spot. At this time, Song Jian had entered the sheltering black fog for the second time. He followed the Shadow Circus all the way and left the Doomsday City through the sheltering black fog. After entering the sheltering black fog, Song Jian's feeling of being monitored finally disappeared. It seemed that Yuan Peilong could not enter the sheltering black fog like him. There was almost no vision in the black fog. Song Jian could not let the people of the Shadow Circus find that he was following them, but he could not lose their whereabouts. It was also difficult to fall behind the circus. The people of the circus seemed to be avoiding something. They did not walk in a straight line in the black fog, but took a long detour. It took more than 2 hours to get out of the black fog. Okay. Give the order. Everyone take a break here. Rest for half a day, and continue on the road tomorrow, the old orc leader said tiredly, holding a wooden stick. Coming out of the sheltering black fog has consumed too much energy. If we continue to travel and encounter an accident, it is easy to be in danger. It is better to rest here and continue on the road tomorrow, because it is only a temporary camp. Everyone just pitched their tents and did not open other things. At night, the sky is full of stars, and a bright moon hangs in the sky. Song Jian looked up. In the game world, he has not seen such a bright starry sky for a long time. The night in the Doomsday City and the night in the wild are 2 completely different places. Sitting cross-legged, Song Jian began to absorb the essence of the moon. In the Doomsday City, he could only absorb it for 15 minutes within a specific time. But in the wild, there was no such restriction. After a while, Song Jian was immersed in the comfort of absorbing the essence of the moon, as if he had entered a deep sleep, and his mind was blank. His whole body exuded a silver glow, and from a distance, he looked like a light bulb. If he hadn't chosen a hidden place, he might have been exposed at this time. System, you have absorbed the essence of the moon, and your physical fitness has been slightly improved. System, you have absorbed the essence of the moon, and your physical fitness has been slightly improved. In the information column, such information will pop up every few dozen seconds. Finally, after hundreds of similar information, a specially marked light yellow information appears. System, your body has been cleansed by the essence of the moon, and all attributes have been improved by 1 point. After this information appeared, Song Jian was shocked and suddenly woke up from his previous state. When he just woke up, his eyes were still full of confusion. When he regained consciousness, he found that he had absorbed the essence of the moon for more than 2 hours. At this time, Song Jian discovered that there were hundreds of system prompts in the information bar, and the last prompt that all his attributes had increased by 1 point. This is really a pleasant surprise. Song Jian looked up at the moon that had shifted its position, and a look of excitement appeared on his face. Chapter 520 Attracting Monsters. What? That's a level 25 Lord Boss. Even if it's injured. Li Xiu's eyes widened immediately. Although he admired Song Jian's strength, it was a Lord Boss of the same level as him. Not to mention a single fight. Even if all of them came together, they might not be able to kill this boss. Brother Song, isn't it a bit too dangerous? Wang Qi also looked at Song Jian with a worried look. It's okay. If killing the monsters will trigger the boss's hatred, then I will kill the boss. If it doesn't trigger, just fight as you said. Song Jian nodded and said, for this event, Song Jian felt that he was just playing a supporting role, and he was also showing his strength to these alliance players. It was just a level 25 Lord level boss. And Song Jian had killed it before. Even if it was a level 30 boss with first level combat power. Song Jian had killed several of them. Let's try to lure a monster first. Wang Qi finally decided. Let me lure it. Song Jian looked at Wang Qi and asked. Calm down. Boss. Don't do it. Wang Qi's face changed drastically. He had seen Song Jian's monster luring skills before. The monsters here were much denser than those on the road before. If Song Jian really let him lure them, maybe all the monsters in the garage would riot. Let me lure the monsters. Li Xiu sighed and said. Okay. Then you do it. Song Jian shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently. Li Xiu held the orb and locked onto the nearest monster. Suddenly, the monster's appearance appeared in the orb. With his lips slightly opened, Li Xiu gently uttered a note. The sound sounded like a woman's moan. Almost everyone looked at Li Xiu with a strange expression, making Li Xiu's face flush. This was also the reason why he didn't take the initiative to lure the monsters before. This skill was too shameful, and he was unwilling to use it in public. Abyssal language? Song Jian frowned and looked at Li Xiu. The note Li Xiu made kept echoing in the ears of the locked crypt zombie. The originally scarlet eyes gradually revealed a confused look. Without saying a word, it seemed to be aimless. But in fact it was walking towards Li Xiu step by step. Perfect. Wang Qi couldn't help but sighed, turned his head, and said to Li Xiu, I didn't expect you to have this trick. From now on, you will be our professional monster attractor. Li Xiu, who did you learn this from? That sound just now made my bones crisp. Fortunately, you are not a woman. A player next to him hugged Li Xiu's shoulders and said with a smile, I wouldn't be attracted to you even if you were a woman. Get out of here. Li Xiu pushed the man in anger and said angrily. If Li Xiu didn't want to show off in front of Song Jian, he would never use this move in front of so many people. Song Jian looked at the orb in Li Xiu's hand with a thoughtful look. The move Li Xiu used was very similar to the Abyss Charm, but its power was obviously much weaker than the Abyss Charm, and it could only control monsters for a short time. However, as the monster walked towards the crowd step by step, the Crypt Man zombie lord in the distance suddenly turned his head and looked over here. No. I've aroused the boss's hatred. Wang Qi's heart suddenly sank. This was a boss that no one wanted to meet. Sure enough, the boss, who had been standing with a gun, suddenly roared, wielded his spear, and rushed towards everyone. Along the way, the boss directly smashed the monsters that blocked the way with his gun, and soon rushed in front of everyone. Seeing the fierce appearance of the boss, almost everyone subconsciously took a step back, and then all their eyes fell on Song Jian. Song Jian clenched the sword, stepped on his feet, and jumped high. A pair of steel wings with a metallic luster suddenly bloomed on his back. He spun in the air and chopped at the boss fiercely. Yes, I can fly. I have grown wings. Li Xiu raised his head with a surprised expression on his face. Don't be silly. Start commanding the monsters around the leader. Wang Qi patted the back of Li Xiu's head and shouted. The battle between Song Jian and the boss alarmed the surrounding monsters. At least a dozen monsters roared and rushed towards Song Jian. Unfortunately, these monsters were pulled over one by the people behind them, and then killed instantly. While Song Jian was bearing the attacks of the boss and the monsters, he threw all his sword skills to the boss. Lightning strike, sword thread, 3 sword swings, soul-controlling sword technique. Song Jian has mastered many sword moves. After a set of combos, the boss's health value suddenly dropped by more than 2,000 points. But Song Jian's health value was also knocked down by half. The monsters here are too dense, too annoying. Song Jian frowned as he looked at the dense monsters around him. It was impossible for him to stand in one place and output during the fight with the boss. During the fight, he would always attract nearby monsters, although the players behind him pulled them away one by one. Song Jian always had more than a dozen monsters chasing him and hitting him, even if each monster could only knock down more than a dozen points of his health value, plus the damage from the boss. He couldn't bear it after a long time. Ice Shield. Song Jian activated the shield, and the monster's attacks hit it, immediately stirring up countless tiny icicles. The 800-point defense lasted for less than 10 seconds. But in these 10 seconds, Song Jian also knocked down more than 1,000 HP of the boss. Heart. Song Jian's eyes flashed, and a blood-red cross cursor appeared in front of Song Jian, scanning the boss. Soon, Song Jian found the weakness of this boss. which was the injured part, a purple-red gem embedded on the inner thigh of the boss. At this time, the surface was full of cracks, and it seemed that it was about to break. The cross cursor stayed here for a few seconds and slowly disappeared. In the following battle, Song Jian noticed that the boss would always unconsciously put this leg behind him to cover it, and every time he parried and turned around, his movements were extremely uncoordinated, just like a small stone mixed in a tight instrument, always giving people a sense of sluggishness. The boss also knew his own injuries, and every time he attacked and dodged, his center of gravity was very low, protecting the injuries tightly. It was too difficult to attack the boss's injuries. Song Jian stared at the boss's injuries and attacked her several times, but was always dodged by the boss. This guy's IQ is not much lower than that of humans. He has already discovered that I know that his wound is his weakness. Song Jian narrowed his eyes and stared at the boss's eyes. There was a cunning look in his scarlet eyes. Long spear thrust. The boss suddenly roared to the sky, and the 5 or 6 meter long spear in his hand suddenly stabbed towards Song Jian, and the moving speed increased greatly, leaving several afterimages in the air. Chapter 521, Crypt Zombie Lord. The attack of the boss attracted everyone's attention. The 3-foot-long spear tip emitted dazzling white energy, leaving a burn-like mark on everyone's retina. "Be careful," Wang Qi couldn't help but exclaim. Although Song Jian was carrying the boss alone, his every move was watched by everyone. Once Song Jian couldn't withstand the attack of the boss, I'm afraid that most of the people present would immediately use their best escape skills and flee in all directions. The boss was extremely fast, and Song Jian's attention was all on the injured leg of the boss. By the time he reacted, the tip of the boss's spear was less than 1 meter away from him. Subconsciously, Song Jian held the sword across his chest and instinctively used the holy parry skill. Ding! With a crisp collision, the red fire heart ape sword and the spear collided fiercely, sparking a large group of sparks. Song Jian took advantage of the situation and flipped upside down, standing firmly in place. Over the head of the boss, more than 1,200 points of damage floated up, and at the same time, a 3-second stun effect appeared. Great! Great! Everyone cheered immediately. As long as Song Jian could resist the boss, they could lure out all the monsters one by one and kill them. Everyone, divide into groups, or combine them according to the previous teams. Each of the 4 teams will pull a small monster to relieve some pressure on the leader. Li Shou suddenly shouted. After Song Jian blocked the boss, Li Shou had been directing everyone to hunt the small monsters. Everyone resisted the attack of a small monster together, which did increase safety, and almost no one would be in danger. But the efficiency of fighting monsters in this way was also extremely low, and there was no way to support Song Jian at all. Song Jian subconsciously resisted a fatal attack from the boss, which immediately gave everyone great confidence, which made Li Shou a little anxious. As the commander of this time, it was originally a very face-saving thing. But if everyone continued to fight like this, in the end, even if Song Jian didn't say it, I'm afraid he would be dissatisfied with him in his heart. We must make changes. Li Shou's mentality changed quickly, and he made changes immediately, dividing into 4 teams to hunt monsters together. This decision was extremely bold, because the reason why they dared to do so before was that Song Jian was there to escort them. So they were not afraid even if they accidentally attracted too many monsters. But now Song Jian was alone against the boss. In other words, the boss had already held Song Jian back. If one of the 4 teams made a mistake, it might directly cause the whole team to be wiped out. Suddenly, your team should not attract monsters. As a mobile team, you can provide reinforcements at any time. Wang Qi suddenly shouted. Li Shou was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood. He looked at Wang Qi with admiration in his eyes. Even if there were only 3 teams to attract monsters, the efficiency would be increased several times. Another team would be ready to provide reinforcements at any time, and actually play the role of Song Jian before. This greatly increased everyone's safety. With this team, the other 3 monster-killing teams would be much calmer. As expected of the vice president, this arrangement is absolutely amazing, Li Shou said with a smile beside Wang Qi. Okay. Perform well. Don't let the leader look down on us. Wang Qi curled his lips slightly, rolled his eyes at Li Shou and said. Song Jian watched the boss retreat several steps, taking all the damage and dizziness from the spear thrust. His eyes lit up, and he extended his left index finger and gently pointed at the broken purple-red gem on the boss's leg. Suddenly, a silver sword energy pierced straight at it. The boss had no way to defend or dodge, and could only bear this attack. If other parts of the body were hit by this attack, the boss would lose at most 300 or 400 HP. But this part was its weak point, and the place where it was injured before. With a crisp click, the gem on the inside of the boss's thigh exploded, and a stream of black-red blood shot out like an arrow. Minus 1800. A critical hit of nearly 2,000 points of damage floated up from the top of the boss's head. The dizzy state lasted for 1 second. But the boss suddenly came out of it, let out a shrill scream, threw away the spear at his hand, and howled in pain while holding the injured part of his thigh. The entire right leg of the boss was stiff like a stone, completely unable to move, causing the boss to be unable to stand steadily. Staggering backwards, the boss suddenly fell down, like a beast on all fours, and the hard shell on his back flashed a dark light. Roar. With a roar, the boss raised its head and howled, looking like a real beast, with a bloodthirsty look in its scarlet eyes. Is this the second stage? Song Jian narrowed his eyes, and guessed in his heart. Many bosses will explode when their health value drops to a certain level. Some use powerful special skills, while others directly transform. It seems that the boss in front of him belongs to the latter. After the transformation, the boss is no longer rational, and has become a complete beast. It has only one goal, which is to tear Song Jian to pieces. With a roar, the boss rushed towards Song Jian fiercely, although his right leg had become a burden and could only drag on the ground. The remaining 3 legs were not slow at all. Seeing the boss rushing over, Song Jian gritted his teeth, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Immortal sword body, open! With a light shout, Song Jian's body burst into golden light, and his attributes suddenly increased by a large amount. A long sword phantom slowly circled around his body, and even the red fire heart ape sword in his hand seemed to become sharper. Bright slash. Song Jian held the sword with both hands, raised it above his head, and slashed at the boss that rushed over. A dazzling golden sword energy drew an arc in the air and slashed towards the boss, as if to split the opponent in half. In an instant, the boss's attack paused for a moment, just as it was hesitating whether to dodge or resist. The golden sword energy had already chopped towards its head. The boss turned around suddenly, exposing its back completely to Song Jian's golden sword energy. Boom! With a loud bang, the energy overflowed, and the whole garage shook violently. Song Jian felt a strong recoil force coming from his arms, and suddenly felt numb, and the red fire-hard monkey sword almost slipped out of his hand. Looking closely, a deep sword mark appeared on the hard shell on the boss's back, almost splitting the hard shell on its back in half. A damage of more than 400 points floated up from the top of the boss's head. At this moment, the boss suddenly counterattacked and rushed to Song Jian in an instant, stretched out his hands forward, and scratched him madly with his claws. Song Jian's mind moved, and the steel wings behind him, like 2 big hands, wrapped him up and protected him tightly. Dang 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 dang. A rapid sound of metal clashing sounded, and Song Jian felt the steel wings tremble violently. There was a sharp pain at the connection of his back. Song Jian gritted his teeth and resisted, and a trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 522 Gold Quality Equipment. Song Jian resisted the boss's attack for 10 seconds. When the iron wings were spread out again, a large pile of iron scraps appeared on the ground. They were all scratched off by the boss from the iron wings. Looking at the messy and damaged iron wings, which were less than half left and could no longer be called wings, Song Jian felt fortunate. Fortunately, this is just a skill, not an equipment. If it was an equipment, it would probably be completely damaged and not worth repairing. After releasing this skill, the boss looked a little tired. He squatted on the spot and kept panting, with a trace of fatigue on his face. 3 sword swings. The boss's momentum obviously dropped. Song Jian would not show mercy, and slashed at the boss fiercely. The boss, which had already become a beast, roared and raised its right claw to resist. Song Jian smiled, saying that he had the first-level combat power, which was an exaggeration. Although he killed several elite bosses with the first-level combat power, he did not fight alone. Some first-level combat powers at the peak, such as the Abyss Ant King skeleton he encountered before, Song Jian could only hold on for a few rounds at most. But Song Jian had no problem fighting the 25th level Lord level boss in front of him alone. And this boss was injured and had obvious weaknesses. The long sword and the boss's front claws collided fiercely. And the 3 slashes were more fierce each time. The last time, the red fire heart ape sword finally cut into the bone gap of the boss's front claws. And a critical hit of more than 600 points floated up from its head. At this time, even the boss himself probably anticipated his own destruction. And a look of despair appeared in his eyes. The power of the abyss is eternal. At the last moment, the Crypt Lord seemed to have regained some consciousness. And a look of unwillingness appeared in his scarlet eyes. He roared in a low voice and launched a suicidal attack on Song Jian. Song Jian was about to swing his sword to meet the enemy. But suddenly he felt an extremely strong and unstable force erupting from the body of the Crypt Lord boss. This guy seems to be going to self-destruct? Song Jian frowned. He had also encountered monsters that would self-destruct before they felt that they were about to die. These boss would use their bodies as weapons to perish together with the enemy. Everyone, get out of the garage. Immediately. Right now. Song Jian roared. And an Abyss Phantom clone rushed out of his body in an instant, rushing towards the boss, while he himself quickly retreated. Boom. With a loud bang. The garage was splashed with blood and flesh. The strong explosion force pushed all the surrounding crypt zombies to fly in all directions. Some of them hit the wall of the garage and turned into a pool of dark red dirty blood. At this time, at least 20 to 30 ordinary elite crypt zombies died. The remaining crypt zombies sensed the death of the boss, screamed miserably, and fled in all directions. In the War Alliance, several defense warriors were seriously injured because they had to cover others. They were directly hit by the air wave and entered a near-death state. Fortunately, several healing professions were quick to use shields and healing touches on the defense warriors of their respective teams, saving their lives. This boss is too terrifying. Fortunately, the leader is holding it alone. If we were to surround and kill it, at least 1/3 of the people would die. Wang Qi looked at the deep pit on the ground of the garage and said with a look of relief that he had escaped. Song Jian was also amazed. The power of this boss's self-destruction was the largest among all the bosses with self-destruction skills he had seen. Fortunately, he had many acceleration skills. The sword shadow step plus the ice sprint directly soared to the extreme. In addition, the Abyss Phantom clone resisted most of the power of the self-destruction, which allowed Song Jian to stand here without damage. At this time, a golden light appeared on several players in the War Alliance. This time, more than 100 crypt zombies were killed. These experiences were shared, allowing several players who were close to upgrading to upgrade a level immediately. A golden light also appeared on Song Jian's body. When he completed the epic mission before, Song Jian's experience had already risen to 95%. Although Song Jian had been doing the work of escorting, he also hunted a lot of underground zombies. And the experience of the final boss was given to him alone, which was enough for him to upgrade a level. Level 26. My god. The gap between me and the second place on the level honor list is getting bigger and bigger. Wang Qi saw the golden light of the upgrade on Song Jian's body, and immediately opened the level honor list to check. When the level honor list was first opened, Song Jian was 2 levels ahead of the second place. But now, the gap has widened to 3 levels. He casually upgraded the skill points to 1 Yuan Chaos Immortal Sword Body. At this time, the Immortal Sword Body has been upgraded to level 7. And there are only 3 levels left to the full level, because the Immortal Sword Body is so powerful. After using it, Song Jian's strength has almost doubled, which makes Song Jian deliberately practice the proficiency of the Immortal Sword Body in his daily practice. However, the cooling time of the Immortal Sword Body is too long, which takes an hour. If a battle occurs, this move is used as a bottom of the box. Only when there is no battle, Song Jian can guarantee to use it once every hour to accumulate proficiency. I have been at level 25 for a long time, and it is time to upgrade. Song Jian smiled at Wang Qi and said, let the brothers search and see what loot has dropped. Just now, there were 20 or 30 elite level crypt zombies, all of which died because of the boss's self-explosion. But the system also counted the killing of these monsters as the players, not the boss's killing. So there would be items dropped. Under Wang Qi's command, several players quickly rushed into the garage. And soon, several players came out holding a large pile of items, their eyes shining. We're rich. Haha. A lot of things exploded. We can only pick up so much. There are still a lot in there. A few more people can pick it up. A player shouted loudly with an excited look on his face. Hearing his shouting, everyone was stunned. And then without Wang Qi saying anything, several people rushed directly to the garage. And some even turned on the acceleration skill. A ball of white light appeared under their feet and rushed towards the garage. These spoils belonged to the War Alliance. Without the consent of Song Jian or Wang Qi, they had no way to put the items into their own parcels. So they could only carry them out like this. Several people piled the items in front of Song Jian, looking at him with admiration. If it weren't for Song Jian, they wouldn't have such rich spoils. This War Alliance activity can be said to be a great victory. Golden quality equipment. Actually dropped gold quality equipment. Wang Qi's eyes fell on a robe emitting a light golden light, and he couldn't help but reach out and pick it up. Chapter 523, The Letter of Allegiance from the Crypt Lord. When Wang Qi shouted golden quality robes, everyone looked towards Wang Qi. What? Gold quality equipment exploded. Where is it? Let me see. Fuck. Gold quality. This is the first time I've exploded gold quality equipment. Did you explode that? Don't flatter yourself. It must have been dropped by the boss. The players of the Alliance were immediately excited. Now, if a player has a blue quality equipment, it is already very awesome. If they can have a silver quality equipment, they may not even want to turn off the equipment's light. And they want everyone to see the silver light emitted by their equipment. Even Wang Qi. This was the first time to see what gold quality equipment looked like. Seeing the wolf-like eyes of the surrounding players, Wang Qi quickly posted the equipment attributes in the team channel. Crypt Lord robe. Cloth top. Gold level. Item level 25. Defense 34. Resistance plus 25. Wisdom plus 6. Spirit plus 8. Constitution plus 5. Spirit value limit plus 200. Special effect 1. Magic ripple active. The robe can absorb the surrounding free magic, and it will be fully charged in 2 hours. When receiving damage, it consumes stored magic, triggering the magic ripple effect, weakening 80% of the damage received, lasting for 10 seconds. Special effect 2. Lord's Rage passive. Increases spell attack power and healing effect by 30%. Special effect 3. Fade active. After casting, the body will gradually become transparent, which can quickly eliminate the monster's hatred value for the caster, and at the same time increase the movement speed by 50%. This effect can last for 8 seconds. Equipment requirements. Level 20. Can it be taken out of the game? No. Seeing the attributes of this equipment, all magicians took a deep breath. The attributes of this robe are simply superb. If you have it, the originally fragile magicians will have their survivability greatly improved. 1 passive special effect and 2 active special effects. For magicians, it is simply a god skill. Once in danger, the magic ripples are directly activated to reduce 80% of the damage. Even if it is a boss, the damage will be reduced to a very low level. The subsequent gradual invisibility will increase the movement speed while quickly eliminating the monster's hatred, which is the most conducive to escaping. And the body becomes transparent, which is almost equivalent to the invisibility of thieves. Even in front of players, there is a great chance to save life. Alliance leader. How are we going to distribute the spoils this time? Someone suddenly shouted. All of a sudden, everyone looked towards Song Jian, with eager looks in their eyes. Distribution? Are you blind? This equipment must have been dropped by that boss. Did you touch the boss? Wang Qi's face suddenly darkened. At this time, talking about the distribution of spoils was obviously aimed at this golden quality robe. Song Jian smiled slightly, glanced at Wang Qi, and stopped him with his hand, signaling him not to continue talking. This time, all the spoils will be distributed according to everyone's contribution points. Song Jian shouted loudly. Everyone was stunned, and someone immediately asked, is this golden robe also distributed according to contribution points? I said, it's all items. Song Jian glanced at the man and said lightly, wow. Everyone was excited, with excitement on their faces. In their view, the so-called members of the War Alliance are just seeking the protection of the War Alliance and working for the leader. When fighting boss, if high-quality equipment appears, it will naturally go to the leader. If the leader is particular, he can eat meat himself and give some soup to the people below, which is already good. This time, everyone couldn't believe their ears when they heard Song Jian actually propose that all spoils of war should be distributed according to contribution value. Brother Song, this is not good. You killed this boss alone. Wang Qi looked a little ugly and whispered beside Song Jian. It doesn't matter. In the future, as long as there is a War Alliance activity, we will follow this rule. Song Jian patted Wang Qi on the shoulder and said, Why are you so happy? Even if it is distributed according to contribution value, this equipment has nothing to do with us. Don't forget that the leader fought a boss alone. Even if it is calculated according to contribution value, his contribution value is the highest. Suddenly, someone in the crowd said coldly. Everyone seemed to be poured with cold water, and their previous enthusiasm seemed to be extinguished all at once. Staring blankly at the person who was speaking, Song Jian laughed and said loudly, Let's set another rule. In the future, if the spoils of the War Alliance activities are not used by your profession, you can't use contribution points to compete for them. Hearing Song Jian say this, everyone's eyes lit up and cheered immediately. Song Jian's rule is equivalent to saying that he has given up this golden robe, because Song Jian is a swordsman profession, and the leather armor should be the equipment he wears. Hearing Song Jian say this, Wang Qi also showed admiration in his eyes. You know, this is a golden quality equipment. Even if you don't use it, it will be worth at least hundreds of thousands of Doomsday coins if you throw it to the auction house. Song Jian actually gave up such a huge benefit. It's really admirable. In the end, Li Xiu spent all his contribution points to get this robe. Seeing Li Xiu's smug look, many people envied him. The spoils were not only a golden robe, but also a large number of blue and green equipment. Almost everyone got 1 or 2 equipment with their contribution points. Everyone was beaming with joy. Alliance leader, take a look at this item. Wang Qi handed it to Song Jian with a worn-out parchment scroll in his hand. What is it? Song Jian was stunned. This time, he didn't plan to get any equipment for the boss hunting. He just regarded it as a benefit for the Alliance players. No one wants this item, but it seems to have been dropped from a boss. I think it's not an ordinary item. Wang Qi scratched his head and said, The Allegiance Book of the Crypt Lord. Item. White quality. Item description. This is the Allegiance Book of the Crypt Zombie Lord to express his allegiance to a more powerful existence. It is full of disgusting flattery. If you sell it to a system merchant, you can get a reward of 10 Doomsday coins. No one is willing to use contribution points to buy 10 Doomsday coins worth of items. And in the end, it can only return to Song Jian's hands. Strange. That's a level 25 Lord boss. And it actually dropped such an item. It's so worthless. Wang Qi muttered in a low voice. Maybe this is a quest item, but the way to open it is not right. Song Jian smiled, unfolded the loyalty letter in his hand, and read it carefully. Respected 9th Demon General of the Abyss. Your eyes make me tremble. I am willing to lead the entire caveman race and swear allegiance to you who possess the power of the Abyss. The following part is missing. 9th Demon General of the Abyss? This is the loyalty letter from the caveman zombie lord to the 9th Demon General of the Abyss? Song Jian raised his eyebrows, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Chapter 524. Someone is following. The Abyss? Something related to the Abyss again. Song Jian frowned slightly, looking at the tattered parchment in his hand. At this moment, Song Jian's finger touched the part of the loyalty letter, and suddenly a faint black breath was emitted. This breath was so weak that even Song Jian did not notice it. System, you have obtained a mission item. The loyalty letter of the Crypt Zombie Lord. And you will receive a hidden mission. The secret of the Crypt Zombie Lord. Do you accept it? Mission item. Hidden mission? Song Jian was stunned, but then immediately chose to accept it. System, you have received the hidden mission. The secret of the Crypt Man Zombie Lord. Please give this Crypt Man Zombie Lord's letter of allegiance to the Hell Evil Spider Winruisi. Who is the Hell Evil Spider Winruisi? Where is he? The mission did not clearly explain it. Song Jian did not even know whether it was in the Doomsday City. How to give it this letter of allegiance? Keep it for now, and see if you can get some more detailed clues later. Song Jian had no choice but to put the mission item away first. The boss was killed, and the War Alliance activity ended. Just as everyone was about to disperse, a player holding a bow and arrow suddenly walked up to Wang Qi and whispered a few words in his ear. Wang Qi's face changed, and he immediately said to Song Jian, Someone is nearby, staring at us. Could it be a player from another alliance? Song Jian glanced at the archer player and said to Wang Qi, Anyway, the boss has been killed. It doesn't matter if he stares at us. Then, Song Jian asked the archer player, What's your name? How do you know someone is staring at us? Song Jian felt strange. With his perception, he didn't find other players nearby. How did this player with a longbow find out? My name is Zhou Kai. My profession is a pursuer. I have a detection skill that can detect humanoid creatures within a kilometer around me. The player with a longbow said excitedly to Song Jian. Zhou Kai's pursuer is also a rare profession. Somewhat similar to the hunter profession. He has an active skill to detect humanoid creatures. This skill consumes very little energy. Once activated, it can detect all humanoid creatures within a kilometer around at any time. When he came out of the War Alliance, he noticed that someone was following them all the way. Zhou Kai didn't care at first. After all, there were still many people around when they came out of the War Alliance territory. However, when they were carrying out the War Alliance activities, this person was always motionless in the distance, obviously observing them all the time, which made Zhou Kai alert. Soon, the players of the War Alliance dispersed, and Zhou Kai and Song Jian slowly walked towards the player who was monitoring them. The two of them fought monsters while moving forward. It looked like Song Jian was leading Zhou Kai to fight monsters and level up. More than half an hour passed. Zhou Kai kept reporting the position of the player, and the two kept moving their positions. The distance from the person they were monitoring had been reduced from 700 meters to more than 200 meters. His position has not moved, but I am sure that he has been following us since the War Alliance territory, Zhou Kai said softly. It seems that he is not monitoring our War Alliance, but monitoring me. Song Jian's mouth curled up slightly, as if he had discovered something very interesting. At the current distance, with Song Jian's perception, he could only vaguely sense that someone was staring at him. This must be a purposeful investigation. Otherwise Song Jian would not be able to find the whereabouts of that person. It seems that this person's tracking skills are very good. Maybe he has similar skills, Song Jian thought to himself. With such a strong perception, he must be deliberately aware that someone is observing him at about 200 meters. Song Jian doesn't believe that there are people whose perception is several times better than his, who can observe his actions within a kilometer without skills. Leader, should we sneak up and kill him? Zhou Kai's eyes showed a hint of murderous intent. The game world and the real world are two completely different sets of survival rules. Such deliberate tracking and surveillance have already revealed hostility. At this time, it is natural to strike first. Wait a minute. Let me see who he is. Song Jian smiled slightly, and a phantom clone of the abyss appeared in his body, and quickly moved in the direction of the man. Soon, the phantom clone came to a 3-story building. On the roof, Yuan Peilong was looking in the direction of Song Jian with a high-powered telescope. It's him. Song Jian quickly recognized the player who stuttered a little in the Shadow Circus. Why is he here? Could it be that he has been following me since the Shadow Circus? Song Jian thought to himself, took another look, and directly lifted the skill Abyss Phantom. So it's an old friend. Song Jian laughed. Why? Leader, do you know that person? Zhou Kai asked curiously. Okay, leave this to me. You can go back to the War Alliance, Song Jian said. The reason why Zhou Kai was asked to follow was to prevent the person who was monitoring him from escaping. Now that he has recognized who it is, there is naturally no reason to let Zhou Kai continue to follow. Seeing Zhou Kai suddenly leave, Yuan Peilong didn't care. His target was Song Jian, so he just had to keep an eye on Song Jian. At this moment, Yuan Peilong suddenly saw Song Jian smiling towards him. In the telescope, Song Jian's face was right in front of him, as if he was staring at Yuan Peilong. Oh no! He's found me! Yuan Peilong's hair stood on end. When Song Jian was fighting the boss, he had already realized that Song Jian's strength was not something he could resist. Once he was discovered, he would probably end up miserably. But Yuan Peilong was reluctant to give up this hidden mission that he had finally obtained. While he was struggling, Song Jian had actually discovered him. How could his perception be so high? Yuan Peilong looked shocked, and quickly climbed up from the roof, put away his tools, and wanted to escape into the distance. Song Jian turned into a black shadow, and his speed increased dramatically, rushing towards Yuan Peilong. It took Song Jian only 13 seconds to reach the distance of 200 meters. At this time, Song Jian's skill effect time ended, and his speed slowed down. But he could already see Yuan Peilong's back running away quickly. Still want to run? Song Jian narrowed his eyes, and a pair of steel wings suddenly opened behind him, and his figure flew up and rushed towards Yuan Peilong. Yuan Peilon looked back and exclaimed, and his figure suddenly split into four, fleeing in different directions. Song Jian was stunned. The opponent actually had a skill similar to the Phantom Clone, and it was an advanced skill that could split into three phantoms. Song Jian stopped and floated in the air. The four Yuan Peilons were almost identical, and their speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they ran away without a trace. Chapter 525 Small Town. All attributes increased by 1. This is a pleasant surprise. Before, every day in the Doomsday City, Song Jian could only absorb the essence of the moon for 15 minutes. And Song Jian didn't even feel anything before it ended. The effect was not very good. I didn't expect that after leaving the Doomsday City today, I would gain so much. Perhaps because the moon essence in his body is already abundant. No matter how Song Jian uses the skill of absorbing the moon essence, he can't enter the absorption state. And finally he can only give up. In the middle of the night, Song Jian suddenly felt someone approaching, and immediately became alert. A black shadow was slowly approaching his direction. When it was about 7 or 8 meters away from Song Jian, the shadow stopped. "Who is it?" Song Jian shouted in a low voice, holding the long sword. Who else could it be? Qi Yun saw Song Jian's nervous look, and seemed to be in a very happy mood. He lowered his hood, revealing a dry and thin face. At this time, Qi Yun had removed all the black cloth bandages on his body. His exposed skin was an abnormal blue color, and there was almost no flesh. The whole person looked like a skeleton wrapped in skin. "Why did you come so late? Did the circus not find out your true identity?" Song Jian asked with a frown. "Don't worry about my business. Just do what I told you." Qi Yun stared at Song Jian and said, "It seems that you don't need me to follow the circus all the time. So I'll go directly to the Dark Castle in Shadowfang Mountains and wait for you there." Song Jian said with a gloomy face. "Aren't you curious about this Shadow Circus?" Qi Yun stared at Song Jian with a pair of scarlet eyes, and a smile appeared at the corners of his dry mouth. "It's rare that the shadow crystal they transported has a problem. The high-end combat power of the circus must consume their own strength every day to maintain this shadow crystal. Now is the best time to attack them." Song Jian's heart moved. Qi Yun was right. There were indeed many good things in this circus. If he took out the Ant King ancestor set, it would definitely make people jealous. Moreover, Song Jian knew that there was a full recovery potion in the circus. He had already heard that there was a master alchemist in the circus. This bottle of full recovery potion might have been made by him. After hesitating for a moment, Song Jian finally shook his head and said, "I just want to complete the task as soon as possible and don't want to cause any trouble. Although the contract signed with Qi Yun can be eliminated, Song Jian can't find the blood of blasphemy now, so he can only honestly complete the content of the contract. Hee. Just because you are not interested in the circus doesn't mean that others are not interested either." Qi Yun showed a ferocious smile on his face. Song Jian was stunned and asked quickly, "Do you mean that someone is planning to rob this circus on the road? You know nothing about this Shadow Circus. It is the most valued dragon servant team of the Shadow Dragon." Qi Yun stared at Song Jian meaningfully, and his body slowly turned into a pile of black sand and disappeared. Looking at the place where Qi Yun disappeared, Song Jian showed a thoughtful look on his face. The reason why he did not agree to follow the Shadow Circus was because Song Jian did not think that with his current strength, he could take advantage of the circus. No matter what happens, it is absolutely impossible to reach the Dark Castle in Shadowfang Mountains in the safe zone without a few high-end combat forces. Therefore, no matter what Qi Yun said, Song Jian could not believe that all the high-end combat forces of Shadow Circus would be greatly weakened because of the problem of Shadow Crystal. But if someone really wants to attack the circus halfway, then this is an opportunity for Song Jian. The two of them had only agreed to meet once after leaving Doomsday City. After that, Qi Yun would no longer care about Song Jian's schedule. He only needed to rush to the Dark Castle in Shadowfang Mountains at the specified time. But in fact, Qi Yun had been luring Song Jian to attack the Shadow Circus, and even kept hinting to him that he could gain huge benefits from the Shadow Circus. Maybe it's really like you said. Someone ambushed the circus, and I can take advantage of it and gain some benefits. But Song Jian's eyes became sharp, and he chuckled, "But I don't believe you." Song Jian's figure turned into a ball of black mist and floated away. Behind a rock not far away, Qi Yun's scarlet eyes stared at the ball of black mist flying farther and farther in the air, and a look of disappointment appeared on his face. Song Jian only knew the general direction of Shadowfang Mountains. Qi Yun had given him information about the Dark Castle before. But after coming out, Song Jian realized that without a detailed map, it would be easy to get lost if you just blindly rushed on. After walking in the wild for 3 consecutive days, Song Jian could not see any traces of modern civilization. There were barren gravel lands everywhere, and mutated and corrupted monsters were everywhere. When they saw Song Jian, they pounced on him madly, not caring about the difference in strength between them. This is completely different from the monsters in the Doomsday City. The monsters in the Doomsday City seem to be much more rational than those in the wild. Even the craziest monsters know to avoid powerful players. At first, Song Jian would kill them, but there were too many monsters, so Song Jian became a little impatient. These monsters were of low level, and the experience points they gave were not high. What they dropped was a lot of garbage. Song Jian's baggage bar was limited, and it was impossible to pick up all the garbage. He could only let them be abandoned in the wild. Transformed into black fog, Song Jian flew in the air and continued to fly towards the Shadowfang Mountains. In fact, the air in the wild was more dangerous. Flying monsters were much stronger than land monsters of the same level. Song Jian was cautious along the way. If he encountered a large number of flying monsters, he would cancel the black fog state to avoid them, and wait until the monsters flew away before continuing on his way. On this day, Song Jian suddenly saw an abandoned town in front of him and flew in that direction. In the wild, it is considered good luck to encounter an abandoned town. At least you can find a room to rest in to shelter from the wind and rain. System, you found the garden town and get 2,000 experience points. Outside the garden town is a wide asphalt road. But the road is no longer the same as it was before, and is covered with dense weeds. If you don't look carefully, it's hard to find that there used to be a road here. Near the road, there is a huge arch with the 4 characters Garden Town carved on it. But at this time, the arch has collapsed halfway, leaving only the 2 characters garden. On both sides of the archway are some shops and houses, and the buildings are basically intact. Further in, there is an abandoned square, in the center of which is a huge flower bed full of gorgeous flowers. Song Jian glanced at the flower bed and felt that it looked a little weird, giving him a very uneasy feeling. Just as Song Jian was about to go forward to investigate, a voice suddenly came from behind him. If I were you, I would never go near this flower bed. Chapter 526 Materials. Song Jian turned his head and saw a young man in a black robe holding a bone staff, standing about 5 or 6 meters away from him, looking at him with a smile on his face. The young man had long silver hair, strange purple pupils, and a handsome face, looking only 18 or 19 years old. Beside him stood a skeleton warrior holding a sharp axe, with scarlet eyes that looked a little dull, motionless, and very well behaved. It seemed that he was the summoned creature of the young man. Are you a necromancer? Song Jian asked tentatively. I guess so. Tang Ming looked at Song Jian from head to toe, and the smile on his face became brighter. He asked, Who are you? Why are you here? My name is Song Jian. I'm going to Shadowfang Mountains. I saw a small town here and plan to take a rest here. Song Jian smiled and said, Is this your birthplace? It looks a bit remote. There was no information on the boy's head, and it seemed that he was also a player. There are very few players here. I'm probably the only one born here, Tang Ming said with some regret. Since I entered the game, I have been playing single player and have never communicated with other players. It seems that you are unlucky to end up in such a desolate place. Song Jian shook his head and said, It's okay. At least I'm still alive now. By the way, my name is Tang Ming, and you are the first player I have seen, Tang Ming said. Song Jian nodded, pointed to the flower bed and asked, You just said not to get close to this flower bed. Does that mean this flower bed is dangerous? Yes. Tang Ming nodded and said, There is a level 30 monster hidden inside, which is very powerful. Any creature within 3 meters around the flower bed will be captured and devoured by it. So dangerous? Song Jian raised his eyebrows, wondering if the monster hidden inside has a first-level combat power. If it is just an ordinary level 30 monster, or a boss that has not reached the first-level combat power, then Song Jian is confident that he can kill it. It's not dangerous, as long as you don't get close to it. And it's because of its existence that I can survive in this town, Tang Ming said with lingering fear. Is this town dangerous? Song Jian looked around and asked. It's okay during the day, but at night there will be ghost monsters in the town. And they are very powerful. So I usually try not to go out at night. Tang Ming said, I have never left the 5-kilometer radius of this town. I don't know where the Shadowfang Mountains are. Can you tell me about the outside world? Of course. Song Jian smiled and took another look at the flower garden. Unexpectedly, this monster is actually a protector-like role. Although the monster itself probably doesn't know this. It just hunts all creatures that approach it. But once players master this feature, they will use it to protect themselves. Let's go to my safe house first. It will be dark soon, Tang Ming said to Song Jian, looking at the setting sun. Song Jian nodded, and the two walked towards Tang Ming's safe house together. Tang Ming led Song Jian to a dilapidated 2-story building, pushed the door and walked in. Is this your safe house? Song Jian's eyebrows jumped, and he looked around. This small building was too dilapidated, and there was not even a defensive wall. There was even a big hole in the wall of the first floor, which looked like it had been hit by something heavy. Such a safe house has no defense capability at all. Song Jian really doesn't know how it can withstand the siege of monsters when it was created. If Tang Ming hadn't led him here, Song Jian would never have regarded it as a safe house. To be precise, we haven't entered the real safe house yet. Tang Ming showed a mysterious smile and walked towards a fireplace on the wall of the first floor hall. Song Jian was stunned, and then followed Tang Ming. Sure enough, Tang Ming actually went directly into the abandoned fireplace and disappeared. Song Jian hesitated for a moment and followed him in. Passing through the fireplace, Song Jian felt as if he had passed through a thin layer of bubbles. When he really entered the fireplace, he found that there was a spiral downward stone staircase in front of him. My safe house is actually built underground. It is safer and easier to defend than above, Tang Ming said, walking down the stone steps. On the walls on both sides of the stone steps, there is an embedded magic lamp every few meters, illuminating the stone steps. Soon, the two came to a spacious room along the stone steps. Song Jian looked up and saw that it was about 10 meters above the ground. It was obvious that Tang Ming had spent a lot of effort on this safe house. Please sit down. You are the first player to visit me, Tang Ming said with a smile. Thank you for your hospitality. Otherwise, I would have to spend the night in the wild again today. Song Jian showed a bitter smile on his face. These 2 days in the wild were quite hard. We didn't even dare to light a campfire. We couldn't even eat a hot meal. We could only eat military rations and sleep on trees. Fortunately, it didn't rain these 2 days. Otherwise Song Jian would be in a much worse state than now. Stay as long as you want, Tang Ming said enthusiastically. After a sumptuous dinner, Song Jian came to the bedroom and prepared to rest. As Song Jian entered the room, Tang Ming's face, which was filled with a warm smile, suddenly showed a strange smile. Song Jian looked at this rather simple bedroom, but he always had a strange feeling in his heart. Is Tang Ming a little too enthusiastic towards me? It's a bit abnormal, Song Jian thought to himself, but I haven't seen other players since I entered the game. It's not strange to meet one suddenly. After seeing Song Jian enter the bedroom, Tang Ming came to another room. It looked like a laboratory. The wide test bench was filled with beakers and test tubes. In a palm-sized crucible, a sticky bright red liquid was boiling, and the air was filled with a sweet smell. In the center of the laboratory, there was a complex magic circle, and the lines were constantly shining with light. In the center of the magic circle, there was a huge crystal trough similar to a coffin. From the outside, it seemed that there was a person lying in the crystal trough. Looking at the crystal grass, Tang Ming smiled, patted the skeleton warrior who had been guarding him, and said softly, "You will have another partner soon. Today is my lucky day. Not only will I get another skeleton warrior, but I also got a material that has the potential to become a skeleton general." Chapter 527 White Bone Bead. It was late at night. Song Jian was lying on the bed sleeping quietly, his chest rising and falling slightly, and he seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. At this time, the door of the bedroom was slowly opened without making any sound. A figure wrapped in a black robe appeared at the door, and behind him, 2 skeleton warriors holding axes exuded a creepy glow. Tang Ming looked at Song Jian, who was sleeping soundly, and a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He had already sprinkled some medicine that helped sleep in this bedroom in advance. The smell was very light, and it was difficult for ordinary people to detect it. This medicine has no harm or side effects to the human body. It will only make the sleeping person sleep more deeply. Even the most alert people will not find its existence. Shadow binding. Tang Ming waved his right hand, and a gray breath burst out from the bone staff, silently flying towards Song Jian on the bed. The moment it touched Song Jian, it immediately turned into a black shrinking chain, tightly binding Song Jian. Seeing Song Jian tied tightly, Tang Ming smiled proudly. Ha ha ha. It worked. Song Jian, let me teach you a lesson today. This game is very dangerous. Don't lose your guard against strangers. Looking at Song Jian, who couldn't move, Tang Ming was delighted. Come on. When I first saw you, I knew you were very strong. So you will definitely be able to become my most powerful skeleton warrior. At this moment, Song Jian on the bed suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards Tang Ming. A strange smile suddenly appeared on his face. Tang Ming was startled, as if he had thought of something. His face changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. Earth teeth. A fawn-shaped air mass flew towards Tang Ming from under the bed, and a sharp whistling sound came from the air. Block it, Tang Ming roared, and a skeleton warrior behind him suddenly took a step forward and blocked Tang Ming with his body. Boom! This attack of the earth teeth actually triggered a critical hit. The skeleton warrior's body suddenly shook, and a thigh bone shattered with a crack. A damage number of more than 200 points floated above his head. Damn it! This is the skeleton warrior I created with great difficulty. And you actually broke its leg bones. A trace of anger appeared on Tang Ming's face, and he controlled another skeleton warrior and rushed towards Song Jian. Looking at Song Jian tied to the bed with black chains, Tang Ming also realized that it seemed that the trapped one was just a clone of Song Jian, and the real Song Jian should be hiding under the bed. Sword shadow step. Broken wing dance. A black shadow rushed out from under the bed and swung the sword at the two skeleton warriors. Song Jian had noticed something wrong as soon as he entered the bedroom, but he did not suspect Tang Ming. He just felt uneasy in his heart and could not sleep well, so he did not fall asleep. When he heard the deliberately low footsteps outside the door at night, Song Jian suddenly realized that Tang Ming had ill intentions towards him, so he immediately cast a phantom clone. Let the clone lie on the bed, and hid under the bed. Unexpectedly, Tang Ming really wanted to harm him. Song Jian took a look at the black chain on the phantom clone and found that he couldn't even cancel the phantom, as if the phantom was completely imprisoned. Hearing Tang Ming's words, Song Jian's heart suddenly became angry. You actually used the player's body to create a skeleton warrior. Tang Ming waved his staff and released a shadow arrow towards Song Jian, controlling two skeleton warriors to slash at Song Jian. Hee. I made their bodies into immortal skeleton warriors. They should feel honored. Tang Ming showed a sinister smile on his face, took out a bone bead from his arms, and threw it at Song Jian. Song Jian and the two skeleton warriors stood together. The strength of these two skeleton warriors was roughly equivalent to that of ordinary monsters at level 20, and they could not stop Song Jian at all. Every time Song Jian chopped the skeleton warrior with his sword, deep marks would be cut. In a short while, the skeleton warrior's body was broken beyond recognition, and the blood value was less than 1/3. Seeing Tang Ming throwing a bone bead at him, Song Jian suddenly felt a creepy sense of threat and released the ice shield without hesitation. Boom! The bone bead suddenly exploded in the air. Song Jian felt a strong impact of qi. The ice shield was instantly broken. His body seemed to be hit by hundreds of bone fragments, and he felt a series of stabbing pains. Song Jian's whole body was thrown backwards by the qi and hit the wall of the bedroom. He felt uncomfortable and wanted to vomit. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood before he felt better. Looking at the damage, the explosion just now directly caused Song Jian to lose more than 600 points of qi and health. The power was greater than the improved self-destruct robot and high-explosive grenade. However, dozens of damage-immune battle prompts appeared in the battle information bar, which surprised Song Jian. System: you receive splash damage from the explosion of bone beads. After the defense reduction of yourself and your equipment, the damage is less than 15 points. The talent skill Thick Skin takes effect, and the damage is immune. System: you receive splash damage from the explosion of bone beads. After the defense reduction of yourself and your equipment, the damage is less than 15 points. The nothingness special effect of the ghost leather armor is triggered. The damage is immune, and the next damage will be reduced by 50%. System: you receive splash damage from the explosion of bone beads. After the defense reduction of yourself and your equipment, the damage is less than 15 points. The talent skill Thick Skin takes effect, and the damage is immune. Song Jian was slightly surprised by the series of immune damage. Looking at the dozens of bone fragments on his body, Song Jian estimated that if he was not immune to so many damages, the damage caused by these bone fragments would be higher than the explosion just now. If it weren't for the damage reduction this time, a bone bead could actually cause thousands of points of damage. If it was a player with a weaker health value, it would be killed instantly. Song Jian couldn't help but be amazed and thought to himself. However, the smaller the surrounding space of this kind of splash damage item is, the greater the power is. If it is in an open place, the splash power will be greatly reduced. Seeing Song Jian still standing there with a bone bead, Tang Ming showed surprise in his eyes. Sure enough, he is the skeleton warrior I like. His physical fitness is amazing. Ha ha ha. The better the physical fitness of the material, the greater the success rate of making a skeleton warrior. It seems that today is really my lucky day. As he said, Tang Ming took out 3 bone beads from his arms. He hesitated for a moment, and a look of pain appeared in his eyes. But soon he made up his mind, gritted his teeth, and threw the 3 bone beads towards Song Jian. Chapter 528 Destroyed. Song Jian was frightened when he saw 3 white bone beads flying towards him. His bloodthirsty shield opened instantly, and at the same time, a pair of steel wings stretched out from his back, protecting his body tightly. Boom! 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 The bloodthirsty shield exploded, and a crackling sound like rain hitting banana leaves came from the steel wings, and misses appeared one after another from Song Jian's head. As soon as the steel wings opened, the defense power was instantly improved by a large margin, and it was automatically immune to damage below 50 points. In addition to Song Jian's innate skills, if it could not cause more than 65 points of damage to Song Jian, then there would be no damage to him at all. The moment the bloodthirsty shield was broken, Song Jian's health value increased by more than 500 points, directly replenishing the previously lost health value. Tang Ming's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe what he saw. Just now, he threw a bone bead, which could cause more than 500 damage to Song Jian. Now he threw 3 at once, not to mention killing the opponent instantly. At least, he could beat Song Jian to the point of near death. Why didn't the opponent receive any damage, but his health value was fully restored? Could it be that my 3 bone beads still have a healing effect? Song Jian felt the effect of the bone bead disappear, and rushed forward suddenly. An icy path appeared under his feet, passing through the middle of the 2 skeleton warriors, and slashed at Tang Ming with a long sword in his hand. Death Shield. Tang Ming was not in a hurry. He held the bone staff for a while, and a gray light shield instantly appeared on the surface of his body. Looking at Song Jian, who rushed over, Tang Ming smiled, embraced death. My skeleton warrior, feel the power of death. One day, you will understand its greatness. The death shield is one of Tang Ming's most powerful defense methods. Any living creature, once attacking the death shield, will be eroded by the power of death, and its own attributes will decrease by 30%. And the defense of the death shield is as high as 1,200 points. Even with the white bone beads, 2 beads are needed to break its defense. Watching Song Jian swinging his sword to chop at the death shield, Tang Ming seemed to have seen the opponent's weakness. A complete body is a prerequisite for making a skeleton warrior. After Song Jian became weak, it would be easier for Tang Ming to obtain the opponent's complete body. Bang! With a crisp sound of breaking, the red fire heart ape sword easily tore through the defense of the death shield and chopped Tang Ming's shoulder fiercely. A stream of black blood spurted out, and Tang Ming felt the severe pain from his shoulder, and suddenly felt unreal. How could this be? Then, Tang Ming saw the deep scar on his shoulder that could be seen to the bone, and he became furious. I will kill you and sink your soul into the flames of hell, roasting it for 100 years. 1,000 years. Tang Ming gritted his teeth, and his body suddenly turned into a pool of black blood, seeping into the ground and disappearing. The 2 skeleton warriors still rushed towards Song Jian. Without Tang Ming's command, these 2 puppets were not as good as ordinary monsters of the same level. Song Jian quickly chopped them into a pile of broken bones. Such skeleton warriors must have a certain number to show their power. The endless sea of skeletons in the wilderness is a scene that can scare any profession. But unfortunately, with Tang Ming's strength, it will take a long time to reach this level, and it may never happen in his hands. Seeing the black marks left on the ground, Song Jian couldn't help but frown. Tang Ming's method was too strange. He could easily turn into blood and merge into the ground. It was too difficult to kill him. This is Tang Ming's safe house. He can't leave here. Besides, isn't it said that there are ghosts and monsters outside this town at night? Song Jian believes that Tang Ming must still be in this safe house, and has not escaped far. Song Jian searched in this safe house. Soon, he came to Tang Ming's laboratory. As soon as he entered this room, Song Jian felt a strong power of death. This kind of smell similar to the rotting corpse made any living creature feel uncomfortable. Song Jian did not move any items on the test bench. He was always cautious about things he did not understand. The nutrient tank in the center of the laboratory had been opened, and there was still some thick green nutrient solution inside. The strong power of death was emanating from this nutrient tank. Song Jian took a look and found that the entire set of experimental equipment here was actually a set of blue-quality skeleton warrior transformation instruments, which could transform the player's corpse into a skeleton warrior. The corpse of a powerful player had a certain chance of being transformed into a skeleton warrior, and there was even a very small chance that the player's corpse could be transformed into a skeleton king. However, the probability of transformation of this set of instruments was reduced. Even for the lowest level skeleton warrior, there was only a 10% success rate, and each transformation took 7 days. Song Jian saw a cabinet on the left wall of the laboratory. He opened it, and was shocked to see a row of corpses inside. After a closer look, these were all corpses of players below level 20. You know, once a player dies, only an item box will be left. I don't know how Tang Ming has kept these player corpses until now. I'm afraid this guy is also a psychopath in the real world. Song Jian couldn't help feeling sick when he looked at the player corpses. He looked ugly and thought to himself, if I destroy this place, I wonder what Tang Ming's face will be like. I'm really looking forward to it. Song Jian raised his mouth slightly, took out 2 high-explosive grenades from the parcel column, and placed them under the test bench and the nutrient tank. There was nothing worth seeing in the entire safe house. The only set of skull transformation equipment that was somewhat valuable was not used by Song Jian, so he decided to destroy it. When he arrived at the stone steps leading out of the safe house, Song Jian took out a self-destructing robot and controlled it to walk towards the laboratory. Sword Shadow Step. Song Jian turned into a black shadow and rushed out of the safe house. 2 high-explosive grenades and the power of a self-destructing robot could definitely blow the safe house up into the sky. Song Jian didn't want to be affected. Boom! The entrance door of the safe house was split open with a sword, and Song Jian's figure was as fast as lightning, quickly rushing out of the town. Before leaving the town, Song Jian felt the ground begin to shake violently. A dull explosion sounded behind him. The strong air force shook down all the houses around the safe house, and huge cracks appeared on the cement road. Song Jian was unstable and stumbled to the ground. Looking behind him, the place where Tang Ming's safe house was originally had become a sunken deep pit. No! A shrill roar came from Tang Ming behind him, and a black shadow slowly floated into the air. Tang Ming was in a mess at this time. He did not expect that Song Jian had high explosive grenades and self-destructing robots on him. He was not careful for a moment, and he was also affected and blown out while hiding underground. Chapter 529 Death Thorns. Tang Ming's black robe was spread out like a bat's wings, but there were several holes on it, and there were some burn marks on the edge of the robe. At this time, Tang Ming's blood value was less than 60%. His face was full of anger, staring at Song Jian and gritting his teeth. Tang Ming didn't care about such a serious injury. Even if he abandoned this body, Tang Ming could exist in another form. But the safe house was destroyed, especially the laboratory, where the instruments that had been collected with great difficulty were completely destroyed. This was the pain that made Tang Ming feel heartbroken. I'm going to kill you! I'm going to kill you! I'm going to let you know how miserable it is to anger a death summoner! Tang Ming roared, and began to recite the spell of death magic. And at the same time, the bone staff in his hand began to emit a gray light. Death thorns, take the life of the enemy in front of me, Tang Ming shouted in a low voice, and pointed the bone staff in his hand at the ground. Voila! A sound of breaking the ground sounded, and a strong breath of death rushed into the sky, like a black beam of light. And then the black beam of light began to twist, as if a black giant snake began to wake up. Voila! The black light column suddenly extended countless tentacles outward, and then turned into a huge thorn vine. At the top of this thorn vine, which was as thick as a bucket, a big mouth full of fangs stretched out a blood-red tongue towards Song Jian. Swish! This vine full of death power was covered with sharp thorns more than a foot long. As it danced, these thorns easily scratched the walls of the surrounding houses. And it looked harder than metal. What the hell is this? Song Jian frowned slightly. He suddenly felt that there were some energy bodies full of malicious intent around him. Approaching him. Vertical eyes. Song Jian opened an eye with silver light between his eyebrows and looked around. Sure enough, around Song Jian, transparent humanoid souls were slowly gathering towards his location. These souls had ferocious faces, crazy and greedy looks in their eyes, without a trace of consciousness. Is this the ghost monster Tang Ming mentioned? Song Jian whispered. Death Ghost. Level 25. Health value, 3000/3000. Characteristics, physical attack immunity. Song Jian, you can't escape. Tang Ming clenched his fist fiercely, and the death thorn vines let out a sharp roar and rushed towards Song Jian quickly. Walala. The thorn vines, like black giant snakes, slithered along the ground, leaving deep marks on the ground. Song Jian did not retreat but advanced, holding the sword with both hands and raising it above his head. And a dazzling golden light burst out from the dark red sword. Light slash. With a sharp shout, Song Jian swung the sword in his hand forward suddenly. And suddenly a bright golden sword light, like a wave, slashed towards the death thorn vines. The moment the golden sword energy bloomed, the death ghosts around Song Jian suddenly let out a sharp howl, as if they had encountered something terrible, screaming and fleeing in all directions. Some of the slower death ghosts, their bodies seemed to be made of wax, slowly dissolving. The golden sword energy easily tore through the defense of the death thorn vine, almost cutting it in half. Thick black blood gushed out from the wound like a fountain, and the death thorn vine twisted its body violently, making a series of shrill screams. Holy power? Humph! Do you think those gods are really reliable? Only death is the real eternity. Tang Ming roared, waved his bone staff, and released a shadow arrow towards Song Jian. Holy parry! Song Jian held the long sword across his chest, and a ball of energy emitting gray light hit him. Song Jian was shocked, and a golden light flashed. His body fell backwards and stood firmly on the ground. The shadow arrow disappeared, and a moment later, another shadow arrow appeared out of thin air at the place where it collided with the long sword, shooting towards Tang Ming. Tang Ming showed a look of surprise on his face, and seemed a little flustered. Bang! A long energy arrow emitting gray light instantly came in front of Tang Ming and pierced Tang Ming's chest fiercely. Tang Ming's body trembled slightly, and a corrosive sound came from his chest. A mouthful of blood surged up from his chest, but he swallowed it with all his might. But a trace of black blood still slowly seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Lightning strike! Song Jian just glanced at Tang Ming in the air, jumped up, and the long sword in his hand flashed with lightning. 3 lightning-like sword auras slashed fiercely on the death thorn vine, and immediately split the already dying death thorn vine into 2 pieces. The death thorn vine that was split into 2 pieces did not die immediately. Instead, it was like a snake, and both pieces kept jumping on the ground. The front half even had a big mouth, trying to bite Song Jian fiercely, but was chopped away by Song Jian's sword. Seeing that the death thorn was useless, Tang Ming's face became gloomy. He swung the bone staff in his hand fiercely, and a strong breath of death emanated from him, condensing into large patches of black clouds in the air. This is my home court. Tang Ming waved the bone staff and pointed at Song Jian. The black clouds above his head suddenly rolled like boiling water. In the clouds, there seemed to be a huge monster swimming constantly. Humph! You're just being mysterious. Song Jian snorted coldly, leaped up, spread his iron wings behind him, and rushed towards Tang Ming with sword skills. Bang! The dark red long sword in Song Jian's hand collided fiercely with Tang Ming's bone staff, and Song Jian exerted force with both arms and pressed towards Tang Ming. At this time, Song Jian's strength attribute has exceeded 50 points. Not to mention Tang Ming, a magic profession. Even a melee profession known for strength may not be as good as Song Jian. The long sword pressed the bone staff and slashed towards Tang Ming. Wow! You have great strength. Looking at the long sword less than a few centimeters away from his face, Tang Ming could even feel the coldness from the blade of the red fire heart ape sword. But there was no panic on his face. Looking at Song Jian's eyes, there was a hint of teasing. Song Jian was startled and suddenly used the kick skill. His right leg kicked Tang Ming's lower abdomen fiercely. His iron wings shook and his body suddenly jumped back. Just as he jumped back, the black cloud above his head suddenly rolled into a black skeleton dragon, and its sharp front claws grabbed the place where Song Jian had been standing before. Just when the skeleton dragon's claws were about to touch Song Jian's body, the iron wings flipped, and Song Jian drew an arc in the air and dodged the attack. Is it a bit too late to dodge now? Tang Ming stared at Song Jian's figure in the air and uttered a few syllables quickly. The black skeleton dragon, which was more than 10 meters long, turned over in the air and pounced on Song Jian. Chapter 530 Skeleton Dragon. This skeleton dragon is not a real dragon, but a simulated one created by Tang Ming using magic. However, the power of this skeleton dragon is not much weaker than that of a real dragon. Puff. Tang Ming spat out another mouthful of blood. At this time, his magic power had been exhausted. His blood value had lost 10%, and he was still in a weak state. The price of all this was just to summon a skeleton dragon for 30 seconds. This was Tang Ming's most powerful move, which could only be used when facing a life and death situation. He believed that no matter how powerful Song Jian was, he could not last more than 30 seconds in front of this skeleton dragon. Huh? The skeleton dragon blew a gray dragon breath at Song Jian. The dragon breath filled with the power of death left a long-lasting mark in the air, as if corroding a large area of the void. Song Jian's heart trembled, and he didn't dare to be arrogant. He quickly waved his iron wings to dodge to the side. Just as he stabilized his body, the skeleton dragon controlled its tail like a bone hammer and smashed towards him fiercely. Boom! Song Jian watched a group of black shadows rushing towards him. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. At this time, he heard the sharp whistling sound of the skeleton dragon's tail cutting through the sky. Like a stone, Song Jian fell from the air to the ground, hitting the ground hard, splashing dust. This attack caused Song Jian to lose more than 500 points of chi and health, and a fracture adverse effect was hung in the status bar. Ahem. Song Jian's mouth was full of blood foam, and there was a sharp pain in his chest. His lungs seemed to be on fire. The broken sternum seemed to have pierced his lungs, making him feel a tearing pain in his lungs every time he took a breath. Surgical treatment. Song Jian raised his right hand, and a white light enveloped him, and then all gathered in his chest, and the broken bones returned to normal in an instant. Boom! The skeleton dragon fell from the sky, stirring up dust on the ground, and walked towards Song Jian step by step. This big guy is no match, Song Jian thought to himself. In the fight just now, Song Jian had already discovered the strength of this skeleton dragon. Whether in terms of strength or speed, it was far beyond the first-level combat power, and he was simply unable to fight it now. Tang Ming has not even reached the first-level combat power. How could he summon such a terrifying skeleton dragon? Song Jian was full of doubts. He had also encountered an orc shaman before, who exhausted all his blood and spirit to summon the right palm of a giant beast, but could not summon all the giant beasts. But at this moment, Song Jian felt that the aura of this skeleton dragon was very similar to that of the giant beast before. It is impossible that he has not consumed any energy to summon such a terrifying dragon. This should be his weakest time. I just need to kill him, and this summon will naturally disappear. Song Jian thought of this, and a white light flashed under his feet. His figure shot towards Tang Ming like an arrow, and a cold ice trail appeared under his feet. The most direct way to deal with a powerful summon is to kill the person who summoned it. As long as the summoner dies, the summon will lose the meaning of continuing to exist in this world. Tang Ming saw Song Jian rushing towards him, with a disdainful smile on his face. Even if he was powerless at this moment, the skeleton dragon would not let anyone hurt him at all. Sure enough, just when Song Jian was about to rush to Tang Ming, he suddenly felt a great threat and quickly turned over to hide to the side. Boom! With a loud bang, a bone hammer fell from the sky and hit the place where Song Jian had just rushed. A deep pit of more than 6 meters appeared on the ground. If Song Jian did not dodge and continued to rush forward, this blow would directly smash Song Jian into a pool of meat paste. Damn it! Song Jian looked ugly, raised his head, and glanced at Tang Ming, who was only 5 or 6 meters away from him, with an unwilling look in his eyes. At this time, the skeleton dragon was guarding Tang Ming, and there was no way to break through the dragon's protection and hurt Tang Ming. Song Jian, just give up on this idea. You can't kill me. Just wait for me to lead the skeleton army to flatten the safe house you created in the future. Tang Ming showed a trace of madness on his face, and laughed arrogantly. Song Jian narrowed his eyes, and stared at Tang Ming. In his heart, he had already sentenced the other party to death. But now this skeleton dragon really made him feel difficult. So he could only retreat temporarily, and wait for a chance to come back in the future. Just when Song Jian was thinking of retreating, a dragon roar suddenly sounded in his heart. In the pet space, the sleeping black dragon cub had awakened at this time. The awakened black dragon cub looked a little weak. After all, a lot of blood was extracted to shape the body of the blood wizard Wallace. It was good enough that the black dragon cub did not drop in rank. He could only find some treasures to replenish it in the future. Thinking of this, Song Jian was suddenly stunned. He had collected a legendary herb, 7-star fragments, in the sheltering black fog before. This herb is one of the main ingredients of the breaking tribulation pill, and taking it directly can also improve the qualifications of pets, which is extremely beneficial to pets. Although he didn't know what the breaking tribulation pill was, Song Jian knew that no one would believe that the pill that used legendary herbs as the main material was rubbish. However, the tribulation breaking pill was too far away from him, and the second effect of the 7 stars fragments could be exerted now. Thinking of this, Song Jian directly gave the 7 stars fragments to the black dragon cub. Immediately, a herb with 7 leaves, green all over, like a jade carving, appeared in the pet space. The black dragon cub had just woken up and seemed a little listless. Suddenly, he smelled the fragrance of the herb and looked up. The moment his golden vertical pupils saw the 7 stars fragments, they flashed with excitement and swallowed the 7 stars fragments into his stomach. Swish, swish, swish. The black dragon cub's body suddenly burst into golden light, and its body began to expand rapidly. The scales on its body also began to become white and thick. Its body height increased by more than double from less than 3 meters before, reaching a height of nearly 7 meters. Just one herb allowed the black dragon cub to grow directly from the juvenile stage to the adolescent stage, and its level also jumped directly from level 15 to level 30, which was higher than the level of its master Song Jian. Song Jian's heart moved, and he quickly summoned the black dragon cub, the mighty and majestic black dragon cub. No, it was no longer a cub now. This was the first time that the black dragon came out of the pet space after waking up, and it seemed particularly excited. It raised its head and roared, and the sound waves vibrated in the air. Some ghost monsters around were actually directly shattered into pieces. The remaining ghost monsters looked at the black dragon with fear in their eyes, and turned around and fled. After a while, there was not even a ghost monster in the area of hundreds of meters. The skeleton dragon seemed to feel that its dignity was challenged, and it also roared at the black dragon. How? How is it possible? A real dragon? Tang Ming's eyes showed a look of surprise. But then, his face showed ecstasy. Dragon? A real dragon? If I can have its body, I can already create a real powerful skeleton dragon. Not this one. Tang Ming licked his lips, and his eyes showed a greedy look. Chapter 531 Town Guardian. Kill him! Kill him! As long as you kill him, this black dragon will be mine. Tang Ming's eyes gradually turned red, and his face became ferocious. Even a level 30 black dragon can't be the opponent of my skeleton dragon. As long as you kill Tang Ming, this black dragon will be mine. Song Jian, do you think you can kill me by summoning this adolescent black dragon? As long as you can't kill me today, you will live in my nightmare forever. One day, my skeleton army will be everywhere in this game. By then, you won't even have a place to hide. Song Jian raised his eyebrows and said disdainfully, after such a long time, you have only transformed 2 skeleton warriors. By the time you have a skeleton army, I am afraid I have become a god. Tang Ming's face was gloomy. The transformation success rate was low, and the transformation time was long. In particular, the materials for transforming skeleton warriors were very difficult to obtain. Players' corpses were required. All these limited the number of skeleton warriors. At this time, the skeleton dragon had already pounced on Song Jian. The black dragon roared, jumped up, and fought with the skeleton dragon. The 2 behemoths bit and fought each other in midair. The aftermath of the battle continued to destroy the buildings in the town. At this moment, in the bright flower bed at the entrance of the town, a pair of emerald green eyes suddenly opened and looked up into the air. The noise of the 2 dragons fighting was so loud that it had disturbed the guardian of the town. Song Jian, as long as you hand over this black dragon to me, you can gain my friendship. Tang Ming licked his lips and said, "Hee hee." Song Jian laughed dumbly. Did Tang Ming think he was a 3-year-old child? So easy to fool? Die! Song Jian waved his sword and rushed towards Tang Ming. Without the protection of the skeleton dragon, Tang Ming was like fat meat on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. Tang Ming saw Song Jian rushing over, gritted his teeth, took out a scroll from the parcel column, tore it open, and threw it towards Tang Yuan. Death Cloud. The torn magic scroll turned into a ball of death energy and flew towards Song Jian. Ice Shield. A light blue ice shield appeared on the surface of Song Jian's body, carrying this ball of death energy and rushing towards Tang Ming. Swish. As soon as the shield came into contact with the death cloud, the surface made a corrosion and burning sound, and the defense level dropped rapidly. Tang Ming saw that Song Jian actually rushed over directly, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes, and he quickly retreated. "Kill me, and you will be hunted down by the scythe of death," Tang Ming said hurriedly, with a panicked look in his eyes. Song Jian swung the sword in his hand without any hesitation, and slashed at Tang Ming fiercely. Ah! Tang Ming screamed, and a damage of more than 600 points floated above his head. For a magic professional, more than 600 points of damage is enough to make him drink a pot. Feeling that the summoner was threatened, the skeleton dragon slapped the black dragon with one claw, rolled up its body, and rushed towards Song Jian. "Get out of the way!" Song Jian's eyes were sharp, and he turned around and slashed out a golden sword energy. Light Slash. The Light Slash, which is full of divine power, is the nemesis of death energy. The skeleton dragon received the blow head-on and immediately let out a shrill scream. Its huge body was like being hit by a heavy hammer and rolled back. Tang Ming took the opportunity to turn around and flee to the flower garden at the entrance of the town. The reason why he was able to survive in this abandoned town in the wild for so long was because there was a neutral monster in the town. Every time Tang Ming encountered an invincible monster, he would lead it to the flower garden in the town and kill it with the help of this neutral monster. This time, Tang Ming also wanted to repeat the same trick and lead Song Jian to the flower garden and kill him. As long as he killed Song Jian, he would not only get a player corpse that could be transformed into a skeleton warrior, but also a black dragon. When the time came, he would make the black dragon into a real skeleton dragon. Then Tang Ming's strength would leap to become the top player in the game. When approaching the flower garden, Tang Ming took out a bottle of medicine from the parcel column and poured it directly into his mouth. Soon, the effect of the medicine appeared, and Tang Ming showed a painful look on his face. But he still gritted his teeth and persisted. After a while, Tang Ming's body slowly became translucent, like a ghost, and the power of death emanated from his body. At this time, Tang Ming could no longer feel the breath of a living person from him. "Come on, chase me. Then you will know what it means to be worse than death." Tang Ming looked back at Song Jian, who was chasing him, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. At this moment, a green vine as thick as a bucket emerged from the flower bed. Mysterious black runes appeared on the surface of the vine, and it was densely flashing with light, which made people feel dizzy at a glance. The vine seemed to be unable to sense Tang Ming's breath, and it spread out from the flower bed silently like a snake. Song Jian chased after him, and saw Tang Ming turned into a translucent appearance. He saw him standing next to the flower bed with a fearless look, and suddenly remembered what Tang Ming said before, that there seemed to be a powerful monster in this flower bed. And he stopped immediately, seeing that Song Jian did not chase after him. Tang Ming was slightly disappointed, and sneered at Song Jian and said, "You can't kill me." "That's not necessarily true," Song Jian said, and took out 2 high-explosive grenades from the parcel column. Tang Ming's face suddenly changed. He had felt the power of high-explosive grenades before. Even if he hid underground, he was driven out by the aftermath of the explosion. Song Jian looked at the grenades, hesitated for a moment, and put them back. The materials for high-explosive grenades were not easy to collect. There were only 3 left in Song Jian's parcel column, and he was reluctant to give them up. Then, Song Jian took out a self-destruct robot, controlled it, and walked towards the flower garden. The sprocket of the self-destruct robot kept rolling and rushed towards Tang Ming quickly. Tang Ming let out a terrified cry and quickly bypassed the flower garden to hide in the distance. The power of the self-destruct robot is greater than that of a high-explosive grenade. Once the self-destruct robot gets close, Tang Ming, who is in a weak state, will probably be killed instantly. Boom! The violent explosion set off a roar beside the flower bed. Tang Ming felt as if his back was hit by a heavy truck. He rolled forward, feeling severe pain all over his body. His bones seemed to be shattered and broken one by one. His mind was buzzing, and his head was about to explode. At this time, Tang Ming was half naked. His equipment had been damaged a lot. His body was covered with burn marks. His limbs were twitching involuntarily, and he seemed to have entered a dying state, only half a step away from real death. At this moment, a shrill roar suddenly came from the flower bed, and several vines as thick as buckets suddenly rushed into the sky, entangled and condensed in midair, and finally formed a sturdy plant with a diameter of more than 10 meters. Chapter 532 100-Eyed Vine Tree. Song Jian's self-destruct robot was chasing Tang Ming, and exploded when it reached the flower bed. Almost all the power was borne by the flower bed, and Tang Ming only bore some of the aftermath. The flower bed, originally built with blue bricks, had collapsed by now, and the soil inside was also splashed out. The colorful flowers were now like withered flowers and willows, and like the soil, they were scattered everywhere around. This directly angered the town guardian in the flower bed, and several blue vines as thick as buckets rose from the ground, swirling and entangled with each other in midair, forming a big tree. This tree has twisted roots and gnarled branches. Every green vine is covered with eyes of all sizes, which look very scary when these hundreds of eyes stared at Song Jian. Even Song Jian felt his scalp tingling and could not help but step back. 100-Eyed Vine Tree. Level 30. Neutral. First level combat power. Blood value 14,000/14,000. Status enraged. 14,000 blood value. Song Jian suddenly felt shocked. A level 30 monster, even a lord level monster, could not have 14,000 blood value. Could it be that the tree monster in front of him was far more powerful than the lord level monster? Swish. A vine as thick as an arm whipped towards Song Jian like a whip, and Song Jian subconsciously swung his sword to block it. Bang. A strong force came, and Song Jian felt a sharp pain in his arm. His 5 fingers loosened, and the red fire-hard monkey sword was spun and flew out. How could this happen? Song Jian retreated quickly, with a look of horror on his face. The attributes of this tree monster completely crushed him in terms of strength. Fighting it will kill you. Song Jian had an epiphany in his mind, and he immediately lost the intention to fight this tree monster. With a wave of his right hand, the red fire-hard monkey sword that had been inserted diagonally into the ground flew towards Song Jian, as if controlled by an invisible hand, and was grasped by Song Jian. It looks like there's no way to kill him today. Song Jian looked at the semi-conscious Tang Ming with hatred, feeling a little annoyed. At this time, Tang Ming was lying in the attack range of the 100-Eyed Vine Tree. Even if he only had one breath left, an ordinary sword would kill him. But Song Jian couldn't cut him with this sword. It's a pity. If I had the ability to attack from a distance. Song Jian sighed inwardly. The palm sword user belongs to the swordsman profession, and all skills are only melee or semi-ranged. Among all the skills, the range of the ground tooth is the farthest, reaching 12 meters. But even so, it is still within the warning range of the 100-Eyed Vine Tree. Once Song Jian enters the 12-meter range, he will first have to bear the attack of the 100-Eyed Vine Tree. At this moment, an angry roar suddenly came from the sky. At this time, the skeleton dragon had already pressed the black dragon under it. The black dragon was covered in blood, and even the roots of its fangs were full of blood. At this time, one of the skeleton dragon's front claws was grabbing the black dragon's neck, and the other giant claw had already pressed towards the black dragon's head. But at this moment, the skeleton dragon's summoning time was up, and 30 seconds passed in a flash. Looking at the black dragon, who was struggling desperately, and still refused to admit defeat, the skeleton dragon let out an angry roar, and the figure slowly became illusory. The black dragon turned over, flapped its wings, looked around, and showed a confused look in its eyes. But soon, it gave up looking for the skeleton dragon's figure, turned around and flew towards Song Jian. Before Song Jian called, the black dragon turned into a black shadow and automatically entered the pet space. Song Jian glanced at the black dragon. At this time, the black dragon was seriously injured, with less than 1/3 of its blood value. As soon as it entered the pet space, it lay down and fell into a deep sleep. The pet space has the function of slowly healing, as long as the pet does not die immediately, no matter how serious the injury is. It can slowly recover after entering the pet space. After closing the pet space, Song Jian looked towards Tang Ming's position. At this time, Tang Ming had actually woken up from his coma. Although he was in a mess, Tang Ming had a triumphant smile on his face. "Song Jian," I said, "you can't kill me." After Tang Ming laughed, a ferocious look appeared on his face. I said, "From now on, you will live in my nightmare forever. Wait. One day, my skeleton army will flatten your safe house and present your body in front of me. My skeleton warrior." Song Jian stared at Tang Ming's eyes with a calm expression and said, "I also said that I will kill you." Tang Ming was startled and suddenly felt a strong threat emerging from his heart. Impossible. In the vigilance range of the guardian of this town. What means can he use to kill me? Tang Ming suddenly felt a panic in his heart. At this moment, the 100-eyed vine tree suddenly trembled violently, and a shrill roar came from the tree. The vines as thick as arms at the roots of the tree made a sharp sound of breaking through the air and stabbed towards Tang Ming. Tang Ming was shocked, but he soon found that the target of these vines was not him. On my back, Tang Ming was about to turn around, and suddenly felt a pain in his chest. He looked down and saw a dark red sword tip emerging from his chest. This is Song Jian's weapon. How did he do it? Tang Ming held the sword tip tightly with his right hand and looked up. Song Jian in the distance was looking at him with a cold face, and the red fire heart ape sword in his hand was tightly held in his hand. It was his phantom clone. I was careless. Tang Ming suddenly understood. His knees softened, and he fell to the ground, at the same time that the abyss phantom clone stabbed Tang Ming. It was also stabbed by the roots and vines, and was directly torn into pieces. However, at this time, the phantom clone had completed its mission, so it didn't matter if it disappeared. When I was unconscious just now, the shadow bondage had already dissipated. Tang Ming's mouth spurted blood, and a wave of regret surged in his heart. If he hadn't been unconscious just now and lost control of the shadow bondage, Song Jian's phantom clone would still be tied to the bed in the basement, buried deep underground with the entire safe house. Because of the shadow restraint, even if the duration of the abyss phantom clone expired, it could not disappear and could only be trapped underground. But after losing the shadow restraint, the abyss phantom clone was just a ball of energy, floating directly out of the ground and launching a suicidal attack on Tang Ming. Ahem. Song Jian, if you kill me, you will not be better off. The scythe of death will not let you go. From now on, you will live in constant fear of being hunted down. Ha. Tang Ming's laughter stopped abruptly, and his body suddenly fell forward and fell heavily to the ground. Soon, the effect of the potion he took disappeared, and his body returned to normal. At this time, a thick vine stretched out, rolled up Tang Ming's body, and slowly pulled it into the flower bed that had collapsed for the most part. Chapter 533 Hunting. Seeing Tang Ming completely dead, even his body was swept away by the 100-eyed vine as fertilizer, Song Jian's face suddenly revealed a look of relief. It's finally over. Using the player's body to make a skeleton warrior is simply perverted. Song Jian breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, Song Jian suddenly received a system prompt, and his face changed drastically. System, you killed a member of the Death Scythe organization, and your relationship with the Death Scythe organization has dropped to hatred. The Death Scythe will send assassins to hunt you down. You must resist the other party's pursuit 3 times before the other party will temporarily give up hunting you. How could this happen? What kind of organization is this Death Scythe? Song Jian frowned. There are various forces in the game. Song Jian had contact with a force called 101 Gathering Place before, and killed several militiamen from 101 Gathering Place who entered the Doomsday city. As a result, he took on a feud with this force, and even because of this reason, he almost died at the hands of the people from 101 Gathering Place. But even if he killed the militiamen from 101 Gathering Place that time, he didn't directly issue a system pursuit prompt like this time, and he had to resist 3 assassinations before it was temporarily over. I guess the strength of the assassins will be stronger each time in these 3 assassination attempts. If I fail all 3 times, they will judge that my strength is beyond their expectations. If I continue to hunt me down, it will harm the interests of the organization. Therefore, I will temporarily stop the hunt. Song Jian smiled bitterly and shook his head. If he was in the City of Doom, in his own manor castle, even if this organization called Death Scythe sent an assassin with first-level combat power, Song Jian would have the confidence to kill him. But at this time, Song Jian was in the wilderness, on the way to the Shadowfang Mountains. If he was hunted down, he could only rely on his own strength, which was a bit tricky. Song Jian looked around. The town had been almost destroyed by the battle. Only a few remote buildings were still intact, and the rest had been razed to the ground. Looking at the 100-eyed vine tree still standing in the flower bed, Song Jian sighed slightly. Although this battle destroyed Tang Ming's safe house and the equipment that harmed people, it was still a waste for Song Jian. And he also wasted 2 high-explosive grenades and 2 self-destructing robots. If we can kill this level 30 monster, we will definitely get a lot of good stuff. Song Jian looked at the 100-eyed vine tree with a greedy look in his eyes. However, Song Jian quickly restrained his desire. He came out this time to fight a real shadow dragon. If he used up all his trump cards here, not only would he fail to complete his mission, but he might even lose his life in the Shadowfang Mountains. Looking at the 100-eyed vine tree with some reluctance, Song Jian marked this location on the map. When he reached level 30, put on the Ant King Ancestor suit, and passed the first level combat test, he would come back to meet this 100-eyed vine tree with more than 10,000 HP if he had the opportunity to leave the Doomsday City. 3 days passed in a flash. The wilderness outside the Doomsday City was desolate, with large pieces of gravel all over the ground, and sand blowing from time to time. Song Jian often walked dozens of kilometers, and could not see any living creatures. Even if he saw them, they were all monsters, not to mention green plants. In the wilderness, even seeing a green weed is a luxury. However, after leaving the town, Song Jian also saw a small green forest on the road. It was lush and green, with small trees as thick as arms growing neatly. Standing outside the grove, Song Jian even heard pleasant bird songs coming from the woods. Such a scene should be the most common in the real world. But in this desolate wasteland game world, Song Jian had a creepy feeling. He didn't dare to get close at all and walked away from it. That evening, Song Jian built a bonfire behind a huge rock and began to prepare dinner. At this time, a fist-sized light curtain appeared not far from Song Jian's position. The light curtain kept twisting and expanding, like a living thing. In a short while, it expanded to more than 1 meter high. A man wrapped in a black robe, full of the breath of death, walked out of the light curtain with his hands folded across his chest and his head lowered. The man had dark skin and a pair of frighteningly bright eyes. The hooked nose in the middle of his face ruined the shape of his entire face, making the man look a little fierce and sinister. What a terrible environment. I really don't know what the president thinks. He even recruits members in such a place. Looking at the wind and sand in the sky and the hard and rough gravel under his feet, the man couldn't help complaining, slightly closing his eyes and sensing it. The man smiled gloomily. I found you, humble reptile. No one can survive after killing a member of the Death Scythe. Prepare to greet the greetings of the god of death. The man sneered and turned into a ball of black mist, and quickly floated towards Song Jian's location with the help of the wind. Song Jian was roasting a piece of animal meat on the campfire. The hot oil on the barbecue made a sizzling sound, and a strong aroma emanated from the barbecue. Song Jian took out the seasoning box, carefully scooped out a little, and spread it on the barbecue. Before setting off, Song Jian had prepared various supplies, but he didn't bring much seasoning, and there was no place to replenish it in the wild. He used less and less, so he seemed to cherish it very much. Almost, it should be ready to eat. Song Jian looked at the fragrant barbecue and nodded with satisfaction. After entering the wild, Song Jian's cooking experience soared, and now he has reached level 3. After several times, he has mastered 5 or 6 barbecue recipes. Just when Song Jian was about to taste his own cooking skills, his face suddenly changed. His body turned into a shadow, and he dodged to the left. Boom! A sharp bone spear fell from the sky, stabbed diagonally, and pierced the burning campfire. For a moment, flames splashed everywhere, and the strong energy scattered the burning wood everywhere. Hey! Good reaction. A surprised voice sounded in the air. Song Jian looked up and saw a man in black clothes floating in the air. The black cloak behind him was like a pair of black wings spread out, swaying slightly in the wind. Death Scythe. Song Jian narrowed his eyes and became serious. The man looked exactly like Tang Ming before, especially the robes they wore, which looked like wings, making people float in the air. Little reptile. It seems that you already know my identity. Then, just quietly accept the punishment of the death scythe, and let your soul fall into the endless hell to make up for your disrespect for the death scythe. The man looked proud, pointed his right hand at Song Jian, and whispered, "Finger of death." Suddenly, a black light like lightning instantly shot in front of Song Jian. Chapter 534, Sanctions of Death Scythe. Song Jian discovered that for a palm sword user, the attack range is a big weakness. It is okay if the enemy is a melee, but if it is a long-range profession like a mage, the attack range is often more than 10 meters, or even dozens of meters. Song Jian will fall into an awkward situation where he is passively beaten but cannot fight back. Song Jian has always felt that his invisible sword energy should be a higher level of energy than mana and magic, but the way it is released, that is, the sword skills, limit the use of invisible sword energy. The killer of the death scythe on the opposite side lightly tapped Song Jian, and a black lightning instantly attacked Song Jian at an extremely fast speed. Song Jian subconsciously cast the ice shield. The finger of death magic collided with the ice shield, making a dull explosion. With a bang, the ice shield shattered directly. 1,000 points of defense were like a piece of thin paper in front of the finger of death. Fragile defense. Naso showed a look of disdain on his face. It was a waste of talent to have him chase such a fragile little character. The finger of death easily tore through the defense of the ice shield, and hit the red fire heart ape sword that Song Jian held across his chest. Buzz. With a slight sound, the red fire heart ape sword burst into a dazzling golden light, and Song Jian's body suddenly fell backwards and stood firmly on the ground. Huh? Naso showed a surprised look on his face. Although this move of the finger of death seemed to be understated, it was indeed one of the most powerful moves that Naso mastered, not to mention a level 26 god-favored person. Even a level 30 person with a first-order combat power could be seriously injured if caught off guard. No wonder the organization sent me here. It seems that this god-favored person is really powerful. Naso showed a look of relief on his face. Naso is a game NPC with the strength of a level 25 elite boss. His profession is a wizard who is good at death magic. Just when he thought Song Jian was quite powerful, his face suddenly changed and he screamed. The bracelet on his left wrist suddenly burst into a dazzling light. A phantom light and shadow was inspired from Naso's bracelet, wrapping Naso's whole body. The silver-gray light quickly formed an illusory armor that appeared on the surface of Naso's body. At this time, Naso, wearing silver-gray armor, looked like a majestic paladin, but his face was full of fear. How could this happen? Naso exclaimed. A black lightning suddenly appeared out of thin air and shot towards Naso at a very fast speed. Naso only had time to release a defensive spell stored in the bracelet on his left hand. Boom! The black lightning fiercely bombarded the silver-gray armor on the surface of Naso's body. A crisp cracking sound was heard, and the bracelet on Naso's left hand shattered directly, turning into countless crystal light spots and dissipating in the air. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Naso looked at the slowly dissipating light spots, with a trace of pain in his eyes, and even forgot that he was corroded by the finger of death. Damn it! That's me! Naso roared angrily, took out a fawn-shaped knife from his waist, and cut a bloody wound on his left palm. In an instant, blood gushed out, and Naso's face turned pale. But soon, his entire left arm was shining with silver light. The muscles under the skin bulged, and the whole expanded a circle. The 5 fingernails quickly extended, hooked out, and the tips flashed with metallic cold light. One by one, dark blue scales slowly emerged from under the skin of his left hand, and the whole arm seemed to have completely transformed from a human arm into a beast's claw. Claw of death! Naso shouted, raised his left hand, and swung it towards Song Jian fiercely. For sharp bright gray scratches made a sharp whistling sound in the air, which seemed to be able to pierce a person's eardrum. Light slash! Song Jian held the sword in both hands and slashed forward fiercely. The dazzling golden sword energy instantly illuminated the surrounding space. The 4 sharp scratches collided fiercely with the golden sword energy, and a thunderous explosion sound suddenly broke out. Crack! Crack! Naso cried out, and the golden sword energy directly cut off the 4 scratches, leaving a sword mark more than a foot long on Naso's chest. Blood gushed out, and the wound emitted a faint golden light, smashing all the condensed black aura into pieces, preventing Naso's wound from recovering. Seeing that Naso's blood value had fallen below half, Song Jian showed a strange look in his eyes. Your strength is not even as good as Tang Ming's. And you dare to chase me? Song Jian laughed wildly, and the steel wings behind him spread out. He jumped and rushed towards Naso with his sword. Naso looked a little embarrassed at this time. The 4 fingers of his left hand were cut off at the root, and the blood on his chest had dyed half of his body red. The 2 powerful spells he released not only did not cause any harm to Song Jian, but also caused him to lose a precious defensive magic weapon and be seriously injured. What? You dare to look down on me? Naso's face suddenly showed a trace of anger. With a thought, his left hand, which had lost 4 fingers, suddenly showed a strong power of death. This power of death condensed into 4 claws on his 4 fingers. Then the black breath spread along his arm to his elbow. In a short while, his entire left arm seemed to be covered with a black metal claw. Today, I will let you experience the horror of the death side for yourself. Naso waved his left arm and held Song Jian's red fire-heart monkey sword. With a bang, sparks flew everywhere. The black claw condensed by the power of death actually had an indestructible power. Even the red fire-heart monkey sword could not shake it at all. Death imprisonment, Naso shouted in a low voice, and stretched out his right hand with 5 fingers open toward Song Jian. 5 black death forces quickly shot out from his palm, like tentacles, forming 5 black chains in the air, and bound Song Jian. Song Jian was stunned. This move was very similar to Tang Ming's shadow binding. With a thought, a group of black shadows emerged from Song Jian's body, and quickly condensed into a phantom clone, blocking Song Jian. The 5 chains almost bound the phantom clone tightly, and looking at Naso with a surprised look on his face. A smile appeared at the corner of the phantom clone's mouth. Swish! A long sword emerged from the ribs of the shadow clone, and the dark red blade easily pierced into Naso's abdomen, shooting out a stream of blood. No! Naso roared, waving his left claw, and directly tore the bound phantom clone into pieces. Song Jian took the opportunity to slash him twice, and Naso's blood value was only about 1/10 left. Feeling the power in his body quickly fading, Naso's eyes flashed with a fierce look, gritted his teeth, and roared, "No one can escape the punishment of the scythe of death." Chapter 535 Abandoned Military Camp. Song Jian suddenly felt that the power of death in Naso suddenly became violent, and instantly understood what he was going to do. Self-destruction? Do you want to die together? Song Jian narrowed his eyes, and a hint of coldness appeared at the corners of his mouth. Having already foreseen his own death, Naso directly chose to self-destruct. As a member of the Death Scythe, he was not afraid of death. As long as the soul is immortal, there are many ways to be reborn in the Death Scythe. Swish! A hint of coldness appeared on Song Jian's face. Before the power of death in Naso's body reached its peak, the red fire-heart monkey sword in his hand chopped towards his neck mercilessly. Bang! Naso's head flew up with a little regret, and finally fell to the ground, his eyes wide open. And he died with his eyes wide open. There were bursts of violent explosions inside his headless body, and the uncontrolled death energy collided in his body, blowing his body into pieces. A badge emitting silver light rolled out from his body. This was the only trophy dropped after killing Naso. Song Jian picked it up and saw that it was a silver quality ornament. Death Badge Silver. Equipment level 28. Equipment effect, agility +4. Skill damage increased by 40%. Special effect, after wearing it, you can disguise yourself as a senior member of the Death Scythe. Note, there is a certain chance that the real Death Scythe member will be discovered when disguising, and the user will be hunted down to death after being discovered. Equipment requirements, level 25. Can it be taken out of the game? No. The most powerful attribute of this silver equipment is probably that the skill damage is increased by 40%, which is almost equivalent to the power of increasing the skill by 3 to 4 levels. As for disguising as a senior member of Death Scythe, this effect has no practical significance for Song Jian now. Maybe it will be used in the future, but Song Jian does not plan to wear this badge now. Song Jian is wearing 2 accessories now. One is the blue quality ice heart. Although it is only blue quality, it can release an ice shield, which is a relatively practical effect. Song Jian often uses it. The other accessory is the silver quality Ant Soul Orb. Although the real effect of the Ant Soul Orb is to shock the demonized ants, Song Jian can no longer use it. But its basic attributes, agility increased by 5 points, damage increased by 15%, are indeed excellent attributes, which makes Song Jian reluctant to replace it. The basic attribute of the death badge is also very strong. But the special effect is really a double-edged sword. And the sequelae are too great. Song Jian hesitated for a long time. And still put it into the parcel column. There are 2 more times. Song Jian looked at Naso's bloody body and thought to himself. The first time he sent out was just a level 25 elite killer. And the next time, it might be a level 30 killer. The strength of the killer sent out each time is much stronger than the previous one. Song Jian doesn't know if he can hold on to the end. Shadowfang Mountains. Song Jian opened the simple map and took a look. He felt that he seemed to be lost. He had not found an abandoned military camp marked on the map. As long as he found this abandoned military camp and continued to walk south for 300 kilometers, he could see the dark castle of Shadowfang Mountains. I hope I can get rid of the death side before entering the Shadowfang Mountains. Song Jian sighed and said to himself. If he had known it would be so troublesome, he might have really spared Tang Ming's life. Anyway, the equipment he used to make skeleton warriors had been destroyed. He might not be able to make skeleton warriors again in a short time. He could just kill him when he returned after completing the mission in the Dark Castle. But it's too late to say anything now. Since he has been killed, there is nothing to regret. Death sighed. Sooner or later I will uproot your power, Song Jian said hatefully. However, it is too early to talk about destroying the death side now. With Song Jian's current strength, it is impossible to do it. But it may not be possible in the future. Song Jian looked at the map for a long time. The abandoned military camp should be nearby. But he didn't know why he hadn't found it yet. It seemed that he had deviated from the itinerary. Just then, Song Jian heard the sound of wheels rolling on the ground in the distance. He turned his head and saw a huge monster pulling a strange 4-wheeled vehicle forward. This monster looked ferocious and looked like a crocodile. There were 2 curved horns on its head, strong limbs, and full of strength. At this time, the name on the monster's head was green, and there was a line of small words below it. Player Jiang Shuang's pet. Specialized Tractor Number 1. It seems that the name of this monster was also changed by this player named Jiang Shuang. Song Jian thought to himself. The car pulled behind the monster was also very strange. It looked like it was modified from a pickup truck. There were welded iron sheets everywhere on it, which looked like patches. In front of the 4-wheeled vehicle, there was a goblin sitting, controlling the monster in front. Seeing Song Jian, the goblin slowly stopped the car, raised the worn-out felt hat on his head to Song Jian, and said, "Hello? Respected God's favored one. Hello. Can I ask where you are going?" Song Jian looked inside the carriage. Strangely, there was no one inside, and most of the goods were piled inside. This is obviously not a truck. How can there be so many goods piled up? In addition, the monster pulling the carriage is obviously a player's pet. But Song Jian can't see any trace of any player. God's blessed one. You can call me Tolov. My master is also a God's blessed one. I am pulling some goods for his shop. The goblin smiled, and looking at the wrinkles on his face, it was obvious that the goblin was not young anymore. Shop? Song Jian's heart moved, and he asked quickly, "Can I ask where your master's shop is?" Of course. It's in the military camp town ahead. About 10 kilometers away from here. Tolov pointed forward and said, "Military camp town? Could this town be the abandoned military camp on the map?" Song Jian thought to himself. Tolov, my name is Song Jian, and I'm an adventurer. Can you give me a ride to the military camp town? I need to buy some supplies. Song Jian said. Of course. No problem. If my master knew that I helped a God-favored person, he would definitely praise me. Tolov moved to the side and said, "But I'm really sorry. The carriage is already full of goods. You can only sit next to me. Thank you very much." Tolov, Song Jian said with a smile, and sat next to the goblin. "It's nothing. Maybe I can bring back a customer for the master." Tolov said modestly, "You just said that you need some supplies?" "Uh-huh. Tolov, you really know how to do business." Song Jian laughed. "I am a goblin." "Sir," Tolov laughed, pulled the reins, and the 4-wheeled vehicle slowly moved forward. Chapter 536 Old Military Camp Hotel. The monster pulling the cart felt the breath of a stranger, and seemed a little uneasy. After the goblin Tolov scolded him a few times, the strong monster suddenly quieted down. "Tolov, can you introduce me to the military camp town? This is my first time there," Song Jian said. He wanted to know whether this military camp town was the same place as the abandoned military camp on the map. In fact, my master and I only decided to settle in this town recently. Tolov said, it is said that the predecessor of this town was an abandoned military camp. Later, it was discovered and used the materials in the abandoned military camp to build a gathering place, which gradually developed into a town. Song Jian nodded. According to Tolov, this military camp town should be the abandoned military camp on the simple map Ji Yun gave him. It took more than 10 years for an abandoned military camp to develop into a small town. When was this map drawn? It's too unreliable. Song Jian complained secretly. Are there many God-favored people in the town? Song Jian asked. Not many. Tolov glanced at Song Jian and shook his head. There were probably dozens of God-favored people before. But now? I'm afraid there are less than 10. Song Jian was silent. Players born in the wild have a much worse environment. They are not as good as players born in large places, like the city of Ims. At least the most basic survival can be guaranteed. The dangers in the wild are 10 times more difficult than those in the Anthem city. If you are not careful, you may encounter high-level monsters and lose your life. Even if you don't encounter these monsters, collecting supplies is much more difficult than in other places. However, players who grow up in such a harsh environment will have much greater opportunities and stronger strength. Just like Tang Ming before. Although he was born in such an abandoned town and surrounded by dangerous environments, he was able to obtain a rare profession and a terrifying skill like summoning a skeleton dragon, and also joined a big force like Death Scythe. It can be said that if he hadn't met Song Jian, Tang Ming would definitely be a protagonist template with huge growth potential. Song Jian kept talking with Tolov along the way, and got a lot of information about the military camp town. After more than 2 hours, Song Jian finally saw the solid walls of the military camp town. Lord, the military camp town is ahead. Tolov shouted excitedly. Roar. The monster pulling the cart also became excited and let out a roar. Song Jian found that the monster pulling the cart was not actually very fast. Just a little faster than the 2 people walking. But it was really strong. All the way, the monster looked very relaxed. Song Jian followed Tolov into the military camp town and came to a grocery store called Cannon and Rose. A chubby boy was sitting at the counter with a sad face, sighing from time to time. Master, we are back. Tolov parked the truck in the backyard of the grocery store and brought Song Jian to the counter. I know. You've worked hard. Tolov, you go and rest first. Remember to add some lean meat to number 1. The boy said without raising his head. Master, this is Song Jian, also a God-favored lord. He is going to the Shadowfang Mountains and wants to buy some supplies from our store. Tolov said hurriedly. Buy supplies? The boy's eyes lit up, and he looked up at Song Jian. This friend looks a little unfamiliar. Is this your first time in the military camp town? The boy said with a smile on his face. My name is Wang Chui, the owner of this grocery store. If you want to go to the Shadowfang Mountains, I have all the supplies here. Boss, do you have a map? Song Jian asked. The map Ji Yun gave him was from an unknown time. Not only was the marking simple, but many places had disappeared or changed, causing Song Jian a lot of trouble along the way. Map? Wang Chui was stunned and said quickly, of course. I have the latest version of the map here. It not only has all the gathering places, monster leveling areas and dungeons within a radius of hundreds of meters, but also includes a small part of the Shadowfang Mountains map. Even the location of the level 30 dungeon Dark Castle is clearly marked. How much is one copy? Song Jian was surprised. He didn't expect that there would be such a clearly marked map in this small town. Wang Chui raised a finger and said, 10,000 Doomsday coins. Song Jian was stunned and said, Boss, your map is not cheap. You get what you pay for. With this map, you can save a lot of trouble. I heard that you are going to Shadowfang Mountains. There are level 30 monsters there. If you don't have this map, if you accidentally break into a monster nest, your loss will be huge. Far more than 10,000 Doomsday coins. Wang Chui said with a sincere look, thinking about Song Jian. Okay, I'll buy it. Give me another set of supplies. Song Jian said. Wang Chui was beaming with joy. It seemed that he had met a big client. He asked for a map worth 10,000 Doomsday coins without even asking for the price. In fact, the cost of this map was only 3,000 Doomsday coins. Wang Chui originally planned to sell it to Song Jian for 6,000 Doomsday coins. Seeing that Song Jian bought the map without blinking an eye, Wang Chui immediately became interested and began to prepare supplies for Song Jian. Brother, has anything big happened in Shadowfang Mountains recently? Why are so many people running to Shadowfang Mountains? Wang Chui chatted with Song Jian while packing. Song Jian was stunned and asked quickly, have many people gone to Shadowfang Mountains recently? Yes. In the past 2 days, I have met 2 groups. Both of them are players. And like you, they are generous and buy things as if they don't need money. Wang Chui was amazed. 2 groups of players? Song Jian frowned slightly and said, did they say they were going to somewhere in Shadowfang Mountains? They didn't say that. But judging from their direction, they should be going to Dark Castle. Wang Chui said, the levels of these 2 groups of players are not low. At least level 23 or 24. And their equipment is very good. Maybe they want to open up the Dark Castle? Song Jian asked, pretending to be indifferent. Hey, Dark Castle is not so easy to open up. Wang Chui curled his lips and said, that is a level 30 dungeon. Their strength is indeed good compared to ordinary players. But it is not so easy to open up a level 30 dungeon. By the way, is there a hotel in this town? Song Jian asked. After more than 10 days in the wild, Song Jian felt that he was about to grow fleas. He urgently needed to take a hot bath, eat a big meal, and rest in bed. There was still half a month left before the time agreed with Qi Yun. So there was enough time. There is only one hotel in the town. Go 200 meters along this street, and turn left to the old military camp hotel. You can go there to rest. I suggest you taste the honey wine in the old military camp hotel. It tastes mellow and sweet. And it can also replenish your spirit. Replenish your spirit? Song Jian's eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on his face. Chapter 537 Orcs. In the Doomsday City, the amount of food and drinks that can replenish the spirit value in a non-combat state is getting less and less. Not to mention the potions that can be used in combat to restore the spirit value. Now the price of these materials has almost doubled compared to when I first entered the game. Even Song Jian can't use them as normal consumables. Now I heard that there are items that restore the spirit value in this military camp town. Whether it is for use in a non-combat state or in combat, Song Jian plans to stock up a batch first. According to Wang Chui's guidance, Song Jian came to the only hotel in this town. The old military camp hotel. Standing outside the hotel, Song Jian could hear the noisy shouting, clamoring, and loud laughter of a group of people coming from inside. Pushing the door open, a burst of catharsis mixed with the smell of alcohol and sweat hit him in the face. Song Jian couldn't help but frown, and came to the counter of this hotel that looked like a bar. I need a quiet room to stay for one night. Song Jian asked, how much does a single room cost per night? You came at the right time. If you come later, I'm afraid there will be no single rooms. An old man with only one eye left and a full beard on his face wiped the wine glass, grabbed the half bottle of wine next to the counter, and took a few sips. Squinted at Song Jian and said, a single room. 800 Doomsday coins per night. Including a breakfast. It's really not cheap. Song Jian said speechlessly. When Song Jian first entered the game, he had to work for at least 3 days to earn 800 Doomsday coins. While handing 800 Doomsday coins to the innkeeper, Song Jian casually asked, this place looks quite desolate. Are there so many tourists passing by? Song Jian had learned from his conversation with the goblin Tolov that there were not many people in this military camp town. Probably only a few hundred. Because of its remote location, no one was seen for several months. It was just that this was the nearest supply station to the Dark Castle in the Shadowfang Mountains. Occasionally, there would still be adventure teams appearing here. But such teams were only 7 or 8 people at most, which was considered some embellishment in the boring lives of the town residents. Who knows? The innkeeper shrugged his shoulders, carefully checked the Doomsday coin, stuffed it into the drawer under the counter, glanced at Song Jian and said, maybe adventurers like you have improved their strength and want to explore the Dark Castle. Recently, many people have come to our place, but few have returned. Song Jian couldn't help but smile and shook his head. He originally wanted to discuss the meet with the boss, but it seemed that this hall was noisy and not a place for conversation. So he said to the boss, can you prepare a meal for me and send it to my room? Of course. A roasted venison leg, half a pound of gingerbread, and a bottle of honey wine. A total of 600 Doomsday coins. When the food is delivered, you can just give it to the waiter. After the boss finished speaking, he seemed to have lost interest in Song Jian, turned his head and yelled, Pike! Pike, quickly take this guest to the last single room. And remember to send him another dinner. Roasted venison leg. Bread and honey wine. Don't make a mistake. If you make a mistake again, be careful that I will throw you into the wilderness, and let your relatives roast you into skewers. I'm coming. I'm coming. Respected master. Your servant obeys your orders. Is this guest? Please follow me. Distinguished guest. Pike will take you to the room. This way. Be careful of your feet. There is a threshold here. A goblin in gray waiter's clothes came out from nowhere, with a humble look, and put his right hand on his chest. After bowing to Song Jian, he began to lead Song Jian to the second floor. Song Jian raised his eyebrows, and he found that this town seemed to like to use goblins as labor. Following behind this young goblin, Song Jian asked casually, "Your place is very lively recently, and many people have come." "Yes, honorable sir. Pike has not been so busy for more than half a year, and there are a lot of guests recently," Pike said as he walked. Going up to the second floor, Song Jian followed Pike along the corridor and walked inside. After a few steps, the door of a guest room suddenly opened, and an orc in a black cloak walked out of the room. Song Jian's body suddenly tensed up. He felt a strange energy from the orc. This energy was similar to the abyss, but completely different from the power of the abyss. This energy was full of chaos and evil, just like a mass of magma erupting under the calm lake. "Dwarf, do you have mounts for sale or rent?" The orc looked at Song Jian, stopped the goblin Pike, and asked loudly, "Dear orc, there is a trainer near the wall in the north of the town. You can buy some combat pets and mounts from him. However, with your size and weight, I'm afraid he doesn't have a mount that can carry you." Goblin Pike bowed to the orc with a cautious look. Hee. "So Leda, I've suggested you lose weight a long time ago, but you just don't listen. If we all leave on mounts tomorrow, you'll probably have to run after us." Suddenly, a charming and seductive girl came from the orc's room. "Sarada, can't you summon a demon from hell? You can let it carry you, but you have to be careful with your butt. Don't let the flames of the hell demons roast you." Another young man's mocking voice came from the room. "Damn it. I should have thrown you guys into the dark castle, and let that big reptile turn you all into its slaves." The orc looked ugly, cursed in a low voice, and walked downstairs on his own. Song Jian heard the words dark castle, and his heart moved immediately. But he didn't show it on his face. He followed the goblin Pike to his room. "Dear guest, the dinner you asked for will be delivered to you soon. Please wait." Pike saluted and retreated out of the room. The orc and its companion just now obviously also targeted the dark castle. What's going on? Why have so many people's attention been focused on the dark castle recently? Did Qian sign the contract with me because he also discovered something? Damn. There must be information in it that I don't know. Song Jian's face was gloomy. It was too uncomfortable to know nothing about it, but be led by the nose. He must have more information. Chapter 538 Battle. Song Jian stayed in the room for half an hour, and the goblin Pike came in with a large tray on which Song Jian's dinner was placed. Roasted venison, food. Effect: restore 500 points of chi and health in 30 seconds. You must be in a non-combat state when eating. If you spend more than 15 seconds to eat it, you will get the effect of full feeding. Physical strength and spirit will increase by 2 points at the same time, lasting for 1 hour. Ginger candy bread, food. Effect: restore 450 points of chi and health in 30 seconds. You must be in a non-combat state when eating. If you spend more than 15 seconds to eat it, you will get the effect of full feeding. Strength attribute will increase by 3 points, lasting for 1 hour. Mead drink. Effect: restore 300 points of spirit in 30 seconds. You must be in a non-combat state when eating. If you spend more than 15 seconds eating it, you will get the full feeding effect, and the spirit recovery speed will increase by 30%, which lasts for 1 hour. These foods have good properties, especially mead, which restores 600 points of spirit in 30 seconds and has the full feeding effect. If you eat one before the battle, you can enjoy the effect of 30% increase in spirit recovery speed even in the battle. Song Jian showed a happy look on his face. The most important thing is that the price of buying meat here is low. These 3 foods only cost 600 Doomsday coins in total. Song Jian estimated that if he could sell meat in Doomsday City, this bottle would probably sell for more than 500 Doomsday coins. The same item in the parcel column can be stacked up to 200 pieces. If Song Jian does not have a mission, he can buy thousands of bottles of honey wine by hoarding it. When he returns to the City of Doom, he can easily earn 2 or 3 times the profit. At this moment, there was an explosion outside the inn, and the whole room shook slightly. Song Jian was startled and stood in front of the window and looked out. In the town, the orc in a black cloak that Song Jian had seen before was fighting with 2 people. The black orc kept pulling away from the 2 and released shadow magic towards them. The other 2 were also adventurers from the way they were dressed. The sword energy they released was as long as 5 or 6 meters, constantly approaching the orc. For a moment, the orc was in a panic and roared, "You bastards of the Death Fang! You dared to attack me! This time, I must let you know that the Shadow Council Alliance is not something that you little characters can offend. Seralda, hand over the Shadow Crystal in your hand, and we can spare your life." A warrior wearing chainmail said in a deep voice, "Either hand over the Shadow Crystal or die." Another warrior was actually a woman. If she hadn't spoken, her gender could not be distinguished from her dress. "This is what we snatched from the dragon servant of the big reptile. Why should we give it to you hyenas?" Seralda roared, holding a staff tightly in both hands, and smashed at the 2 like a warrior. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly heard a noise from next door, as if someone jumped directly from the window. 2 of Solada's companions jumped down from midair and stood beside Solada. One of the men was wearing a luxurious red dress, with a pale face, and looked quite handsome, but the 2 fangs sticking out of his lips ruined his overall image. The other woman was tall, wearing a wreath of thorns on her head, and was wearing very revealing clothes, a hollow rattan dress, which simply covered her private parts, and the rest of her body was vaguely visible in the rattan wrapping. Seeing the 2 companions of Solada appear, the 2 warriors of Death Fang paused and took 2 steps back. The 2 parties stared at each other quietly on the street. For a moment, even the air seemed to be stagnant. "Actually, we don't need to do this." The warrior who asked for the shadow crystal was silent for a while, and then spoke. Swish. At the moment when the warrior spoke, the woman dressed in vines on the opposite side waved her hand, and a circle of faint green light emanated from her hand. Several dark green vines with barbs emerged from the ground, like pythons, and pounced on the 2 opponents. "What nonsense! If you want the shadow crystal, it depends on whether you have the ability to do it," the vine-dressed woman shouted, waving her hands, controlling several dark green vines, and constantly changing the direction of attack in the air. "I long to taste your blood." The man who looked like a vampire next to the orcs muttered a sentence in a low voice, drew a dagger from his waist, and suddenly appeared in front of one of the Death Fang's warriors, as if teleporting. "Damn it! It's the Shadow Assassin! Run away. We are not their opponents." A circle of red light suddenly appeared on the 2 warriors, like a burning flame. The strong chi caught the vampire man, who had just grasped the dagger, and was about to stab the other party off guard. He was actually blown away by the chi and stopped in the air. Like a bird, he floated in the air, and made a threatening gesture towards the 2. "Do you really want to go against the Death Fang?" The woman with red energy all over her body screamed, but even the onlookers could hear that her voice was weak. "Kill them all!" the orc roared, raised his staff high, and smashed it hard on the ground. With a roar, a crack suddenly appeared where he hit it, and hot magma gushed out from it. A huge claw covered with scales stretched out from the crack, grabbed the edge of the crack, and jumped up suddenly. "Oh! My God! Devil! What is this thing? It will destroy this town." The onlookers looked at the creatures coming out of the cracks in the ground, and they were terrified and fled in panic. "Damn it! Solada, how can you summon the devil from hell here?" The woman in rattan clothes next to him said angrily. "Oh! Solada, you will ruin this town," the vampire man said to the orc with a gloating look on his face. "Run!" The 2 warriors looked at each other, shouted, and turned in 2 directions, running towards the town gate. "If we catch up with them, I will tear them all to pieces and banish their souls to the flames of hell for 10,000 years. The orc had a ferocious look on his face, and he was mad, striding towards the 2. Sarada's brain is sick again. Chase him. Why am I so unlucky to choose to be in the same group with him? The woman in vine clothes shouted angrily, and countless vines rose from the ground, carrying her and running towards the distance as if flying. "This is more interesting, isn't it?" The vampire man laughed and shook the blood-red robe he was wearing, like a big bird, chasing the orc. Chapter 539 Queen Bee Wine. Song Jian stood in front of the window on the 2nd floor of the hotel. looking at the traces left by the battle in the town. The battle between the two sides was very short, but the damage was great. The whole street was in ruins. A 7 or 8 meter crack divided the street in half. The crack was still surging with hot magma, gushing out from time to time. Some flammable materials around were burning. Many residents began to put out the fire, but more fled out of the town in panic. Death Fangs. This name sounds familiar. Song Jian looked at the figures of several people going away. Looking thoughtful, Death sighed. Death Fangs. What else is behind it? Death Skull. Death Hand? Why not just call it Death? Bang bang bang. There was a knock on the door, and Parker's voice rang out. Dear guest, are you still here? I hope the noise just now didn't disturb you. You know, I have been in the military camp town for more than 3 years, and this is the first time I have encountered such a thing. I swear, such things are really not very common here. I believe that it won't be long before someone will come forward to clean up this mess. Of course, the boss said that maybe we will make a certain adjustment to your accommodation fee. Okay, Parker, don't worry about it. In fact, you can come in and talk to me. Song Jian closed the curtains and walked towards the dining table. The roasted venison leg would not taste good if it got cold. Pike came in cautiously and saw Song Jian eating roasted lamb legs. He was relieved for no reason and said apologetically, I hope I didn't disturb your dinner. Distinguished guest. Song Jian waved at Pike, interrupted him and asked directly, Do you know who was fighting just now? Pike hesitated for a moment and whispered, Sorry. Distinguished guest. Those two groups of people are not from the town. They are all outsiders, and their destination seems to be the Dark Castle 300 miles away. They all asked me for information about the Dark Castle. Sure enough, it's almost what I expected. Song Jian thought to himself. Parker, I'm fine. I think you can go and comfort other travelers. There are quite a few people staying in the hotel today, Song Jian said with a smile. I express my sincere apologies to you again. The boss will come to apologize in person later. If you need anything, you can tell me now, as long as it's not too much. I believe the boss will satisfy you, Pike said. Oh, really? Then can the boss give me a bottle of honey wine? I like its taste very much, Song Jian said with a smile. I think the boss should satisfy your little wish. Please wait, Pike said with a smile and carefully left the room. Not long after, the innkeeper, the old man with only one eye left, walked into Song Jian's room with a bottle of mead in his hand. Dear guest, I am here to express my apologies to you for the previous battle. The innkeeper bowed and said, Please sit down. I haven't asked for your name yet. Song Jian stood up, pulled out a chair, and asked with a smile on his face. Poke Basto. You can call me Old Poker. Everyone in the town calls me that. The innkeeper came forward and sat down, put the meat on the table and said, This is a bottle of Queen Bee wine that I treasure. It is made from honey brewed by the Queen Bee of the 25th level Wild King Bee. It tastes much sweeter than ordinary mead. I want to use it to apologize to you. I hope you can accept it. Queen Bee wine? Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he reached out to pick up the bottle of Queen Bee wine that seemed to have been stored for a long time. Queen Bee wine, drink. Effect, restore 1,000 points of spiritual value within 30 seconds. You must be in a non-combat state when eating it. If you spend more than 15 seconds to eat it, you will get the full effect of eating, and the spiritual value recovery speed will increase by 50%, which lasts for 1 hour. Sure enough, the effect has been improved a lot. Even for a magic professional, this bottle of wine is enough for him to completely restore his combat effectiveness in just 30 seconds. Song Jian's face showed a look of surprise. Thank you so much, Old Poker. Actually, I have something to discuss with you. Song Jian put away the bottle of Royal Bee wine with a smile on his face. His current spiritual value limit is only more than 200 points, and honey wine is enough. If he uses this bottle of Royal Bee wine, it is really a bit extravagant. Oh, what is it? A puzzled look appeared in Old Poker's only eye. I want to buy a large amount of honey wine from you. If you have this kind of Royal Bee wine, it will be even better, Song Jian said directly. Buy a large amount? Old Poker showed a relieved look on his face and asked, Can I ask, how many bottles do you want to buy? I want to buy 2,000 bottles for the first time, Song Jian said. What? 2,000 bottles? This is the annual consumption of the entire military camp town. Old Poker was surprised. If possible, I hope to establish a long-term trade cooperation relationship with you. I have a store in the city of Anthem and hope to sell honey wine there, Song Jian said. The city of Doomsday is surrounded by the protective black fog, and it is impossible to establish a trade relationship with the military camp town. Although the city of Anthem is farther away from the military camp town than the city of Doomsday, it should not be a problem to establish an ordinary trade route. The city of Anthem? Poke was surprised. It's more than a month's journey from here to the city of Anthem. So far. If it's inconvenient for you here, I can send a special escort caravan to buy here. But if so, I hope you can make some concessions on the price, Song Jian said. It doesn't cost much to hire a caravan in the city of Anthem. Song Jian can even directly hire a caravan from the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce to help him buy meat from here. My guest, the quantity you need is really too large. Our small shop alone cannot meet your requirements. With the capacity of our hotel, we can only produce a maximum of 200 bottles of meat per month, Old Poke said with some regret. Only 200 bottles? That's a pity, Song Jian said with some regret. 200 bottles are too few. I'm afraid they can't even make back the money for hiring the caravan. Old Poke hesitated for a long time and asked tentatively, Dear guest, since I can't provide a lot of meat here, I wonder if you are interested in buying the method of making mead? Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he asked quickly, Are you willing to sell the method of making mead? Old Poke smiled and said, Of course. As long as you can offer a suitable price. The recipe of mead. I am willing to sell it to you. Chapter 540 Wild Bee Forest. Song Jian judged others by himself, and thought that the innkeeper would definitely not sell him the recipe for such precious mead. In fact, he did not expect that the mead that he considered precious was not that valuable to the innkeeper. You know, in the military camp town, although the innkeeper's mead is famous, it has always been sold as ordinary wine. And the price is not very high. Ordinary residents in the town can afford it. How much does this recipe cost? Song Jian also felt that he seemed to have lost his composure. He regarded this recipe too seriously, and was afraid that he would be severely controlled by the innkeeper. 3,000 Doomsday coins. What do you think? Old Poke said with a big smile on his face. What? 3,000 Doomsday coins? Song Jian was surprised. It was not that he thought the recipe was too expensive, but he thought Old Poke sold it too cheaply. In his opinion, as long as it was within 10,000 Doomsday coins, he would buy it. Yes, 3,000 Doomsday coins, Old Poke said, and put a roll of parchment on the table. Song Jian nodded, paid 3,000 Doomsday coins without hesitation, and took the recipe in his hand. Recipe, honey wine. Cooking recipe. Teach you how to make honey wine more efficiently. Use requirements. Cooking skill level 3. Production materials. Grain 3. Wild honey 1. Clean water 1. If you need to make a higher grade honeybee wine, just replace the wild honey with wild honeybee, Old Poker said with a smile. Song Jian nodded, and couldn't wait to unfold the recipe and use it. The production of honey wine only requires the 3rd level cooking skill. Song Jian's cooking skill has already reached the 3rd level, so he naturally meets the conditions for learning the recipe. After using it, the recipe in Song Jian's hand turned into a white light and disappeared, and all the information about making honey wine appeared in Song Jian's mind. Closing his eyes and going over the method of making honey wine in his mind, Song Jian found that its production method was actually not complicated. Otherwise it would not only require the 3rd level cooking skill to learn it. Grains are easy to grow in Song Jian's territory, but the biggest difficulty in making mead is wild honey. Without it, there is no way to make mead. Boss, where can I get this wild honey? Song Jian asked. 10 miles south of the military camp town. There is a wild bee forest. As long as you hunt the wild bees in it, there is a chance to drop wild honey. A wild queen bee will appear there once a month. If you hunt it, it will drop wild queen honey, which can be used to make queen bee wine. Old Poker told Song Jian the location and method of obtaining wild honey without reservation. Thank you, boss. Song Jian nodded and said, You're welcome. But you have to be careful when you go to the wild bee forest. The wild bees there are all level 25. And the wild bee queen is a level 30 elite boss. There are a lot of wild bees there. Once too many are attracted, even a 10-person adventure team will suffer a great loss. Old Poker reminded. Got it. I won't risk my life for a bottle of wine. Song Jian smiled. The next day, Song Jian left the military camp town early in the morning and walked towards the wild bee forest. In fact, on the map purchased from Wang Chui, the location of the wild bee forest, as well as the types and levels of monsters in it, are clearly marked. However, the levels of ordinary wild bees are marked on it, and there is no wild bee queen. If you do everything based on this map, you will definitely suffer a big loss. It is still early before the time agreed with Qi Yun. Song Jian decided to go to the wild bee forest to get some materials for making honey wine. After leaving the hotel, Song Jian only bought 20 bottles of honey wine, which is enough for him alone. But there is no way to sell it to make a profit. Although Song Jian owns a territory in the city of Doom and a store in the city of Hymns, he can earn nearly 10,000 Doom coins every month even if he does nothing. But as Song Jian's level and strength are getting higher and higher, this amount of money can no longer meet his requirements. He planned to take advantage of this time to get more wild honey. If he could get 2,000 or 3,000 materials, he would return to the Doomsday City and make a lot of honey wine for sale, with a profit of at least 100,000 Doomsday coins. Song Jian followed the map and soon came to the wild bee forest. Only then did he realize that the wild bee forest was not a forest, but a large stone forest. Here, ugly piled rocks stood upright, large and small, high and low, uneven, and the distance between these rock pillars was very narrow, only enough for one person to pass through. From the stone forest, a low buzzing sound came from time to time. Song Jian even saw fist-sized black wild bees flying in and out of the stone forest. Song Jian looked at the wild bees at the edge of the stone forest and found that there was hardly a single wild bee. At least there were groups of 3 or 5, and they were very close to each other. Fortunately, they are just some ordinary monsters of level 25. If you are careful, it shouldn't be a big problem, Song Jian thought to himself, taking out a battle flag with a red edge. Song Jian waved it vigorously, and suddenly 2 flames emerged from the 5th battle flag and fell on the ground, forming 2 fire elemental elves more than 1 meter high. Song Jian put away the battle flag and commanded the 2 fire elemental elves to start attracting monsters. His attack range was too short. If he attracted monsters, it would be easy to attract too many at once. Using fire elemental elves to attract monsters would not have such a situation. Even if the wild bees were more than 10 meters away, the fire elemental elf could release fire attacks to attract them. Buzz buzz buzz. The 3 wild bees that were attacked immediately flew towards the fire elemental. These wild bees were actually semi-range attacks. When they flew to a distance of 1 meter from the fire elemental elf, they suddenly stopped, raised their tails, and shot poison needles at the fire elemental elf. Whoosh, whoosh. These dark poison needles, which seemed to be about 1 finger long, shot towards the fire elemental elf like crossbow arrows. These little guys, their attacks are quite powerful. Song Jian looked at the more than 100 points of damage floating above the fire elemental elf's head and was immediately shocked. Dance of broken wings. Song Jian didn't dare to continue watching. The health of the 2 fire elemental spirits was rapidly decreasing. After a short while, it had dropped below half. Once the 2 fire elemental spirits died, it would take another hour to summon them again. The red fire heart ape sword slashed fiercely at one of the wild bees, and it was immediately cut down. These level 25 wild bees had high defenses. Even Song Jian could only cause 200 or 300 damage at a time, attracting the hatred of the 3 wild bees to himself. Song Jian's long sword flew, aiming at one of them, and output with all his strength. Chapter 541 Wilderness Poison Bee. Wilderness Poison Bee, level 25. HP, 3000/3000. Features, Defense Enhancement, Toxic Enhancement. Skill, Poison Sting. These wild bees have high defense, even with the sharpness of the red fire heart ape sword. It is difficult to cut through the monster's defense at once. A sword slash will only send these wild bees flying. When they pause in the air for a while, they will recover and continue to shoot poison needles at Song Jian. Puff. The poison needle shot at Song Jian and were blocked by the ghost leather armor, making a dull sound. A 50 or 60 point damage floated above Song Jian's head. Song Jian could still bear this damage, but he couldn't hold out for long with 3 bees attacking at the same time. He could only fight quickly and throw sword skills at these wild bees one by one. Because of the existence of the luck chapter of sword controlling, Song Jian's invisible sword energy has reached nearly 300 points, which can fully support Song Jian to throw all sword skills at once. Pa pa pa. 3 lightning-like sword energies chopped at the same wild bee, finally breaking through the opponent's defense. With a bang, the whole body of the wild bee exploded, and light yellow liquid splashed everywhere. A faint sweet fragrance slowly spread out. Sensing the death of their companion, the other 2 wild bees became even more crazy. A hint of red appeared on their dark bodies, and the frequency of their poison needles increased significantly. Song Jian's chi and blood value dropped sharply. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 2 wild bees fired poison needles, which made Song Jian feel as if a platoon of soldiers on the opposite side was shooting at him. Puff. With a slight sound, Song Jian felt a numbness in his neck, and then a burning pain spread outward from the needle in his neck, making Song Jian gasp. Lightning strike. Sword thread. 3 sword swings. The red fire-hard monkey sword drew dark red traces in the air, and each strike could take away more than 300 points of the wild bee's health. In addition, Song Jian discovered that the lightning strike with lightning damage and the 3 sword swings with hidden power that could cause superimposed damage were particularly harmful to the wild bees with enhanced defense. While the previously invincible light slash had average damage, Song Jian changed his strategy and began to use sword skills in a targeted manner, while opening the ice shield to protect his entire body. After more than a minute, the 2 wild bees were finally split in half by Song Jian and fell to the ground, their bodies twitching slightly. The 3 wild bees only dropped a portion of wild honey, and nothing else dropped. The corpses of the wild bees could also be used to collect some materials using skills such as dissection. But Song Jian's dissection was too late to comprehend, and now it is only level 1. And it is not possible to decompose the corpses of the 25th level wild bees. So these corpses can only be slowly burned out. At this time, the burning pain in Song Jian's neck became stronger and stronger. He could feel a hot breath surging from the wound, like a line of fire, rushing towards other parts of his body. But it was quickly blocked by a cool breath that emerged in his mind. Opening the battle information bar, Song Jian found that the screen was full of poison damage. System: you are damaged by the fire poison of the wilderness poisonous bee, losing 30 points of chi and health per second. This damage triggers the talent skill Thick Skin, triggering the weakening effect, and finally losing 15 points of chi and health. Such fire poison damage information has been refreshed for more than 10 times in a row, and it has not stopped until now. Every few seconds, a 15-point damage will pop up above Song Jian's head. This wild bee is much stronger than a level 25 ordinary monster. I don't know how the innkeeper got so much honey. The fire poison on the wild bee's stinger was so strong that even the innate skill Thick Skin could not be immune to it, and could only weaken it. Obviously, the poison was also very strong. Even an elite level boss might not have such strong poison damage. Song Jian touched his neck and found a hard lump at the wound. 1/3 of the stinger that had shot into his neck was still exposed. Song Jian grabbed the tail of the stinger and pulled it out hard, and immediately pulled out the finger-long stinger. After pulling out the stinger, the fire poison damage Song Jian suffered gradually weakened, and was eventually restrained by the innate skill and slowly disappeared. At this time, Song Jian's health value was only more than 500 points. The damage of these 3 wild bees is almost the same as that of a level 25 elite boss. With so many wild bees, we can only eat them bit by bit. Song Jian sighed. He had only tested that these wild bees had no resistance to lightning damage, but had extremely high resistance to fire damage and sacred damage. The superposition of power like the 3 sword swings can also cause considerable damage to them. It seems that we should use more lightning strikes and 3 sword swings to attack them, Song Jian thought to himself. He glanced at the long sword in his hand, and his mind moved. The golden long sword phantom originally attached to the red fire-hard monkey sword gradually solidified, and the dark red fire-hard monkey sword turned into a phantom, attached to the long sword emitting a light golden light. Since it is resistant to fire damage, let's see if gold damage can break its defense. Song Jian looked at the golden light demon slayer sword in his hand and thought to himself. After sitting down and restoring his health, Song Jian controlled the fire elemental spirit and attracted 3 more wild bees. 3 sword swings. The golden light demon slayer sword slashed fiercely on the hard shell of the wild bee. With a flash of light, a smooth cut was left on its shell. The wild bee let out a sharp hissing sound, and its body trembled. It couldn't control its body and fell to the ground. The effect is good? Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he immediately swung the golden light demon slayer sword in his hand tightly, and attacked the 3 wild bees. Golden Light Demon Slayer Sword Gold. One-handed sword. Equipment effect, attack 87 to 96. Crit +5. Knockback +3. Evil breaking +1. Attack speed +7. Gold damage +35. Excellent hit rate +10%. The damage of Golden Light Demon Slayer Sword is slightly lower than that of Scarlet Fire Hard Monkey Sword. But wild bees have no resistance to gold damage, coupled with the increased crit and excellent hit rate, so that the wild bees frequently jump out of the head with super high damage. These 3 wild bees took only more than 30 seconds to be killed by Song Jian, picking up the 2 pieces of wild honey dropped by the wild bees. Song Jian looked at Sherlin with excitement in his eyes. There are many kinds of monsters in the game, and each monster has its own characteristics. When players encounter a monster for the first time, they will always carefully test the characteristics and weaknesses of the other party. Once they master the weaknesses of the other party, they can develop a targeted and efficient hunting method. From then on, this monster can only become the target of players' upgrades and acquisition of items. After 2 attempts, Song Jian also discovered the characteristics and weaknesses of the wilderness venomous bee. The second hunting efficiency was more than double compared to the first time. Song Jian was very excited, and listening to the buzzing sound coming from the stone forest, he suddenly felt much more pleasant. Chapter 542 Wild Honey. Wild Honey. Material. Edible. Effect 1, directly consume. Can restore 300 points of chi and 150 points of spirit within 30 seconds. If you spend more than 15 seconds to consume it, you will get the effect of full feeding, and the spirit attribute will increase by 1 point, which lasts for 1 hour. Effect 2, can be used to make honey wine. The wild honey dropped by the wilderness poisonous bees is not only one of the materials for brewing honey wine, but also can be eaten directly, while restoring chi and spirit. The most important thing is that it is not limited to use in non-combat state. That is, it is a kind of supply that can be used directly in combat state. This characteristic has increased the value of wild honey. If it did not restore too little blood and spirit at one time, selling it alone might earn more than honey wine. Having found a way to efficiently kill wilderness venomous bees, and with the stimulation of wild honey, Song Jian immediately entered a state of rapid monster hunting. For a whole day, Song Jian was hunting monsters at the edge of the stone forest until the sky around him gradually darkened. Song Jian stopped with a sense of unsatisfaction and turned to walk towards the military camp town. In one day, Song Jian hunted nearly 1,000 wild bees, but his own consumption was extremely low. Except for some food that restored blood and chi when he first tested the weaknesses of the wilderness venomous bees, he only took a short rest for the rest of the time and recovered completely. In one day, Song Jian collected more than 300 pieces of wild honey, enough for him to make more than 300 bottles of honey wine. At the same time, his combat experience increased by 21%, and he was one step closer to level 27. Back in the military camp town, Song Jian walked directly to the old military camp hotel. He originally planned to stay here for only one day. After determining the direction, he walked towards the dark castle in the Shadowfang Mountains. It seemed that he would stay in this town for a few more days. The magma in the huge crack on the street in front of the hotel gradually dissipated after losing the support of magic energy, leaving only a gap of 7 or 8 meters long and more than 1 meter wide. However, one day was enough for the people in the town to fill this gap. When Song Jian returned to the hotel, he could no longer see the existence of the crack. Seeing Song Jian walk into the inn, the one-eyed innkeeper Poker raised his eyebrows, twitched his nose twice, and then laughed. He opened his arms and shouted loudly, "Welcome back to Old Poker's Inn. Brave God's favored one. I guess you have been hunting wild bees in the wild bee forest all day. Otherwise you wouldn't have such a strong smell of wild honey. Haha. Let's toast to the warriors together." Ding ding ding. A small copper bell in front of the counter was shaken by Poker, making a pleasant sound. Everyone raised their glasses at the same time and shouted to Song Jian, "Cheers to our warriors." Song Jian was startled. And then he also picked up a glass of beer and shouted loudly, "Respect the old military camp hotel." Everyone drank happily. Some played the violin. Some sang the majestic military songs loudly. And more people pounded the table with their fists to respond. And the atmosphere in the hotel suddenly reached its peak. "Old Poker, you have a nose like a hound." Song Jian sniffed his body twice, but didn't smell anything. Haha. How many wild poisonous bees did you hunt today? 50 or 100? Otherwise there wouldn't be such a rich and sweet smell. Old Poker patted Song Jian on the shoulder and said, there are too many wild bees in the wild bee forest. I'm really afraid that one day, they will attack the town in an overwhelming manner. If there really comes such a day, I believe this military camp town will definitely not be able to resist them. You can post hunting missions. I believe that if the reward is reasonable, there will definitely be people who are favored by God willing to accept hunting missions. Song Jian shrugged his shoulders and said, although there are not many players in the military camp town, those who can survive in such a harsh environment are all elites. Although those wild bees are tricky, they are not opponents of these players. The reason why players are not interested in the wild bee forest now is just because it is not attractive enough. I can't afford the mission rewards. Even the wild honey needed to brew mead every month has already emptied my pockets. Old Poker shook his head and said, honey wine is the signature of the old military camp inn. In order to maintain this signature, Old Poker has to take out at least half of the profit every month to hire the godlove to hunt the wilderness bees and obtain honey. Song Jian shrugged his shoulders. Honey wine can be regarded as a specialty of the military camp town. If it can be traded with other places, it can not only eliminate the hidden dangers of monsters around the town, but also definitely make the town's business more prosperous. However, these have nothing to do with Song Jian, and he can't live here for a long time. By the way, have the two groups of people who fought yesterday come back? Song Jian asked. They dare to come back? Humph. The damage they caused to the town yesterday has exceeded 100,000 Doomsday coins. They have been listed as the least welcome people in the town. They will not get any service and help in the town in the future. Old Poker said angrily. Those who have been living in the military camp town have long regarded the town as their home and will not allow anyone to destroy it. The two warriors of the Death Fang and the 3 people of the Dark Council Alliance yesterday may never set foot in the town again. I think I will stay here for a few more days. Prepare a dinner for me. Just like yesterday. Song Jian drank 2 glasses of wine, chatted with Poker casually, and then went back to the room to rest. No problem. I hope you can kill all those guys in the wild bee forest. Old Poker looked at Song Jian's back, raised the wine glass in his hand, and shouted loudly. For several days, Song Jian had been constantly brushing the wild venom bees, and had obtained more than 2,000 copies of wild honey alone. The parcel bar seemed to be insufficient at this time. The wild venom bees could no longer be seen at the edge of the wild bee stone forest. One had to go nearly 100 meters deep into the stone forest to find traces of the wild bees. Looking at the dense rows of wild honey in the parcel bar, Song Jian nodded with satisfaction. It's almost time. And it's time to go to Shadowfang Mountains to meet Chi Yun. I've been brushing wild bees for the past few days, and I'm about to vomit. Just as Song Jian was about to turn around and leave, a wild bee as big as a basketball appeared in front of him. Wild poisonous queen bee? Song Jian's eyes lit up. He had scoured so many wild bees, but had not encountered a single poisonous queen bee. The spawning time of a poisonous queen bee was once a month. Song Jian had always thought that he might not encounter one, but he did not expect that one would spawn today. Royal bee honey. This is a good thing that can be used to make royal bee wine. I am lucky today. Song Jian clenched his sword. A smile appeared on his face, and he controlled the fire elemental spirit to throw a ball of fire at the poisonous queen bee. Chapter 543 Wild King Bee. Boom! Boom! 2 balls of scorching flames bombarded the wild king bee, immediately attracting its attention. With a low hum like a bomber, the wild king bee was extremely fast, leaving several afterimages in the air, and pounced on the 2 fire elemental elves. Swoosh! As soon as it approached a distance of 3 meters, the wild king bee shot out 2 stingers in succession. The stingers were more than 1 finger long, glowing purple-black, leaving an afterimage on the surface of Song Jian's eyeballs, and shot directly into the bodies of the 2 fire elemental elves. Bang! Bang! The sharp stingers, like 2 sniper bullets, directly blew a big hole in the chests of the 2 fire elemental elves. The purple-black toxin instantly spread all over the body of the fire elemental elves, and even the flames burning on their body surfaces turned into purple-black flames. After firing 2 stingers, the wild king bee rushed towards one of the fire elemental elves. After a bite, a series of 50 or 60 points of damage appeared on the head of the fire elemental elf. In less than 3 seconds, the fire elemental elf exploded. After killing 1 fire elemental elf, The Wild King Bee quickly flew towards another fire elemental elf. But this time, it did not directly use the bite skill like before, but used a method similar to ordinary attack, which took more than 10 seconds to kill the second fire elemental elf. Just after it killed the 2 fire elemental elves, it was about to turn around and aim at Song Jian. At this time, the golden sword in Song Jian's hand had already chopped it hard. With a bang, the Wild King Bee was chopped down and turned over in the air for several circles, making a buzzing sound. Swoosh! 2 more stingers shot towards Song Jian. Song Jian could still resist the stings of ordinary wild bees with his equipment, but he didn't even dare to try the stings of the Wild King Bee. He directly deployed the ice shield and dodged to the side. Puff! With 2 muffled sounds, the stingers rubbed the edge of the ice shield and flew out, causing a large piece of ice to explode. Song Jian was startled. He rubbed the edge twice, and the 800-point defense turned red directly. Only a thin layer of ice shield was left on the surface of his body. Sword threads. Song Jian swung his sword in the air, and 3 sword threads as thin as silver hair appeared out of thin air, hitting the shell of the poisonous king bee fiercely, leaving 3 white marks on its back. -122, -142, -135, -56, -75, -68. 3 more than 100 points of damage, and 3 slightly weaker damage, floated up from the top of the poisonous king bee's head. Song Jian's figure spun, and a blue electric light appeared on the dark golden sword blade, flashing continuously. Lightning strike. Pa pa pa. 3 sword chi with lightning damage chopped on the poisonous king bee's body almost in order, and immediately opened a crack in its hard shell. The poisonous king bee let out an angry sharp hiss, and flew towards Song Jian like lightning. Its sharp mouthparts were full of sharp barbs. Once it used the bite skill, it could easily tear apart any solid defense. Tai Chi sword technique. Song Jian swung his sword, and a faint milky white airflow swirled around his body. Ding 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 ding. A sound like rain hitting banana leaves sounded, and dodge and resist floated above Song Jian's head. Even if it caused damage, it was only in the single digits, which could be ignored. Song Jian's Tai Chi sword technique was only level 2. The level was too low. The damage was not high, and it could not even break the defense of the Wild King Bee. But the essence of Tai Chi sword technique was defense. No matter how strong the attack was, it could not break the defense of Tai Chi sword technique. Not only can it weaken the enemy's attack, but it can also be immune to all bad conditions, and even has a chance to rebound the enemy's attack. Even if Tai Chi swordsmanship is said to be the strongest defensive swordsmanship, Song Jian will not disagree. The bite skill of the Wild King Bee was released, but it only caused less than 30 points of damage to Song Jian, which was not even as good as the ordinary attack. This is the attack method of the boss that Song Jian tried to find out after sacrificing 2 fire elemental elves. 2 poison needles were fired in succession. Song Jian had no good way for the time being. The poison needles were too fast, so he could only use the defensive shield to resist. As for the continuous damage skill of bite, Tai Chi swordsmanship is simply its nemesis. 3 sword swings. The long sword in Song Jian's hand suddenly became heavy. He chopped the king bee 3 times in a row. The strong chi overlapped and exploded directly in the king bee's body. Boom, boom, boom. 3 times of damage, each higher than the last. The strong shock caused the king bee to stagnate slightly in the air. Lightning strike. 3 lightning sword chis chopped the king bee again. The cooling time of the lightning strike was only 10 seconds. It could almost be used as a regular attack method. Moreover, the lightning attribute just restrained the king bee, causing huge damage to the king bee. The battle continued. Song Jian mercilessly used his sword skills to attack the Wild King Bee, while at the same time being alert to the new skills that the Wild King Bee might have at any time. The Wild King Bee's blood value continued to decrease. After more than 10 minutes, its blood value had been reduced to a quarter. Song Jian's face showed a look of joy. According to this progress, at most in 5 or 6 minutes, the already wounded Wild King Bee would die under his sword. A few minutes later, just as Song Jian was about to reap the fruits of victory, he suddenly smelled a hint of blood on his nose. Song Jian, who was attacking the Wild King Bee, seemed to feel something. The sword he had chopped out was instantly retracted by him. Based on his feeling, Song Jian chopped a sword behind him. Ding! The figure of a thief slowly appeared, with 2 daggers in his hands crossed, and he used the parry skill to block the sword energy released by Song Jian. How did you find me? Kuan-ju looked at Song Jian with surprise and asked. As the top killer in the Death Scythe organization, Kuan-ju has always been famous for his elusiveness. The most important thing is that his stealth skill has reached the full level of 10. Even if there are creatures with higher levels and stronger strength than him, Kuan-ju will not be discovered when he walks past him. Even some people who were killed by Kuan-ju did not know who attacked him. Death Scythe? Song Jian frowned, staring at a strange symbol on Kunja's leather armor. Death Scythe actually sent a second killer at this time, and no one knew how they found out that the first killer was dead. Kunja's level was 30, and his profession was the most suitable thief profession for killers. If Song Jian hadn't noticed him before, he would have almost been caught in a pincer attack. It's really haunting. Song Jian narrowed his eyes, and a cold murderous intent emerged. Chapter 544 Smoke Bomb. With the low-health Wild King Beat boss in front, and the level 30 Death Scythe chasing the assassin in the back, Song Jian was caught in a dilemma. Go to hell. Kuan-ju's figure was exposed, but he did not retreat. Instead, he rushed towards Song Jian like a warrior, and the dagger in his hand, like a hunter's fangs, slashed towards Song Jian's neck. A white light flashed in front of Song Jian's eyes, and he quickly waved his sword to block. With a clang, the dagger was placed in front of Song Jian's eyes. A dark green flashed from the blade of the dagger, and a dizzying fishy smell emanated from the dagger. Song Jian's heart sank. The dagger was poisonous. Kuan-ju's dagger was almost swung away. He quickly stabilized it. His arms felt numb, and he was shocked. Although Song Jian had hidden all his attributes, he was not able to escape from Kuan-ju's detection skills. Song Jian's level was only 26, which gave Kuan-ju, who was 30, a psychological advantage. However, in the collision just now, Kuan-ju suddenly found that Song Jian's strength attribute had far surpassed his own. His face suddenly became ugly. However, Kuan-ju, who had experienced many battles, was not discouraged. Among his assassination targets, many people were much stronger than him, but they were still killed by him in the end? This accident was nothing to Kuan-ju. The figure flipped to the side like a swallow, and the dagger in his hand stabbed at the back of Song Jian's head. This was one of Kuan-ju's killer skills, the side flip chisel, which was a rare skill of assassins. It was the reward Kuan-ju got after he accidentally encountered a special task and completed it with great difficulty. This kind of task may not be encountered once in 1,000 assassins, and among the people who get this kind of task, only 1 or 2 out of 100 people can complete it and get the final reward. Kuan-ju is one of them. Many times, Kuan-ju relied on this unexpected move to turn defeat into victory. At this moment, Song Jian's figure rushed forward, and the long sword in his hand chopped forward. Kuan-ju's attack immediately fell into the air. Looking at Song Jian's action, Kuan-ju was stunned for a moment, and soon understood that the opponent was performing a skill at this time, using the forced displacement of this skill to avoid his fatal attack. Dance of Broken Wings. After Song Jian slashed the air forward with a sword, the sound immediately turned around and slashed towards Kuan-ju. Dang! Dang! Kuan-ju quickly used the dagger to perform the parrying skill, and his figure leaned back like a willow leaf, releasing the force, and 2 more than 30 points of damage suddenly floated above his head. The opponent's damage is too high. I have successfully parried, but I still got hurt. Kuan-ju's heart sank, and he found that he underestimated the opponent in his eyes. He had already thought of fleeing thousands of miles away. In fact, when Song Jian found his trace and broke his invisibility with sword energy, Kuan-ju should have retreated directly. This is the most basic instinct as an assassin. If the attack fails, flee thousands of miles away. However, Song Jian's level of 26 confused Kuan-ju, making him arrogant, thinking that he could kill Song Jian in a head-on battle even if he didn't take the initiative. But the subsequent battle process exceeded Kuan-ju's expectations. Song Jian's strength attribute could completely crush himself, who was 4 levels higher than him. This was the first time Kuan-ju discovered that there seemed to be something wrong with the information about Song Jian. At this time, if Kuan-ju gave up the assassination and retreated immediately, Song Jian would be attacked by the poisonous king bee, and it would be difficult for him to chase Kuan-ju. Kuan-ju only needed to search for Song Jian's information again, and then reformulate the assassination plan. However, Kuan-ju did not do so. He just felt that with his assassination experience, even if there was a little accident, he could make up for the gap with his own strength. However, when Song Jian's powerful damage was displayed in front of Quinju. It was like a bucket of cold water, pouring down Quinju from head to toe. The bone-chilling cold made him feel as if he was standing naked in the Siberian cold wind. Danger? Quinju suddenly had such a thought in his mind, and he was ready to retreat. At this moment, a burst of energy suddenly burst out from the opponent's long sword, and Quinju felt that he had lost control of his body, and his whole body was thrown into the air, in a state of weightlessness. Damn! How could this happen? Quinju's face changed drastically, and cold sweat had already flowed down his forehead and cheeks. It doesn't matter. Even if he takes the opportunity to attack me, he can only seriously injure me at most, but can't kill me at all. Then I only need to use the Clone Phantom and the Aurora Shadow to escape safely. Quinju comforted himself in his heart. Although he lost control of his body, he had practiced the escape method dozens of times in his mind. As long as he regained control of his body, he was confident that he could escape immediately. At this moment, Quinju suddenly found that Song Jian did not continue to chase and attack him, but hid to the side. Such a good opportunity to seriously injure me. Why did he miss it? Quinju was puzzled, although he didn't know why. He always felt that there would be a bigger conspiracy waiting for him. Sure enough, just as Kunju's body began to fall to the ground and was about to regain control of his body, Kunju suddenly heard a buzzing sound of wings flapping rapidly. Wild King Bee. Kunju's heart sank immediately. He immediately understood Song Jian's plan. The other party was actually going to use him as a shield to resist the attack of the Wild King Bee. Damn! How could this happen? Kunju's face suddenly showed a look of despair. The reason why he took advantage of this time to sneak attack Song Jian was that he wanted to take advantage of the boss being about to be killed. Song Jian's mind must be immersed in the boss and ignore the surrounding situation, so it would be easier for him to attack. But he didn't expect that the opponent not only discovered his sneak attack in advance, but also used the Wild King Bee to attack him. Swoosh! 2 purple-black poison needles shot towards Song Jian. Song Jian smiled and his body turned into a black shadow. He dodged from under Quinju in midair and kicked him, causing him to crash into the 2 poison needles. Puff! The 2 poison needles hit Quinju accurately, one in his chest and the other in his ribs. Suddenly, a corrosive burning sensation emerged from the place where it was hit, and soon began to spread to other parts of the body. Kunju fell heavily to the ground and rolled twice. He gritted his teeth, took out a smoke bomb, and smashed it hard on the ground. Bang! After a ball of fire, thick white smoke began to spread around. After a while, the area within dozens of meters around was pitch dark. Chapter 545 for Stealth. Lightning Strike. Song Jian didn't even look at where Quinju was, and turned around to rush towards the Wild King Bee. A flash of lightning flashed 3 times in a row, and the Wild King Bee let out a sharp hissing sound. And with a bang, its body completely shattered, just like a piece of exquisite porcelain being smashed into pieces. Song Jian was stunned. He didn't expect that the Wild King Bee would make such a big noise when it died. But since it was already dead, Song Jian picked up a few items that fell and looked around vigilantly. Although Quinju seemed to have left, Song Jian felt that he would not give up so easily. He must still be nearby, and might be staring at him with gritted teeth. I wouldn't dare to let those 2 queen bee poison needles hit me easily. Not to mention the damage. The bee venom alone can drive people crazy. Song Jian thought of Quinju being tortured by the Wild King Bee's bee venom at this time, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After waiting for a long time, Quinju did not appear, and Song Jian carefully withdrew from the stone forest. The monsters here spawned very quickly, and it was possible to be besieged by wild bees if you were not careful. After leaving the stone forest, Song Jian checked the loot in the parcel column. First of all, the Wild King honey that was almost certain to drop. This time 3 portions dropped at once, which could be used to brew 3 bottles of queen bee wine. But after looking at the properties of the Wild King honey, Song Jian hesitated, wondering whether he should brew it into queen bee wine that only restored spirit value. Wild King honey. Materials: edible. Effect 1, directly consumed. Can immediately restore 800 points of chi and health, 200 points of spirit, and continuously restore 500 points of chi and health, and 150 points of spirit in the next 30 seconds. The first time it is taken, it can permanently increase the physical attribute by 1 point, and it will no longer have the effect of increasing attribute points after use. Effect 2 can be used to make queen bee wine. The properties of Wild King Honey are so good that Song Jian feels that after brewing Queen Bee wine, except for the taste and restoring 1,000 points of spirit, there is no other benefit. For magic professionals, Queen Bee wine may be better, but for Song Jian, the properties of Wild King Honey are more suitable for him. The most important thing is that directly using Wild King Honey can permanently increase a point of physical fitness. After reading the properties of Wild King Honey, Song Jian's eyes fell on the next item. Soul Capture Bead. Special item. Silver level. Item level 28. Use effect. Players can store all energy such as spirit value / mana value / magic value into the bead, and continue to use the energy stored in the bead after they have consumed it. The storage value of the bead, 0/2000. The item can be used by storing it in the package column. Usage requirements, level 25. Good stuff. But it's useless to me. I can only throw it to the Alliance warehouse to see if others need it. Song Jian took a look and thought a little disappointed. This thing is equivalent to a permanent energy bottle, and it has no cooling conflict with the recovery potion. At a critical moment, it may save the life of a magic professional, but it is not very useful to Song Jian. Song Jian's invisible sword energy recovers very quickly, and does not need to be stored separately. Only those magic professionals will need this thing. Now many magic professionals may not have more than 2,000 mana points. Once they have this item, they can go all out in battle and instantly turn into a turret with unlimited firepower, which is terrifying. Song Jian believes that once this thing appears at the auction, it will be sought after by all magic professionals. Even if they lose everything, they will buy it. In addition to these two items, the boss drops some materials, including Queen Bee poison needles and wings for forging, Queen Bee poison sacs and Queen Bee honey glands for refining medicine, all of which are blue quality and valuable. After checking the spoils, Song Jian stood under a huge rock. With a thought, a pair of steel wings appeared behind him. After flapping twice, Song Jian shouted loudly, "If you don't take action, I'll leave." As soon as the voice fell, a black shadow fell from midair, and the dagger in his hand made a sharp hissing sound and stabbed towards Song Jian's head. "I knew you were unwilling." Song Jian sneered, stepped hard, flapped his wings quickly twice, and hid to the side like lightning. Song Jian came out of the stone forest, and he always felt like he was being watched. He knew that the assassin of Death's Side was nearby, and he would definitely attack again because he was unwilling to fail. Song Jian used his iron wings to tell Quinju that if he didn't attack again, Song Jian would leave from the air. At that time, it would not be so easy to find Song Jian. In addition, the location here was also selected by Song Jian. There was only such a huge rock in the area of hundreds of meters. Song Jian only needed to lean against this rock, and the assassin class could not sneak attack him from behind. You know, the assassin class has many high burst skills, which need to be launched from the back of the target. With his back against this rock, Song Jian can avoid being killed from behind by Quinju. The time and place were almost all decided by Song Jian. The second assassination also lost the meaning of sneak attack. What Song Jian didn't expect was that Quinju had been lying in ambush on the rock behind him and attacked from the top of his head. Quinju descended from the sky and stabbed Song Jian's head with a dagger in his hand, performing the chisel skill. Once this skill hits, Song Jian will be dizzy for up to 8 seconds, although he will wake up once he is hurt. Quinju can take advantage of this opportunity to choose a good position and take Song Jian away directly. Song Jian flapped his wings and held the long sword in front of him. With a clang, the dagger and the long sword collided, and a golden light burst out. Song Jian flipped in the air and took 2 steps back. Quinju felt a sharp pain in his forehead. His body was stiff and unable to move, and a dizziness symbol appeared in the status bar. How could this happen? Quinju was furious. His skills could be rebounded by the opponent. Not only could they rebound damage, but they could also rebound negative status. How could he fight? Song Jian smiled, and the long sword in his hand flashed with lightning, and he chopped at Quinju. Lightning strike. 6 damage numbers instantly floated above Quinju's head, and his health value swish was reduced by 1/3. This damage scared Quinju so much that his body banged and disappeared with a puff of white smoke. For stealth, Song Jian frowned. This skill of being able to sneak in combat is definitely a rare skill. Quinju can have so many rare skills. I'm afraid he is an elite figure in Death's Side. Chapter 546 Night. Quinju felt his cheeks burning. After 2 consecutive failures, he was filled with a fire in his heart. His eyes were red, and his face was distorted. The first time he attacked Song Jian, he was poisoned by the queen bee venom. This venom could cause continuous damage, so he couldn't even use his stealth skills. All the invisible states would automatically come out of the invisible state once they were hurt. In desperation, Kuan-ju could only use a smoke bomb to escape. In order to eliminate the queen bee venom on his body, Kuan-ju even used a super antidote potion. This potion must be made by a pharmacist. Kuan-ju also accidentally obtained this potion after completing a task before. Kuan-ju felt ashamed and angry for consuming a precious antidote, but failing to kill the target. After recovering, he could not wait to attack again. But he did not expect that Song Jian could bounce back his attack. And the opponent's damage was extremely high. And he lost 1/3 of his health in one move. If he really let the opponent throw all his sword skills at him, he would probably be killed in 1 second. Do I really have to admit that the mission failed? Let those rubbish in the organization laugh at me. No. I will definitely kill him. Kill this God-favorite person. Kuan-ju gritted his teeth. Blood slowly seeped out from between his teeth. But he didn't feel anything at all. Song Jian looked at the empty wilderness, folded his iron wings, and felt a little regretful. His current damage is strong enough, but he does not have many control skills. He feels very troubled by a profession like Kunju, who can fight and run as he pleases. And this feeling of being monitored always lingers in his heart, like a dark cloud that lingers for a long time. Song Jian hesitated for a moment, then walked away. He did not return to the military camp town, but ran towards the Shadowfang Mountains. Song Jian's map at this time is much more detailed than the simple map given by Qi Yin before. According to the map instructions, at Song Jian's speed, it only takes 4 or 5 days to reach the Shadowfang Mountains. If he can hire a mount in the military camp town, he can at least arrive 1 or 2 days earlier. The night was hazy, and large patches of dark clouds appeared in the sky. Just like in the city of Doomsday, Song Jian sat in front of a bonfire and sighed softly. It seemed that he could not absorb the essence of the moon today. However, even if he could absorb it, Song Jian did not dare to do so. The feeling of being monitored always lingered in Song Jian's heart. It seemed that the other party had not given up. At night, which was the most suitable environment for sneak attacks, the other party would definitely not give up. With a thought, first 30 blood crows appeared beside Song Jian. After a while, according to the instructions issued by Song Jian, these blood crows were evenly distributed in various locations within a radius of 100 meters with him as the center. Once there is any movement, Song Jian will immediately discover it and respond. The blood crows are not very powerful, but they can fly and can go without food, water, or rest for a long time. They are almost comparable to zombies in the wild, and are the best scouts. Then, Song Jian summoned 30 blood wolves, and asked them to disperse. Even if Kuan-ju entered stealth mode, the smell on his body could not be hidden from these blood wolves with sharp sense of smell. After such a heavy defense, Song Jian laid down and prepared to rest. He did not think that the blood crows and blood wolves alone could stop Kuan-ju, but it would be difficult for Kuan-ju to approach him quietly, as long as the blood crow and the blood wolf could find Kuan-ju's whereabouts. Song Jian would have the confidence to kill them, or at least make them return empty-handed. Time passed quickly, and it was already late at night. The bonfire gradually dimmed. Song Jian lay motionless beside the bonfire, with only his chest rising and falling slightly. It seemed that he had fallen into a deep sleep. Suddenly, Song Jian opened his eyes abruptly, and a cold chill spread from his chest to his limbs. Alarm bells rang in his heart. Although the blood crow and the blood wolf did not send him any danger signals, Song Jian knew that he was already in an extremely dangerous state. With a thought, the phantom clone appeared where Song Jian was lying, while Song Jian himself rolled over and hid in a dark place nearby. What's going on? What means did he use to quietly break through the defenses of the blood crow and the blood wolf? Song Jian's forehead was covered with sweat. He was a little sleepy at first, but now it was as if he was poured with a basin of cold water, and he was no longer sleepy. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly saw that the phantom clone lying on the ground had a mung bean-sized red dot on his chest. The red dot quickly moved to the clone's head, and then after staying for a while, the red dot moved back to the chest and remained motionless. Is this an infrared sight? Song Jian stared at the red dot, narrowed his eyes, and immediately understood the opponent's method. The Killer of Death scythe actually has the ability of long-range sniping, which was not exposed during the day. Using infrared aiming, his current location should be 300 to 500 meters away from here. Song Jian looked at the dark wilderness along the direction of the infrared, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Soon, a ball of black fog floated up from where Song Jian was and flew away. Just then, a muffled sound suddenly came from the distance. Although the sound was not loud, it was clearly transmitted to Song Jian's ears in the middle of the night. It even has a silencer installed. Then his range will be shortened. It should be within 300 meters. Song Jian didn't even look at the phantom clone, and flew straight to the place where Kuan-Ju might be ambushing. At this time, Kuan-Ju was lying on a rock, observing Song Jian in front of him through the night vision goggles of the sniper rifle. Since Song Jian lay down, Kuan-Ju has been waiting patiently, just like a cheetah hunting, for the best opportunity. It doesn't matter even if it takes a few hours. Until Kuan-Ju thought that Song Jian was already asleep, he started to snipe him. In order to improve accuracy, Kuan-Ju also changed to an infrared laser sight. But at the moment he pulled the trigger, he seemed to feel something was wrong. When the bullet penetrated the target's chest, the target did not bleed, but dissipated directly like foam, which made Kuan-Ju's face change and his heart sank. How could this happen? How did he find me? Kuan-Ju punched the rock under him angrily, immediately put away his sniper rifle, and turned around to leave. At this time, he didn't notice that not far above his head, a group of black mist was slowly approaching him. Chapter 547. See through. Song Jian's killing intent became more and more intense. This killer with the death scythe was like a maggot on the tarsal bone, and he kept haunting him. Kuan-Ju had already sensed the threat coming. After discovering that he did not kill Song Jian, but only killed one of his clones, Kuan-Ju was ready to retreat. At this time, he was more than 250 meters away from where Song Jian lit the bonfire. He thought that Song Jian could not determine his position so quickly, but he did not expect that Song Jian had turned into a black mist and appeared in the air less than 10 meters away from him. The warning of death kept ringing in Kuan-Ju's heart. The more assassinations he made, the more cards Song Jian exposed. Kuan-Ju felt that his chances of winning had increased. But what he didn't know was that as he assassinated more and more people, Song Jian knew him better. Huh? A breeze blew by, and Kuan-Ju suddenly felt that he was trapped in a black fog, and he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. The black fog was constantly causing damage to him. Although it was not high, it made Kuan-Ju a little flustered. It actually determined my position so quickly. What kind of skill is this? Why in this black fog? I can't even sense the area 1 meter away. Kuan-Ju immediately used the acceleration skill and rushed in one direction. But no matter how fast he ran, he couldn't escape the area covered by the black fog. The black fog was like a shadow. Wherever he ran, the black fog would follow him. Come out. If you have the guts, come out and fight me for 300 rounds. Kuan-Ju yelled crazily, waving his dagger in panic in the black fog, as if the enemy was right in front of him. Kuan-Ju seemed to have given up on himself and collapsed because of the desperate situation. But in fact, as a battle-hardened assassin, how could he go crazy just because of such a small disadvantage? All Kuan-Ju did was just to lower Song Jian's vigilance and make him careless and reveal his flaws. Song Jian did not move. He naturally understood that the damage caused by the incarnation of black fog to Kuan-Ju was actually not much, and the opponent could not become so vulnerable just because his perception was suppressed, and he was attacked from time to time. At this time, both sides have actually started another kind of psychological game. 15 minutes passed in a flash, and Song Jian's incarnation black fog skill was about to end. At this time, Kuan-Ju had realized that his performance could not deceive the other party, and he became calm. He poured a bottle of potion that continuously restored his blood value into his mouth. With a cold face, "Do you think that you can kill me with this little damage that can't even kill a mosquito?" Kuan-Ju had a disdainful expression on his face. But in fact, his palms holding the two daggers were already slightly sweaty. This black fog state that seemed to never end and could not be escaped made Kuan-Ju nervous. Even if the damage was small each time, Kuan-Ju's medicine was limited. If it really dragged on for 3 or 4 hours, Kuan-Ju would definitely die. 15 minutes passed, and although it couldn't be said that the form exploded, Kuan-Ju had already begun to get nervous. At this moment, Kuan-Ju suddenly felt a bright light in front of his eyes. The black fog disappeared, and his perception could expand outward again. And he was immediately delighted. Light slash. A light shout exploded from above his head, and the dazzling golden sword energy immediately drove away the surrounding darkness. Kuan-ju was startled and quickly used the acceleration skill to hide to the side. When the golden sword energy was halfway through the chop, it changed from a chop to a sweep, and hit Kuan-ju's waist fiercely. Suddenly, a damage number of more than 600 plus 300 points floated up from Kuan-ju's head. Song Jian fell from midair, kicked his feet, and rushed towards Kuan-ju like an arrow. The blood crows and blood wolves that were originally guarding around the campfire also rushed over and surrounded them. Kuan-ju did not notice the blood crows and blood wolves, and he turned sideways and launched a vital attack, cutting a bloody wound on Song Jian's waist, and then stabbed Song Jian's chest with the dagger like a fong. Song Jian waved his sword to block, and the two of them stood together. After more than a dozen rounds, Kuan-ju suddenly found that Song Jian's equipment was better than his, and Song Jian also found that the assassin in front of him had endless strange skills and many ways to save his life. We can't go on like this, or he'll run away again. Song Jian frowned slightly. His damage almost crushed Kuan-ju, but Kuan-ju was like a slippery loach and couldn't catch him at all. 5 minutes later, Kuan-ju suddenly wanted to retreat. After several fights, he found that he couldn't kill Song Jian from the front. Feeling that Kuan-ju seemed to be escaping again, Song Jian took out a bottle of weakness potion from the parcel column and smashed it hard on the ground. Suddenly, a gray smoke enveloped Kuan-ju. Kuan-ju's face changed drastically. He found that the surface of his body seemed to be covered with a layer of dust. Gray. And his defense power was almost directly reduced. What kind of potion is this? Kuan-ju was shocked and immediately used the disappear skill. A puff of white mist appeared and quickly dissipated. Kuan-ju's figure disappeared in front of Song Jian. I can't let you get away this time. Song Jian had a hint of coldness on his lips. He controlled the scattered blood wolves around and began to search and attack freely. Soon, less than 10 meters away from Song Jian, a blood wolf roared and pounced towards an open space. Kuan-ju's figure suddenly appeared. His dagger held the blood wolf's fangs, and his other hand stabbed the blood wolf's abdomen fiercely. 1, 2, 3. The blood wolf let out a mournful cry. Its blood value was reduced to 0, and it turned into a pool of blood and merged into the ground, killing the blood wolf. Kuan-ju's face turned ugly instead. Looking back, he saw that, as expected, ice appeared under Song Jian's feet, and his movement speed doubled. As he ran, a small ice trail appeared behind him. Bang! Song Jian swung his sword and slashed at Kuan-ju fiercely. Kuan-ju waved his dagger to parry, and the two fought together. After 30 seconds, Kuan-ju's blood value was less than 1/3, and he looked a little embarrassed. He took out a crystal bead from his arms and smashed it on the ground. Suddenly, a wave of air rose from under his feet. Song Jian was caught off guard and was directly thrown back 3 or 4 meters and fell to the ground. When Song Jian got up, Kuan-ju's figure disappeared again. Song Jian sneered, and the remaining 29 blood wolves began to run quickly. After a while, another loud wolf howl sounded. In an instant, all the blood wolves seemed to have heard the order of the charge and rushed towards the howling blood wolf. Chapter 548 Shadowfang Mountains. Kuan-ju's figure was forced out of stealth again, looking at the blood wolf that had discovered him by smell and was rushing towards him. Kuan-ju wanted to cut it into pieces, but now a few seconds was the difference between life and death for him. Run! Kuan-ju's mind moved, and his movement speed suddenly increased. A trail of afterimages was left behind him, and from a distance, it looked like a virtual veil. Sword Shadow Step. Song Jian's figure also turned into a black shadow, and his speed suddenly increased a lot, chasing closely behind Kuan-ju. Earth Teeth Thrust. A fawn-shaped gas mass bloomed from under Song Jian's feet, emitting a sharp hissing sound, and rushed towards Kuan-ju. A mark like a long sword suddenly appeared on the hard ground. Boom! The Earth Teeth Thrust hit Kuan-ju's back hard, and he staggered immediately. Soul-controlling sword technique. A transparent long sword phantom appeared above Song Jian's head. As Song Jian swung his sword forward and slashed forward, the transparent long sword stabbed towards Kuan-ju with a whoosh sound. Bang! Kuan-ju suddenly felt as if his head was slashed hard. After a dizzy spell, a severe pain rose to his heart, as if his soul was slashed by a sword. and he couldn't help but let out a painful wail. As an elite assassin of the Death Scythe, Kuan-Ju could endure any injuries. But this time, the pain was like his soul being torn apart. So he could no longer bear it, and he kept rolling on the ground with his head in his hands. Song Jian rushed over a few steps and swung his sword at him. Lightning strike. Pa pa pa. A few flashes of lightning flashed, and Kuan-Ju had recovered to nearly half of his blood value, and suddenly fell to the state of near death. Don't kill me. I'm a senior member of the Death Scythe. If you kill me, the organization will not let you go. Kuan-Ju looked at Song Jian, who was slashing at him mercilessly, and quickly stretched out his hand to stop him. Song Jian had a cold look on his face. He thrust the long sword in his hand into Kuan-Ju's throat fiercely. A stream of blood spurted out, taking away the last bit of his blood. Kuan-Ju's eyes bulged out, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. The dagger in his hand fell to the ground. He grabbed Song Jian's long sword with both hands. He seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he couldn't catch his breath. His head tilted and his body lay down limply. Finally dead, Song Jian drew out his long sword and took a deep breath. Kuan-Ju's assassination ability was too strong. Although he was slightly inferior to Song Jian in frontal combat, he was like a poisonous snake hidden in the dark, and he could attack at any time and bite Song Jian. In this pursuit, Song Jian was in a state of extreme tension and alertness all the time. In this state, Song Jian's strength would at least decrease by 1/3 in 3 days at most. In fact, every day, Kuan-Ju's success rate in assassinating Song Jian would increase a lot, which is why Song Jian must kill Kuan-Ju as soon as possible. My attack damage is enough, but my control skills are very lacking. If I had 1 or 2 control skills, I would not be able to entangle with him for so long. In the end, I still have to rely on the Blood Wolf to kill him. Song Jian looked at Kuan-Ju's body and thought to himself. He picked up Kuan-Ju's 2 daggers, which were the spoils dropped after his death. 2 daggers. One is of silver quality, and the other is of growing gold quality, which is not much worse than the long sword in Song Jian's hand. The red fire hard monkey sword and the golden light demon slaying sword had been retracted into his body. Song Jian played with this growing golden quality dagger with a playful smile on his lips. This dagger cannot be sold. It can only be given to the best friend, or I can use it myself as a backup weapon. If it is sold and ends up in the hands of the enemy, I will really shoot myself in the foot, Song Jian thought to himself. After killing Kuan-Ju, Song Jian was finally able to have a good rest. The Blood Crow and the Blood Wolf were still scattered around him according to the previous arrangement, while Song Jian himself lay beside the campfire and fell into a deep sleep. In the following days, Song Jian was very careful along the way, but he never encountered another assassin sent by Death Scythe. He had resisted 2 of the 3 assassination attempts, and there was only 1 left. If Death Scythe failed again, it would probably not send assassins to kill Song Jian in a short time. The second time was a level 30 assassin. So for the third time, wouldn't it be necessary to find an assassin with first level combat power? Song Jian thought to himself. I'm afraid that Death Scythe is also evaluating Song Jian's true strength. Even Kuan-Ju, who was level 30, was killed by Song Jian. The manager of Death Scythe has already raised Song Jian's evaluation to a very high level. However, even in the organization, there are not many assassins with first level combat power. If you want to send a first level combat power assassin, you still need to wait for a while. This is why Song Jian has not encountered an assassin in the past few days. 2 days later, Song Jian finally entered the Shadowfang Mountains. In this mountain range, there is a strong shadow energy. Purple-gray trees cover the entire mountain range. The beasts in the mountains are all shadow beasts full of shadow energy. Their entire bodies are translucent. Only when they attack, they will show their full appearance. This also makes adventurers who enter the Shadowfang Mountains feel very headache. Song Jian opened the map and took a look. As long as he bypassed a level 30 monster area not far ahead and walked 10 miles forward, he could reach the Dark Castle. The place agreed with Qi Yun before was in a small valley not far from the Dark Castle. The area ahead is the territory of the Shadow Leopard, a level 30 monster area. The map says that these monsters are not only powerful in attack, but also extremely fast. If you are targeted, it is difficult to escape. The most important thing is that these monsters are usually in stealth mode, blending into the surrounding environment. Only when they attack, You will find their existence. But when you find their existence, it may be too late. Song Jian frowned slightly. If he crossed this area, he could save at least half a day. If he bypassed it, he would have to walk at least 30 to 40 kilometers more. After hesitating for a moment, Song Jian finally decided to bypass this area. After all, it was difficult to get supplies here. The nearest military camp town was 300 miles away, and it was impossible to replenish it. If he was held back by the monsters here, even if he could get out, he would probably lose a lot of energy, and it would not be worth it. If there was a problem with the supply when fighting the Shadow Dragon, it would really kill people. Just as Song Jian was about to take a detour, he suddenly heard a shrill scream and a low roar from the front. After a while, a group of people came out of the woods in front, their faces full of panic. Chapter 549 Indifference. In the group, the one running in front was a boy of about 12 or 13, wearing a gorgeous dress. The fluffy dress made him look bloated. He was covered with all kinds of jewelry, including 3 necklaces, 1 ring on each finger, and 2 bracelets on each wrist. The boy's long golden hair shone brightly in the sun, and he looked quite handsome. But his panicked expression made him look a little less handsome. Beside him, 5 or 6 armored guards followed closely, protecting him firmly in the center. Seeing Song Jian, the young man's face suddenly showed joy, and he quickly greeted this adventurer. I am the son of the Lord of the City of Sin, Salandu. I now order you as a viscount to protect me and resist the monster behind me. At this time, a girl next to the young man, wearing a black suit, holding a longbow, and a short sword hanging on her waist, said angrily, Salandu, pay attention to your identity. How can you say such a thing? The one chasing us is the level 30 elite boss Shadowfang. How can you let an adventurer who is not familiar with us resist the disaster for us? Yes, young master. The eldest lady is right. This is beneath your status. A middle-aged knight next to him whispered in the young man's ear. More importantly, do you think this adventurer can resist the monster behind him? How long can he resist it? 1 second? Or 5 seconds? Salandu stared at the middle-aged knight next to him, then turned to the girl next to him and shouted, Anna, you are just my cousin. If our Saker family hadn't taken you in, you would have died long ago. So you have no right to teach me a lesson. You? Anna raised her eyebrows. Her face turned red with anger, and she suddenly pulled out the dagger hanging from her waist and glared at Salandu. Salandu immediately showed his timidity. Although he knew that Anna would not harm him, he couldn't help but feel scared when he saw Anna holding the dagger. 1,000 Doomsday coins. As long as you can lead the monster away, I will reward you with 1,000 Doomsday coins, Salandu said with a proud look, pointing at Song Jian. 1,000 Doomsday coins is already a lot of money for ordinary adventurers, but it is still too cheap compared to stopping a level 30 elite boss. Song Jian smiled slightly. He could see that these people were all natives in the game. In other words, NPCs in the game, and they would naturally not be on the same level with them. Swish! A black shadow jumped out of the woods and directly knocked down a warrior in armor. Song Jian narrowed his eyes and immediately felt a piercing chill on his back. This is a cheetah with a body as black as ink and a faint light all over its body. There is no color on its body. Only 2 eyes as red as blood, flashing a cruel and bloodthirsty light. With a low roar, the cheetah swung its claws towards the fallen soldier. A sharp and piercing friction sound was heard, and the hard armor was torn apart like thin paper under the cheetah's claws. Then, the cheetah tore the soldier inside one bite at a time, just like eating a walnut kernel with its shell cracked open. The screams were endless, being eaten alive by a cheetah, watching it tear his flesh and blood from his body one bite at a time and swallow it into its stomach. The soldier's spirit had already collapsed, and he kept making sharp and painful howls, begging his companions to end his life. But everyone protected Salandu and Anna, and stayed away from this powerful cheetah boss. Shadowfang. Is this the Shadowfang they're talking about? A level 30 elite boss? Song Jian had summoned the red fire heart ape sword and held it tightly in his hand. Originally, Song Jian didn't take it seriously when he heard that it was just a level 30 elite boss. But the moment he saw this cheetah, Song Jian suddenly realized that this elite boss named Shadowfang definitely has a first-level combat power. Such a speed is not something I can resist. Song Jian looked serious and slowly retreated. Such a terrifying speed, coupled with a strong attack power, made this Shadowfang the absolute overlord of the surrounding Shadowfang Mountains. Even though it was less than 10 miles away from the dark castle where the Shadow Dragon lived, this Shadowfang was not afraid at all, and became the most terrifying existence in this monster area. Of course, it does not mean that the Shadowfang has the strength to rival the Shadow Dragon, but that the Shadowfang has the ability to escape when the Shadow Dragon in the dark castle notices it. Crack. Just like claws scratching on glass. The harsh sound continued to ring, and the Shadowfang actually directly grabbed the armor of the warrior under it into a pile of scrap metal. The bloody fangs pierced the warrior's body and pulled him out of the abandoned armor. The high-pitched screams gradually became low, and finally turned into weak moans. And then only the sound of Shadowfang chewing and tearing remained. What should we do now? Salando's face was pale, looking at the warrior who was once his guard, now bloody and turned into a pile of rotten meat. Salando felt like vomiting, and his mouth was full of sour water. I hope it will be full and stop bothering us. Anna clenched the dagger in her hand and said nervously. At this time, she had already carried the longbow behind her back. With the speed of Shadowfang, there was no chance for her to draw the bow and shoot arrows. Master Salandu, don't worry. As long as I, Karen, am still alive, I will never let this monster hurt you, said the middle-aged knight who had been guarding Salandu with a firm face. After hearing Karen's comfort, Salandu breathed a sigh of relief and put his mind at ease. At this time, he saw Song Jian holding a long sword with a vigilant look on his face, staring at the boss, and a ball of anger rose in his heart. Adventurer, you rejected the hand of friendship extended to you by a viscount. Salandu stared at Song Jian fiercely and said, since you are unwilling to hold the hand of friendship I extended to you, then be prepared to welcome my raised long sword and death. Song Jian was stunned, and suddenly received a system prompt. System, you are hated by the son of the Lord of the City of Sin, and your relationship with the City of Sin has dropped to indifference. Cold. Indifference? Song Jian was stunned. Even if he had never been to the City of Sin, as long as he was a player, his relationship with cities dominated by humans was ordinary. Then, by completing tasks, he gained the reputation of the city, and slowly improved his relationship with the city. Once the relationship with a city drops to indifference, the residents of this city will not provide you with tasks, which means that your relationship with this city will never be improved. Once you enter this city, you will be unable to move forward. However, Salando is only the son of the city lord, not the city lord himself. Otherwise, if Song Jian angered the city lord of the City of Sin, then the city lord could reduce the relationship between Song Jian and the City of Sin to hatred with just one word, and put him on the most unwelcome blacklist. Interesting. Song Jian smiled slightly. He originally wanted to resist for a while, and save this group of NPCs. But he didn't expect it to be like this. Seeing that Song Jian didn't show a fearful look, but an indifferent expression, Anna's face suddenly changed. At this time, she discovered the difference of Song Jian. God's favored one. He is a God's favored one, Anna exclaimed. Chapter 550 Epic Quest. Only NPCs in the game would call players God's blessed. Players would not call each other that, as they felt a little ashamed. The natives in the game always had a respectful attitude towards players, who could suddenly disappear without a trace, and had great growth potential. Sorry, my lord God's blessed. We were so rude just now. Anna hurriedly apologized to Song Jian. God's blessed? Salando's eyes lit up, and he immediately took off a dagger from his waist and shouted to Song Jian, God's blessed. I am issuing a task to you now. As long as you can escort me away from here safely, then this precious elf sword will belong to you. System, Salandu, the son of the Lord of the City of Sin, has issued an escort mission to you. Mission requirements: successfully escort Salandu to a safe area. Mission rewards: elf sword, 500 points of favorability in the City of Sin. Mission failure penalty: none. Although Salandu is a bit of a dandy, he is very smart. He knows what a player values most. Anna seemed to understand it all at once, and looked at Salandu with appreciation. Song Jian sneered and refused without even looking at him. Seeing Song Jian coldly turn into a group photo and flee into the distance, Salandu and Anna were stunned, listening to the high-pitched screams coming from behind. Song Jian sighed slightly in his heart. The strength of the Shadowfang was not bad, and Song Jian did not have the confidence to escort Salando and the others away safely. If it was a monster with strong defense or strong attack, Song Jian could still fight. But with such a fast Shadow Fang, it was difficult for Song Jian to leave by himself. So how could he be able to protect such a large group of people? Another reason is that the elf sword is just a silver quality equipment, which is not worth mentioning compared to the danger Song Jian is about to face. Just as Song Jian was about to leave, he suddenly received a red system prompt. System, you get an epic mission. Rescue. Mission content, protect Anna Katerina and escort her to a safe place. Mission reward, gain Anna Katerina's gratitude and increase her favorability to friendly. Mission failure penalty, Anna Katerina dies. Mission fails, and attribute points are reduced by 5 points. Do you accept? The dark red font shone in front of Song Jian's eyes. Epic mission? Song Jian was immediately excited. You know, it is very difficult to get access to epic missions in this game. And the rewards for epic missions are super good. And the lowest is an epic item. Just like the task Song Jian received before. He got a whole set of gold quality suits, which can be put together into an epic suit. Such a task is hard to come by. Even if it means risking your life. You must accept it and complete it. The task reward is only Anna's favorability. But the failure penalty is 5 attribute points. Such rewards and penalties are completely disproportionate. Could it be that this epic task is another task chain? Song Jian thought to himself. After carefully reading the task content, Song Jian chose to accept it, and then turned and walked towards the group of people. At this time, a 10-minute countdown appeared in front of Song Jian. Song Jian didn't know what this meant, but it was right to rush to Anna as soon as possible. The guards around Salandu were attacked and bitten to death by Shadow Fang one by one. In the end, only Anna and the middle-aged knight Karen were left by his side. We will all die here. Salandu's face was pale, and there was a look of despair in his eyes. The Shadow Fang on the opposite side was like the pet of the god of death, constantly harvesting the lives of the guards. And with the strength of this Shadow Fang, it could have killed all of Salandu and his men. But it killed them one by one, teasing the remaining people like a cat playing cat and mouse. Fear enveloped everyone's heart. The Death Fang slowly walked down from a corpse. For this corpse, Shadow Fang only took out the opponent's heart and ate it, instead of eating all of it like the first guard. Seeing the blood on Death Fang's face, and its fangs flashing with cold light, Karen gritted his teeth and stood up, holding the knight's long sword tightly in his hand, and shouted without looking back, Master! Miss! Run quickly! I will stop it! Karen! Salando's face was pale, and his heart was full of regret. If he hadn't insisted on taking the risk in Shadowfang Mountains, he wouldn't have put himself in such a dangerous situation. The most important thing is that Karen is the confidant of his father, the Lord of the City of Sin, and he was sent to his side to protect his safety. If Karen was killed here because of him this time, his father would definitely be furious. You know, the Lord of the City of Sin has more than one son. Once he is hated by his father, he will have no hope in the future. Salandu, run! Don't let Karen's sacrifice go to waste. Anna picked up Salandu, who was about to collapse, and shouted in his ear. At this moment, Shadow Fang looked at Karen with a playful look in his eyes, roared at Karen, and rushed forward like lightning. Swish! Karen only felt as if a gust of wind passed by him, and Shadow Fang seemed to disappear from his sight suddenly. Roar! A low roar sounded from behind, and Karen's face changed drastically. He turned around and saw that the huge black shadow leopard suddenly rushed in front of Salandu and Anna, stopping them from escaping. It wants to keep us all here. Karen's face turned pale, and he immediately understood the monster's idea. Anna clenched the dagger in her hand and stood in front of Salandu, although she was also very scared and nervous. She knew that if Salandu died here, even if she could return to the City of Sin safely, the City Lord would definitely be angry with her. Use the courage to die to fight for the hope of survival, Anna whispered to herself, and the dagger in her hand began to shine brightly. At this moment, a brilliant golden light bloomed in the distance and slashed towards Shadow Fang. Light slash. The brilliant golden sword energy cut through the sky. When it was about to approach Shadow Fang, the black shadow leopard roared, turned around suddenly, and grabbed the sword energy behind it with one claw. The sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and the claw strike flashed with sharp light, even leaving several traces in the air that lasted for a long time. Bang! With a muffled sound, Shadow Fang let out a painful roar, and its huge body was like a broken bag being blown away by the energy. and it crashed into a shadow tree. With a boom, Shadow Fang's back hit the tree, making a crisp cracking sound, and rolled to the ground. Chapter 551, Resist. Song Jian was stunned. He didn't expect that his attack would be so powerful. He directly hit a critical hit, knocking down 1/3 of Shadow Fang's health. Why are you back again? Anna showed a look of surprise on her face, and let out a long breath. She had decided to burst out her life potential just now. Fortunately, Song Jian came over. Otherwise, once her life potential burst out, Anna would die soon. This is a secret skill of the elves, called the Elf Hymn, which can burst out all the life energy of the next few decades in an instant. With great power, Anna can perform this secret skill because of her elven bloodline. Ordinary humans cannot master this skill. After repelling Shadow Fang with one blow, the countdown in front of Song Jian disappeared. Looking at Anna with a look of surprise on her face, Song Jian understood that if he did not arrive within the countdown time, Anna would be killed by Shadow Fang, and this epic mission would end in failure. In fact, Song Jian did not understand that once Anna performed the skill of Elven Hymn, his mission would also be equivalent to failure. Fortunately, he arrived in time and saved Anna. And by the way, he also saved his 5 attribute points. God's favor. God's favor. Please save us. I am the son of the Lord of the City of Sin. As long as you can save us, I will agree to anything you want. Solanda rushed to Song Jian as if he had been injected with chicken blood, grabbed Song Jian's sleeve and begged. Okay. Hide behind me. Slowly retreat. And leave here. Song Jian stared at Shadow Fang with a vigilant look, without even looking at Solandu. Kulin had already felt Solandu's side, looked at Song Jian with a cautious look, and whispered a few words in Solandu's ear. The three hid behind Song Jian, and did not leave immediately, but followed Song Jian closely. Song Jian was stunned. He thought it was a mission requirement that he had to stay by the side of the protected object. He didn't care, but stared at Shadow Fang and retreated step by step. Anna and the other two followed Song Jian step by step. The scene of Kulin resisting Shadow Fang just now left a deep impression on them. Once the three of them were too far away from Song Jian, Shadow Fang could catch up with them in an instant with its speed. Only staying by Song Jian's side would be the safest. Shadow Fang was hit hard and fell from the tree. He stood up and stared at Song Jian fiercely. He roared and rushed towards him in an instant, like a black lightning. Immortal Sword Body. Open! Song Jian shouted, and directly revealed his biggest trump card. Instantly, golden light burst out from his body. The 7th level 1 Yuan Chaos Immortal Sword Body. All attributes increased by 11 points, directly making Song Jian's strength undergo earth-shaking changes. It can be said that Song Jian, who has activated the Immortal Sword Body, and Song Jian, who has not activated it, are completely two different people. Before activating the Immortal Sword Body, Song Jian could not catch the movement trajectory of Shadow Fang at all. Every time, it only left a black lightning mark on the surface of his eyeball. Even if he was attacked, he had no way to make an effective defense. After activating the Immortal Sword Body, the speed of Shadow Fang was still as fast as lightning for Song Jian. But it was not to the extent that he could not catch the movement trajectory. Lightning strike. Seeing Shadow Fang rushing towards him, Song Jian swung his sword, and 3 sword chi filled with lightning attributes slashed at Shadow Fang's body fiercely. At the same time, Shadow Fang's claws also slapped Song Jian's shoulder fiercely. More than 300 points of damage floated above Song Jian's head. Shadow Fang just made a random ordinary attack, causing Song Jian to lose more than 300 points of chi and health. Sword finger. Song Jian raised his left hand, and a silver sword chi bloomed, piercing into Shadow Fang's abdomen fiercely. Shadow Fang also roared, and an invisible sound wave attack covered the fan-shaped range of 60 degrees in front of it. This sonic attack made several people unstable. Solando even fell to the ground and rolled. Anna and Karen could only barely keep their bodies steady and kept shaking. Song Jian felt dizzy, but it only lasted for less than a second before he returned to normal. At this moment, Shadow Fang suddenly accelerated, leaped into the air and pounced on him, with sharp claws flashing with cold light, and 2 scarlet eyes emitting cruel light, as if wanting to tear Song Jian apart completely. Tai Chi sword technique. Song Jian's movements suddenly became gentle, and a mysterious aura spread from him. Under the attack of Shadow Fang, Song Jian was like a weak grass, letting the wind blow continuously. his body swaying with the wind. And the long sword collided with Shadow Fang's claws again and again, making a sound of metal clashing. With the help of the impact of the Shadow Fang, Song Jian would take 2 steps back with each collision. After a series of attacks, Song Jian had retreated more than 10 meters. He is so powerful that he can fight with the Shadow Fang to this extent. Anna looked at Song Jian, her heart full of amazement. Even Karen stared at Song Jian in shock. He didn't expect that this seemingly very young god-favored person could actually save them from the claws of the Shadow Fang. Ding, 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 ding. The attacks of the Shadow Fang were constantly resolved by Song Jian. After 6 seconds, the duration of the Tai Chi sword technique expired. When Song Jian finished his move, he only heard a roar and was hit hard in the chest. A huge force directly smashed Song Jian out. -680. Song Jian flew backwards in the air, with a damage number of nearly 700 points floating above his head. At this time, his health value had dropped to about half, and there was a sharp pain in his chest. Song Jian fell from midair, supported the ground with his left hand, gently rolled twice, and stood up steadily. As soon as he stood firm, before he made any movement, Shadow Fang had already rushed in front of him. Song Jian's feet flashed with white light, and he ran wildly, leaving behind him a cold ice trail. Seeing Song Jian running away, Anna and the other 2 also ran quickly and rushed towards Song Jian. Shadow Fang stepped on the ice trail. Every time it rushed forward 2 steps, its limbs would be eroded by the cold air, freezing it in place. After it struggled to break free, it ran 2 more steps and was frozen again, which made its speed drop. Hearing the angry roar coming from behind, Song Jian finally breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at the 3 panting people, and whispered, "It's not safe now. Leave here as soon as possible." Anna and the other 2 nodded quickly, not daring to look back, and followed Song Jian and ran away. Chapter 552 Second Ring. The ice trail slowly melted, and Shadow Fang resumed its previous speed, but it was also seriously injured at this time. Following the direction of Song Jian's escape, it chased for dozens of meters, but finally gave up the chase, stared at the front unwillingly, let out an angry roar, and turned to run towards the Shadow Forest. It was not until Shadow Fang returned to the Shadow Forest that Song Jian received the task completion prompt from the system. System, you have completed the epic task. The first ring, rescue, and received the gratitude of Anna Katerina. The relationship between you and Anna has been upgraded to friendly. As expected, this is an epic quest chain. Now I have only completed the first step, and it should be the simplest first step. Song Jian had a bitter smile on his face. The simplest first step alone almost cost him his life. If it weren't for the 1 Yuan Chaos Indestructible Sword Body, which gave him the strength to fight against the Shadow Fang, this level 30 elite boss, with the first level combat power, would definitely be able to kill everyone present. After completing the first ring of the epic quest, the quest did not disappear from the quest bar. Obviously, the second ring of the quest required Song Jian to find and trigger it himself. If Song Jian couldn't trigger the second ring, the quest would be stuck here. It should be safe now, Song Jian said with a long sigh. Thank you. Thank you. Lord God's blessed one. Anna bowed to Song Jian and said gratefully, "Thank you for saving us. If you can come to the City of Sin in the future, I will definitely treat you to a good drink." Carter also performed a knight salute to Song Jian and said, "You have gained the friendship of the Sacker family in the City of Sin. Lord God's blessed one." Solando barely calmed down, glanced at Song Jian, and said with a little pride, "Lord God's blessed one, with your strength, you are qualified to be my guardian knight. If you are willing to be loyal to me, then you will have a knight title and become a noble." Song Jian smiled slightly, ignored Solando, and turned to Anna and said, "I wonder if there is anything else I can do to help you." Solando is the son of the Lord of the City of Sin, and according to what Solando said before, Anna is not a member of the Saker family, but a relative of the Saker family. Now she is just living under someone else's roof. Although she is called the eldest lady by the servants, her status cannot be compared with Solando. But the epic task released by the system before was to save Anna, not Solando, who has a more noble status. Obviously, the game system believes that Anna's importance in the game is far greater than Solando. This is not something someone told Song Jian, but it is the most basic quality of a player. Only those who are valued by the game system will become big shots in the future. Such people are the ones that players must build good relationships with. Solando felt the indifference of Song Jian, and his face turned pale with anger. He gritted his teeth secretly. But there was nothing he could do now. He could only snort coldly. And his disgust for Song Jian deepened. Lord God's favored one. We came here for the Dark Castle. It is said that there is a cup of life hidden in the Dark Castle. The water contained in the cup of life can be turned into holy water, which can relieve any illness. Our goal this time is the cup of life in the Dark Castle. I wonder if you can help us get it, Anna said. Anna? How could you tell such a confidential matter to him? To an outsider. Solandu's face darkened, and he immediately became unhappy, and glared at Anna with dissatisfaction. Solandu, do you think that with our current strength, we still have a chance to get the cup of life from the Dark Castle? Anna turned her head and stared at Solandu and asked. Solandu was speechless. An elite 19 was almost wiped out. With the current strength of the three of them, they might not even be able to get close to the Dark Castle, let alone enter the Dark Castle to get the cup of life. Just after Anna made the request, Song Jian received the second ring of the epic task. System, you have obtained an epic mission. The second ring is to obtain the Holy Grail. Mission content, obtain the Holy Grail from the Dark Castle and give it to Anna Katerina. Mission description, the Holy Grail is one of the collections of the Dark Dragon. You must enter the treasure room of the Dark Castle to obtain the Holy Grail. Mission reward, you will gain Anna Katerina's favorability, and the relationship between you and her will be improved to respect. You will gain a skill point. Mission failure penalty, the favorability between you and Anna Katerina will be reduced to indifference. Seeing the content of the second ring of the mission, Song Jian frowned slightly. It seems that the first few rings of this epic mission are all for improving the relationship with Anna. But it is obvious that the second ring is much more difficult than the first ring. The first round is just to encounter a level 30 elite boss with first order combat power, while the second round may directly face the Shadow Dragon, and the danger is doubled. However, the purpose of Song Jian's trip is to enter the Dark Castle and fight the Shadow Dragon for half an hour, just in time to complete the second round of the epic task. Of course, no problem. Respected lady, I will fulfill your wish and hand the Holy Grail to you, Song Jian said after giving a salute to Anna. Thank you so much, warrior. If you complete this task, you can come to the aromatherapy castle in the city of Sin to find me and hand over the Holy Grail to me. Anna showed a charming smile on her face and continued, but you have to be fast. You must hand over the Holy Grail to me within a month. Okay, I understand. I will give you the Holy Grail within a month. Song Jian nodded, looking at Song Jian's back as he left. Solandu sneered and said, Anna, do you really think that the God-favored person, who is not even level 30 can get the cup of life from the Dark Castle? Solandu, you must remember that you are not your uncle's only son. You are only the sixth heir. Do you think that if your uncle can't survive this time, once your brother inherits the position of the city lord, you can still be like this now? Anna looked at Solandu with disdain and said. Solandu's face suddenly turned livid, and he snorted coldly, as if he had thought of something and became silent. Kulin stood behind Solandu like a statue, motionless, as if he didn't hear the conversation between the two. You should pray that he succeeds now, because this is your only chance. Anna looked at Solandu and turned away. Damn it. I hate the tone you use when talking to me. Solandu cursed in a low voice, and followed Anna with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Chapter 553 Magical Talisman Array. Song Jian walked along the shadow forest, made a big circle, and came to a small valley less than 10 miles away from the Dark Castle. Standing at the entrance of the valley, Song Jian frowned slightly. A breath of death energy came faintly from the valley, which was exactly the same as the energy fluctuations emitted by the death side guys before. Shadow energy fluctuations and death energy fluctuations are very similar. Many people often confuse the two. In fact, the two are completely different energy systems. It's just that in some places, the two can be used together, such as the shadow arrows in shadow magic. Tang Ming had used it before, but the shadow arrows of shadow magic focus on corrosion, while the shadow arrows of death energy focus on damage. What? You're here, but you don't dare to come in? A laugh suddenly came from the valley entrance, and Qi Yun's voice rang in Song Jian's ears. Song Jian frowned slightly. Qi Yun's voice was more hoarse than before, and it sounded a little bit like the voice of a human, but a bit like the voice of an undead creature. It seems that you arrived very early? Song Jian walked into the valley, and found that in the bare valley, Qi Yun was wrapped in a black robe, and sitting cross-legged in the center of a magic circle. This is a 6-pointed star magic circle. On each corner, there is a crystal emitting gray light. One of the crystals has a crack inside, and the light flickering on the surface always looks flickering. Is this the shadow crystal from the Shadow Circus? Song Jian asked in surprise, looking at the shadow crystal with cracks inside. He didn't expect that with Qi Yun's strength, he could actually steal this crystal from the Shadow Circus, just with the help of some external forces. Qi Yun's eyes flashed with pride. It was a very difficult thing to get this shadow crystal from the Shadow Circus. In the circus, there are at least a dozen people who are stronger than Qi Yun. There are more than 5 people with first-level combat power. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for Qi Yun to get this crystal from the circus. In fact, Qi Yun contacted a bandit group, disguised as bandits, and ambushed the Shadow Circus halfway. He originally planned to kill Song Jian as well, but Song Jian did not choose to go with him. You should take a rest first. 3 days later, we will start to enter the Dark Castle. Qi Yun glanced at Song Jian and said, then closed his eyes and ignored him. Song Jian found that Qi Yun's level had suddenly increased to level 27. And the magic circle he was in was constantly absorbing the energy from the 6 shadow crystals and infusing it into his body. The shadow aura on his body became thicker and thicker. However, what surprised Song Jian was that he felt a faint breath of death from Qi Yun. If it weren't for his strong perception, he probably wouldn't have noticed it at all. What's going on? Although the death energy is very similar to the shadow energy, the two energies can be absorbed at the same time, but cannot be integrated with each other. Once the two energies conflict, there is only one outcome, which is to be blown to pieces. Song Jian frowned and thought to himself, whether it is a player or an NPC, once you choose a profession, you have also chosen the path to take in the future. Qi Yun's Shadow Priest profession is completely incompatible with the power of death. It can be borrowed, but absorbing this energy into the body is simply playing with fire. Just like Song Jian, his foundation is invisible sword energy. Although he often uses the power of the abyss, he never dares to introduce the power of the abyss into his body and exist at the same time as the invisible sword energy. As soon as Song Jian entered this valley, he felt a strong power of death. He didn't take it seriously at first, but now it seems that this should be because of Qi Yun. At this moment, Qi Yun suddenly flashed with white light, and his level was raised from level 27 to level 28, which made Song Jian's face appear surprised. This magic circle can actually increase the level, Song Jian thought to himself, and his attention was involuntarily focused on the magic circle on the ground that was glittering with light. After staring at it for only a few seconds, Song Jian felt dizzy. This magic circle was too complicated. It was composed of thousands of magic symbols. In Song Jian's eyes, each magic symbol was like a tadpole swimming continuously. After staring at it for a while, he felt annoyed and wanted to vomit. This is really difficult. It is much more difficult than comprehending ordinary skills, Song Jian thought to himself. Song Jian now mastered the simplest and most basic skills. Whether it was felling, mining, or cooking, ordinary people only needed to watch for a while to comprehend them by themselves. But compared with the magic circle in front of him, those skills were like the difference between a small mound of earth and the Himalayas. Boom! Song Jian felt his mind suddenly tremble. He groaned, and 2 streams of blood flowed from his nostrils. System, you forcefully comprehend the knowledge about the magic circle, and you are backlashed, and your chi and blood value loses 30 points. Song Jian fell to the ground, closed his eyes, and rested for a while, then stood up again. The system only said that I was backlashed when I comprehended, but it didn't say that I can't comprehend. Song Jian's eyes flashed with light, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was impossible for Song Jian to understand the entire magic circle at once. Therefore, Song Jian began to focus his eyes on a small corner at the edge of the magic circle, where 3 magic symbols formed a simple circuit. Song Jian now had no basic knowledge of magic circles, so he could only record the magic symbols one by one. Staring at the 3 magic symbols, Song Jian's right hand began to draw the 3 magic symbols involuntarily. This time, Song Jian stared at the 3 magic symbols for 10 minutes before he was backlashed again. System, you forcefully comprehend the knowledge about the magic circle, and you are backlashed. and your chi and blood value loses 60 points. This time, Song Jian's knees softened, and he fell to the ground. Blood oozed out of his nostrils, ears, eyes and mouth, and he looked miserable. After lying on the ground for more than half an hour, Song Jian barely controlled his body and slowly climbed up. For him, as long as the system did not clearly indicate that he could not comprehend, he would persist. He believed that even if he could not fully comprehend this complete magic circle that could be directly upgraded, he should still be able to comprehend the basics of magic circle knowledge. If I can't comprehend a chain circuit, then I will start from the most basic magic rune. I don't believe that I can't remember a small magic rune. Song Jian wiped the dried blood from his nostrils, and a trace of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes. Chapter 554 Understanding Skills. Being ruthless to the enemy, and even more ruthless to yourself. Song Jian once again focused his attention on a tiny magic rune at the edge of the magic circle. The structure of this magic rune is very simple. Under Song Jian's constant attention, this small magic rune slowly became three-dimensional. At this time, Song Jian discovered that such a magic rune, which is smaller than the nail of the little finger, is actually divided into 2 layers. And the magic structure is much more complicated than he had expected. Song Jian involuntarily began to copy this magic rune, and his right index finger moved slowly. This time, for more than half an hour, Song Jian was immersed in the state of copying this magic rune. The writing of magic runes must be completed in one stroke. Song Jian kept copying. Slowly, a transparent light curtain appeared under his right hand. As his fingers moved, obvious marks were left on the light curtain. When Song Jian had just copied 1/3 of a magic rune, the marks on the light curtain suddenly shattered and turned into light spots. Song Jian seemed to have noticed it, and started copying from the beginning again. Once, 10 times, 100 times. The magic runes copied by Song Jian collapsed again and again. Every time they collapsed, Song Jian started copying again from the beginning. At this time, he was like a person who had never touched rock climbing before, climbing a mountain with his bare hands. From the first time, he grabbed a protruding rock on the mountain. He kept falling down from the rock wall until he could climb halfway up the mountain. In order to stand on the top of the mountain, he fell again and again. But every fall made him understand what he should do next time he reached this position. If it doesn't work once, try it twice. And if it doesn't work twice, try it 10 times. Song Jian's understanding of this magic rune is improving rapidly. It's unknown how long it took, but he was finally able to completely copy this simplest magic rune. After the light curtain under his right hand successfully depicted this magic rune, Song Jian suddenly woke up from the state of comprehension. At this time, he was in a mess, and his blood and spirit values had dropped to a very dangerous level. Song Jian was shocked and couldn't help but look at Qi Yun in the magic circle. At this time, Qi Yun was sitting in a light shield, immersed in the pleasure of absorbing shadow energy, and was unaware of the situation outside. System, you have heard of observation and copying, and you have mastered the skill of magic rune tracing. Skill level 1, and mastered 1 magic rune. Song Jian sat aside, took out supplies, and began to restore his blood and spirit values. Fortunately, he had obtained a lot of honey before, and originally planned to go back to make honey wine. But now, it is better to recover as soon as possible and focus on learning these magic runes. After recovering, Song Jian couldn't wait to copy the second magic rune. A day passed quickly, and night fell. It was dark all around, with only this magic circle emitting a faint light. At this time, Song Jian had successfully copied all 3 magic runes, and the skill magic rune tracing was also upgraded to level 3. Magic rune tracing, active. Level 3. Has the most basic understanding of magic runes. Can trace the correct magic runes. The number of magic runes mastered, 3. These 3 magic runes form a simple circuit. After the energy is stimulated in this circuit, it is transmitted to the next group of magic runes. I am now going to study how these 3 magic runes form this circuit. Song Jian stared at the 3 magic runes and thought to himself. At this moment, he started to study English grammar. Just like he had only learned 3 English words, and started to study how to make sentences with these 3 English words. This was more than twice as difficult as simply copying. After a night, Song Jian's eyes were red. He finally figured out the method and function of the 3 simplest runes to form a circuit. System, you have comprehended the magic rune array skill. Level 1. Magic Rune Array, active. Level 1. Have the most basic understanding of the Magic Rune Array. Understand how the simplest Magic Rune Array is constructed. Just the simplest and most basic Magic Rune circuit took Song Jian a day and a night to figure out. At this time, the Magic Array in front of Song Jian, whether in terms of scale or complexity, is thousands of times more difficult than what Song Jian had comprehended before. It is simply impossible to fully comprehend this Magic Array in the remaining time. Song Jian hesitated for a moment, and finally gave up the idea of continuing to comprehend. He sighed, replenished some food and water, and began to rest. After half a day, Song Jian became energetic again. He stared at the magic circle and thought to himself, "It is almost impossible to learn how to build a magic circle by my own understanding. It would be great if I could get the corresponding skill book." Thinking of this, Song Jian couldn't help but glance at Qi Yun in the magic circle. Since he can set up this magic circle, he must have mastered this skill. Killing him may drop the corresponding skill book. Qi Yun, who was immersed in the process of constantly improving his strength, suddenly felt a chill in his heart and almost broke out of this state of promotion. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Fortunately, he didn't continue to sense danger, and the magic circle originally had the function of protecting him. So he didn't care and just regarded it as an illusion. In 3 days, the 6 shadow crystals on the magic circle became dimmer and dimmer, as if the energy inside had been drained out. Only the shadow crystal with a crack inside still emitted a bright light. Bang! At this time, a dim gray crystal suddenly exploded, and the light of the magic circle shook. Then, one shadow crystal after another exploded. These shadow crystals were absorbed all the energy, and could no longer withstand the impact of the magic circle energy. After a while, all 5 shadow crystals exploded, leaving only the shadow crystal with a crack inside, which was still barely maintaining the state of the magic circle. Song Jian could feel that the magic array's absorption of the shadow crystal had increased 6-fold at this time. A large amount of shadow energy was quickly extracted from the crystal, and even formed small magic vortices around it. The energy of the magic array began to become unstable. Originally, 6 shadow crystals were needed, but now only 1 shadow crystal could be used. This situation was not only a damage to the magic array, but also a damage to the only shadow crystal. If it was replaced with an ordinary shadow crystal, it would have shattered directly due to this instability. However, what surprised Song Jian was that this shadow crystal with a crack in the middle seemed to contain endless energy, and could actually support the energy of the entire magic array. Qi Yun, who was absorbing shadow energy to improve his strength, also felt strange. According to his estimation, the energy contained in the 6 shadow crystals should have been exhausted, and the magic circle should have stopped. How could this happen? Just as Qi Yun was doubting, a strange energy suddenly surged from the magic circle and poured into his body. Qi Yun's eyes suddenly opened. A black breath lingered around his eye sockets, and the flesh on his body began to wither rapidly, and the whole person became thin. Qi Yun was furious and wanted to stand up, but found that he had been firmly bound by a mysterious force, and couldn't even move his fingers. Chapter 555 Temporary Mission. Seeing Qi Yun being enveloped by a cloud of black mist, Song Jian could not help but take 2 steps back. He was too familiar with this energy. It was the power of death, a power that only existed in the netherworld. How could this happen? Song Jian frowned slightly, and his eyes suddenly locked onto the shadow crystal with a crack in the middle. At this time, streams of black mist were gushing out from the crack in the center of the shadow crystal, which seemed to be connected to another space. This scene suddenly reminded Song Jian of the space crack that connected to the abyss. Could it be that the crack in the center of this shadow crystal is not broken, but a space crack connecting to the netherworld? Song Jian's face was full of surprise. At this moment, Qi Yun felt like a piece of meat on a chopping board. His body was no longer under his control. His defense was wide open, allowing the power of death to surge into his body. The large amount of power of death also changed Qi Yun's body. Qi Yun, who was originally injected with the perfect gene potion, had eliminated the defects in his genes. His whole body was always in the best condition. He was simply the most perfect man in the eyes of the world. However, in order not to attract people's attention, Qi Yun had been using illusions to cover up his body. Unexpectedly, there would be a day when his body would dry up. But Qi Yun at this time was no longer the same as before. His flesh and blood were constantly eroded by the power of death. His muscles began to shrink, and his skin lost moisture. He looked as if he had aged by a dozen years. Even his black hair began to slowly turn pale and fall out in large quantities. The shadow energy in Chi-Yun's body felt the invasion of external energy and instinctively began to resist. The shadow energy and the death energy used Chi-Yun's body as a battlefield, attacking and eroding each other. Chi-Yun, who was on the battlefield, felt as if every part of his body was torn apart. Blood oozed from his pores. In a short while, he turned into a bloody man. The blood that oozed out dried up quickly. At this time, Chi-Yun's dry skin was tightly attached to his bones, and he looked like a zombie in the game. Save me. Save me. Chi-Yun looked at Song Jian with a pleading face, and signaled Song Jian, with his eyes, to destroy the only shadow crystal in the magic circle. Are you issuing a task to me? Song Jian smiled. At this time, Chi-Yun's level had been upgraded to level 30, and the aura he exuded was much stronger than that of an ordinary level 30 monster, second only to a level 30 elite boss with first level combat power. Song Jian's strength could originally crush Chi-Yun in all aspects, but now Chi-Yun has the strength to fight Song Jian. The power of death corroding Chi-Yun is not a bad thing for Song Jian. This extra energy will not enhance Chi-Yun's strength, but will weaken him, and may even kill Chi-Yun. However, if Chi-Yun dies at this time, it is not in Song Jian's interest. If Chi-Yun is not killed by Song Jian, no items will be dropped. Looking at Chi-Yun in the magic circle light shield, with a painful and hideous look on his face, Song Jian looked at him calmly. You? What do you want? Chi-Yun's face has been broken open with tiny wounds, and it looks like he has a small mouth. I have recently become interested in magic ring arrays, and want to learn about this knowledge, Song Jian said with a smile, pointing to the magic circle under Chi-Yun. As long as you destroy that crystal, rescue, I will come out. I will meet your requirements. Chi-Yun struggled to say. System. Shadow Priest Chi-Yun issues you a temporary task. Rescue. Task content. Destroy the shadow crystal in the magic circle and rescue it from the magic circle. Task target. Destroy the shadow crystal in the magic circle. Quantity. 0/1. Task reward. Analysis of magical symbols. Task failure penalty. None. Task time. 3 minutes. Song Jian was stunned. Chi-Yun actually has the authority to issue tasks to players through the game system. You know, Chi-Yun issued a task to Song Jian before, but he had to summon the notary spirit, and under the power of the notary spirit's contract, he signed a task contract with Song Jian. This kind of contract witnessed by the notary spirit has loopholes that can be revoked, which is far worse than issuing tasks to players through the game system. It seems that Chi-Yun's strength has indeed improved a lot. Otherwise it would be impossible to open this authority to him, Song Jian thought to himself. In his heart, his evaluation and vigilance of Chi-Yun increased a few points. Accept the task. A 3-minute countdown suddenly appeared in front of Song Jian. The task time limit is 3 minutes. It seems that this should be the limit he can hold on to. Song Jian looked at the 3-minute countdown in front of him, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Quick! Hurry up and destroy that crystal. The breath of the power of death on Chi-Yun became stronger and stronger. Wait a little longer, Song Jian said softly, and slowly walked towards the shadow crystal. 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute, 40 seconds. Song Jian stood in front of the shadow crystal and observed carefully, with a smile on his face. The more the power of death invaded, the more difficult it would be for Chi-Yun to eliminate it, and the more his strength would be suppressed. This was the best thing for Song Jian. Chi-Yun's strength now made Song Jian feel a little daunted. Hurry up, destroy. At this time, the shadow power in Chi-Yun's body has been completely suppressed by the power of death, and his body has begun to transform into a dead creature. Chi-Yun's heart was filled with fear. If he was a profession that controlled the power of death, then this would definitely be the most exciting moment for him. But as a shadow priest, once he was completely eroded by the power of death, he would become an undead monster that lost his self-consciousness. 30 seconds, 20 seconds, 10 seconds. Chi-Yun's consciousness had begun to blur, and the power of death had begun to erode every cell in his body. After Song Jian glanced at him, he swung his sword and chopped at the shadow crystal. The golden sword energy burst out, and with a crisp cracking sound, the shadow crystal shattered like glass, and the crystal fragments splashed in all directions. The death power that infected Chi-Yun began to slowly dissipate. Without suppression, the shadow power in his body recovered. Chi-Yun, who was like a corpse, suddenly moved his fingers, and his dry body shook violently, and he made a ho-ho gasp. When Qi Yun regained consciousness, he found that Song Jian was holding a long sword and standing in front of him. The mission has been completed. Can you give me the mission reward now? Song Jian smiled and extended his hand to Qi Yun. Chapter 556 Passage. Looking at Song Jian's faint smile, Qi Yun secretly hated him. His mouth twitched constantly, and his teeth clenched. If he could not beat Song Jian now, Qi Yun would probably turn against Song Jian directly. It was because Song Jian delayed for more than 2 minutes and cut off the source of the power of death at the last moment that Qi Yun was in the weakest state at this time. Although the power of death in his body had lost its source, the infection had already penetrated deeply. If he wanted to completely eliminate the power of death from the cellular level, the time, energy and even precious treasures needed to be spent would also increase exponentially. Before the power of death was completely eliminated, Qi Yun's shadow power in his body would have to spend almost half to fight it, which made Qi Yun's strength seem to be put on a layer of shackles, and could not be fully exerted at all. Is this what you want? Qi Yun stared at Song Jian with scarlet eyes, his face full of coldness. He did not cast any illusion at this time. The erosion of the power of death made Qi Yun look like an undead creature. Task reward? Song Jian's face sank, staring at Qi Yun. The coldness in his eyes became more and more intense. Qi Yun opened his mouth, but could not make a sound. After hesitating for a moment, he reluctantly took out a black book from his arms and handed it to Song Jian. Book, Analysis of Magic Rune Array. Item description. This book contains the basic knowledge of Magic Rune Array. After using it, you can gain 5,000 points of Magic Rune Array proficiency and master 300 magic runes. To use this book, please choose a quiet place. And it takes an hour to study this book. Song Jian took a look and put the skill book into the parcel column. He mastered 3 magic runes and directly upgraded the magic rune drawing skill to level 3. 300 magic runes should allow him to directly reach the advanced level of this skill. Life skills are divided into 10 levels, and those below 10 are all elementary. Those below 20 are intermediate, and those below 30 are advanced. As for the 5,000 points of Magic Rune Array proficiency, Song Jian estimated that his Magic Rune Array skill should be able to be upgraded to at least the intermediate level. However, using this book requires a quiet place, and the study time is as long as 1 hour. So Song Jian cannot study for the time being. Let's go to the Dark Castle, Song Jian said. You should have the map of the Dark Castle. You can give it to me now. I will be responsible for holding off the Shadow Dragon for half an hour. I don't care what you do in this half an hour, but I will retreat directly after half an hour. You can manage your time yourself. If you are blocked by the Shadow Dragon, you can't blame me. As long as you work hard. This will never happen. Qi Yun's face was livid, and he handed a worn parchment scroll to Song Jian. Song Jian took it, and saw that the Dark Castle was completely built inside a mountain in the Shadowfang Mountains, almost hollowing out the entire mountain. And the area was about the same as a small town. You need to enter from here. Qi Yun pointed to a small path and said, this is a secret passage in the Dark Castle, left by the dwarves who built the Dark Castle. Qi Yun glanced at the secret passage and began to explain his mission to Song Jian in detail. That's it. You just need to use this remote crystal to notify me when you start fighting the Shadow Dragon. You don't need to do anything else. Qi Yun handed Song Jian a fist-sized transparent crystal ball and said. Song Jian took a look at the crystal ball. His mouth curled up slightly, put it in the parcel column and said, you have signed a contract. If you play tricks during the mission, I can't afford the punishment for failure. Qi Yun was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, let's start. I also want to sneak into the Dark Castle and get more shadow crystals. Song Jian smiled slightly and turned to leave. The crystal ball that Qi Yun gave him was not a long-range crystal, but a detection crystal, which allowed Qi Yun to observe all the scenes within a radius of 100 meters of the detection crystal. He was also afraid that Song Jian would not work hard. If he gave wrong information, he might lose his life in the Dark Castle. You know, the opponent is a Shadow Dragon. What they are doing now is like dancing on the edge of a knife. If they are not careful, they may be doomed. Song Jian naturally understood why Qi Yun did this. It was nothing more than that he was not very confident in him. So even though he saw it, he did not say anything. Just put the crystal into the parcel column and walked towards the secret passage marked on the map. Dark Castle is a level 30 dungeon. Many teams that explore Dark Castle mostly enter from the main gate of the castle. At the main gate of the castle, there are 2 powerful half-dragon guards. Only by defeating these 2 half-dragon guards can you be qualified to enter Dark Castle. These 2 half-dragon guards are called Door Gods by many player teams. Some level 25 players were tortured to death by these 2 half-dragons, and finally gave up exploring this dungeon. But what they didn't know was that there was actually a passage in this copy that could bypass the 2 half-dragon guards and directly enter the castle. At this time, Song Jian was standing under a cliff. The passage left by the dwarves who built this castle was actually a wastewater drainage outlet, located on a cliff dozens of meters above the bottom of the cliff. Therefore, even if you know this passage, not everyone can enter. You must have a certain flying ability. This is actually an entry threshold, and its function is the same as the 2 half-dragon guards at the main gate of the Dark Castle. Song Jian spread his steel wings and easily flew to the entrance on the cliff. Because it had not been used for a long time, the sewage in the cave had long dried up, leaving only a large piece of stain. Song Jian crouched down and walked forward along the passage. It was pitch black inside. Song Jian could only open his eyes to see the surrounding environment clearly. The passage was winding, and there were many exits. Song Jian walked straight into the depths of the castle without even looking at them. Soon, Song Jian came to a fence and used his long sword to split the fence blocking the road. Song Jian entered and arrived in front of a spiral stone staircase. The stone staircase spiraled downward, and a cold breath and a faint smell of blood kept blowing up from below. There is a prison below. Beyond this prison is the treasure room of the Shadow Dragon. Song Jian smiled. Not only did Qi Yan give Song Jian a map of the Dark Castle, Anna also told him the topographical location of the Dark Castle, because the cup of life she needed, that is, the Holy Grail, was hidden in the deepest treasure room of the Dark Castle. And the Shadow Dragon, because of its huge body, likes to stay in the Shadow Hall. At this time, Song Jian's location is still several hundred meters away from the Shadow Hall. Chapter 557 Regional Mission. To enter the Treasure Hall, you must pass through the underground prison. Song Jian didn't know whether the underground prison was still in use at this time, so he walked down the stone steps cautiously, fearing that he would make any noise. The environment of the underground prison was dark and damp. When Song Jian reached the end of the stone steps, he immediately received a system prompt. System, you found the underground prison, and gained 100 experience points. Song Jian entered the underground prison and found it a mess. In the middle of the prison was a walkway that was 2 people wide. On both sides of the walkway were iron cages filled with hay, some of which had even spread to the walkway. Some of the doors of these cages were damaged, but some were intact, and some prisoners were still being held. Among these prisoners, there were humans and elves, and Song Jian even saw a bull-headed orc. On the corridor, several half-dragons were patrolling back and forth with steel forks in their hands. These half-dragons had dragon heads and human bodies, and dragged a long spindle-shaped tail behind them. They were covered with purple-black scales, and looked like they were wearing a thick armor. In their left hands, they all held a black giant wolf. These giant wolves, more than half a person tall and huge in size, followed the half-dragon guards closely. Shadow Wargs, level 25 elite boss? Song Jian saw the attributes of these wargs, and a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Even the combat pets are level 25 elite boss. So how strong will these half-dragon guards be? Song Jian hurriedly looked at the half-dragons. Sure enough, these half-dragons were all level 28 elite boss. Such a combination was a headache for even Song Jian. Just then, a half-dragon led a warg towards the entrance of the prison, and Song Jian hurriedly retreated and came to the stone steps. However, Song Jian soon heard a low growl of a warg coming from the front, as if it had already noticed Song Jian's presence. Song Jian's heart sank, and he hurriedly continued to retreat. But not long after, a huge black wolf rushed towards him along the stone steps. Since he was discovered, Song Jian could only fight back, and the dark red light of the red fire heart ape sword in his hand flashed, and he chopped at the wolf. After a collision, 1 man and 1 wolf fought at the same time, and a damage of more than 160 points floated above Song Jian's head, while a damage of more than 200 points floated above the wolf's head. It can be fought. This wolf's defense is average, and it's better to kill it first before the half-dragon guards come up, Song Jian thought to himself, and his attack speed increased a bit. While fighting, Song Jian retreated. Soon, the half-dragon guard also rushed up, waving a steel fork, trying to attack Song Jian, but was blocked by the wolf in front and could not get close. Song Jian smiled. He was a little worried about being besieged. Now it seems that this winding stone staircase can save him a lot of energy. The level 25 elite boss will not cause too much trouble to Song Jian now. It took less than 3 minutes for Song Jian to kill the wolf and then start to face the half-dragon guard. Obviously, the level 28 half-dragon guard is much stronger than the wolf. The dragon scales on his body alone are more than twice as high as those of the wolf. Moreover, the steel fork in his hand is also extremely sharp, although it is not as good as the red fire heart ape sword. It can also cause 200 or 300 damages to Song Jian. Dance of Broken Wings. Bright Slash. Spiritual Control Sword Technique. 3 sword swinging styles. Song Jian used all kinds of sword techniques at once. Now he was able to skillfully use all kinds of sword techniques he had mastered, and each move was connected without any flaws. His attacks were continuous, like flowing water. Sparks flew all over the half-dragon man's body, and the long sword chopped on him, just like slashing on steel. However, no matter how hard the steel was, it could only become a pile of scrap metal under Song Jian's attack. Soon, Song Jian broke through the half-dragon man's defense, stabbed his sword into his heart, and killed him. Lucky, a silver dragon scale armor dropped. Song Jian picked up the trophy and smiled. The only thing he was not satisfied with was that he killed 2 elite bosses. But only the half-dragon guards dropped trophies, and the level 25 elite boss, the ward, dropped nothing. This spiral stone staircase is definitely the nemesis of those half-dragon guards. You just need to lure them over one by one. Then kill the ward first, and then kill the half-dragon guards, avoiding the situation of being besieged by them all at once. In this way, Song Jian lured all the half-dragon guards over one by one, and then killed them. It took more than an hour to clear out the half-dragon guards in the underground prison. The loot dropped by these guards was very good. Song Jian got 3 level 25 blue equipment and 5 level 25 green equipment. But the only silver equipment was the dragon scale armor dropped by the first half-dragon guard. In addition to these, a lot of gray equipment was dropped. Most of these gray equipment were useless and could only be sold in the store. But even these gray equipment could be sold for 3,000 to 4,000 Doomsday coins. In addition, Song Jian's combat experience also improved very quickly. Now it has increased to 96%. It won't be long before he can upgrade another level. After all the guards were cleared, Song Jian restored his health and spirit values to full, and then slowly walked into the prison. The prisoners here would not attack Song Jian. Seeing Song Jian approaching, they began to beg for mercy, hoping that Song Jian would release them. Lord, God's favored one, please save me. I am just a poor man caught by those monsters. Please, save me. Save me. Oh my God. My prayers were finally heard by God. Are you here to save me? Seeing Song Jian, the prisoners suddenly became excited, grabbed a fence as thick as their arms, and looked at Song Jian with expectation. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly received a system prompt. System, you trigger the regional mission and liberate the prisoners. Mission requirements, release the prisoners in the underground prison of the Dark Castle. Number, 0/10. Mission reward, 1,000 reputation points in the City of Sin. And then get a reward. Mission failure penalty, reputation in the City of Sin is reduced by 500 points. At this time, Song Jian's reputation value in the City of Sin has been reduced to indifference because of Solando. If it is reduced by another 500 points, it is likely to be close to the edge of hatred. In the future, he will not be able to step into the City of Sin, and he will be driven away by the city guards if he approaches. After thinking about it, Song Jian decided to accept this mission. System, you have accepted the regional mission. Please hunt down the warden of the underground prison and obtain the key to open the cage. Suddenly, a virtual map appeared in front of Song Jian, with the location of the warden marked on it. The virtual map only existed for 5 seconds, but Song Jian quickly memorized the entire map. The location of the warden was in a small house next to the stone steps he entered. After memorizing this virtual map, Song Jian smiled in a creepy way. As expected, I know you don't have any good intentions. Chapter 558 Treasure Map. The warden of the underground prison is a level 30 elite boss named Long Yasuli. But Song Jian is not interested in it. What he cares about is that the virtual map that just appeared is obviously different from the map that Qi Yun gave him. The most important difference is that the location of the treasure room that Song Jian originally thought was not the location that must pass through the underground prison, but in another place. The room through the underground prison is actually an incubation room, which hides a dragon egg of the shadow dragon. Perhaps because it knew that it was seriously injured. The shadow dragon condensed its essence into a dragon egg a long time ago and gave birth to it. The reason why it needs a lot of crystals is that it needs to heal its wounds. And on the other hand, it needs a lot of shadow crystals to hatch this dragon egg. It can be imagined that the place where the shadow dragon eggs are stored is definitely the most heavily guarded place in the entire Dark Castle. I am afraid that as soon as Song Jian steps into this room, the alarm will be triggered immediately. And then he will have to face the wrath of the shadow dragon. This is probably what Qi Yun had calculated long ago. His purpose is to let Song Jian face the shadow dragon head-on. However, Qi Yun did not expect that Song Jian's luck was so good. He accepted a task, and got the opportunity to display the map of the Dark Castle in 5 seconds. Song Jian took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. He was afraid that Qi Yun's target was also the treasure room. And stealing the shadow crystal was just a side job. Complete this task first, and then go to the treasure room, Song Jian thought to himself. He came to the first cage where the prisoner was imprisoned, looked carefully at the big lock on the door, and then took out an object that looked like a half piece of wire from the parcel column. This was the master key Song Jian had obtained in the previous mission. As long as it was a locked treasure chest below the epic level, it could open it. If it could even open an epic treasure chest, there should be no problem with the cages in front of Song Jian. Song Jian inserted the master key into the keyhole, and after a moment, he twisted it gently, and with a click, the cage lock was opened. The person imprisoned in the cage was a human civilian. Seeing that Song Jian did not hunt the warden, but took out a piece of wire to fiddle with the cage lock, the human NPC could not help but sigh. It did not think that Song Jian could open the lock with half a piece of wire. After all, Song Jian looked like a swordsman, not a thief. But when the click sounded and the lock was opened, the human NPC showed an incredible ecstasy on his face. Hit! Open it! He rushed directly to the door of the cage, opened the door with trembling hands, and walked out. I'm saved! The human NPC cried with joy, covered his mouth with both hands, and sobbed softly. But soon, he took out a silver coin from his arms and handed it to Song Jian. Thank you, Lord God's blessed one. This is my gratitude. Please accept it, the human NPC whispered, stuffed the silver coin into Song Jian's hand, and turned around and ran towards the stone steps. Song Jian didn't know how he was going to leave the Dark Castle, but by releasing him, his mission had already shown that he had saved a prisoner. Song Jian looked at the silver coin in his hand and found that it was actually a valuable item that could be exchanged for 200 Doomsday coins. He smiled bitterly and put the silver coin into the parcel column. In this way, Song Jian rescued the prisoners one by one, and while receiving their gratitude, he also received a lot of small gifts, such as precious small mirrors, delicious cakes, exquisite harmonicas, etc. If these items were sold, most of them could be sold for 300 to 500 Doomsday coins. If all were sold, they could also get several thousand Doomsday coins. For ordinary players, it was also a considerable fortune. But for Song Jian, it was not a big surprise. Hey, what is this? A treasure map? Song Jian received another small gift. A piece of parchment, which was worn out and had been there for at least several decades. This is a treasure map that my family has treasured. As a thank you, I will give it to you. This human NPC looked like a noble. After giving a salute to Song Jian, he walked towards the stone steps calmly, which was obviously different from the panicked escape of others. Song Jian looked at the treasure map carefully, and found that the location marked on the treasure map was in the Shadowfang Mountains. It seemed that this person was caught here because of the treasure map. After completing this task, it's not bad to go and have a look, Song Jian thought to himself. At this time, Song Jian had rescued 9 prisoners, and only the last one was left. The last prisoner was the Minotaur Orc. Human, are you here for the Shadow Dragon? The Minotaur stared at Song Jian and watched him unlock the cage. His face did not show the urgency of those people before, as if Song Jian was not saving himself. Shadow Dragon? Song Jian opened the door of the cage, glanced at the Minotaur, and smiled. Do you think I can beat it? It's an adult dragon. It's not an adult dragon, but a dragon that is so weak that it is about to die. The Minotaur slowly stood up and said, That is also a dragon. Song Jian shrugged his shoulders and said. The Minotaur smiled and said, I have nothing to give you. But if you want to deal with the shadow dragon, I can help you. Help me? Are you serious? Song Jian was stunned and asked. Of course. The orc keeps his word. The Minotaur nodded, turned around and pulled out a huge wooden hammer from the hay, put it on his shoulder, and walked out of the cage. Song Jian stared at the burly Minotaur, glanced at the wooden hammer on its shoulder, and asked curiously, How did you keep this big guy with you? Didn't the people who imprisoned you confiscate your weapons? The Minotaur looked at Song Jian and said in a deep voice, This is a soul weapon. No one can separate it from me. You should know it best. I can feel the existence of the soul weapon from you. Song Jian's heart moved. Could it be that it was talking about the red fire heart monkey sword and the golden light demon slaying sword? At the moment when the Minotaur walked out of the cage, Song Jian received a prompt that the task was completed. System, you have completed the regional task. The prisoner's reputation in the City of Sin has increased by 1,000 points. At this time, your reputation in the City of Sin has reached friendly. Song Jian looked at his reputation in the City of Sin. The original indifference directly surpassed the ordinary and reached friendly. Moreover, it was still at a relatively high position in friendly, and it was only one step away from respect. If it weren't for Solando, I'm afraid I would have been respected by now. Song Jian thought to himself, looking at the Minotaur standing beside him like a guard. Song Jian nodded and said, Let's go and see the real owner of this dark castle. Chapter 559 The Holy Grail. The treasure room in the dark castle is as big as a football field. It is filled with gold, jewels and diamonds, making the entire treasure room look particularly messy and crowded. There are 2 hills full of gold coins. On the top of one of the hills, a diamond as big as a human head shines brightly, and the surrounding area is emitting colorful light. This place is simply too spectacular, Song Jian exclaimed, picked up a gold coin, and was about to put it into the parcel column, but suddenly received a red system prompt. System, the gold coin is attached with the magic of the shadow dragon. Once you put it into the parcel column, it will immediately trigger the magic, causing the anger of the shadow dragon, and it will hunt you down to death. Isn't this just right? My goal is to attract the attention of the shadow dragon. Song Jian smiled and threw the gold coin back. Don't touch any of the items here. There are warning magic on them, Song Jian said to the Minotaur. The Minotaur carried the mallet and nodded without saying a word. Even if he wanted to attract the attention of the shadow dragon, he couldn't just take one gold coin. After all, the Holy Grail was also in this treasure house. But there were too many gold coins and jewels here, and many things were buried. By the way, what's your name? Song Jian turned around and asked the Minotaur. You can call me Cain. Cain Blackhoof, the Minotaur said in a muffled voice. Okay, Cain, help me find a cup for water. It's in this treasure house, but it may be buried by these gold coins. Song Jian scratched his head and frowned. Cup for water? Cain pointed to a stone pillar less than 1 meter in the center of the treasure house and said, Is that what you were talking about? Song Jian turned his head and saw a rough stone pillar less than 1 meter in height among a pile of gold coins and jewelry. On top of the stone pillar, there was a palm-sized cup made of gray wood. This wooden cup looks like a piece of wood, but it is hollowed out in the middle, both inside and outside. It retains clear wood textures and looks very rough and crude. I'm looking for the Holy Grail that can turn ordinary water into water of life. How could it be this kind of thing? Song Jian shook his head and picked up the wooden cup. He was also wondering why such a rough wooden cup would be placed in the treasure house of the Shadow Dragon. As a result, as soon as he picked up the cup, he immediately received a system prompt. System, you have obtained the Cup of Life Holy Grail. Please give it to Anna Katerina in the City of Sin. Surprised or not, Song Jian looked at the wooden cup in his hand with surprise. The handle of the cup even had burrs that had not been cleaned up, and it felt very rough. Is this the Cup of Life? Song Jian cried out. In life, the more inconspicuous, the more precious it is. Minotaur Cain looked at Song Jian meaningfully and said, Okay, Cain, do you have the items you need here? If not, then take as many gold coins and jewelry as possible. Once I put this wooden cup away, It will definitely alarm the Shadow Dragon, Song Jian said. Cain hesitated for a moment and said, Actually, the reason I came here is to get the lost treasure of the tribe. The bloodthirsty totem. I don't know if it is in this treasure house. Well, let's do it as soon as possible. If the thing you said is really a treasure, it must be here. Song Jian nodded, holding the Holy Grail in one hand and picking up the gold coins with the other. Don't bother so much. The items in our tribe have the marks of our ancestors on them. I can use this to sense its specific location. After the Minotaur finished speaking, he put down the mallet, put his hands together, and began to chant. Cain seemed to be chanting an epic poem. His voice was low and desolate. Song Jian even heard a sense of sadness from it. Before he finished singing, Cain suddenly stopped, walked quickly to a corner of the treasure house, and pulled out a thick layer of gold coins from the top, pulling out a thick stone pillar more than 1 meter high from the bottom. This stone pillar weighed at least 1 ton, and there were various patterns carved on the surface, including plants, flowers, and beasts. It was so dense that it made people feel dizzy. Cain grabbed the stone pillar and swung it twice like a heavy weapon. From his appearance, it seemed that the stone pillar had no weight at all. Is this actually a dark gold equipment? Song Jian looked at the dazzling dark gold light emitting from the surface of the stone pillar and couldn't help but be surprised. Dark gold equipment is the best of the gold grade. Many people say that dark gold equipment has the potential to be upgraded to epic equipment. Song Jian didn't expect that the item Cain was looking for was actually a dark gold quality equipment. This is an item that has been passed down in our tribe for hundreds of years. As long as I bring it back, I can become the chief of the Black Hoof tribe, Cain said excitedly, holding the bloodthirsty totem pole tightly. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the treasure house. Song Jian felt the strong power of death and immediately summoned the red fire-hard monkey sword and slashed at the black shadow. You know, the killers of the Death Scythe can appear at any time. Such a strong power of death can only appear on those killers of the Death Scythe. Why are you here? The black shadow took off his hood, revealing a face like a skull, staring at Song Jian with a look of surprise in his eyes. Qi Yun? Song Jian was stunned and put away his sword. In a flash, he immediately understood why Qi Yun appeared here. It seems that you asked me to delay the Shadow Dragon for half an hour just to find treasures here and then leave safely? Song Jian smiled, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. It seems that you have already taken the item I need. Give it to me. Qi Yun stared at the wooden cup in Song Jian's hand and stretched out his hand to ask. Isn't your goal the shadow crystal? Why do you want this cup of life? Song Jian couldn't help but tighten his grip on the wooden cup. It's all thanks to you. My body has been completely eroded by the power of death. Even if I want to expel it, it's useless even if I use 100 shadow crystals. Qi Yun said with a hint of resentment in his eyes. Now my only way out is to use the power of the cup of life to fight against the power of death in my body. If I want to completely eliminate the power of death, I must use the cup of life. The power of life, for ordinary people, can prolong life, relieve physical pain, and even rejuvenate. It is a kind of divine power that drives people crazy. But for those who have the power of death, it is tantamount to poison. Using the cup of life to expel the power of death in the body is now Qi Yun's only way to survive. Chapter 560 Shadow Dragon. Hearing that Qi Yun's target was the cup of life in his hand, Song Jian's mouth curled up slightly and said, Sorry, this is not in our agreement. Hearing Song Jian say this, Qi Yun's face suddenly darkened, and a strong killing intent rolled in his heart like a wave. Originally, he had no intention of letting Song Jian go, so the map he gave him was also a modified one, 90% of which was true, except that the location of the treasure house and the location of the Shadow Dragon's eggs were reversed. If he were Song Jian, the first room he arrived at after entering the Dark Castle must also be the treasure house. Once Song Jian entered the room of the Shadow Dragon's eggs according to this map, he would directly sound the alarm and be chased by the Shadow Dragon. In this way, he could easily enter the treasure house, and then calmly obtain the cup of life and leave. But unexpectedly, Song Jian arrived at the treasure house before him. When Qi Yun was still wondering why Song Jian appeared here, he suddenly saw that he had already obtained the cup of life he wanted. Tell me, what will make you give me this cup of life? As long as I can get it, I will give it all to you, Qi Yun said with anger in his eyes, and took a deep breath. It's meaningless to say this now. Song Jian laughed. I just want to ask you one question. That is, Are you ready? Prepare? Prepare for what? Qi-yun asked in confusion. Prepare to face the wrath of the Shadow Dragon with me, Song Jian said with a smile, and put the cup of life into the parcel column. Losing the sense of the cup of life, the Shadow Dragon in the hall of the dark castle roared angrily, stood up, and strode towards the treasure house. Thief! Abominable thief! Dare to break into the Great Blade Castle to steal! Unforgivable! With a roar, the entire dark castle trembled slightly. You are looking for death. Qi-yun's face changed drastically, and just as he was about to escape, the door of the treasure house was knocked open by the Shadow Dragon with a bang. A huge head stretched out from the gate. The head of this creature alone was the size of a large truck. And then there was a neck like a giant python, covered with a thick layer of scales. Its strong front claws blew away the more than 1 meter thick gate, and its whole body rushed directly into the treasure house. Thick gold coins and jewels flowed from between its huge claws. With every step, the Shadow Dragon left a big hole on the ground. Are you 3 thieves? You dared to steal in front of the Great Blade Gu. This makes me very angry. Now, you will accept the punishment of the Great Shadow Dragon Blade Gu. The Shadow Dragon roared at the 3 people. This dragon is nearly 100 meters in size. Its huge wings can stir up a storm that blows down a city. Its sharp claws are comparable to divine weapons, and can easily tear apart any armor, no matter how strong it is. The hot and corrosive dragon breath is brewing in its bloody mouth, and the dragon flame deep in its throat is looming. Compared with it, Song Jian's war-pet black dragon is just like a baby. However, Song Jian also saw that there was a 7 or 8 meter wound at the root of the right wing of this Shadow Dragon. This wound emitted a light golden light, which prevented the Shadow Dragon from self-recovery. And this dragon looked very old, and exuded a smell of aging and decay. Cain roared, raised the bloodthirsty totem pole, and smashed it hard on the ground. Suddenly, several totems as thick as arms appeared around the 3 people. Defense totem, healing totem, fire totem, steel totem, binding totem. Cain used all the totems he had at his disposal, and then gasped heavily with a pale face. I like little mice who dare to resist. The more you resist, the more excited I am. The Shadow Dragon roared, stomped its front claws hard, and the front half of its body jumped up, almost standing up, and then stomped hard on the ground. Boom! With a loud noise, a wave of air spread out from under its feet, blowing away all the heavy gold coins and jewelry on the ground, revealing the stone floor of the treasure house. Song Jian and the other 2 were also unstable and were blown backwards by the air wave, hitting the stone pillars of the treasure house hard. With a mouthful of blood spurting out, Song Jian suddenly found that his blood value had dropped by more than 500 points. This Shadow Dragon's attack is too powerful, isn't it? Song Jian's face was full of horror. His blood value was only more than 2,200 points. And this time, it was directly reduced by a quarter. How can he fight? How did you know that I could hold it off for half an hour? Song Jian turned around and stared at Qi-yun and asked. Qi-yun had planned to let Song Jian die in the hands of the Shadow Dragon before, and had not considered that he would have to face this dragon. Immortal sword body, open! Song Jian directly opened the immortal sword body and rushed towards the Shadow Dragon. He actually dared to fight the Shadow Dragon? Qi-yun opened his eyes wide. You know, this Shadow Dragon is the final boss of the entire Dark Castle. It takes at least 10 level 30 players with first level combat power to work together to kill it. Now Song Jian rushed forward alone. Isn't this courting death? What a fast speed! The Shadow Dragon blade was shocked when he saw Song Jian rushing towards him. Boom! Song Jian jumped high, and the red fire heart ape sword chopped at the Shadow Dragon's body. The dragon's body was too huge, and any part of it could be an attack target. If the dragon wanted to attack Song Jian, it could only use a large-scale skill. Bang! With a loud bang, Song Jian directly chopped off several heavy scales of the Shadow Dragon. The dragon felt pain, swung its tail violently, and smashed towards Song Jian. The tail of the spindle was covered with thick scales, like a giant hammer tearing the air, making a sharp whistling sound. The power attribute of the Shadow Dragon far exceeded Song Jian, and Song Jian did not dare to fight hard at this time, so he could only dodge. Seeing Song Jian and the Shadow Dragon standing together, the Minotaur Cain roared, and a dazzling red light burst out from the bloodthirsty totem pole he held. Suddenly, the Minotaur Kane's body swelled up, emitting red light all over his body, and a bloodthirsty look emerged in his eyes. The whole person suddenly became violent, waving the totem pole and rushing towards the shadow dragon. For glory, towering Kane roared, raised the totem pole, and smashed it towards the dragon, who, the shadow dragon roared, flapped its wings, and slapped Kane hard, knocking him away. Its sharp bone claws left 3 deep scars on its chest. Chapter 561 Shadow Cyclone. While the shadow dragon was focusing on the Minotaur Kane, Song Jian took the opportunity to give it a few hard blows. The red fire heart ape sword kept slashing at the shadow dragon, easily shattering its scales. The shadow dragon was furious, opened its mouth, and roared. Incomparably hot dragon breath spurted out of its mouth, like a majestic waterfall, like a flamethrower magnified several times. The dragon breath mixed with the power of shadow completely melted the gold coins on the ground into juice, and finally solidified together. As the dragon's head turned, the dragon breath covered the entire area within a radius of dozens of meters. This is too scary. A look of fear appeared on Qi Yun's face. Ordinary people can't resist such hot dragon flames. Song Jian directly deployed the ice shield, activated the ice sprint, and his body turned into a residual shadow, and began to dodge around the shadow dragon. The shadow dragon flame passed by, almost chasing Song Jian. The instantaneous temperature was enough to melt gold and forge iron. Song Jian, who activated the immortal sword body, was extremely brave. The steel wings behind him spread out, and the whole person actually flew to the back of the shadow dragon, waving the long sword and slashing continuously. The scales on the dragon's back are the thickest and the most offensive. Song Jian chopped, and sparks flew everywhere. It took at least 3 or 4 slashes to break a piece of dragon scales on the back. Feeling that Song Jian had flown onto its back, the shadow dragon became even more furious. In addition to the scales on its neck being a restricted area on the shadow dragon's body, the other restricted area was its back. In a rage, its python-like neck twisted, and the dragon continuously sprayed 5 or 6 shadow dragon breaths at Song Jian. The battle instantly entered a white-hot stage. Kane, who was blown away, turned over and got up, shaking his head. His 2 bloodshot eyes showed a trace of confusion. But he soon woke up and roared and continued to rush towards the shadow dragon. Go find a set of armor. Defend yourself. And then go. Song Jian yelled at the Minotaur Kane. At this time, Kane was wearing a pair of worn-out linen shorts, and his clothes were so tattered that he looked like he was naked. Such a Kane could not withstand the frontal attack of the shadow dragon. Perhaps a critical hit would kill it instantly. In the treasure house, there were not only gold coins and jewelry, but also many weapons and armor. The equipment that could be collected by the shadow dragon in the treasure house was naturally extraordinary, and the grade was at least gold or above. Kane's body paused, hesitated for a moment, and immediately turned around to search in the treasure house. It was really hard to find armor that suited Kane's body shape, and there were gold coins and jewelry everywhere, which made it difficult to search. Song Jian turned around and shouted at Qi Yun, "What are you still standing there for? If you don't want to die together, act quickly." The shadow dragon didn't know the relationship between Song Jian and Qi Yun. In its eyes, the 3 people who broke into the treasure house were no different. They were all thieves who coveted its treasure. In its mind, it had already sentenced all 3 to death. Once Song Jian was defeated and killed, Kane and Qi Yun would bear the wrath of the shadow dragon. Damn it. How could it turn out like this? Qi Yun's face was full of resentment. But if he didn't join forces with Song Jian at this time, he would really die here. Boom! A ball of shadow flames burst out from Qi Yun's hand and hit the shadow dragon's chest hard. A damage of more than 30 points floated up from the top of the shadow dragon's head. Seeing that Qi Yun only caused such a little damage, Song Jian was speechless. He didn't know whether it was because Qi Yun's body was corroded by the power of death and the damage was too serious, or because the shadow dragon had a strong resistance to the power of shadow. Qi Yun's full-strength attack only caused more than 30 points of damage. For the shadow dragon with more than 9,000 HP, this damage was no different from tickling. Although Song Jian could split the scales of the shadow dragon, the dragon's skin was also extremely tough. A sword slashed it. Not only did it not break its defense, but there was also a faint recoil force, which made Song Jian almost lose his grip on the sword. The body of shadow dragon blade is too strong. even without the protection of scales and strong defense. It is not so easy to break. Thinking of this, Song Jian took out a bottle of weakness potion from the parcel column and smashed it hard at the shadow dragon. With a bang, the gray potion spread, but it only eroded a small area and began to slowly disappear. A resistance floated up from the top of the shadow dragon's head. Resistance? Song Jian frowned and gritted his teeth. As long as it is not immune, it's fine. At most, use a few more bottles. The level of the weakness potion is too low, and it is difficult to have an effect on the shadow dragon. Song Jian threw bottles of weakness potion stored in the parcel column onto the back of the shadow dragon, and almost all of the potions were resisted by the dragon. After the excellent quality weakness potions were used up, Song Jian directly used the mutated weakness potions. The effect of the mutated weakness potions was much better than that of the excellent quality. Finally, after smashing 3 bottles of mutated weakness potions, the huge body of the shadow dragon was suddenly shrouded in a gray aura. Weakness potion mutated weakens the target's defense value by 55% and extends the attack interval by 60%. This is the best weakness potion Song Jian has made, and it finally has an effect on the shadow dragon. Song Jian held the sword with both hands and thrust it hard into the broken scales. Puff! The red fire heart 8 sword was halfway inserted, and a stream of hot dragon blood spurted out from the wound like a blood arrow. A painful roar sounded, and the angry voice of Shadow Dragon Blade echoed throughout the treasure house. You finally angered me. Reptiles. You angered the great Shadow Dragon Blade. I will burn your bodies into charcoal with dragon flames, and your souls will be exiled to Shadow Hell by me, and sink forever. The shadow dragon became crazy, waving its wings, twisting wildly instinctively, trying to throw Song Jian off its back. At this time, Cain had put on half a set of armor. He looked at a two-handed sword that was almost as tall as a person, and then looked at the totem pole in his hand. After hesitating for a moment, Cain still chose the totem pole. Holding the totem pole, he rushed towards the shadow dragon with a look of fearlessness. Damn reptiles! The shadow dragon flapped its wings fiercely, and a stream of gray shadow whirlwinds began to blow in the treasure house. Song Jian suddenly felt the dragon's back shaking violently, and a strong force blew him away. The gold coins and jewelry in the treasure house shook violently and flew towards dozens of shadow whirlwinds. As soon as they approached, they were crushed into pieces by the fierce whirlwinds. What shocked the 3 people was that the dozens of shadow whirlwinds around them actually generated a strong suction force, which made them involuntarily approach the whirlwinds. Chapter 562 Dragon Horn. Dozens of shadow whirlwinds, divided into several rows, moved slowly towards the 3 people like a big net. Wherever they went, all objects were attracted and crushed into pieces. Countless gold coins and jewels were all caught in it. It was as if there were thousands of sharp blades in the whirlwind, crushing them into powder. You all will die. The shadow dragon raised its head and roared madly. This skill either resisted or passed through the gaps of these shadow whirlwinds. Qi Yun stared at Song Jian and said, "Resist it, and you will die?" Song Jian's mind moved, and the surface of his body glowed red, and the bloody shield was activated. This was the most powerful defensive shield he had. "You will die if you rush in," Qi Yun said with a sneer. "Although these shadow whirlwinds are very slow, they keep moving. There seems to be a repulsive force between each other. When they get close, they will bounce off each other. There are dozens of whirlwinds all over the hall. This is not the end of rushing through one. There are at least 5 or 6 layers behind. If you are not careful, you will be attracted by the shadow whirlwind and be involved in it." Song Jian didn't even look at Qi Yun. His body turned into a black shadow and rushed forward. Before he got close, Song Jian felt the sharp energy coming from the shadow whirlwind. Just like a knife, there seemed to be gaps between them. But in fact, these gaps were filled with this energy. Just like countless blades, the defense of Song Jian's bloody shield continued to decrease, and the surface was like raindrops falling into the river, rippling continuously. Qi Yun looked at Song Jian with a sneer on his face and said, "He still has a chance to retreat now. If he goes deeper, he may not even have a chance to retreat by then, and will only be strangled by these whirlwinds." The Minotaur King glanced at Qi Yun, roared, grabbed a helmet and put it on, hugged the bloodthirsty totem pole, and covered his head, and rushed towards the gap of the shadow whirlwind. Qi Yun's face sank. It seemed that this Minotaur would rather believe Song Jian than him. Seeing the 50 or 60 points of damage on the Minotaur, Chi Yun's mouth showed a sneer. According to this level of damage, there is no need to be stirred into the Shadow Whirlwind. This Minotaur will be killed by the Chi. The Shadow Dragon flapped its wings, and countless shadow arrows shot towards the three people. Song Jian was shocked. This boss was too terrifying. It had too many group attack skills, and they were all very powerful. Even if a team of 10 came, it might not be able to successfully open up the wasteland. Holy parry! With a long sword, a golden light bloomed. Song Jian's body shook, reflecting the shadow arrow shot at him back, and continued to rush forward. After spending nearly 800 points of blood value, Song Jian finally rushed out of the Shadow Whirlwind's net. With his iron wings flapping, Song Jian jumped high and stabbed the Shadow Dragon's head with his sword. At this time, the Minotaur warrior was moving slower and slower. The durability of his armor was dropping rapidly, and his health was less than 1/3. His exposed skin was covered with blood, and he looked quite embarrassed. At this time, he was in the center of the Shadow Whirlwind. Whether he rushed forward or retreated, he suffered almost the same damage, and fell into the situation that Chi Yun had just mentioned, unable to move forward or backward. Chi Yun sneered, his eyes full of mockery. This is the fate of believing in him. The Minotaur Cain pulled off his helmet, whose durability had dropped to single digits, and gasped for breath. His bloodshot eyes still showed an unyielding look. Ancestor's blessing. Cain let out an earth-shattering roar, and the bloodthirsty totem pole in his hand suddenly burst into a bloody light. A huge Minotaur phantom appeared above Cain's head, waving two huge axes and roaring to the sky. Boom! 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 A desolate war drum sounded, and a set of armor that looked very simple suddenly appeared on Cain's body. This set of armor was just a few pieces of iron bound with animal skins, protecting several key parts of the body, and looked very rough. But Cain's face showed a look of surprise and joy, and he roared excitedly to the sky, with tears in his eyes. This set of ancestral armor can only be worn by the bravest warriors in the tribe. Only when the bloodthirsty totem pole is recognized, this set of armor will appear. With this set of ancestral armor, the damage Cain suffered was almost reduced to a terrifying degree. The damage that could originally cause him dozens of points was now directly reduced to single digits. Moreover, after wearing this set of armor, Cain's attributes also increased greatly, almost doubling. Holding the totem pole in his hand, Cain also broke out of the blockade of the Shadow Whirlwind and roared towards the Shadow Dragon. Chi Yun's face was frighteningly ugly. He looked at the slowly moving Shadow Whirlwind and slowly retreated until his back hit the cold rock wall of the treasure house. And then he stopped. Damn it! Chi Yun suddenly became nervous. The gold coins and jewels in the treasury were all crushed into powder by the Shadow Whirlwind. The treasury was filled with golden mist, and the originally gray Shadow Whirlwind now turned golden. I can only rush out. If I stay here any longer, I will die. Chi Yun gritted his teeth and was about to rush out, but suddenly found that the Shadow Whirlwind had changed. The Shadow Whirlwinds that originally repelled each other actually began to attract and merge with each other. 4 fused into 2, and 2 fused into 1. In the end, dozens of Shadow Whirlwinds merged into a huge tornado with a diameter of more than 10 meters in less than 10 seconds. This golden tornado, like a giant dragon, roared sharply, and its powerful suction made even the treasure house tremble slightly. No. How could this happen? Chi Yun looked at the dozens of meters high tornado, with a look of despair in his eyes, and his body flew towards the tornado involuntarily. After a while, the whole person disappeared in the tornado. At this time, Song Jian did not realize that Chi Yun had been caught in the tornado. His long sword pierced the Shadow Dragon's eyebrows fiercely, and then turned over and rode on the dragon's head, grabbing the dragon's horn with one hand and swinging the sword with the other hand to slash at the dragon's head fiercely. Bang! 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 The sound of metal clashing came from the top of the Shadow Dragon's head. The long sword in Song Jian's hand broke through the protection of the dragon's scales, but he couldn't break the defense of the dragon's skull, even if he had used the weakness potion to reduce the overall defense of the Shadow Dragon. As the hardest part of the skeleton in the province, the red fire heart ape sword couldn't break through its defense for a while. Cut off the dragon's horn. Cut off the dragon's horn, and it will lose its power. Cain waved the totem pole and smashed it hard on the Shadow Dragon's legs. Seeing Song Jian struggling to chop the Shadow Dragon's head, he immediately roared loudly. Chapter 563, Pursuit. Hearing Cain's roar, Song Jian's eyes lit up. He gritted his teeth and raised the red fire-hard monkey sword, and chopped at the horns of the shadow dragon with all his strength. Bang! 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 With each chop, a bright spark burst out from the dragon's horn. Song Jian found that the hardness of the shadow dragon's horn was slightly higher than that of the dragon's scales, but far from the level of the skull. After just a few sword strikes, a deep mark appeared on the dragon's horn. Feeling that Song Jian was chopping at its dragon's horn, the shadow dragon was suddenly shocked and angry, roared, flapped its wings and flew into the air, rolled wildly in the air, twisted its neck continuously, and crashed into the rock wall of the treasure house. The entire dark castle was built by hollowing out an entire mountain. The walls of the treasure house were actually thick rock walls. After several collisions, not only did the shadow dragon suffer considerable damage, but Song Jian also felt dizzy and lost 500 to 600 points of health. Just when Song Jian was about to give up, he suddenly received a system prompt. System, under the witness of the notary spirit, the client who issued the task to you has died, and your task has been lifted. Song Jian was stunned, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. His task was to delay the shadow dragon for half an hour. Now, before even 10 minutes had passed, Song Jian had almost played all his cards. Song Jian himself had no confidence to hold on for half an hour. If it weren't for this mission, it would be like a sword of Damocles hanging over his head. If Song Jian hadn't received the mission reward in advance, he would have given up and run away long ago. That guy can really hold on. Song Jian suddenly thought that Qi Yun had been caught in a huge shadow tornado for nearly a minute, but he didn't expect to die until now. It seems that he finally died after playing all his cards. Since the mission has been completed, Song Jian has no need to fight the shadow dragon. At this time, he has already retreated. At this moment, the shadow dragon hits the rock wall with a headbutt. The sharp dragon horn pierced the rock wall easily, just like cutting tofu. Song Jian's body shook violently, and he smashed towards the rock wall fiercely. A damage of more than 300 points floated up from the top of Song Jian's head. Just then, Song Jian heard a slight crack sound. The continuous impact caused the dragon horn that Song Jian had just cut a gap to have cracks inside. At this time, the duration of Song Jian's immortal sword body state had already ended. Under the continuous impact, Song Jian could no longer hold on. His hand loosened and his body fell from the head of the shadow dragon. During the fall, Song Jian looked at the dragon horn that he had cut in half, and a fierce look appeared in his eyes. Even if I can't kill you, I will bite you hard, Song Jian thought to himself. Light slash. A brilliant golden sword energy chopped towards the dragon horn that was about to break. With a click, the shadow dragon roared in pain, and the entire treasure house trembled violently, and the rock wall and stones above the head kept falling down. Clang. With a crisp sound, a dragon horn as long as an arm, like a sharp dagger, slanted into the stone pillar in front of Song Jian. Roar. For the glory of the tribe. Cain roared, holding the totem pole and preparing to rush towards the shadow dragon. Song Jian grabbed him and said, "We can't kill this dragon now. Why don't we leave here temporarily, accumulate strength, and come back to hunt it when we are stronger? Since there is no need to complete the task, Song Jian has lost the meaning of continuing to fight the shadow dragon. The current shadow dragon is far beyond the first level combat power. It is simply not something that he and a half-baked minotaur warrior can kill. Being able to hold out for more than 10 minutes under the hands of the shadow dragon is already a good record for Song Jian now." Hearing Song Jian say this, Cain hesitated and looked at the shadow dragon rolling wildly in the air, with an unwilling look in his eyes. Cain also understood that although the shadow dragon had suffered irreversible serious injuries, and was already in old age, its strength was unquestionable. If they continued to fight, both he and Song Jian would die here. This time we will take its dragon horn first, and next time, it will be time to take its life. Song Jian pulled the severed dragon horn off the stone pillar and handed it to Cain. "Okay, then let it live a little longer." Cain held the dragon horn in his hand and said unwillingly, "Damn reptiles. You dared to hurt the body of the great shadow dragon blade spear. Unforgivable." The shadow dragon opened its mouth and spit out magma-like flames towards the two. "Run!" Song Jian roared, and his figure turned into a black shadow and ran towards the door of the treasure house. Cain followed Song Jian closely with big strides, and the hot dragon breath swept across the place where they stood. and the rocks on the ground began to melt slowly. The two rushed out of the treasure house quickly, and the shadow dragon flapped its wings and followed them closely. Song Jian saw Cain preparing to run towards the gate of the dark castle, and hurriedly grabbed him and said, "Let's go to the sewage channel." As he said, he rushed to the channel where he entered the dark castle. Hearing the sewage channel, Cain was stunned, but following Song Jian, he soon saw the sewage channel. Seeing Song Jian disappear at the entrance of the sewage channel, Cain's eyes lit up, and he picked up the totem pole without hesitation and followed him in. As soon as Cain entered the channel, he felt a strong impact behind him. The front claws of the shadow dragon slammed hard at the entrance of the stone steps. The strong vibration caused the first section of the channel to break apart. The shadow dragon was too big to get into the channel. Even the dragon servants of the shadow dragon probably didn't pay attention to these places. Dragon servants, catch those mice that like to burrow underground. An angry roar of the shadow dragon came from behind Song Jian. System, you stole the shadow dragon's treasure, the cup of life, and the relationship between you and the shadow dragon is locked as permanent hatred. It will send a large number of dragon servants to hunt you down. Every 30 minutes, the magic on the cup of life will be triggered, and the dragon servants will sense your location for 10 minutes. System, you must hold the cup of life for 24 hours to obtain its ownership. System, you can also discard the cup of life to avoid being hunted down by the dragon servants. System, once you discard the cup of life, your relationship with Anna Katerina will be reduced to indifference. System, the cup of life will seriously affect the future plot direction. Please make every decision carefully. Chapter 564 Worship. Seeing a series of system prompts, Song Jian's face suddenly showed a cautious look. It was not easy to steal the cup of life from the dark castle. It would be impossible for Song Jian to give up now. Moreover, those dragon servants were not all first-level combat power. In addition, Anna had told him before that the specific location of the City of Sin was less than 200 kilometers away from the dark castle. With Song Jian's speed, it would not take 12 hours to reach the City of Sin. Once entering the City of Sin, no matter how powerful those dragon servants were, it would be impossible for them to chase and kill Song Jian in a human city. The two quickly left this passage and entered the Shadowfang Mountains. Thank you, my human friend. You not only saved me, but also helped me find the totem of the tribe again. You will always be a friend of our Blackhoof tribe. Towering Cain hugged Song Jian tightly and patted Song Jian's shoulders gratefully. System, your relationship with the Blackhoof tribe has been upgraded to friendly. And your relationship with Towering Cain has been upgraded to revered. Not bad. Song Jian smiled. Cain is not only a towering warrior, but also has shaman skills. Now that he has found the totem pole of the tribe, he is likely to become the chief of the Blackhoof tribe. For Song Jian, it is also a very rare thing to have a respectful relationship with such an NPC. My friend, this dragon horn was cut off by you. I can't have it. Cain took out the dragon horn from his arms and stuffed it into Song Jian's hand, saying with a serious face, "This is your honor, and my honor needs me to get it myself. The other dragon horn of the shadow dragon has been reserved by me. Okay, next time you go to get it, be sure to notify me. We will go together." Song Jian laughed and punched Cain. Good friend, I will not forget you. But you have to work hard too. Don't let me surpass you. Cain laughed. With the bloody totem pole, after returning to the tribe and becoming the chief of the tribe, Cain's strength will undergo earth-shaking changes, which is one of the reasons why Cain is so excited. Oh, by the way, this treasure map is for you. It's located near Shadowfang Mountains. I hope it can help you. Song Jian handed the treasure map he had obtained to Cain. The rescue mission was not very difficult. Song Jian estimated that the reward would not be too much. The things given to other rescued people were not valuable. This treasure map had either been taken away by that person, leaving only some worthless things, or the value of this treasure was not great. Song Jian's time was very precious now. He had to race against time to head to the City of Sin. He had no time to open this treasure map. This is your item. How can I? Cain opened his eyes wide and looked at Song Jian in surprise. Just think of it as a gift from me to you. You must accept it, Song Jian said, and stuffed the treasure map into Cain's hand. This is... Cain's face was full of excitement and gratitude, and he didn't know what to say for a while. System, you gave Cain a treasure map, and the favorability between you and him increased greatly. The relationship between you and Cain, the bull-headed orc of the Black Hoof tribe, was upgraded to worship system. You can try to recruit Cain as your follower, and you have a high chance of successfully recruiting Cain. Song Jian was delighted. Giving items to NPCs could improve their favorability with him. The more valuable the gifted items were, the higher the favorability would be. Song Jian estimated that saving him and helping him find the bloodthirsty totem pole had already raised their relationship to the top of reverence. Now, just giving him an item of low value directly broke through reverence and reached worship. Okay. No more talking. Let's go quickly. I'm going to the City of Sin. 2. Song Jian said to Cain. After the two said goodbye, Song Jian directly used the acceleration skill and ran towards the direction of the City of Sin. The distance of 200 kilometers would take at least 3 or 4 days to reach at Song Jian's previous speed. But now, he was being hunted down and killers could appear at any time and anywhere. Song Jian had to race against time. Song Jian fled to a shadow forest. It was dark now. He lit a bonfire and prepared to take a rest. At this moment, the cup of life in the parcel column suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and a mysterious wave emanated from the parcel column. You know, the player's parcel column is equivalent to another plane. Anything placed in the parcel column will cut off all connections with this world. But the magic on the cup of life can actually penetrate the parcel column and emit waves to this world so that the dragon servants of the Shadow Dragon can sense it, which surprised Song Jian. At this time, outside the dark castle, a team of half-dragons were riding gray war bears and marching in neat formation. From a distance, there were at least dozens of them. Their leader, riding a huge velociraptor, kept staring at the compass in his hand. Soon, the needle on the compass began to turn, and a smile appeared on the leader's ferocious face covered with scales. And he shouted, "Go in this direction. Sprint." With a point of his hand, dozens of war bears roared, making a deafening sound, and quickly ran in the direction indicated by the leader. Song Jian felt that the magic fluctuations of the cup of life in the parcel column lasted for 10 minutes before gradually calming down. But he knew that the pursuers behind him had already known the direction of his escape and were catching up with him quickly. If he stayed for even one more minute, he might be caught up. Song Jian glanced at the black dragon in the pet column. The black dragon was in a deep sleep at this time. But judging from its status displayed in the pet space, the black dragon was in an unusually good state at this time. Moreover, it seemed to be in some special situation at this time. Its level and strength were automatically improving. The current black dragon was already level 28. This really made Song Jian a little puzzled. What was the situation of the black dragon now? It would be great if it could wake up now. With its help, it would be much easier to deal with the pursuers after getting up. At least, it can take me on a faster journey. Song Jian thought to himself. The black dragon is big enough, and it should be easy to take Song Jian with it. Just then, Song Jian suddenly felt the ground shaking rhythmically, as if something was rushing towards him. Is it so fast? Song Jian's heart sank. He didn't expect that the pursuers behind him were faster than him. He had been using the acceleration skill to travel, but he didn't expect that these pursuers actually had mounts. Blood crows. Come out! Song Jian summoned several blood crows and directed them to fly in the direction of the pursuers. With these blood crows, Song Jian's perception was extended to a very long distance. Soon, he saw the situation of the pursuers behind him through the blood crows. Looking at the half-dragon pursuers, who looked like a small army, and then looking at the war bears under their crotches, Song Jian couldn't help but gasp. Chapter 565 Ambush. The group of pursuers behind him were all level 30. But only the leader riding the velociraptor had a first-level combat power. From the momentum emanating from them, Song Jian even suspected that this was an army of iron-blooded warriors. How could they be just dragon servants of a giant dragon? You know, dragon servants are servants and slaves of the Shadow Dragon. The momentum condensed by this team is definitely not something that a slave army can form. Just as Song Jian was observing through the blood crow, the team suddenly stopped, and the dragon servant leader grabbed the longbow hanging from the velociraptor, put an arrow on it, and aimed at the blood crow. Oh no! It's discovered! Song Jian was startled. Just as he was about to order the blood crow to flee, a bow and arrow made a sharp sound of breaking through the air and hit the blood crow like lightning, directly shooting the football-sized blood crow to pieces. It felt my gaze. Song Jian's face was terribly gloomy. He didn't expect that the pursuers sent by the shadow dragon were so powerful. Just staring at it for a little longer, it was sensed by it. This terrible perception made any ambush and sneak attack impossible. If you want to defeat or even kill it, you can only fight face to face. Originally, Song Jian wanted to turn around and kill the pursuers, but now it seems that continuing to escape is the right choice. The bonfire was too late to be extinguished. Song Jian spread his iron wings and flew into the sky, disappearing into the night. After shooting the blood crow with an arrow, the half-dragon leader ordered everyone to form an offensive sharp formation and rush towards Song Jian's position quickly. But when they arrived, they only saw a blazing bonfire. The half-dragon leader had a gloomy face. He sniffed carefully beside the bonfire, then raised his head. His scarlet eyes stared at the dark night sky, and a sharp look flashed across his face. In the empty wilderness, Song Jian did not dare to stay for a moment. All his acceleration skills were used immediately after the cooling time ended. At this time, he was extremely grateful for the thousands of honeys he had searched for in order to brew mead. If he had not used these wild honeys to carry them, Song Jian would probably have collapsed on the road. From night to day, and from day to dusk, Song Jian was caught up by the half-dragon pursuers behind him several times. After a fight, he fled desperately, with the incarnation of black mist and steel wings, plus ice sprint and sword shadow steps. If Song Jian wanted to escape, it would be difficult to catch him. And Song Jian's biggest confidence was the passive skill enemy of death, which could revive even if he died. There was no plant in the wilderness, only coarse gravel and boulders. Song Jian's steel wings slowly disappeared and fell from midair. Just as he was holding a huge rock and gasping for breath, he suddenly felt a tingling scalp. There seemed to be a prehistoric beast in front of him, opening its bloody mouth towards him. A strong energy of death was gathering rapidly in front of him. Song Jian opened his eyes suddenly and looked forward. There were pursuers behind him, and someone was ambushing him in front of him. Song Jian was thinking frantically, and all his acceleration skills were in a cooling state. With a thought, a phantom clone blocked him. Boom! A strong energy wave of death spell suddenly erupted in front of Song Jian. The strong explosion and impact tore the phantom clone into pieces. Even if it only inherited 70% of Song Jian's strength, the attributes of the phantom clone were no different from those of an ordinary level 30 monster. Song Jian's face darkened, and he turned to hide to the side. If he had taken this blow head-on, even if he didn't die, he would probably be seriously injured and lose his ability to fight. I found you, kid. Do you think you can escape the pursuit of the death scythe? The energy fluctuations of the explosion gradually subsided, and the smoke and dust dissipated. A person wearing a black cloak floated in the air. The face hidden under the cloak showed a trace of ferocious expression, and his eyes shot at Song Jian like a knife. Are you someone from the death scythe? Song Jian's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that at this time. The last pursuit of the death scythe came as expected. The clothes on this person were exactly the same as the person who was chasing him before. You know it, but you still don't surrender? Don't worry. I will be gentle and won't hurt you. A strange smile appeared on the face of the death scythe killer. You are looking for death. The killer's words obviously angered Song Jian. Song Jian narrowed his eyes, jumped up, and raised his body high. In midair, the red fire-hard monkey sword in his hand slashed out a dazzling golden sword energy and slashed at the killer. The maximum attack range of the light slash is 10 meters. Song Jian is too far away from the opponent and must jump into the air. Without time to see if he can hit the opponent, Song Jian's figure fell heavily from the air. After rolling twice on the ground, Song Jian looked up at the killer in midair. The golden sword energy seemed to hit something 3 feet away from the killer's body, making a roar. The air around the killer was twisted, and a crisp shattering sound was heard in the air. The killer didn't care about the defense being broken, and smiled coldly at Song Jian. Finger of death. The killer pointed at Song Jian, and a black lightning flashed from his fingers and shot towards Song Jian. Song Jian's face changed drastically. This was one of the trump cards of the second killer before, with great power, and this spell was extremely fast. It shot at Song Jian's chest in the blink of an eye. Song Jian instinctively raised the long sword to his chest. A golden light just burst out from the long sword, and it was hit hard. With a bang, Song Jian felt as if he was hit by a heavy hammer, and his body retreated involuntarily. Song Jian's feet rubbed against the ground violently, and he slid back 5 or 6 meters before stopping. The killer saw that the black lightning was bounced back by the opponent, and his face changed. You have some skills. No wonder you can kill the killers of the previous 2 groups of organizations, the killer said. At this moment, a long howl suddenly came from behind Song Jian, and the angry roar sounded like a thunder, sounding from a distance. The shadow dragon is watching you. You can't escape. You despicable thief. Song Jian's face changed. The half-dragon chaser was so fast. Seeing Song Jian's face change drastically, the killer of the death side was stunned for a moment, then understood, and couldn't help laughing. Ha ha. Should I say you were brave and fearless? Or stubborn? Dare to provoke us death side? And then provoke a shadow dragon? It seems that you have also stolen a treasure from the shadow dragon. Otherwise, it would not send pursuers to chase you. The killer looked at Song Jian thoughtfully, with a greedy look in his eyes, and said, if you are willing to give me the treasure stolen from the shadow dragon's lair, then not only will I not chase you, but I will also help you repel the people chasing you. And I can also introduce you to the Death Side organization. What do you think? Chapter 566, Unbeatable. As soon as the killer finished speaking, Song Jian received a system prompt. System, William, the gold medal killer of Death Side, issues a task to you. Pledge allegiance. Task content, hand over the cup of life to William. William will give up chasing you, and help you repel the half-dragon pursuers. Then you will become a peripheral member of Death Side. Do you accept? System, warning. This task will have a significant impact on the future game process. Please make a careful decision. Song Jian didn't even look at it, and chose to refuse directly. Song Jian would not hand over the cup of life to anyone other than Anna. And the Death Side organization was obviously not suitable for Song Jian. And the power of death was not something that ordinary people could touch. In that case, I'll search your body for it. William's eyes flashed with a fierce look. Just as he was about to attack, he suddenly heard a roar of a beast in the distance. In midair, he saw a group of half-dragon pursuers appearing not far away. It seems that the pursuers behind you have arrived. Maybe we can let you fight first. William's mouth showed a malicious smile. The figure floating in the air slowly disappeared like mist. Song Jian's face was terribly gloomy. The pursuers behind him were already difficult to deal with. Now with a killer hiding in the dark. Song Jian had no doubt that once he revealed a flaw, William would definitely appear at the first time and stab him in the heart. With a thought, 30 mighty blood wolves appeared beside Song Jian. It was meaningless to run away now. There were less than 2 hours left for the 12-hour protection time. The Sin City was less than 20 kilometers away from his current location. If the half-dragon pursuers really chased all the way to the Sin City, it would be too ugly. Let's fight to the death here, Song Jian said with determination. Soon, dozens of half-dragon pursuers riding war bears appeared in Song Jian's eyes. They had been chasing for more than 10 hours. Most of these half-dragon pursuers were exhausted. And their mounts, the war bears, had completely lost their combat capabilities due to the long-term attack. Once they stopped, most of the war bears collapsed on the ground and refused to move. Seeing Song Jian standing still, the half-dragon pursuers burst into strange looks in their eyes, and they all roared excitedly, holding the halberds in their hands, and ran towards Song Jian. The half-dragon leader riding the velociraptor made a throat-cutting gesture towards Song Jian, turned over and got off the velociraptor, showed a cruel smile to Song Jian, and shouted, "You despicable thief! You can't run away. The dragon's eyes are always locked on you." Song Jian waved his hand, and 30 blood wolves howled in unison, and then quickly rushed towards the half-dragon pursuers. The number of half-dragon pursuers was almost 3 times that of blood wolves. But the blood wolves were not afraid at all, and rushed towards the half-dragon pursuers frantically. The half-dragon leader grabbed a blood wolf that was rushing towards his throat. Seeing the blood wolf in his hand struggling frantically and trying desperately to bite him, the half-dragon leader narrowed his eyes and directly tore the body of the level 30 blood wolf into 2 halves with his 2 hands. "Do you think that you can resist us with just these garbage? Too naive," the half-dragon leader roared, not noticing that the blood wolf torn in half did not leave a corpse, but turned into a pool of blood and merged into the ground. Strong strength. An elite with first-level combat power. William, hiding in the dark, watched the half-dragon leader tear a level 30 blood wolf into 2 halves. His eyes suddenly lit up, and a look of appreciation appeared on his face. William's eyes flashed with a gloating look. He was a killer with first-level combat power. so he naturally understood what first-level combat power meant. In his opinion, Song Jian was definitely dead this time. For him, as long as Song Jian died, he would complete the mission, and he didn't care whether he died in his hands. When he fought with Song Jian just now, he found that Song Jian was quite strong. Even if he could kill Song Jian, he might suffer some damage. Now, he could fight these half-dragon pursuers to a draw, which was naturally the result William expected most. If there was any accident in the end, William would be able to kill Song Jian without any effort. William smiled. The battle ahead was still going on. The figure of the half-dragon leader suddenly faded, and Song Jian also left where he was standing. After testing the strength of the Blood Wolf, the half-dragon leader directly targeted Song Jian. In his opinion, the strength of the Blood Wolf was about the same as that of the half-dragon pursuers. But the number of half-dragon pursuers it brought was 3 times that of the Blood Wolf. It was only a matter of time to kill this group of Blood Wolves. Their target was always Song Jian. As long as they captured or killed Song Jian and brought him or his body to their master, Shadow Dragon Blade Spear, they would complete their mission. The bodies of Song Jian and the half-dragon leader kept colliding in the wilderness. Every collision made a thunderous roar. A golden light appeared on the surface of Song Jian's body, and 8 illusory long swords surrounded him. At this time, he had already opened the immortal sword body. Only Song Jian, who had opened the immortal sword body, was qualified to fight with the half-dragon leader with the first-level combat power. Otherwise, he would face the ruthless crushing of the half-dragon leader. The weapons in the hands of the two kept colliding. The strong energy destroyed all the objects within a radius of several meters around. The hard rock several meters high had not weathered after hundreds of years of wind, frost, snow and rain. But in an instant, they were crushed into powder by the energy stimulated by the battle between the two. The two men seemed to have transformed into ancient giant beasts, wantonly exerting the endless violent energy in their bodies. The half-dragon leader, with his claw-like fists, stabbed at Song Jian's forehead. Song Jian's face remained unchanged, and he raised the red fire-heart ape sword in his hand, colliding fiercely with the half-dragon leader's fist. Boom! As if a bomb exploded, there was a buzzing sound in the air, and countless rubble around, like bullets from a machine gun, shot out in all directions, and the surrounding dust flew around, raising a large area of gray dust. In the dust, 2 figures flew out. Bang! Bang! The 2 of them hit a huge rock like a cannonball. I didn't expect you to have such a strong strength. No wonder you can steal the treasure from the master's treasure house. The half-dragon leader looked at Song Jian with a cautious look on his face. Song Jian waved his numb right hand, his face gloomy. Only he himself guessed that his state could not last too long. The 7th level 1 Yuan Chaos Indestructible Sword Body could only last for 150 seconds. And at this time, he had little time left. Chapter 567 Leaving. Song Jian's strength far exceeded the expectations of the half-dragon leader. He didn't know that this was because Song Jian used a skill, and thought that this was Song Jian's inherent strength. Human, I underestimated you. The half-dragon leader slowly climbed up from the ground, with a pile of rubble behind him. He tore off his tattered felt coat, revealing the blue-black scales on his body like armor. But, no matter what, today, you must die here. No one can continue to survive in this world after offending His Excellency the Dragon. The half-dragon leader showed a ferocious smile to Song Jian. Song Jian half bent over, using the long sword as a crutch to support his body. He could feel the power of the immortal sword body slowly fading from him. After using 2 pieces of wild honey, Song Jian's chi, blood and spirit values returned to their peak state. But at this time, there were less than 10 seconds left before the cooling time of the immortal sword body. Most importantly, he could feel that the blood wolves he summoned were being slaughtered one by one. Originally there were 30 blood wolves, but in just over 2 minutes, there were less than 10 left. Once the blood wolves were slaughtered, these half-dragon pursuers would also join the battle to kill him. And then, he would be unable to escape. Song Jian looked around. The sky gradually darkened, and the killer of the death scythe was hiding somewhere at this time. But Song Jian could feel his malicious eyes, one of which fell on him. Am I going to die here today? Song Jian looked grim. If it was just the half-dragon chasing soldiers, then his passive skill enemy of death might be able to deceive the other party. But the killer of the death scythe might not be fooled so easily. You know, once he is resurrected, his body will disappear. And this strange phenomenon will definitely attract the attention of the killer. At this moment, a clear dragon roar suddenly came from Song Jian's mind. He felt that the black dragon in the pet's space had awakened and was calling him anxiously. The black dragon could also feel that the master's life was threatened at this time. So as soon as he woke up, he couldn't wait to join the battle. Song Jian opened the pet's space and took a look, and his face couldn't help but reveal an ecstatic look. At this time, the black dragon had grown to a behemoth of 5 or 6 meters in height and more than 10 meters in length, although it could not be compared with the shadow dragon that had lived for thousands of years. The black dragon at this time could already carry Song Jian to run and fly effortlessly. The black dragon's level has become level 30, and it has surpassed the elite level and directly grown into a lord-level boss. At the same time, in its attribute description, the 4 words first-level combat power gave Song Jian a feeling of ecstasy. Song Jian stared at the half-dragon leader, with a relieved smile on his face, and said, "I think I can live for a long time. But you and the half-human, half-dragon monsters behind you may find it difficult to get out of this wilderness." The half-dragon leader has already felt that the power in Song Jian's body that can compete with it is rapidly fading. He immediately understood and showed a cruel smile on his face. It's just bluffing. At this time, the last blood wolf was also killed by the half-dragon pursuers. They wiped the blood on their weapons and slowly surrounded Song Jian. William, who was hiding in the dark, showed excitement in his eyes. At this time, the duration of Song Jian's immortal sword body had ended, not to mention the nearly 100 half-er pursuers. Just one half-dragon leader could kill Song Jian. "Do you want to follow us back obediently? Or let us take your body back?" The half-dragon leader walked towards Song Jian step by step. "You all of you will die," Song Jian shouted in a low voice. And with a thought, a figure that covered the sky and the sun appeared above everyone's head. On. A clear dragon roar sounded, and the half-dragon pursuers suddenly panicked. As dragon servants, they had no resistance at all when facing the giant dragon. Some of the half-dragon pursuers even knelt on the ground without raising their heads. This is the sorrow of being a dragon servant. This is the creed engraved deep in their souls. This is their lifelong bondage. Even if the thought of resistance arises in their hearts, the whole body will feel a pain like cell tearing. "Giant, Your Excellency the giant dragon." The half-dragon leader knelt on one knee in panic, buried his head deeply between his knees, and his whole body trembled slightly. They both have the first-level combat power, but under the restraint of instinct, the half-dragon leader is not even qualified to stand in front of the black dragon. Seeing a person who can easily decide his life and death, now kneeling in front of him like an ant, Song Jian suddenly felt a sense of loss. Song Jian can easily kill these dragon servants who have no ability to resist. But Song Jian at this time has no interest in killing these half-dragons who have no ability to resist. The dragon flapped its wings, rolled up a gust of wind, and then slowly landed beside Song Jian. Looking at this huge monster, William, who was hiding in the dark, was full of surprise, and his excitement almost exposed his hiding position at this time. How is this possible? It's actually a dragon. He actually has a dragon as his pet. William's lips trembled slightly, and his forehead was covered with sweat. Now he was extremely grateful that the group of half-dragon pursuers had arrived. Otherwise, he would be facing a dragon. Even if he was arrogant, he didn't dare to take a dragon as his enemy. All the people in the intelligence department should be hanged. William wiped the sweat from his forehead, glanced at the dragon, and then quietly retreated and disappeared into the wilderness. Feeling the disappearance of the malicious gaze that was monitoring him, Song Jian knew that William had escaped. The third assassination was spent quietly. Song Jian believed that as long as William sent the news that he had a giant dragon pet back to the death scythe, the organization would probably never send assassins to assassinate him again. Song Jian walked to the half-dragon leader's velociraptor mount. At this time, the velociraptor, which was more than 1 person tall, collapsed to the ground the moment the black dragon appeared, revealing its snow-white belly and making waves of begging-like cries. Since he had already mastered the situation, Song Jian naturally refused to use his own legs to travel. This velociraptor mount was tall and mighty, just right for him to ride to the city of Sin. Song Jian struggled to pull the velociraptor up, turned over and rode on its back. Just as he was about to drive it to the city of Sin, he heard the black dragon roar angrily, and a mouthful of hot dragon fire spewed over, directly burning the velociraptor into charcoal. Song Jian stood up from the ground with a surprised look on his face, and looked at the black dragon. He saw the black dragon slowly leaning down, gently nudging Song Jian's body with its head, signaling him to ride on it. Song Jian smiled. The dragon clan was the most arrogant of all creatures. The reason why Song Jian did not ride on the black dragon immediately was that he was worried that the black dragon would resist. But now it seems that the black dragon has completely accepted him as its master. He turned over and rode on the intersection of the black dragon's neck and spine. There was a flat area here, and it was very comfortable to sit on it. The black dragon groaned, spread its wings, flew up, and quickly disappeared into the dim sky with Song Jian. Chapter 568 City of Sin. Until the black dragon disappeared, the half-dragon leader dared to raise his head and look at the sky, his eyes full of fear and loneliness. He actually has a dragon as a war pet. The half-dragon leader was in a complicated mood. As a slave of a dragon, he saw a person who was not as strong as himself, but actually used a dragon as a war pet. If it were not for the half-dragon leader's firm will, he would probably have collapsed at this time. Go back and report the situation to the master. The half-dragon leader pulled up a war bear and said, "This mission has failed, and they can only go back to accept the punishment of the shadow dragon. But the appearance of the black dragon is simply impossible for them to resist. I hope the master can forgive us," the half-dragon leader thought to himself. At this time, Song Jian was riding the black dragon and flying in the sky. This was a completely different experience from flying by himself. There were many monsters in the sky in the game. Usually, Song Jian didn't dare to fly too high. But now, the breath emanating from the black dragon made all the monsters within a radius of hundreds of meters panic and flee everywhere. Song Jian could even see the fleeing monsters from a distance. Many of them were higher in level than the black dragon, but they were also fleeing. The suppression of biological levels had long been engraved in their genes. A trace of dragon power could make these monsters flee in all directions. The black dragon flew very fast. In less than half an hour, Song Jian saw the wall of the City of Sin. After landing in a forest outside the City of Sin, Song Jian put the black dragon into the parcel column. Riding the black dragon into the city was too ostentatious. He was afraid that he would be treated as an enemy by the city defense army before he even got close to the City of Sin. After a little tidying up, Song Jian walked along a wide stone road towards the City of Sin. Not long after, he found that the City of Sin was much more prosperous than he had imagined. After only walking a few hundred meters, he saw 3 or 4 convoys loaded with goods heading towards the City of Sin. The further he went, the wider the road became, and the more people there were. Along the way, Song Jian did not find a single monster around the City of Sin. It seemed that someone was cleaning up the monsters around the city regularly. Song Jian observed carefully, and found that there were quite a few players in the City of Sin. They rode various mounts and ran towards the City of Sin. War horses, wild wolves, giant bears, and even a little girl riding a broom, flying less than half a meter above the ground. Seeing Song Jian staring at her broom, the little girl glared at Song Jian and shouted, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen someone with acrophobia riding a flying broom?" Humph! In addition to these, there are also many mechanical mounts such as motorcycles, military jeeps, and even ordinary four-wheeled cars. In general, Song Jian feels that the City of Sin will be 10 times more prosperous than the City of Anthem. Seeing someone riding a motorcycle, Song Jian also took out his motorcycle and slowly drove towards the City of Sin. In addition to these players, there are also many NPCs in the game. That is, ordinary people, who are traveling with Song Jian. They drive spacious carriages filled with vegetables, fruits, and food. These NPC civilians in the game seem to be in awe of the players. When they meet the players, they always give way to the players and let them pass first. Moreover, many civilians will take off their hats to salute the players. It seems that in their minds, the treatment of the players is no different from that of ordinary nobles. Players who are born in this city are really lucky. At least their lives are safe. Song Jian looked at the NPC on a carriage who took off his hat and saluted him, and nodded with a smile. As the motorcycle continued to speed, Song Jian's eyes gradually opened up. He found that around the City of Sin, there were actually a lot of crops planted. The green waves, like the waves of the sea, swayed gently with the breeze, and even the air was filled with the fragrance of the soil. In such a game with wasteland as the core, Song Jian felt like a dream when he saw such a scene in front of him. It's amazing. Song Jian stopped his motorcycle and looked at the endless green sea, his eyes full of admiration. Humph! Country bumpkin. A player riding a tall horse looked at the motorcycle next to Song Jian, with a greedy look in his eyes, and then heard Song Jian's admiration, snorted coldly, and started to mock. Henry, don't say that to other players. A girl riding a red warhorse next to him dissuaded him, gave Song Jian an apologetic smile, and said, sorry. He is not like this usually. Is this your first time in the City of Sin? The girl was wearing a white robe, a pearl necklace on her chest, and a headdress made of silk and sapphire on her forehead. She looked ordinary, but the smile on her face made people feel very warm at first glance. This calm feeling made Song Jian feel that the other party was like a caring elder sister. This female player was only level 20, and it seemed that she had rarely fought. She lacked a fierce aura, and she was not wary of other players. It was obviously the first time she saw Song Jian, but she rode her horse to Song Jian without any precautions. At this distance, if Song Jian attacked the other party, she might not even have the ability to fight back, and would be directly seriously injured or even killed by Song Jian. Hello. I am a player born in other places, and it is indeed my first time here. Song Jian showed a gentle smile on his face, looking harmless, and took the initiative to introduce himself to the girl. My name is Casey, and I'm a pastor. Are you surprised to see these crops? Casey said with a smile, and took the initiative to chat with Song Jian. Seeing Casey and Song Jian talking happily, the man who laughed at Song Jian next to him suddenly looked ugly. But he didn't say anything, just rode his horse and followed Casey. Yes, you know, in this game, it's hard to see such a vast area of crops. Sometimes, even green plants are hard to see. Song Jian was very emotional. These are all the credits of the Sin City Academy. After entering the Sin City, you will understand. Casey's expression was a little mysterious, and even a little expectant, saying, many players hope to join the academy, but it's too difficult to enter there. There are at least more than 5,000 players in the Sin City, but only 3 or 4 can enter the academy. Kathy, I believe you can get in too. Henry next to him suddenly interrupted. I hope so. Kathy forced a smile at Henry. Song Jian felt that Kathy was like a young lady who had never been out of the house and was not wary of anyone. But could a player who could reach level 20 really be so simple? Chapter 569 Epic Class. Since entering the game, the ugliness of human nature has been infinitely magnified. There are many people who kill for a piece of equipment or a skill book. You know, if you die in the game, you will also die in the real world. Therefore, there is no difference between killing in the game and killing in the real world. The only difference is that there are no laws to constrain players in the game. After entering the game for such a long time, Song Jian has become wary of everything and everyone, and will not easily trust others. Along the way, Song Jian and Casey chatted happily, but most of the time Song Jian was trying to get Casey to talk. From Casey's words, Song Jian learned a lot of information about the City of Sin. Continuing forward, when they were almost at the city gate, there was a sudden sound of iron hooves in the distance, and a team of soldiers wearing heavy armor and holding sharp spears rushed out of the city gate quickly. Everyone, including the players, hurriedly hid on both sides of the road. Who are they? Song Jian asked in a low voice. These are the guards of the city lord's mansion. It is said that the city lord of the City of Sin is seriously ill, and the situation in the whole city is somewhat turbulent. You must be careful when you enter the City of Sin, Casey reminded in a low voice. Song Jian nodded. He had suspected before that the reason why Anna wanted to obtain the Cup of Life was to save the life of the city lord of the City of Sin. It seems that his guess was right. It was indeed the case. After entering the City of Sin, Song Jian said goodbye to Casey and went to Anna to hand in the task according to the address Anna gave him. At this time, Anna was sitting in the room with a depressed look on her face. I am really useless. I can't help it all. Anna shook her head and said, Uncle's condition is getting worse and worse. If I don't find a way, I'm afraid he will. A female warrior wearing chain mail comforted her. Miss, don't think so. You almost got into trouble before. You dared to go to the Dark Castle with Master Solando. Are you planning to steal the Cup of Life from the Shadow Dragon? Yes, Karen. That's what we think. Anna said with a determined face. As long as I can get the Cup of Life and save my uncle's life, I will never regret it even if I die. Miss, This is not a matter of regret or not. The key is that you took Master Solando to take risks. And you two almost couldn't come back. The City Lord is now like this. Have you ever thought about what will happen to you if Master Solando dies in the Dark Castle? Karen advised earnestly. Didn't you find that since you two came back, many people's attitudes towards you have become subtle? I have never thought about these. I just want to cure my uncle's illness, Anna said with her head down. At this moment, a servant came in, bowed to Anna and said, Miss, a God-favored lord came to see you, saying that he has completed your mission and is here to hand in the mission. God-favored lord? Anna showed a puzzled look on her face and said to herself, I don't know any God-favored lord. And what mission do you want to hand in to me? After leaving Shadowfang Mountains, Anna forgot about Song Jian. In her opinion, Song Jian was just a level 27 God-favored lord, and he had no strength to steal the Cup of Life from the Dark Castle. You know, when she went with Solando, she brought a team of 20 level 30 guards. But in the end, only she, Solando, and one of Solando's guards, Carter, returned to the city of Sin alive. Miss, do you need me to drive him away? The servant looked at Anna with a frown, looking like she was refusing, and asked softly, Wait a minute. Let me think about it. Anna waved her hand and said, After a long time, Anna slowly recalled the God-favored one who saved them from the Shadowfang in the Shadowfang Mountains. Song Jian? Is his name Song Jian? Anna suddenly jumped up from the chair with a look of surprise on her face. Come to me to hand in the task? Could it be that he really stole the Cup of Life from the hands of the Shadow Dragon? Thinking of this, Anna suddenly became excited and hurriedly picked up her skirt and ran out of the room. Song Jian? It must be Song Jian, Anna muttered to herself, her eyes full of expectation. Rushing out of the room, Anna saw a man standing in the courtyard. After a closer look, who else could this man be but Song Jian? Song Jian? Did you really complete the task I gave you? Anna shouted when she saw Song Jian. There were many people here, and Anna didn't want others to know that she had obtained the Cup of Life. So she didn't ask directly. Yes, Miss Anna. As expected, I have brought that thing back to you. Song Jian smiled. Come on. Come in and take a rest. You must be very tired. Anna went straight forward, took Song Jian's hand, and took him to the room. Karen, please guard the door, and don't let anyone disturb us, Anna said to Karen. Karen was originally Anna's guard. He immediately saluted Anna and closed the door. Did you really get it? Anna asked excitedly. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. Song Jian smiled and took out the Cup of Life from the parcel column. Seeing the appearance of the Cup of Life, Anna was stunned, looked up at Song Jian, and looked puzzled. The Cup of Life. Is this what it looks like? The appearance of the Cup of Life looks like a simple wooden cup. If Song Jian didn't say it was the Cup of Life, Anna wouldn't even look at it. This is the Cup of Life I found from the treasure house of the Dark Castle. Song Jian handed the Cup of Life to Anna. The Cup of Life has the ability to turn ordinary water into holy water that can prolong life and cure all diseases. But in Song Jian's hands, it is just a mission item. Anna took the Cup of Life hesitantly, and the moment her hand touched the Cup of Life, a gentle energy suddenly emanated from the Holy Grail and merged into her body. In an instant, a rich white light suddenly burst out from Anna's body, illuminating the entire room. System, Anna Katerina receives the energy of the Cup of Life, stimulating her bloodline talent and changing her job to an epic class. Life Priest. System, all attributes of Anna Katerina increase by 10 points. System, Anna Katerina comprehends the epic skill. Life Blossom. System, Anna Katerina comprehends the epic skill. Life Hymn. System, Anna Katerina comprehends the epic skill. Resurrection. Chapter 570 Water of Life. Song Jian was stunned when he saw the system prompts that kept flashing on his screen. When completing this task, the system mentioned many times that any decision Song Jian made could change the game process. Originally, Song Jian was the city lord of the City of Sin. But unexpectedly, the game system referred to Anna herself. If Anna could not touch the Cup of Life, she would not be able to stimulate her own bloodline potential, and she would not be able to change her job to become an epic profession. Life Priest. Whether this profession can appear will have a huge impact on the game process. As soon as she changed her job, she directly comprehended 3 epic skills. The effects of the first two were unknown just by looking at the names. But the third skill, Resurrection, surprised Song Jian. Resurrection is the signature profession of priests in all games. If a priest does not know Resurrection, he will definitely be called a fake priest. But what is strange about this game is that no priest has mastered Resurrection. Now, Song Jian finally understood that only life priests can do Resurrection. And the grade of Resurrection is not low. It is an epic skill. Even if there are players who can become life priests, I am afraid that if they want to master Resurrection, they will have to pay a huge price. Cup of Life. This is the real Cup of Life. Anna held the Cup of Life tightly with both hands and shouted with surprise. At this time, she was emitting a faint light all over her body, looking like a goddess descending to the earth. A stream of clear water was poured from the kettle on the table. The clear water in the Cup of Life rippled slightly, and a woman's melodious singing echoed in the room. The singing that appeared out of thin air was ethereal and beautiful, shaking people's hearts. Song Jian and Anna couldn't help but immerse themselves in the singing. After an unknown period of time, the singing stopped, and Song Jian suddenly felt a sense of loss in his heart. Is this holy water? Anna looked at the milky white liquid in the Cup of Life, which was slightly rippling, like milk, and asked in surprise. Song Jian looked down and saw that the liquid in the Cup of Life exuded a sweet fragrance like plants, and was as viscous as milk. If Song Jian hadn't seen Anna pouring clear water into the Cup of Life with his own eyes, he would never believe that this viscous white liquid was transformed from the previous clear water. It really turned into holy water. Anna covered her mouth. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she couldn't help sobbing softly. With so many heavenly sounds, Anna was under tremendous pressure. And today, she was finally able to release it all. System, you have completed the second ring of the epic mission. Anna is full of gratitude to you. The relationship between you and her has been upgraded to respect. You have gained a few skill points. System, because of you, Anna Katerina has obtained the epic profession, Life Priest. Your behavior has greatly affected the progress of the game. The game system recognizes everything you have done and rewards you with 150,000 experience points. A ray of light rose from Song Jian, and the experience bar, which was almost full, was instantly filled. After reaching level 27, it rushed forward a little bit and reached 13% of level 27. The experience rewarded this time was extremely generous, almost equivalent to the experience points Song Jian gained from killing monsters for a week. The two additional skills were added to Lightning Strike. The damage caused by the level 3 Lightning Strike increased from the original 150%. 110, 70% to the current 210%, 170%, 120%, and the power was further improved. Song Jian, thank you so much. This cup of water of life. I'll give it to you to drink. Anna grabbed Song Jian's hand and handed him the cup of life. Song Jian took the cup of life and checked its properties. Cup of Life Holy Object. Effect. The person holding this item will be protected by the goddess of life, free from bad luck, and will not lose his life due to accidents. The speed of blood value recovery is increased by 300%. All attributes are increased by 15 points. All life magic. The power is increased by 50%. Special Effect 1, Water of Life Passive. Pour clean water into the cup of life. The clean water will become holy water. The first time the person drinks holy water, the blood value increases by 500 points. The cell activity is greatly improved. At the same time, all bad conditions on the body are eliminated. The blood value and the spirit value are completely restored. Restore. This effect is only valid when used for the first time. After that, use intelligence to remove the bad state and restore the blood and spirit value. Cooling time, 24 hours. Special Effect 2, Life Shield Active. Activate this skill. You can trigger a defense shield of 8,000 points on the user's body surface, which lasts for 30 seconds. Under the protection of the life shield, the user recovers 5% of the blood value per second. This skill can only be used 3 times a day. Special Effect 3? Special Effect 4? Item description. This item is soul locked to Anna Katerina, and no one except her can use it. Saint level. This is actually a saint level item. Song Jian's eyes lit up. He couldn't believe what he saw. This was the first time he encountered a saint level item in the game, and the attributes of this item are simply too good. With it, it is simply difficult to die. Just all attributes are increased by 15 points. and the speed of blood value recovery is increased by 300%, which has made Song Jian salivate. Not to mention the 4 special effects. In addition to the Water of Life and Life Shield, there are 2 special effects that have not been activated for the time being. After activation, I am afraid they will be too powerful skills. If this item has not been bound to Anna's soul, I am afraid Song Jian would rather risk the failure of the epic mission to take this item for himself. After reading the attributes, Song Jian raised his neck and drank the Water of Life without leaving a drop. The original blood value of only 2,260 points directly increased to more than 2,700 points. With such a high blood value, I am afraid no one would object to saying that Song Jian is an elite boss. As for the great increase in cell activity, Song Jian did not feel anything, but just felt a lot more relaxed, as if he had unloaded a burden of several hundred pounds. Song Jian, I really don't know how to express my gratitude to you. Anna looked at a loss, and said to Song Jian, I wonder if you can accompany me to the City Lord's mansion tomorrow to treat my uncle? Song Jian handed the empty cup of life back to Anna, and immediately received a system prompt. System, Anna has issued you the 3rd stage of the epic mission. Escort. Do you accept? Mission content. Escort Anna to the City Lord's mansion. Assist Anna in successfully treating the City Lord Kane Saker. Mission reward. Obtain permanent residency in the City of Sin. Raise the relationship with Anna Katerina to reverence. Mission failure penalty. Greatly reduce Anna Katerina's favorability, and reduce the relationship with her to indifference. Accept. Song Jian accepted the mission, and he had already completed the first 2 stages. There was no reason to give up here. After reading the mission content carefully, Song Jian smiled. It seems that this escort mission is not simple. There must be many people in the City Lord's mansion who don't want the City Lord to get better. Chapter 571 The Lady of the City Lord. The City Lord's mansion in the City of Sin. At this time, the City Lord's mansion was heavily guarded, with a sentry every 3 steps and a guard every 5 steps. Almost all the most elite soldiers in the entire City of Sin were sent here. How is the old guy now? A woman in luxurious clothes sat on the main seat of the City Lord's mansion, took a sip of red wine, and asked casually, Madam, the City Lord is still in a coma, and Siloe is guarding the City Lord all the time. A medical officer holding a medicine box answered tremblingly. A violent look appeared in the woman's eyes, and her eyes narrowed, revealing a fierce light, and she said viciously, This old thing is so resistant. This woman is the new wife of Cain, the Lord of the City of Sin. Her name is Annika. Since marrying him, the Lord's body has gradually become weak. Recently, he even fell ill and fell into a coma. The doctor trembled slightly, lowered his head, and dared not say a word. He even wanted to cover his ears. Since the Lord fell into a coma, the Lord's wife became more and more unscrupulous. He was afraid that he would be silenced if he heard too much. Get out. Remember to keep your mouth shut. If I hear any bad rumors, your whole family will die without a burial place. Annika stared at the doctor fiercely and threatened, with a trace of blood in his eyes. Yes. Yes. I dare not. No. I dare not. The doctor held the medicine box and ran out of the City Lord's mansion in a hurry. It's so boring. When can I really become the master of this castle? Annika stroked the main seat in the hall of the City Lord's mansion and muttered to herself with a melancholy tone. When Cain, the City Lord of the City of Sin, was in good health, he would sit here to discuss important matters with his staff. This is the main seat that only the City Lord can sit on. Ha ha ha. Blood Queen. When can't you even deal with an ordinary human old man? A man's whisper sounded in Annika's ears, and suddenly, her long hair moved without wind, and her claws and teeth fluttered like tentacles. A huge brown bat suddenly flew in from the window, landed on the ground, and turned into a man in a red dress. The man had fair skin, a slightly decadent and vicissitudes of life face, and a pair of scarlet eyes, emitting a fierce light. As soon as he appeared, he suddenly felt a flash in front of his eyes, and Annika's figure disappeared. Then, a white right hand like iron tightly grasped his neck. A strong force came, and the man was grabbed by the neck by Annika and pushed against the wall of the hall of the City Lord's mansion. With a bang, the man was knocked down against the wall. Several cracks suddenly extended outward from the wall at his back. The man's body also came with a crackling sound of bone fractures. A mouthful of blood spurted out of the man's mouth. The originally handsome face suddenly became thin, and 2 sharp fangs protruded from his lips. Since when? Even a small viscount dares to speak nonsense in front of me? 2 silver fangs appeared from Annika's lips, and his originally black eyes were also covered with a layer of blood-red light. Annika, are you going to betray the Dark Parliament Alliance? The man roared angrily. Dark Parliament Alliance? Annika smiled disdainfully, grabbed the man's right hand, which slowly lost its luster and became dry. The sharp nails slowly grew out, like a knife, piercing into the man's neck. When I completely control the City of Sin, even the elders of the Parliament Alliance will crawl at my feet. Annika roared, and with a fierce tug of his right hand, he lifted the man up and threw him towards the hard stone slab on the ground. Walala. Just when the man's body was about to touch the floor, his body suddenly disintegrated and turned into countless fist-sized black bats, flying towards the other side of the hall. Annika raised his left hand, but after hesitating for a moment, he slowly put it down, and the fierce aura on his body did not weaken at all. Tell me, what's wrong with the Elders' Council again? Annika stared at the man who had regained his human appearance and said. The man touched the wound on his neck. A trace of resentment appeared on his face, raised his head, and said coldly, the Elders' Council is very dissatisfied with you for not completely controlling the City of Sin for so long, and I hope you can speed up the progress. Oh, who can be blamed for this? Annika sneered. Half a year ago, I informed the elders that as long as I could kill the wizard Sylvie beside Cain, I could successfully become the master of this city. But what was the result? Annika regained her previous elegance, slowly walked up to the main seat of the city lord's mansion, and slowly sat down, just like a noble lady with a variety of manners, exuding the charm of a mature woman, being able to switch between fierceness and bloodthirstiness and gentleness and nobility at will. Even the man was impressed in his heart. However, what should be said should be said. He came this time to convey the decision of the elders of the Dark Parliament Alliance to Annika. In half a year, the Elders' Council sent out more than a dozen assassins and launched a total of 9 assassination attempts. The man's face was livid, and he gritted his teeth and said, but none of these assassinations succeeded, and even none of these assassins returned. The Elders' Council suspects that there is something wrong with your intelligence. The inaccurate information about the wizard led to... Before the man finished speaking, he was interrupted by Annika's sharp roar. That's because you are incompetent. Sului is only a level 35 wizard with a first-level combat power. Even if there are some differences in the level, he definitely cannot have a second-level combat power. But 3 of the assassins who assassinated him were level 50 warriors with second-level combat power. The man took a step forward and roared in a low voice. Annika was speechless, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently. After a long time, Annika slowly said, he must have a trump card that we don't know. And he must have an unknown secret. These are all your problems. The man said coldly, if you fail again this time, the elders will never indulge you again. Not only will they punish you for this incident, but they will also investigate the deaths of more than a dozen assassins before. How dare they? Annika patted the chair and stood up. The aura of the peak combat power of the first level suddenly became wanton, and even the man couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Even if there is no City of Sin, I am still the Lord of the City of Blood. Those old immortals who exude the stench of corpses. Do they want me to withdraw from the Dark Council Alliance? Ha ha ha, Annika laughed crazily. Chapter 572 A Joke. The man and Annika parted unhappily, turned into a black shadow and flew out of the window, disappearing into the air. Annika stared at the window, his left hand swirling a red energy aura. But until the man disappeared, the red energy aura was not emitted. With a wave of his hand, the energy was dissipated. Annika snorted coldly, turned around and prepared to enter the back room. Just then, a servant came to report, Madam, Miss Anna brought a God-favored person, saying that she can cure the city lord's illness. Anna? Humph. Annika smiled disdainfully and said, go tell Anna that the city lord is resting in bed and cannot be disturbed. In addition, tell her that those God-favored people are all liars and have no ability to cure the city lord. The lord of the City of Sin was ill. This matter was not concealed for too long. Players born in the City of Sin were ecstatic after hearing the news. If they could cure the lord of the city, in addition to being able to obtain a large number of valuable rewards, the most important thing was that they could improve their intimacy with the lord of the city. This hidden benefit made every player born in the City of Sin flock to it. At the beginning, The people in the city lord's mansion were full of expectations for these players, who claimed to be able to cure the lord of the city. But soon, the people in the city lord's mansion discovered that these so-called God-favored people were all a group of liars. They actually took some primary treatment potions, or antidote potions, and wanted to cure the lord of the city's illness. Before they could meet the lord of the city, they were discovered by the wizard beside the lord of the city, Siloe, and drove them out. After several reversals, the people in the city lord's mansion even developed a strong disgust for the gods' favored ones. But Annika was happy to see this happen. She saw the poor performance of the gods' favored ones, and laughed in her heart. The lord of the city's illness was actually the chronic poison she had given him. And she naturally knew the power of the poison. When she saw the gods' favored ones take out the primary treatment potion or the primary antidote potion, she almost laughed out loud. But fortunately her acting skills prevented her from showing it. Taking advantage of the time when the lord of the city was poisoned and unconscious, Annika had already reached out to the Sin City guards. Almost half of the guards had surrendered to her. As for those guards who were unwilling to surrender to her, either their leaders were assassinated by her, or the entire army was directly sent out of the Sin City. Now in the whole city, only the Academy of Sciences and the City Lord's Palace guards are not under her control. More importantly, the leader of the City Lord's Palace guards, the wizard Siloe, has even doubted her and now lives directly in the City Lord's Palace, guarding the City Lord 24 hours a day. Moreover, the most important thing is that no one knows what means Siloe used to suppress the toxins in the City Lord's body, allowing the City Lord to survive until now. Otherwise, the City Lord should have died of poison a month ago. Yes, madam. I will persuade Miss Anna to leave now. The servant bowed to Annika and was about to leave, but was suddenly called back by Annika. Wait a minute. Susan. Annika regained his gentle and noble appearance, smiled and said, I have been worried about the safety of the lord of the city these days, which made me a little nervous. Since Anna is here, let her go to see the lord of the city. The God-favored ones are a group of people who can create miracles. Maybe there is a way to save the lord of the city. Because of the lord of the city's illness, the abilities of the God-favored ones have gradually spread. Now the people of the entire Sin City are laughing at this group of God-favored ones, who overestimate their own abilities. Although they will salute respectfully in person, in their hearts, they have already regarded the God-favored ones as the biggest joke in the Sin City. The servants seemed to be used to Annika's changing of mind at any time. He nodded expressionlessly, bowed, and walked out of the hall. Miss Anna and this God-favored lord, please follow me. Madam asked me to lead you to the city lord's room. The servant walked to the door of the city lord's mansion and said respectfully, Song Jian, let's go in. This time we will definitely be able to make my uncle recover. Anna said confidently. Her confidence came not only from the cup of life, but also from her own epic profession, the life priest. She could revive even the dead. And it was said that he was just unconscious now. Song Jian felt that everyone in the city lord's mansion, whether it was the servants passing by or the soldiers guarding around, cast strange eyes at him. Just when he felt strange, he heard Anna calling him, nodded slightly, and followed her directly into the city lord's mansion. Along the way, Song Jian suddenly heard several servants muttering in low voices, although they were 7 or 8 meters away from them, and their voices were very low. Song Jian could clearly hear their conversation with his current physical fitness. See, another lord favored by God, a servant whispered, deliberately emphasizing the words Lord favored by God. It's so funny. I heard that now. As long as these gods favor people are here, they can't even enter the gate of the city lord's mansion. Humph. They are all a bunch of liars. Lord Solot easily exposed their tricks. Do they think that our city lord's mansion is as easy to deceive as other people in the city? I heard that these gods favor people have set their sights on other people. I heard that Master Solando has also recruited several gods favor people, and said that he has a way to treat the city lord. Humph. If there is really a way, they would not show up until now. Master Solando must not be fooled by them. Look, didn't Miss Anna come with the gods blessed? These people are omnipresent. After listening to the servants' discussion for a while, Song Jian was speechless. The players still took this game too lightly. The city lord has absolute control over a city. Such a person and the resources he has in his hands are not comparable to players who have just entered the game for a few months. What kind of confidence do the players have to think that they can solve the problem with a bottle of primary healing potion or primary detoxification potion when even the city lord can't solve it? What a bunch of ignorant guys. Song Jian shook his head and thought helplessly. But there was nothing that could be done. There were too many players in the entire city of Sin. And in this environment, it was difficult to die as long as one did not commit suicide. Unlike other places, the harsh environment eliminated a large number of people. Anna took Song Jian into the backyard of the city lord's mansion. Song Jian saw a noble lady in a gorgeous dress, admiring flowers in the garden nearby. After seeing Anna, the noble lady smiled kindly, nodded at Anna, and asked, "Anna, is this the one you are looking for who can save the city lord?" Chapter 573 Confidence. The noblewoman in front of Song Jian looked to be in her 30s. She was gentle and generous, dignified and gorgeous, with a kind face. She looked at Anna with a loving look, took Anna's hand, and led her to her side. After looking at Song Jian, Annika whispered something in Anna's ear. Anna blushed immediately and shook her head hurriedly, as if explaining something. She didn't even dare to look at Song Jian. Annika laughed twice in a low voice, turned around, and said to Song Jian, "From your appearance, I really can't tell that you have the ability to save the city lord. But you, the gods, are a group of mysterious people. You come and go without a trace. And you can always create miracles. I am looking forward to you." Song Jian respectfully bowed to Annika and said nothing. In fact, when Song Jian first saw Annika, his instinctive alertness warned him that this was a being that was no weaker than the shadow dragon. If Song Jian had not been calm, he would have been sweating and trembling all over. "This strong bloody smell is like an endless sea of blood in front of me," Song Jian said in his heart, although he had no expression on his face. The fist hidden in his sleeve had betrayed his inner thoughts at this moment. "Song Jian, this is the wife of the city lord, and also my aunt, Ms. Annika," Anna introduced. "Hello, dear Ms. Annika." Song Jian bowed to Annika. When he heard that she was the mayor's wife, an idea flashed in his mind, and all the clues were connected. Perhaps the person in front of me is the real reason why the mayor is unconscious, Song Jian thought to himself, and acted more modestly. He even wanted to become a transparent person so that Annika would ignore his existence. But Annika's eyes always fell on Song Jian. Although she had a kind smile on her face, there was a trace of scrutiny in her eyes. "Not bad. You are a good boy. Keep up the good work. Anna is the eldest lady of the city of Sin," Annika joked meaningfully. "Aunt?" Anna was embarrassed and quickly pulled Annika's hand to stop her from continuing. "Okay. Now is not the time to play. You go see Cain first." "God, why did you let the pain of illness befall Cain? I would rather bear these pains for him." Annika's face became sad. "Aunt, everything will be fine," Anna comforted softly. Song Jian stood aside, like a wooden man, saying nothing, and even rarely making small movements. After Anna talked with Annika for a while, she took Song Jian to the place where the city lord was recuperating. Annika's eyes stayed on Song Jian's back. She could see through Song Jian's strength. He was just a person who didn't even reach the first level combat power. Such a person could not remove the poison she released, even if the god's favored one had become a joke in the whole city. Annika had to identify it with her own eyes to prevent a disaster. Another ridiculous guy. Annika's face showed a hint of coldness. She rubbed her fingers twice, and directly rubbed a flower into powder. Song Jian followed Anna into the city lord's mansion. At this time, soldiers holding weapons and wearing armor could be seen everywhere in the city lord's mansion. "These are the soldiers loyal to my uncle, the guards of the city lord's mansion. After my uncle fell ill, they were stationed in the city lord's mansion to protect my uncle's safety," Anna whispered. Song Jian nodded. "If it weren't for these loyal soldiers, the city lord might have died long ago. You will meet Lord Sului in a while. He is the leader of the city lord's mansion guards, and the person my uncle trusts the most. During this period, he has been guarding my uncle. You must be especially respectful to him," Anna reminded. Song Jian nodded, knowing in his heart that this person named Sului was probably not weaker than the city lord's wife he had just met. "I didn't expect that a city lord would have such a strong fighting force," Song Jian thought to himself, "but one day, my territory will also expand to the entire Doomsday City. By then, I will also be a real city lord." The area of Doomsday City is about the same as that of Sin City, but one is a ruin and the other is a prosperous city. There is no comparison between the two. But if Song Jian can really expand the territory and bring the entire city under his command. Then there may be a chance to compete with Sin City in the future. Song Jian followed Anna to a small building. It was a small building with only 3 floors. It looked inconspicuous from the outside. But Song Jian could feel that within 100 meters of this small building, it was heavily guarded. The aura naturally emanating from these soldiers. Each of them is an iron-blooded veteran who has experienced countless life and death battles. Such a place is really impossible for even a mosquito to fly into. After a thorough search, Song Jian and Anna were brought to the bedside of the city lord. At this time, a middle-aged man in a gray robe looked at Anna and Song Jian with a haggard face. "Miss, you are here to see the city lord again." Sula forced a smile on his face and nodded to Anna. "Lord Sula. Good day." Anna knelt down and saluted Sula and said, "This is Song Jian. Although he is also a God-favored person, he has obtained a treasure. A treasure that can cure his uncle's disease." Sula didn't even look at Song Jian, and shook his head helplessly, saying, "Miss, the city lord is not sick, but poisoned. The poison is very strong, and even I can't completely expel it. I can only suppress it. But in the past 2 days, this poison has been spreading. I have sent soldiers to the city of holy songs to buy enough life potions. Lord Sula, I understand that my uncle is poisoned, and I believe that the treasure Song Jian obtained will definitely be able to restore my uncle's body." Anna interrupted Sula and said. Sula sighed and shook his head gently, as if he wanted to say something more, but after his lips moved slightly, he didn't say a word, but just made a gesture to ask Anna to show it. No matter what potion or treasure, it must be checked by Sula before it can be used on the city lord. At this time, Sula glared at Song Jian fiercely, hesitated for a moment, and said to Anna, "The city lord is infected with the kiss of a vampire. This toxin only exists in the blood. As long as there is blood, it will never be completely eliminated, and it will evaporate the blood in the city lord's body at all times. If you want to save the city lord, you must give him a complete blood transfusion." "That's not necessarily true. Even if there is no blood transfusion, I can make my uncle completely recover," Anna said confidently, and nodded to Song Jian. Chapter 574 Holy Water. Anna gestured to Song Jian, who nodded, took out the cup of life from the parcel column, and handed it to Anna. "Lord Sula, this is the cup of life that Song Jian obtained from the treasure house of the Shadow Dragon in the Dark Castle. It can turn clean water into holy water that can heal any injury and remove any toxin," Anna said to Sula while holding the cup of life. Wizard Sula frowned slightly, staring at the simple wooden cup in Anna's hand, feeling it quietly, but did not feel any energy fluctuations from the wooden cup. Shaking his head, Sula said, "I did not feel any energy fluctuations from this cup. This cannot be the legendary cup of life." And Su Loi glanced at Song Jian. A trace of contempt flashed in his eyes, and said, "I don't think that with his strength, he can steal the cup of life from the Dark Castle." "What is the Dark Castle?" "It is the lair of the Shadow Dragon Spear Blade. Even if it has been seriously injured and is now dying, the deterrence of a dragon is definitely not as simple as talk. The most important thing is, how can this simple wooden cup in front of you be the cup of life? Even children would not treat it as a toy. It is too ugly." Anna did not say anything. Since she touched the cup of life, it has become more and more ordinary, with a feeling of a divine object hiding itself. Only Anna herself could feel the powerful life energy nurtured in the cup of life. "Lord Sula, can you give me a pot of water?" Anna insisted. Sula sighed inwardly, and shook his head slightly. It seemed that Anna was deceived by this God-favored one. Sula pointed to the table and said, "That's the water that the servant just changed." Anna walked over and slowly poured the water in the pot into the cup of life. There was nothing unusual at first. When the water and the wall of the cup of life were flush, a strange energy began to bloom from the water. Sula clearly felt the fluctuation of this powerful life force, raised his eyebrows, and couldn't help but let out a surprised sound of huh. The clear water in the holy cup began to ripple. A silver light bloomed from the clear water, and the surging life energy began to spread around. "Really? It's really the cup of life." Sula showed an ecstatic look on his face. The city lord was poisoned. For such a long time, Sula was under great pressure. He almost used all his energy to suppress the spread of the poison. Even though he knew that the city lord's wife Annika was usurping power, he couldn't spare his hands to stop it. He could only hold the city lord's mansion guards firmly in his hands, and let them protect the safety of the city lord's mansion, while he himself stayed by the city lord's side. Feeling the life energy emanating from the Holy Grail, Sului was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. He bowed deeply to Annie and Song Jian, and said with gratitude and guilt, "I apologize to the eldest lady and this God-favored one for my previous attitude. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it." At this time, Annika was holding a glass of red wine, thinking about how to place her own men in the guards of the city lord's mansion. As long as the city lord was alive, she would not be at ease. She had placed her people around several heirs of the city lord's mansion. Once the bad news came from the city lord's mansion, these heirs would die on the same day. At that time, Annika would be in power, and would become the master of the two cities. When I completely control the city of Sin, I will naturally have a seat in the Elders' Council. Humph. By then, I will let these old men. Annika was secretly proud of herself when she suddenly felt a surge of life energy coming from the backyard. Annika frowned slightly. What's going on? She suddenly thought of the place where the energy fluctuations were the strongest, which seemed to be where the city lord was lying in bed. Her face suddenly changed. Her right hand tightened violently, and the glass in her hand suddenly broke into pieces. Annika stood up. Her beautiful face suddenly became ferocious, and she roared in a low voice, "Impossible." Huh? A black whirlwind blew past, and Annika disappeared from the room. Sula slowly lifted up the haggard middle-aged man lying on the bed, and Anna held the cup of life and was about to pour holy water into the middle-aged man's mouth. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of a fierce fight outside the house. It sounded like the guards guarding this room had a dispute with someone and started fighting directly. "Don't worry about the outside. Continue." Sula frowned and said in a deep voice. Anna nodded and touched the holy cup to the lips of the city lord. The city lord seemed to notice something, and his body began to suck involuntarily, and the sticky holy water like milk flowed into his mouth. Bang! The door of the room was pushed open, and Annika, covered in blood and emitting a fierce aura, broke in. "What are you giving the city lord to drink?" Annika asked sternly. Sului felt that there was no movement behind Annika, and a trace of grief flashed in his eyes. He stood up and blocked the bed. "Annika, what do you want to do?" Sului's robe moved without wind, and the aura he exuded was equal to Annika's. The whole room seemed to be blown by a whirlwind, and all the furniture and utensils were crushed into pieces by the collision of the two auras at the same time. But the city lord's bed was safe and sound, and Sului was guarding him closely behind him. "This is..." Song Jian's eyes showed a look of horror. The strength of these two people has definitely exceeded the first-level combat power, and it is even similar to the feeling when facing the Shadow Dragon before. "Sului, you actually colluded with Anna and this God-favored person to poison the city lord. Today, I will punish you on behalf of the city lord." A black aura appeared on Annika's face. His cheeks slowly sunken. Two fangs slowly protruded from his lips, and his white arms began to become dry like branches. His two hands were like the claws of a devil, flashing with cold metal light. "It's you." Sula showed a look of relief. He had suspected Annika for a long time, but he had no evidence. Annika had always been well-dressed in front of outsiders. Unexpectedly, she was so angry today that she revealed her true face. "The Lord of the Blood City. The Blood Queen Onyxia." Sula called out Annika's identity, and clenched his right hand towards the void. A delicate staff more than 1 foot long appeared in Sula's hand. "Roar." Annika roared at Sula like a beast. Behind him, a huge shadow slowly emerged, showing a mad attitude. Chapter 575 Dragon Soul. "Get out of here!" Sula roared, and swung the staff in his hand forward fiercely. Suddenly, like a storm, countless arrows of light shot towards Annika. Song Jian narrowed his eyes, and stared at the shadow behind Annika. This illusory black shadow gave Song Jian a very strange feeling. Familiar and strange. Annika screamed, and his figure retreated, leaving the room and coming to the backyard. Sula followed closely behind, and Song Jian glanced at Anna, who was holding the cup of life and guarding the city lord's bed. Song Jian hesitated for a moment and rushed out of the house. It was not common for two strong men who surpassed the first-level combat power to fight. For Song Jian, being able to watch it would be of great benefit to his future improvement. However, such a battle is also extremely dangerous. The aftermath of the battle alone is not something that ordinary people can bear. Many people who encounter such a situation not only do not gain any benefits, but also easily lose their lives. Scylla's body floated in the air above the city lord's mansion. Annika's dress disappeared at this time, replaced by a dark tight-fitting scale armor. In her hands, she held two short swords, and a faint green light appeared on the short swords, which were obviously quenched with poison. Blood Queen. The city of sin is not something you can touch. Dark clouds rolled over Scylla's head, and lightning flashed like a silver dragon cutting through the sky. Behind the Blood Queen, a giant dragon was roaring and roaring, and she exuded a strong bloody aura. Looking at her, it felt like looking at a sea of blood. Song Jian's eyes showed a look of relief. The first time he saw the city lord's wife, he felt uncomfortable, as if facing a boiling sea of blood. He thought it was his illusion, but he didn't expect that the city lord's wife was so hidden. The battle between Scylla and Annika became more and more intense. Many buildings in the city lord's mansions had been bombarded and collapsed into ruins. However, soon, a light curtain enveloped the entire city lord's mansion, isolating the aftermath of the battle between the two. The battle between the two started from the ground and spread to the air. The whole sky was divided into two halves. One side was covered with dark clouds and thunder, and the other side was rolling with huge waves like a sea of blood. Such a battle was really like a spacewalk. Song Jian was fascinated. He didn't know when he could have such a terrifying power. Roar. The shadow behind Annika suddenly roared and spewed a black flame towards Scylla. Scylla drew his right hand in front of him, and a light shield appeared to resist the flame spewed by the black shadow. Dragon Breath. Song Jian narrowed his eyes and whispered. Song Jian was too familiar with this move. Whether it was the Shadow Dragon or his pet Black Dragon, Dragon Flame Breath was the most basic attack move. Although this move was simple, it was extremely powerful and difficult for ordinary people to resist. What kind of skill is this? It can actually summon a Black Dragon Phantom, and it seems to be no different from a real dragon. Song Jian frowned and carefully distinguished the skills of the two. Scylla was a wizard. Although Song Jian could not understand some of his skills, the basic use of energy was similar to some other magic professions. However, Annika's profession made Song Jian a little confused. Obviously, the equipment and weapons on her body showed that she was a melee profession. But she also knew how to attack with magic and could summon a dragon phantom. It seemed as if there were no weaknesses. As time went on, Annika began to slowly suppress Scylla. Scylla gradually went on the defensive and rarely attacked Annika. Song Jian's heart sank. If this continued, Scylla would probably lose. Who would be able to resist Annika then? Just then, a beam of white light fell from Scylla's head, instantly increasing his chi and blood value by a small amount. Song Jian looked back and saw Anna supporting a middle-aged man standing at the gate. The middle-aged man looked haggard, but a resolute look appeared on his face. When he looked at Annika, his eyes revealed obvious pain. The healing light on Scylla's head was released by Anna. As a life priest, Anna's healing ability is definitely the strongest among priests of the same level. With Anna's assistance, Scylla quickly regained his balance and controlled the situation. Annika, why did you become like this? Why did you want to kill me? The city lord roared with a painful look on his face. Don't call me Annika. My name is Blood Queen Onyxia. Annika roared, and the giant dragon shadow behind him also roared at the city lord. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly felt a strong fluctuation in the pet space. When he opened it, he found that it was the battle pet Black Dragon roaring angrily, conveying to him a strong desire to come out. Although Song Jian felt that summoning the Black Dragon at this time would have no effect on the battle situation, he could not go against the Black Dragon's wishes. Otherwise, the loyalty of the battle pet would drop greatly. With a thought, the huge body of the Black Dragon appeared beside Song Jian, and roared angrily at Annika in the air. The Black Dragon even took the initiative, flapped its wings and flew up, rushing towards Annika. Song Jian was shocked. Although the Black Dragon had the first-level combat power, it was still not qualified to fight Annika. Its dragon power would not have much effect on a strong man like Annika. Giant Dragon? A young dragon. Su Luoyai showed a hint of surprise on his face, and turned his head to look at Song Jian. No matter who it was a great thing to have a dragon as a war pet. Child, take your war pet back. Although it is a dragon, it is still in its growth stage. It is not Annika. It is not the opponent of the Bloody Queen. Su Luoyai nodded at Song Jian and said in a very kind manner, I can't control it. I don't know what happened. It has been irritable and restless in the pet space. After it was released, I didn't give any orders, and it rushed up directly. Song Jian smiled bitterly and explained with his hands spread out. Sula frowned slightly, and after thinking for a while, he stared at the giant dragon shadow behind Onyxia, with a look of surprise on his face. This is not mimicry magic. This is the dragon soul of a giant dragon, Sula said in shock. Onyxia, you actually refined the dragon soul of a giant dragon. Sula shouted, you are too bold. Aren't you afraid of the endless crazy revenge of the dragon clan? Chapter 576 Griffin Knights. In fact, Sula did not recognize the shadow behind Annika at first. But it was actually the soul of a real dragon. You know, in this game world, there are many magics that can simulate the appearance of a dragon. Even Sula can simulate the appearance of a dragon with witchcraft. However, such simulations do not have much practical effect. Only some special magics can simulate the power of a real dragon. However, the anger shown by Song Jian's war pet, this young black dragon, suddenly made Sula realize that the shadow of the dragon behind Annika was not a magical simulation, but a dragon soul. This special existence can only be formed by killing a dragon with one's own hands, extracting its soul, and refining it with special magic. You should know that this method is extremely cruel, and it is more hated by the dragon clan than those who use the dragon's body as material to forge equipment and weapons. Once discovered, it will definitely be a fight to the death. Although Song Jian's war pet is only a growing black dragon, after noticing Annika refining the dragon soul, even though he knows he is not her opponent, he still attacks her angrily. This is the pride of the dragon clan, and it is a war to the death between the dragon clan and the blasphemer. Annika's behavior was a blasphemy against all dragons. Once the news leaked out, even if she was the owner of a city, the angry dragons would completely destroy her blood city until the dragon soul she had refined was rescued. Annika's face changed drastically. She didn't expect to meet a real dragon in this place. Her method of refining dragon souls was extremely concealed. She had used it many times in battles, but no one could recognize it. Moreover, even if there was some vague perception, there was no certainty to confirm it. But today, Annika's secret was finally exposed. For her, the consequences were more serious than the failure to seize the City of Sin, being hunted by the dragon clan of the entire continent. Annika felt terrified just thinking about it. Damn it! Looking at the dragon rushing towards her, Annika's face showed a hideous look. Wishing to tear the young dragon in front of her into pieces and extract its soul to torture it for 10,000 years. Just as she was about to take action, she suddenly saw dozens of colorful energy rays shot out from Sula's hand. These rays flew in all directions like birds. This is magic communication. Annika's face changed drastically. Annika. No. Blood Queen Onyxia. I have spread the news of your refining of dragon souls to the surrounding cities. I believe that it will not be long before this news will spread throughout the continent. You don't have much time left. Even if you completely destroy the entire City of Sin. What's the point? Sula smiled, looking like he was sure of victory. At this moment, a beast-like roar suddenly came from afar, and a large group of warriors riding griffins appeared in the sky and flew towards this side. The people in the Academy of Sciences have also reacted. Sula said in his heart. Griffin cavalry is only available in the Academy of Sciences of the City of Sin. It is a military force controlled by the Academy of Sciences, and is even stronger than the City Lord's Palace Guards controlled by Sula. The only disadvantage is that the number is too small, and it is difficult to replenish after the loss. Otherwise, the City of Sin will fully develop the Griffin cavalry. Onyxia, you have failed. Sula issued a victory declaration. This matter will not end here. One day, I will come back. The Blood Queen roared, then stared at Song Jian with resentful eyes, waved her hand, and cast a red beam of light to knock the black dragon that pounced on her to the ground, and turned to fly away. Seeing the Blood Queen leave, Sula finally breathed a sigh of relief. A trace of fatigue appeared on his face, and slowly fell from the air. Lord City Lord, you finally recovered. Sula knelt on one knee to the City Lord and said, Sula, although I have been in a coma, I know everything that happened around me clearly. You have worked hard during this period. The City Lord helped Sula up and said with a look of relief. Sula was his childhood friend, and the person he trusted most in the world. And Silhouette did not disappoint him. If it were not for Silhouette, the City of Sin would have changed hands long ago. At this time, the Griffin Knights in the sky also fell down one after another. A man in silver armor got off the Griffin and knelt on one knee in front of the City Lord. "Lord, you finally woke up," the man said respectfully. This man was the leader of the Academy of Sciences Griffin Knights, named Ian. During the time when the City Lord was poisoned and unconscious, only the City Lord's palace guards under Silhouette and the Academy of Sciences were not wooed by the Blood Queen. Because of the existence of Silhouette, the City Lord's guards have always stood firmly on the side of the City Lord and have been working hard to save the City Lord. The attitude of the Academy of Sciences is somewhat ambiguous. Although they have not completely turned to the side of the Blood Queen, they have not made any efforts to save the City Lord. It seems that they have always expressed a neutral attitude to the outside world. This time, it was because they learned that the City Lord had woken up that they hurriedly sent the Griffin Knight Corps over. Although it is called a corps, in fact, the Griffin Knights controlled by the Academy of Sciences are less than 100. Get up, Ian. I am very pleased that you can lead the Knights to come here when I need it most. The City Lord smiled, helped Ian up, patted his shoulder and said, "Okay, let's go. Ian, notify Dean Kermit of the Academy of Sciences to come to the City Lord's mansion for a meeting tomorrow," said the City Lord. "Yes, Lord City Lord." Ian bowed respectfully and led the Griffin Knights back to the Academy of Sciences. The City Lord stared at the Griffin Knights in the air until they disappeared. "Sula, Anna, and Song Jian, follow me. I have something to say." Before the City Lord's mansion finished speaking, a warhorse rushed towards the City Lord's mansion in a hurry. Seeing the City Lord, the knight showed an obvious surprise on his face and rode his horse to the crowd. "Claude, what happened? Did Master Solanda get into trouble?" Sula's face changed when he saw the knight. In fact, on the day when the City Lord fell ill, Sula sent soldiers to protect the City Lord's children. And Claude was the soldier he sent to Master Solandu. "Lord, leader, not only Master Solandu, but also Haben, Innes and Master Anrod. All were killed." Claude knelt on one knee and said with his head down. When Lord Rhine heard this, he felt as if a sledgehammer hit his chest. His eyes went black, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. His body shook twice and fell backwards violently. Chapter 577 Viscount. Controlling all of Rhine's descendants, and then killing them all at the right opportunity. This was originally part of the Blood Queen's plan. But her plan could not be so simple and crude. It must be the same as killing the City Lord, either poisoning or creating various accidents. It would never be like now, where several heirs were assassinated at the same time. Although Silhouette also felt something was wrong. He sent the City Lord's mansion guards to the heirs, who had the right of inheritance, saying that it was protection. But in fact it was surveillance. Once the City Lord Rhine died, it was obviously unreasonable for the Blood Queen to control the entire city as the City Lord's wife. The best way was to support an heir to become the City Lord, and then slowly place her own confidence. After all, the power of the City of Sin was taken back by herself. It would not matter whether there was a City Lord or not. However, it was unexpected that the Blood Queen was so vicious. After the conspiracy failed, and she had to flee, she directly killed all the heirs of the City Lord who had the right of inheritance. For the City of Sin, this was naked revenge. "Lord City Lord, what happened to you?" Su Loyai saw the City Lord falling backwards, and hurried forward to support him, shouting, "Go call a doctor. Find a doctor quickly." Song Jian followed Anna, and temporarily lived in the City Lord's mansion. No one knew whether the Blood Queen would appear again and assassinate the City Lord, although the news of her refining dragon soul had begun to spread throughout the continent. I am afraid that she is now exhausted and afraid to even go back to her own city, the Blood City. However, with the Blood Queen's vicious character, no one can guarantee whether she will return to the City of Sin and assassinate the City Lord Rhine. Once the City Lord Rhine dies, and all his heirs with the right of succession die, then the City of Sin will definitely fall into war because of the fight for the position of the City Lord. After a great battle, although Anna has cured all his injuries, Silhouette's mental fatigue cannot be completely eliminated. He should have rested, but because of the sudden coma of the City Lord, he had to guard the City Lord all the time. Just like when he was poisoned. As a life priest, Anna naturally has to guard the City Lord. As for Song Jian, He has to follow Anna because of the mission. The third ring mission has been completed, and the relationship with Anna has been directly upgraded from respect to reverence. But another reward has not been issued yet, which is why Song Jian has to follow Anna. The permanent residency in the city of Sin is still very attractive to Song Jian now. This city is developing and thriving. It is not only a city of technology, but also a city of trade. Most importantly, the number of players is the largest that Song Jian has ever seen. In such a city, no miracle will surprise Song Jian. To obtain the permanent residency in this city, you must own a property in this city. Just like Song Jian in the city of Anthem, owning a shop that is 100% his own. And then, you can apply for permanent residency from the city government of the city of Anthem. The reward for successfully completing the third ring is to reward Song Jian with permanent residency in this city, which means that Song Jian will obtain a property in this city. As for the type, size and location of this property, Song Jian could not control it. He had to wait until the city lord woke up. Sula had ordered all the sent-out city lord mansion guards to be called back. In fact, the city lord Ryan was also a strong man who was not weaker than Sula. But because all his descendants died, Ryan's mind was greatly shocked. At his age, if he did not have an heir, it would be difficult for him to have another one in the future. The Blood Queen's move really hit Ryan's weak spot. Everyone was guarding the city lord's mansion, waiting for Ryan to wake up. A day passed quickly, and it was not until the evening of the next day that Rain slowly opened his eyes. Sulawee was very excited to see the city lord wake up. But when he saw Rain's lifeless eyes, his body, which was originally excited to rush over, suddenly stagnated. Rain, Lord City Lord, what's wrong with you? Sulawee asked cautiously. Rain, is my bloodline really all cut off? Rain asked softly after a long time. Sulawee was speechless. He had carefully identified all the bodies of Rain's descendants and preserved them all with ice. Solado, Haben, Innes, and Master Amrot. Their bodies. I have all preserved them in the underground ice cellar. You can come at any time. Sulawee hesitated for a long time and said in a low voice, Anat is only 8 years old. How could she have the heart to kill him? Ryan suddenly roared, his face full of anger and ferocity. Sula, I'm going to issue a mobilization order from the city lord. Summon all soldiers and declare war on the Blood City. Ryan roared with resentment. After a moment of hesitation, Sula whispered, Ryan, now is not the best time for revenge. During the months when you were unconscious, many people have secretly pledged allegiance to the Blood Queen. Sula stopped there. In the previous Sin City, everything was decided by Ryan. Ryan had absolute power to control the city. But now, many people have betrayed Ryan. Now that Ryan has awakened, a purge is inevitable. Otherwise, once a war with the Blood City is provoked, these people who have betrayed Ryan will put the Sin City in a desperate situation. Ryan fell silent for a while, then raised his head, stared at Sula and asked, Who are they? Sula was relieved when he saw the anger in Ryan's eyes. Just now, Ryan's eyes were full of dead silence. Sula was really afraid that Ryan would give up on himself from now on. But seeing Ryan now, Sula felt relieved. Even if his heart was filled with anger, it was 100 times better than giving up and sinking. The two talked in the room for a long time, and one order after another was passed out from this room until late at night, when Song Jian was suddenly awakened by a servant and came to the room where Ryan was. Meet the lord of the city. Song Jian touched his chest with his right hand and saluted to the lord of the city, Ryan, who was half lying on the bed. In addition to Ryan, there were also Sula and Anna in the room, both of whom looked at Song Jian with a smile. Song Jian should be considered the first contributor to saving Ryan this time. Not only did he obtain the Cup of Life from the Dark Castle, but when the Blood Queen went berserk, it was Song Jian's pet Black Dragon who first noticed that she had refined the dragon soul, which allowed Sula to scare the Blood Queen away. Song Jian, I want to thank you for saving my life and the City of Sin. Ryan nodded to Song Jian and said slowly, To express my gratitude to you, I decided to confer the title on you. From today on, you are a Viscount of the City of Sin. Chapter 578 Servant. A title? Song Jian was shocked. You know, it is harder to get a title in the game than to ascend to heaven at this stage. The NPCs in the game are surprised by the potential of the players and respect them. Ordinary civilians even regard them as nobles and greet them when they meet. But the real nobles are full of vigilance against the players. They only regard the players as thugs. No different from the mercenaries in the mercenary union. Up to now, few players in the game have become knights, let alone titles. The knight here is not a profession for the players, but an identity. In the game, people who own a city will automatically get the title of duke, such as the Blood Queen, such as Rhine. By the way, Onyxia's title of Blood Queen is self-proclaimed. In fact, she should be called the Blood Grand Duke. She only has the title of duke and is not qualified to be the king, but she regards Blood Queen as one of her titles. Many people, including players, are used to this name. In fact, among the real nobles, they all disdain her behavior, and no noble will recognize her title. After the duke, there are marquis, earl, viscount, baron, and then knight. Knight is equivalent to the reserve of the nobles. But even so, it is very difficult to become a knight. Now, Song Jian has become a viscount, which is incredible for others. In the city, you will have a 300-acre mansion. You will have the right to form your own guard. The number of guards cannot exceed 300. You can also design your family emblem. And Su Luoyai told Song Jian about his rights and obligations after becoming a viscount. System, you have completed the third ring of the epic mission, performed perfectly during the mission, and won the praise of the city lord Rhine. System, Rhine, the city lord of the city of Sin, has infected you as a viscount, and you have the title of viscount. System, you become the first player in the game to obtain noble status, and the reward level is increased by 1 level. A ray of light bloomed from Song Jian, and the level 27 that had just been increased instantly became level 28. The additional skill points were added to the folding wing dance, and the damage of the 4th level folding wing dance was greatly increased, and the control range of the last attack was also expanded. The canonization of the viscount is an extremely important matter even for the nobles of the city of Sin, and a grand canonization ceremony must be held. But now the city lord is ill, so everything can only be kept simple. The next day, Song Jian left the city lord's mansion and went to his own mansion. The epic mission was not over, although the 3rd ring was completed, but the 4th ring was still not activated. Song Jian could only wait patiently. The city of Sin was very lively during the day, and was not affected by the battle over the city lord's mansion 2 days ago. The only difference from before was that there were more soldiers on the street than before. Walking on the street, Song Jian's first impression was that there were too many people. Players would not hang out on the street. Most of them had gone out of the city to fight monsters and level up, or went to the mercenary hall to take tasks. Even if they appeared on the street, they looked hurried. Here were more NPCs in the game, as well as shops and stalls on both sides of the street. The shouting, bidding, and solicitation were all mixed together, which sounded very noisy. But immersed in it, it gave people a sense of peace. Many NPC adventurers in armor were arguing with the owners of the stalls on the street. But once the deal was done, they hugged and patted each other's shoulders like old friends. This is almost the same as the market in the real world. Song Jian walked and looked, thinking to himself, no, it's more lively than the market in the real world. After all, Song Jian couldn't see the aliens in the market in the real world. Those goblins, orcs, half-orcs, jackals, and fishmen with gills on their cheeks were not discriminated against in this city like humans. Instead, they were welcomed by the people in the city because of their unique materials. Song Jian saw a fishman stall surrounded by people, fighting for a fist-sized pearl. Sir, is this your first time in the city of Sin? Song Jian's leisurely and curious look naturally attracted a lot of attention. A little boy with a pair of animal ears came out of the crowd, ran to Song Jian and bowed, and asked with a flattering smile, do you need a guide? I grew up in the city of Sin, and am familiar with every inch of the land here. Moreover, my price is the cheapest. Do you know how to get to Champs-Élysées? Song Jian asked. Champs-Élysées? Of course. This is the most famous street in the city of Sin. Those who live there are all people of noble status. The little boy looked Song Jian up and down, and answered with a look of surprise in his eyes. What's your name? Song Jian asked, looking at the boy's pair of animal ears. This is a human with orc blood. This kind of half-orc will easily die in other places. Humans reject all aliens. This kind of human with orc blood is also regarded as a monster in many places. Song Jian rarely sees aliens in the city of Hims. Thorn. Sir, my name is Thorn. The little boy was happy. It seemed that he could do another business today. Sir, you only need to give me 20 Doomsday coins to go to Champs-Élysées. And I will definitely take you to Champs-Élysées as quickly as possible, Thorn promised loudly. Okay. I'll leave it to you. Song Jian nodded with a smile. And Thorn showed a happy look on his face. And quickly guided in front. Pushing aside the messy crowd. Thorn even pushed away 2 pickpockets, who were approaching Song Jian. Glared at them fiercely. And walked for more than half an hour. Thorn took Song Jian to a street corner. This place is much quieter than other places. But the surrounding streets are obviously much wider than those seen before. And the location of the surrounding buildings is also very standardized, without the previous chaotic and disorderly feeling. Sir, this is the Champs-Élysées. If you walk along this street, you will see the most famous Mandel auction house on the Champs-Élysées. Thorn said with some regret, it's just that people of my status are not allowed to enter the Champs-Élysées. Sir, I can only take you here. Song Jian nodded, took out 50 Doomsday coins, and handed them to Thorn. This is a very smart guy. He said a lot of rumors about the city of Sin along the way. He knew all the rumors in the market, and even told Song Jian a few places where players often appeared. What an interesting little guy, Song Jian said in his heart, watching Song Jian walk towards the Champs-Élysées. Thorn behind him did not leave, but held the 50 Doomsday coins, with a look of struggle in his eyes. After a while, Thorn suddenly ran towards Song Jian, shouting as he ran, my lord, I wonder if you need a servant. I grew up in the city of Sin, and I am very familiar with this place. I will definitely be able to help you. Song Jian was stunned, turned around, looked at the breathless little boy who ran to him, and a playful smile appeared on his face. Chapter 579 The Fourth Ring. In the morning, Song Jian opened the window of his bedroom, and a fresh air hit him in the face. What caught his eyes was a wide square. In the center of the square, there was a fountain with clear water flowing slowly. Some servants had started cleaning the entire house early. This was a manor with an area of 300 acres. In the city of Sin, such manors were very rare, and only those with extremely noble status could own them. I originally thought I would only get an ordinary property, but I didn't expect to get such a large place. It's almost as big as my territory in the city of Doomsday. Song Jian stood on the castle, looking at the entire manor, and sighed in his heart. Looking at the whole manor, Song Jian even had an impulse to move the safe house here. After all, the city of Sin is much safer than the city of Doom. After breakfast, Thorn came to Song Jian with a pile of magic materials. At this time, Thorn, wearing a servant's uniform, said to Song Jian very respectfully, Master, I have bought all the materials you need. Song Jian has been in the city of Sin for almost a week. On the 3rd day after obtaining this manor, the city Lord Ryan held a grand awarding ceremony for Song Jian. Everyone in the city of Sin knew that a new noble was born. Thorn was even more excited. He was so excited that he didn't sleep well for several days. He was now equivalent to Song Jian's follower. This was a Viscount. If it was normal, he couldn't even get close to such a big shot. Song Jian spent half a day learning the magic array skill obtained from Qi Yun, and then began to set up a defensive array for his manor. The magic array requires a lot of materials, some of which are even controlled materials. Ordinary material stores don't sell them. At this time, Thorn, a local, showed his usefulness. After years of wandering in the market, Thorn knew almost all the black markets and underground trading venues. It only took 2 days for Thorn to buy all the magic materials Song Jian needed. Song Jian was very satisfied with this. He looked at the magic materials Thorn brought back and carefully examined them. Soon, Song Jian nodded. The materials Thorn bought were of good quality, and could completely build a magic circle to defend the entire manor. After leaving the Doomsday City, Song Jian could not go back for a while. The number of uses of the hidden ring had been used up. If he wanted to go back, he could only encounter the teleportation light gate that directly returned to the safe house. Generally, this light gate was set by the game system. If he wanted to encounter it normally, he could only rely on luck. Another way is to use the teleportation array between cities to return to the Doomsday City. However, the biggest problem now is that the Doomsday City has not built its own teleportation array. Song Jian can only buy materials for building the teleportation array in the City of Sin, and then find a way to use the email system between players to let other players in the Alliance build the teleportation array. The materials needed for the teleportation array are all controlled items. Song Jian shook his head. He once asked Annie, the manager of the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce in the Anthem City, to buy these materials. But in the end, he failed. The teleportation array, like the magic tower, is a special building for the safe house to upgrade. Without the teleportation array, the safe house cannot be upgraded to the city level. Thorn, I have a list here. You can buy the materials according to this list. Remember, it doesn't matter if it costs more or takes longer. The most important thing is not to let others know. Song Jian handed the list of materials for building the teleportation array to Thorn and said seriously. Thorn took the list and took a look at it. A look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. But he didn't ask any more questions. He just put the list close to his body and said, Master, please rest assured. As long as there are these materials in the City of Sin, I will definitely be able to buy them. Of course, I will keep it confidential. Song Jian nodded and said, these are the materials for building the teleportation array. All materials are strictly controlled. You must be careful. Although Thorn was young, he had rich social experience and did not need Song Jian to worry about him. Soon, Thorn left the manor with the money Song Jian gave him. I am now level 28. I can reach level 30 after 2 more levels. I can wear the Golden Ant King Ancestor suit. At that time, I can challenge the first level combat power, Song Jian said in his heart. When he thought of the Ant King Ancestor suit, Song Jian couldn't help getting excited. This is an epic set of equipment. After wearing it, Song Jian's strength will definitely change dramatically. Thinking of this, Song Jian couldn't help wanting to go out of the city to fight monsters and level up. At this time, a servant came in, bowed and said, Sir, a lady named Anna is here to see you. Anna? Song Jian was stunned and said quickly, please invite her in. Soon, Anna, wearing a white dress, walked in. Seeing Song Jian, a smile appeared on Anna's face. Song Jian, are you used to living here? Yes. Thank you for your concern. Song Jian bowed. Since he moved into the Viscount's manor, he has never contacted Anna again. However, Song Jian is very concerned about Anna's information. After all, his epic mission is inseparable from Anna. Since all the descendants of Lord Rain were killed by the Blood Queen, Anna moved directly into the Lord's mansion. And Anna's profession, as a life priest, did not seem to be revealed to the outside world. I came here this time because I need your help, Anna said straight to the point. Song Jian's heart moved. It seemed that the 4th ring of the epic mission was about to start. Seeing Anna's expectant expression, Song Jian nodded and said, no problem. I'm also free recently. Anna patted her chest and said with a thankful expression, I was worried that you would be too busy after being promoted to Viscount. With your help, I feel more relieved. What trouble did you encounter? Can you tell me about the situation first? Song Jian asked. This time it's about my career advancement. I need to go to the mysterious garden to collect a blood vine flower. With the blood vine flower, I can borrow the power of the cup of life to improve my body and break through to the next level. Anna said seriously. Mysterious garden? Song Jian frowned slightly. This name was very unfamiliar to him, and he had never heard of it. Mysterious Garden is a secret place not far from the City of Sin, in a valley in Thunder Beast Mountain. But it belongs to the territory of the Black Hoof tribe of the Minotaur Orcs. These orcs are very wary of humans, so we must be careful when we go there, Anna said. System, Anna is issuing you the 4th ring of the epic task, collecting blood vines and flowers. Do you accept it? Secret place? Black Hoof tribe? Maybe I can meet an old friend. Song Jian smiled. No problem. Anna, I can set off at any time and accompany you to the mysterious garden of Thunder Beast Mountain. Chapter 580 Thieves. It is said that the secret garden was created by a research institute before the apocalypse, where a special plant was accidentally discovered. A substance that can delay aging can be extracted from this plant. So it is a place similar to a laboratory. In addition to studying this plant, many rare plants are planted here for research. After the apocalypse, this place gradually became deserted and turned into a level 30 secret realm. Many plants in it are aggressive, and anyone who breaks in will be attacked by them. The most important thing is that this secret realm is very hidden, and the information is deliberately concealed. Even players born in the City of Sin rarely know about this secret realm. Anna told him that the level of this dungeon was much lower than that of the Dark Castle. It was just a small dungeon for 3 people, and there were no first-level monsters in it. Therefore, Song Jian was relieved to accompany Anna to this dungeon. After all, with Song Jian's current strength, unless someone cooperated with him, once the duration of the immortal sword body ended, he would be suppressed in all directions and could only escape. Now with Anna, the life priest, cooperating, Song Jian believed that the two of them could clear the entire dungeon. After a little preparation, Song Jian and Anna set off towards this secret realm. This secret place is not difficult to get to, but it takes some effort to get close to it. Anna explained to Song Jian, it is the territory of the Black Hoof tribe of the Tauren tribe. They are very cautious against humans. We must sneak over at night. The two rode their war horses for a day and came to a mountain range in the evening. The mountain range was lush and green, with trees dozens of meters high. It looked like an undeveloped primeval forest. Song Jian came out of the Doomsday city. All he passed was a wasteland like Desert Gobi. There were very few green plants to see. The large tracts of crops outside the Sin City made Song Jian sigh. He didn't expect that there was still such a large primeval forest here. The Thunder Beast Mountain is ahead. And further ahead is the territory of the Black Hoof tribe. You guys go back and tell your uncle that we will be back in 3 to 5 days at most. Anna handed the reins of the warhorse to the guards behind her and said. In addition to Song Jian and Anna, there were 3 guards from the city lord's mansion following them all the way. Although these 3 guards were also elite, they were not very helpful in entering the mysterious garden. Therefore, they escorted Anna to the Thunder Beast Mountain, and their mission was completed. Miss, Lord Song, you must be more careful. A middle-aged man in battle armor took over the reins of the 2 war horses and said, Congratulations, Miss, and Lord Song. The guards pounded their chests with their right hands, saluted, and shouted to the 2. Watching the 3 people leave, Song Jian said to Anna, Why don't we rest here tonight and go to Thunder Beast Mountain tomorrow? Anna shook her head and said, It is necessary to sneak into the mysterious garden at night when the minotaurs are not paying attention. There are too many minotaurs nearby during the day. Song Jian nodded. Since parting with Cain, Song Jian didn't know whether he had returned to the Black Hoof tribe, and whether he became the chief of the Black Hoof tribe with this totem pole. If he rashly went to the door, and Cain didn't come back, or failed to compete for the position of chief, wouldn't it be embarrassing? The night in the forest is not quiet. This is when many wild animals come out to hunt for food. Song Jian saw a 5 or 6 meter long black panther staring at them with a pair of dark green eyes on a big tree. There was also a giant python as thick as a bucket and more than 10 meters long, winding past them. Almost all the beasts in this forest are not lower than level 25. The black panther and giant python seen before have even reached level 30, which is higher than Song Jian's level. This area belongs to the high-level monster area. The players are still at a low level and have not set foot on this territory yet. However, as the players' levels get higher and higher, it is still unclear whether the state of this primitive forest on Thunder Beast Mountain can be preserved. Strange. Why don't the beasts here attack us? Song Jian was a little confused as he walked along. The names of the beasts in this forest are all red, and they are active attacking monsters. Once they enter their alert range, they will take the initiative to attack. However, Song Jian and Anna did not deliberately avoid them before. But even if these beasts found the 2, they just stared at them and did not attack. This is my passive ability taking effect. Life affinity. Anna smiled and said, As long as it is a living creature, it will not take the initiative to attack me. Song Jian was stunned and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air in his heart. This passive skill is simply too powerful. Why does his palm sword user feel so shabby when they are both epic professions? Compared to this life priest, my profession of palm swordsman is nothing to show off. I am too embarrassed to tell others. Song Jian shook his head in his heart. The 2 walked for most of the night, and finally came to a valley. Anna pointed to the valley in front and said, The entrance to the mysterious garden is in that valley. Look at the place with lights on the side. That is the Black Hoof tribe. Song Jian looked forward and saw a sunken terrain less than 500 meters away from them. Looking inside from the entrance, the valley was actually bare without any plants, which was in sharp contrast to the lush forest around it. It felt as if someone had ripped out a piece of the forest. There is still more than an hour before dawn. We can take this opportunity to enter the mysterious garden, Anna said with a trace of fatigue on her face. After walking all night in Thunder Beast Mountain, even without the harassment of wild beasts, it took a lot of energy for the 2 of them. Even Song Jian felt a little tired. Not to mention Anna, a little girl. just as the two were about to continue heading towards the valley. A terrified cry for help suddenly came from a distance. Immediately afterwards, a short, thin figure ran towards them in panic. This person looked a little embarrassed, as if he had been greatly frightened. Player? Song Jian glanced at the man's face, and then glanced at the top of his head. The personal information on the top of the man's head was not hidden, and it was obviously a player. Yi Tong. Level 25. Professional Thief. Health value, 1100/1100. Spirit value, 300/300. A God-favored person. Anna whispered. The NPC could not see the player's information, but Anna obviously had her own way to identify it. Song Jian frowned slightly, and summoned the red fire heart ape sword. With a defensive posture, originally thought that there would be no players in Thunder Beast Mountain. But unexpectedly, there was a player being chased here. At this time, Yi Tong, who was being chased by something, was running around in a panic. Suddenly, seeing Song Jian and Anna, a hint of joy appeared on his face, and he ran towards them desperately. Chapter 581 Life Chain. When Yi Tong saw Song Jian, a hint of joy appeared on her face. Although all the information on Song Jian's head was hidden, Yi Tong could tell at a glance that Song Jian was a player. Hey, brother, help me, help me, Yi Tong shouted while running. The players in the game are a very strange group. They can easily turn against each other for a piece of equipment. But when they're in danger, they will ask for help from the player closest to them, even if the two have never met before. This phenomenon makes the NPC adventurers in the game feel very strange. But in the eyes of the players, it is not strange. As a thief, Yi Tong came to the Black Hoof tribe to complete a mission. But while doing the mission, she was discovered by the Black Hoof tribe and chased here. My level is still too low. If I level up 2 more, I won't alarm others when I leave. Yi Tong felt a little regretful. This mission was very important to her, and she couldn't give up easily. Seeing Song Jian, Yi Tong seemed to have seen the last straw, and ran towards him without thinking. Song Jian's face sank. Originally, he and Anna came here to enter the mysterious garden dungeon quietly, and try not to be discovered by the Black Hoof tribe. But now, I'm afraid their whereabouts have been exposed. Whether they can enter the mysterious garden has become a problem. As for Yi Tong, although she was also a player, and a female player, Song Jian did not easily believe her. Song Jian had seen more than 1 or 2 cases where someone took advantage of the situation, and then took the opportunity to escape. The most important thing was that Anna, who was a life priest, had very weak attack power. So he had to ensure Anna's safety. In Yi Tong's eyes, Song Jian was just on guard, and did not come forward to help. This made her eyes flash with disappointment and hesitation. But this was the only way for her to be rescued. Even if Song Jian refused, she staggered and rushed towards Song Jian. Panting, Song Jian stared at her, holding the sword tightly in his hand, protecting Anna behind him, and did not stop her movements. This gave Yi Tong a glimmer of hope in her heart, and she ran faster. Be careful. There are wild beasts chasing me, Yi Tong shouted in a low voice. Then, she heard a huge roar from the deep forest behind her. The roar was full of domineering power, as if the king of beasts. Even the air was about to break, and the strong energy swept the forest in front. The whole forest was suppressed, and the big trees looked like they were about to be crushed. Song Jian glared at Yi Tong with a cold look. He knew that the other party had bad intentions, but he had been involved at this time, and had no other way but to meet the enemy. Hold. Sorry. I really have no other way. Yi Tong stood 2 or 3 meters away from Song Jian, holding her knees with both hands, breathing heavily. She also knew that what she did was a bit unkind, and smiled awkwardly at Song Jian. At this moment, 3 huge black tigers rushed out of the woods, each of which was 7 or 8 meters long, with huge claws clasped on the ground, forming an arc-shaped encirclement, and slowly surrounded the 3 people. The eyes of these 3 black tigers flashed with bloodthirsty red light, and even facing Anna, they showed a fierce and ferocious look. They have been controlled by someone, and my passive ability is ineffective against them. Anna's face was a little pale. The 3 black tigers brought her a lot of pressure, which reminded her of the Shadowfang she met in Shadowfang Mountains before. This thief actually has 2 helpers. Tuya, you go and inform the chief. I will entangle them. A low voice sounded, and soon, 2 burly tauren came out of the dense forest. What did you steal from them? Song Jian grabbed Yi Tong, who was about to retreat, and asked with his eyes fixed on her. "This is my mission item." Yi Tong struggled hard, but she couldn't get rid of Song Jian's big hand. "His strength attribute can actually crush me?" Yi Tong was shocked. "You know, as a thief, the main attribute is agility. But as long as it is a melee profession, it will add some strength." Yi Tong once obtained 2 strength fruits and a potential crystal. With the equipment on her body, her current strength has exceeded 30 points. His strength is at least above 45 points. Or even higher. Yi Tong guessed in her heart. Which is more important? Life or mission items? Song Jian asked back. "You block them for me, and I will share this mission reward with you." Yi Tong gritted her teeth. "I'll say it again. Hand over the quest item, or I'll throw you to them," Song Jian said impatiently. Yi Tong narrowed her eyes, flipped her right hand, and held a snake-bladed short knife in her hand. "You forced me to do this." Yi Tong gritted her teeth, held the snake-bladed short knife tightly, and stabbed Song Jian in the chest. "Humph. Naive." Song Jian snorted coldly, grabbed Yi Tong's collar with his right hand, and a terrible burst of power surged from his palm, directly lifting Yi Tong up, and then threw her fiercely towards a big tree next to her. Yi Tong fell towards the big tree next to her like a stone. But just before she was about to hit the tree, Yi Tong suddenly controlled her body, flipped violently in the air, and stood steadily on a branch. "Hey, thank you, brother." Yi Tong smiled triumphantly, blew a kiss to Song Jian, and was about to leave. Song Jian did not cause any actual harm to her, but sent her off in disguise. Not good. Song Jian's face sank. If Yi Tong ran away, he and Anna would face the wrath of the Black Hoof tribe. Even if Cain had become the chief of the Black Hoof tribe, he still couldn't explain why he helped Yi Tong escape. Life chain. Anna raised her hand, and a chain emitting a milky white light suddenly wrapped around Yi Tong. Yi Tong was horrified, and a puff of black smoke suddenly emerged from her body, and she disappeared. This was the strong stealth skill she had always kept, because the beasts could detect her stealth state by smell before. She had no use for this strong stealth skill. After becoming invisible, Yi Tong's speed decreased by 40%. Before she ran 2 steps, the white chain drew an arc in the air and wrapped around an empty place. Yi Tong's figure slowly emerged. At this time, her whole body was entangled by milky white chains, and she couldn't move at all. "How did you find me?" Yi Tong looked at Anna with a surprised expression on her face, looking unbelievable. Chapter 582, Meeting Cain again. Anna smiled slightly and pulled with her right hand. Yi Tong flew involuntarily towards Song Jian's direction. Her whole body could no longer be controlled by her. Anna's life chain, as long as it locked onto a target with vitality, could automatically track and bind it according to the vitality, as long as it was within a certain range. No matter where Yi Tong was hiding, she could be found. "Take out the things, or we will hand you over to them," Song Jian said to Yi Tong viciously with an ugly face. He was almost careless just now, and let Yi Tong escape. He and Anna almost took the blame for her. "That's my quest item," Yi Tong said unwillingly. But after looking at the 3 black tigers and the burly minotaur, Yi Tong could only resign herself to her fate and said, "How can I take it if you tie me up like this? Why don't you let me go?" Song Jian glanced at Anna. He was a little worried that if he let Yi Tong go, she would take the opportunity to slip away. "It doesn't matter. If she wants to escape again, I can tie her back." Anna looked confident. Song Jian smiled slightly and nodded. Anna's mind moved, and the chain that bound Yi Tong suddenly turned into a crystal white light and dissipated into the air. Yi Tong looked at Anna curiously, and then said to Song Jian with envy, "You are so lucky to have recruited such a powerful follower. Stop talking nonsense and hand over the things quickly," Song Jian said unhappily. "Here. Why are you so fierce? I'll give it to you." Yi Tong took out a stone sculpture from the parcel column and handed it to Song Jian. Song Jian took it and saw that it was a statue of a minotaur carved from pebbles. The minotaur was wearing simple clothes, with one hand behind his back and the other hand rubbing his palm as a knife, waving his hand. This stone sculpture was lifelike, and even the expression on the minotaur's face was vividly expressed, with an arrogant expression, as if nothing in the world could be taken seriously by him. Song Jian held the stone sculpture in his hand and found that it had no attributes. It was just a piece of junk. However, if it was really just a piece of junk, the Black Hoof tribe would not have defended it so tightly. As soon as Yi Tong stole it, she was immediately discovered, and 2 masters were sent to chase her. This is the statue of our Black Hoof tribe's ancestors. Please give it back to us. The burly Tauren who stayed behind stared at Song Jian with a vigilant look, and his eyes swept over the stone sculpture in Song Jian's hand from time to time, looking very nervous. Hey, I've given you the things. Can I leave? Yi Tong glared at Song Jian with resentment and shouted loudly. After handing over the items, the task in her taskbar failed directly, which made her feel very upset. But there was nothing she could do. Okay, you can go now. Song Jian waved his hand at Yi Tong with an impatient look. Humph. I'll remember you. Yi Tong rolled her eyes at Song Jian, used the acceleration skill, and disappeared into the jungle in a short while. At this moment, a dull drum sound suddenly came from the direction of the Black Hoof tribe. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. Dong 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 dong. The drum sound was dull and rapid, and people couldn't help but beat their hearts to the beat of the drum sound. Hearing the drum sound, the Minotaur who had been staring at Song Jian and Anna showed a happy expression on his face. And even the 3 black tigers surrounding Song Jian raised their heads and let out a long roar. The tiger roared in the forest, and the whole forest was filled with the roar of the tiger. All the wild animals around fled in panic. Who dares to steal in the territory of the Black Hoof tribe? A huge roar sounded, and a group of Minotaur warriors wearing leather armor walked out of the woods. The leading Minotaur looked particularly strong, much taller than the other Minotaur. On his shoulders, he carried a thick stone pillar. Cain, do you still remember me? Song Jian saw the leading Minotaur. His face showed joy, and he shouted hurriedly, Song Jian? Is it Song Jian? Cain was stunned. Then he recognized Song Jian's voice, laughed, and strode towards the 2 of them. Friend, are you here to see me? Cain was very happy to see Song Jian. He hugged Song Jian and patted his back and shouted happily, You said you would come to see me. I knew you would keep your promise. Song Jian was a little embarrassed. He didn't come here to see Cain this time. He didn't even know whether Cain could become the chief of the Black Hoof tribe. How could he come here rashly? Chief, he is in the same group with the woman who stole our sacred objects. A Minotaur next to him whispered. Nonsense. Song Jian is my friend and benefactor. He rescued me from the dark castle of the Shadow Dragon and helped me find the totem pole of the tribe. How could he be in the same group with our enemies? Cain let go of Song Jian and turned back to scold with a pair of bull eyes. Cain, I don't know that person, but I have taken back what she stole, Song Jian explained, and handed the Minotaur stone sculpture to Cain. Cain held the stone sculpture in both hands, raised it high above his head, and shouted loudly, See, my friend Song Jian has found the holy object for us. Roar. All the Minotaur raised their weapons and roared loudly. Song Jian, come! Come back to the Black Hoof tribe with me. Let's get drunk. Cain patted Song Jian on the shoulder and shouted loudly, with a smile on his face. It was almost dawn, but after Song Jian followed Cain back to the Black Hoof tribe, he was taken directly to the tribal square. In the center of the tribal square, Cain lit a bonfire more than 3 meters high and held a grand welcome party for Song Jian, drinking wine in big bowls, eating meat in big mouthfuls. Horns, war drums, low voices intersected, and wild songs rang out. Dozens of Minotaurs danced the unique dance of the tribe around the campfire. The event lasted for more than 3 hours. Song Jian was drunk and unconscious, and was carried to a tent. Anna had no choice but to take care of him. When Song Jian woke up, it was already evening. Looking at Anna, who had been taking care of him by the bed, Song Jian felt a little guilty and apologized quickly. Anna, I'm sorry. I delayed going to the mysterious garden. Anna stopped Song Jian from speaking and shook her head. I didn't expect that you were good friends with the chief of the Black Hoof tribe. If we had known this, we wouldn't have to sneak in. I met Cain in the Dark Castle, but he is not yet the chief of the Black Hoof tribe. After we obtained the Cup of Life, we separated. I don't know how he is doing recently. Just then, Cain's voice suddenly rang out from outside the tent. Song Jian, are you awake? Song Jian quickly stood up and shouted, I'm already up. Come in. The tent curtain was opened. Cain walked in, and seeing Song Jian, Cain smiled and said to Song Jian, Song Jian, you came at the right time this time. Today is the day of the sacrificial ceremony of our Black Hoof tribe. At the sacrificial ceremony, the young people in the tribe will will have a chance to comprehend their innate skills. This time, I plan to invite you to participate in the sacrificial ceremony. At that time, let's see if you can get the favor of the ancestors of the Black Hoof tribe. Chapter 583: The Existence of Mother Earth. In the evening, the Black Hoof tribe suddenly became lively. Today, there were many more people than yesterday to welcome Song Jian, because today was the annual sacrificial ceremony of the Black Hoof tribe. The young Tauren in the tribe had adjusted their bodies and minds to the best state at home before, so that they could be blessed by their ancestors at the sacrificial ceremony today and obtain a better talent skill. Sears was the most outstanding warrior in the Black Hoof tribe. 1 month before the sacrificial ceremony, he went to Thunder Beast Mountain alone to practice alone, and did not return to the tribe until 3 days ago. As soon as he returned to the tribe, he locked himself in the room, refused to contact anyone, and adjusted his body and mind to the best state. The stronger the body and mind are, the longer they can withstand the test, and the greater the chance of obtaining better talents and skills. This time, I must obtain an epic talent skill. If I can obtain the talent of war trampling, that would be the best. Seer sat on the ground, adjusting his breathing, and thought to himself. As he was thinking, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Before Sears could say anything, the door of the room was knocked open with a clang, and a burly, sturdy, and slightly immature Minotaur youth rushed in. Brother Sears, the sacrificial ceremony is about to begin. Why are you not at all? I am almost dying of anxiety. As soon as he entered the door, the young Minotaur sat down on the stone chair without any hesitation, grabbed a piece of cold barbecue on the table, and ate it in big mouthfuls. The young Minotaur sat down like an iron tower, and the stone chair also made an unbearable friction sound. Karu, I was wondering when you would be less reckless. Fortunately, I had sensed that it was you before you entered the door. Otherwise, you would be a corpse now. Seer slowly exhaled a breath of white air, which was like an arrow that sprayed out more than a foot long and lasted for a long time. He raised his head and looked at the young Minotaur sitting on the stone chair, shook his head slightly and sighed. Hey, of course I did this because I knew that Brother Sears would recognize me. I wouldn't do this if I went to someone else's house, Kalu said nonchalantly. Kalu, how is your practice of the powerful bull demon fist that I taught you last time? Sears stood up slowly, his upper body naked, his muscles bulging. Although he didn't look as strong as Kalu, his figure was very well proportioned, and his whole body was full of explosive power. If Kalu's body was an unforged iron billet, then Kalu's body was already a piece of refined steel. Brother Sears, that set of boxing sounds intimidating, but it's not very powerful. And you said you have to feel a stream of air circling around in your body. But I can't feel any air in my body. Kalu scratched his head honestly and looked at Sears with a worried look on his face. Stupid. This set of boxing is not for you to fight, but to condense your spirit and spirit, so that your spirit and spirit can be integrated with your body. In the future, every time you throw a punch, you can exert 100% of your strength without hurting your body. Sears shook his head and looked at Kalu, with a look of disappointment in his eyes. Kalu is Sears' cousin. He has been following Sears since he was a child, and is Sears' most loyal admirer. By the way, Sears, this time the chief invited a human to participate in our sacrificial ceremony. Many people in the tribe opposed it, but the chief insisted, and even several elders could not convince him. Kalu suddenly said, Human? Sears frowned, and after thinking for a long time, he said, I have seen in the tribal books that hundreds of years ago, our Black Hoof tribe was once the most powerful tribe in Thunder Beast Mountain, with more than 10,000 people. At that time, our sacrificial ceremony not only invited humans, but also invited allies from many other races to participate. However, after the War of Genocide, this tradition was cut off. What? We have invited people from other races to participate in our sacrificial ceremony? Kalu looked surprised and unbelieving. Sears shook his head. He knew that Kalu would rather fight a beast than read the book stored in the tribe. Talking to him about this was like talking to a cow. Sears patted Kalu on the shoulder and said, You look like you can't wait. Let's go and participate in the tribe's sacrificial ceremony. Moreover, I want to let others know that even hundreds of years ago, not everyone could participate in the sacrificial ceremony of our Black Hoof tribe. The sacrificial ceremony is the tradition of the Black Hoof tribe and the most important thing for the tribe. Even in the War of Genocide hundreds of years ago, it has never been interrupted. This is the proudest and most sacred place in the hearts of every Tauren of the Black Hoof tribe. In Seir's view, even if Cain is the chief of the Black Hoof tribe, he cannot be so stubborn as to desecrate the holy place in the minds of the Taurens of the Black Hoof tribe. Since you are going to invite a human to participate in the sacrificial ceremony of our Black Hoof tribe according to tradition, then I will also follow tradition to challenge him to see if he is qualified to receive the blessing of our Tauren ancestors. Seir thought to himself. At this time, Song Jian did not know how much pressure Cain had endured in order to let him participate in the sacrificial ceremony. At this time, he looked hungover. After a simple wash, he sat cross-legged on the ground according to Cain's instructions and adjusted his body condition. You must feel the presence of Mother Earth and her gift to you. This was Cain's original words before he left. And it was also the reason why he insisted on letting Song Jian sit cross-legged on the ground. Song Jian, do you feel the presence of Mother Earth? Anna asked curiously, sitting on a stone chair and looking at Song Jian, who looked no different from a deep sleep. No. I feel the presence of Mother Sleep. I'm so sleepy. Song Jian yawned and rubbed the tears from his eyes, looking like he hadn't woken up yet. I didn't sleep all night last night, and I got drunk again in the early morning and was carried back. I was still asleep when Cain called me up and asked me to prepare for the sacrificial ceremony. If this wasn't a game world, Song Jian would have collapsed on the ground into a pile of mud. I don't know what the sacrificial ceremony of the Black Hoof tribe is like. They have always been mysterious and isolated from the world, and rarely come into contact with people of other races. Anna whispered, playing with the cup of life. Song Jian glanced at Anna. Since she changed her job to become a life priest, Anna's personality has become much gentler. But her equipment is very ordinary, and she usually only has a cup of life. If there is a chance, I must send some equipment to Anna. Song Jian's eyes turned, and he thought to himself. At this time, Cain pushed the door in, his face a little ugly, and said to Song Jian, the sacrificial ceremony is about to begin. Song Jian, come with me. Chapter 584 Tauren Language. The sacrificial ceremony is the most sacred ceremony of the Black Hoof tribe. Only those who are invited can participate. Anna can only stay in the room and wait for the ceremony to end. As Cain walked, he told Song Jian some precautions. Finally, Cain hesitated for a moment and said to Song Jian, in the sacrificial ceremony, during the ancestral protection phase, there may be warriors in the tribe who challenge you. You must be prepared. The sacrificial ceremony is divided into many steps. The final ancestral protection phase stimulates the talents and skills of every young Tauren warrior. Being invited by the Black Hoof tribe to participate in the sacrificial ceremony was the supreme honor of other races in the past. And every foreigner who participated was also the elite of their respective races. During the ancestral protection phase, facing the challenge of the young warriors of the Black Hoof tribe is also an indispensable part. If you can successfully defeat the challenger, you can naturally continue to participate in the following ancestral protection. And you may even get a good talent skill. However, if you fail, it means that you are not the best person. And naturally you cannot continue to participate in the following ancestral protection link. Song Jian's heart sank. But he quickly realized that this should be a test. Just like beating the boss. If you want to get the good equipment dropped by the boss, you must kill the boss first. The reward should be proportional to the difficulty. Otherwise, how could the game let Song Jian get a chance to increase his talent skill for nothing? This is a talent skill. Everyone will only get a skill when they enter the game. Some players don't even have any skills after they are born. Only after reaching level 10 and obtaining a profession can they get a talent skill. Therefore, talent skills are much more precious than other ordinary skills. No problem. Cain, I am willing to accept anyone's challenge, Song Jian said with a smile. Cain nodded. He was naturally aware of Song Jian's strength. For someone who could fight the Shadow Dragon for a few minutes, let alone the young Tauren warriors in the Black Hoof tribe. Even Cain, who had greatly increased his strength, was not sure that he could definitely defeat Song Jian. Thunder Beast Mountain. Black Hoof tribe. On the peak of Dagoya Mountain, all the important figures of the Black Hoof tribe gathered here. At this moment, the tall figure standing in front of everyone was the chieftain of the Black Hoof tribe, Cain, who was also the strongest man in the Black Hoof tribe. Even the sacred bloodthirsty totem pole in the Black Hoof tribe had recognized him as the master. He looked around, nodded, and said, "It seems that everyone is here. Then I declare that the Black Hoof Tribe's sacrificial ceremony will begin now. Boom, boom, boom. The war drum was struck. At first, only one person was beating the war drum vigorously. After a while, another person joined in. 2 war drums were struck at the same time. Soon, 3, 4, 10, and finally 13 war drums were struck at the same time. Sears, who was standing in the crowd, stared at the person beating the war drum and sighed slightly in his heart. It was once recorded in the tribal books that when the Black Hoof Tribe was at its most prosperous, more than 1,000 war drums were beaten at the same time during the sacrificial ceremony. In the future, the Black Hoof Tribe will definitely reach its heyday in my hands. Sears clenched his fists and swore secretly in his heart. The desolate singing sounded and echoed on the peak of Dagoa. The singing was desolate and sad, like a mother's cry, which made every member of the Black Hoof Tribe feel heartbroken. The singing was first sung by several elders in the tribe, and then Cain opened his throat and sang loudly. Soon, all the Black Hoof Tribe members standing on the peak of Dagoa sang together. Song Jian suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He was the only one who didn't speak among all the people present. However, the melody and lyrics of this song are very simple, and it is sung repeatedly. Song Jian only listened to it 2 or 3 times and memorized it. When he sang it for the 4th time, he began to sing along quietly. At first, Song Jian just imitated it simply, but as time went by, Song Jian's voice became louder and louder, and it became one with the surrounding sounds. He was immersed in a mysterious state. Originally, he didn't know the meaning of the lyrics, but after a while, Song Jian's mind inexplicably emerged with the meaning of the whole song. Humility, bravery, honor. Mother Earth protects you. Our tribe has suffered many disasters, struggling on the brink of death and destruction. The crying of children, the sigh of the elderly, the tears in the eyes of sisters, make me feel ashamed. The roar of wild beasts, the laughter of enemies, the corpses of companions, are displayed before my eyes. Warriors of the Black Hoof Tribe, you must remember the night of the war of genocide. Don't forget the shame of your ancestors. Don't let the night fall on our heads again. Mother Earth protects us. Song Jian sang this ancient ballad over and over again. He didn't even know when the lyrics of this song had been firmly imprinted in his mind. When the drum stopped beating, Song Jian suddenly found that he was in tears, just like other Minotaurs. System, you have learned the Minotaur language. A simple prompt appeared in the system bar, but it made Song Jian feel ecstatic. You should know that all races in the game use the common language when communicating with players. But in fact, each race has its own special language. If you don't understand the language of this race, then even if you get many things of this race, you can't use them, including but not limited to various race skills, race formulas, race drawings, etc. It can be said that from now on, the Minotaur race will have no secrets for Song Jian. Song Jian didn't know if it was an illusion, but after the ballad ended, the eyes of the Minotaur around him became much softer, and even Cain smiled at him with relief. The sacrificial ceremony was held one by one, paying tribute to the ancestors and the tribesmen who died in the war. It lasted for a long time until late at night, when a full moon rose above the head. Finally, it came to the last item, the blessing of the ancestors, and the activation of talent skills. At this time, all the young Minotaur under the age of 30 stood up with excitement. On the peak of Dagoya, a dozen stone pillars, as thick as arms, slowly rose up. On some of the stone pillars, there was a Minotaur statue carved out of stone, while on others, there was nothing. Song Jian glanced at it, and saw that the empty stone pillars, and the stone pillars with stone sculptures were about half and half, and the stone sculpture he had snatched back from the thief was also placed on one of the stone pillars. Choose the ancestor you believe in and pray to him devoutly. If you can be recognized by the ancestor, then you can open your talent skills under the blessing of the ancestor. Cain shouted to the young Minotaur. The young Minotaurs began to walk towards the stone-carved pillars and sat around them. Cain motioned Song Jian to follow him up. And just as Song Jian was about to go up, a voice suddenly rang out. Wait a minute. Chief, according to the tribal tradition, I want to challenge this human who is participating in the sacrificial ceremony. Sears walked out from the crowd and looked at Song Jian standing next to Cain with a determined look. Chapter 585 Challenge. During the sacrificial ceremony, challenging the invited elites of other races is a tradition of the Black Hoof Tribe, and one of the ways for the Black Hoof tribe to show its strength to the outside world. The challenged elites of other races can refuse the challenge. But if they refuse, they will automatically lose the qualification to participate in the ceremony. Facing Seer's challenge, Song Jian took a step forward and shouted loudly, "I accept the challenge." Facing Seer's challenge and Song Jian's acceptance, all the people of the Black Hoof tribe shouted, which showed a kind of appreciation, even for Seers, but also for Song Jian. Seers took out a pair of metal gloves from his arms and put them on his hands. The surface of the gloves looked like snake scales, made of countless metal scales. A beast fawn was inlaid on several knuckles of the gloves, protruding outward, looking particularly ferocious. Song Jian narrowed his eyes. The surface of Seers's gloves emitted a dark golden light. They were actually a pair of dark gold quality weapons. In terms of grade, they were not much worse than his red fire-hard monkey sword. Song Jian's mind moved, and the red fire-hard monkey sword appeared in his palm. The two stood opposite each other, constantly gathering momentum, and the battle was about to start. "Be careful," Seer shouted in a low voice, and punched Song Jian. The fangs on the gloves flashed with cold light, and they were in front of Song Jian in an instant. What a fast speed! Song Jian was shocked. Seer's level was lower than his, only level 26. But Song Jian felt that he was stronger than the level 30 elite. Song Jian waved the red fire-hard monkey sword, blocked Seer's punch, and then stabbed forward, stabbing toward Seer's neck. Seer's body was like a python, swaying gently twice, but it gave Song Jian a feeling of extreme danger. The long sword in his hand was less than 3 centimeters away from Seer's neck. With a slight probe, he could pierce the opponent's throat. But Song Jian retreated in surprise, as if it was not him who was about to stab Seers, but Seers who was stabbing his throat. In a flash, Seers roared, and a strong energy suddenly burst out from his body. The air around him burst into a thunderous roar, and the hard rocks under his feet trembled violently, and cracks more than a finger wide appeared in many places. Seeing Song Jian dodge in time, Seer's eyes also showed a hint of strangeness. Song Jian's sensitivity to danger exceeded Seer's expectations. With a twist of his body, Seers rose into the air, and the energy driven by his fists was like a hurricane, making a sharp hissing sound. A powerful force burst out from Seers's fists, rushing towards Song Jian like a mountain. Broken wing dance. A brilliant sword energy bloomed from the red fire-heart ape sword, and Song Jian slashed fiercely into the air towards Seers. For a while, the two of them fought back and forth, and thunderous collisions broke out from time to time on the Dagoy mountain. In a short while, the two had fought dozens of moves, and the battle had entered a white-hot stage. The wanton sword energy and surging fist power around them forced all the onlookers to retreat 3 or 4 meters away. The battle between the two made the young minotaurs around them excited, and they all clapped and cheered excitedly. Kalu was even more stunned. This is the first time I have seen Seers burst out with all his strength." Kalu stared at the two fighting people, and his eyes turned to Song Jian with admiration. Seers is the most powerful among the young minotaurs. He is known as the young warrior of the Black Hoof tribe, who has the best chance to touch the first-level combat power. The minotaurs of his age can't take a few moves under him. Kalu hasn't seen Seers burst out with all his strength for a long time. To be able to fight Seers like this human strength should not be underestimated. Next to Cain, an old-looking minotaur with a cane said seriously. This old man is an elder of the Black Hoof tribe. He had previously strongly opposed Song Jian's participation in the sacrificial ceremony. But now after seeing Song Jian's strength, he has already recognized Song Jian in his heart. Cain stood aside and smiled without saying a word. The two of them seemed to be fighting fiercely now. But in fact, Song Jian did not burst out all his strength at this time. At least, Song Jian did not use the power that could directly double his strength and compete with the Shadow Dragon. If Song Jian used that kind of power, Seers would not be Song Jian's opponent at all. After another attack, Song Jian and Seers stood facing each other 3 or 4 meters apart. "I can feel that you are still holding back. I will burst out my strongest move. If you can take this move, then I will admit that you are qualified to participate in the next sacrificial ceremony." Seers stared into Song Jian's eyes and said word by word. Seers could clearly feel that Song Jian did not use his full strength, which was a very difficult thing for him to accept. Maybe the opponent's strength was indeed very high, but the gap between him and him should definitely not be so big. Song Jian smiled slightly, held the sword across his chest, and said to Sears, "Come on." Sears opened his fists one after the other like tiger claws. His lower body stood firmly. His upper body leaned forward. His waist swayed slightly. And the whole person was like a beast waiting for people to eat, exuding a violent and bloodthirsty breath. Tiger Demon Fist. Sears roared. Like a tiger's roar. The air shook, and then turned into a terrifying hurricane, surrounding Sears' body. Song Jian suddenly saw a residual image in front of him. And then, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. The pain just surged into his heart, and his chest felt like being bitten by a beast. Sears' figure turned into a terrifying whirlwind. Song Jian's eyes could not even catch his trace, and could only passively bear the opponent's attack. 1 punch. 2 punches. 3 punches. Song Jian was like a human sandbag, and was beaten by Sears without any ability to fight back. The young minotaurs watching burst into enthusiastic roars. All of them were very excited. Song Jian took a few heavy punches, and his blood value dropped by 1/3. The opponent's speed was too fast, and could not be caught by the naked eye. Such a terrifying speed was definitely impossible for a level 26 Minotaur warrior to withstand. He can't hold on for long. Song Jian narrowed his eyes, and began to use the long sword in his hand. Tai Chi sword technique. Ding 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 ding. A series of crisp collisions sounded, and countless sparks exploded around Song Jian's body. Each explosion of sparks was the result of the collision between Sears' metal boxing gloves and the long sword. Tai Chi sword technique seemed slow, but was actually fast, blocking almost all of Sears' attacks. Even if he missed 1 or 2 punches, Sears could no longer cause more damage to Song Jian under the premise of reducing the damage by 92%. Chapter 586 Wasted. Sears was extremely fast, in the eyes of other Minotaurs. He had already taken full advantage. He beat Song Jian so hard that he had no power to fight back, and could only defend passively. But in fact, Sears was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Every punch he made, no matter how fast, always hit Song Jian's red fire heart monkey sword. Moreover, the power transmitted from the long sword had a very tough force, just like an old tendon. No matter how much force hit it, after a violent tremor, the old tendon could quickly dissipate the force, and did not cause any damage at all. Good job, Sears. You are indeed the best young man in our Black Hoof tribe. Complete suppression. This is already complete suppression. I didn't expect Sears to be so strong. What skill is he using? How can it be so fast? It's so scary. The young Minotaurs around applauded, but some older Minotaurs frowned and said nothing. Several Minotaurs with a cold aura looked at each other, and shook their heads slightly. Chief, we can't continue like this. If we continue fighting, Sears might get hurt. He is the most promising young man in our Black Hoof tribe. A Minotaur with half of his left horn missing whispered in Kane's ear. Kane nodded, holding the bloodthirsty totem pole, and took a step forward. He was about to speak to stop the fight between the two, but the fight on the field suddenly changed. Sears' speed suddenly slowed down, staggered 2 steps, and knelt on the ground. His face was flushed red, and streams of air under his skin were like little bugs running around in his body. Puff! A mouthful of bright red blood spurted out of Sears' mouth, and his aura suddenly became weak. Song Jian's Tai Chi sword technique lasted until the end. He put away his sword and stood there, seeing Sears suddenly fall to the ground. He also showed a look of surprise on his face. Tai Chi swordplay has a certain chance of rebounding the opponent's attack, but Song Jian's Tai Chi swordplay is only level 2, so the chance of triggering this rebound is too small. In normal battles, Song Jian always uses it as a defensive measure. Unexpectedly, under Sears' violent attack today, the rebound effect of Tai Chi swordplay was triggered. Even if the rebound effect is triggered, it is impossible to cause such great damage to him. What's going on? Song Jian was puzzled and at a loss for a moment. Sears! Kalu yelled, ran up and hugged Sears, looked up at Song Jian, and his eyes flashed with anger. Sears was the person Kalu admired the most. Seeing him being beaten, Kalu was filled with anger and wanted to go up and fight Song Jian again. It was just a sparring match. How could you be so heavy-handed? Kalu shouted loudly. At this time, Sears looked very scary. Blood kept gushing out of his mouth. He was sweating all over. He lay on the ground and curled up. His body twitched involuntarily. It looked as if all the muscles in his body were curled up together. Kalu, don't be rude. An old minotaur came to Sears with a cane, leaned down, and groped Sears with a pair of dry hands. After a while, the old minotaur sighed, slowly stood up, and said he overused the tiger demon fist. The surging fist force broke through the restraints of his meridians and began to wreak havoc in his body. Elder, please save Sears. He can't be in trouble. Kalu panicked and quickly grabbed the old minotaur and begged. Cain and several elders of the Black Hoof tribe all surrounded him. Sears was the most promising young tribesman of the Black Hoof tribe. If he was injured and delayed the activation of his talent skills, it would be unacceptable. If he was really useless, it would definitely be something the Black Hoof tribe could not afford. Several elders of the Black Hoof tribe all checked Sears' body. After a while, they stood up and shook their heads at Cain with a heavy face. The meridians were damaged too severely. It was a blessing to be able to save his life. An elder shook his head and sighed. The tiger demon fist is still a bit too strenuous for him now. If he can use it after reaching level 30, the situation will be much better. The energy of the tiger demon fist has filled every part of his body. Even if he can be cured, he may only be able to lie in bed for the rest of his life. What a pity. This is an unbearable loss for our Black Hoof tribe. Several elders of the Black Hoof tribe showed a look of heartache in their eyes. Sears was the most promising person of their young generation, but he was crippled in a sparring match. It was really not worth it. However, none of these elders blamed Song Jian. On the one hand, Sears was injured this time, mainly because he did not master the tiger demon fist well. His current state was similar to being possessed by a demon, and it had little to do with Song Jian. But the young generation of minotaurs stared at Song Jian angrily. In their opinion, Sears became like this because of the sparring match with Song Jian, and the murderer was naturally Song Jian. Okay, the challenge winner, Song Jian, Cain announced with a gloomy face. Hurry up and take Sears down for treatment, and the sacrificial ceremony will continue. The sacrificial ceremony could not be interrupted because of Sears alone, but everyone in the Black Hoof tribe, including Cain, was in a heavy mood and worried about Sears. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly reached out to stop several minotaurs from carrying Sears away. Wait a minute. Song Jian looked up at Cain and said, My friend Anna, who came with me, is a life priest and may be able to save Sears. Cain's eyes lit up, and he quickly stopped the move of Sears, and asked excitedly, Brother, are you serious? Can you really save Sears and make him recover as before? Anna is a priest of life. If even she can't cure him, then I'm afraid no one in this world can save him. Song Jian glanced at Sears and said calmly, Life force is the most healing energy in the game. It can be said that there is no disease or pain in this world that Anna can't cure. Quick, go and ask Ms. Anna. Cain hurriedly said to a minotaur beside him. Priest of life? There seems to be a record of priests of life in the tribal books. The old minotaur who diagnosed Sears' physical condition at the beginning had a look of reminiscence on his face. Soon, Anna came to the top of the peak under the guidance of a minotaur. Chapter 587 Ancestral Stone Sculpture. Anna came to the mountain, and Song Jian quickly explained the course of events. Anna, can you save him? Can you make him recover as before without affecting his strength? Song Jian asked. Anna glanced at Sears, whose body was constantly twitching, and frowned slightly, saying, It's no problem to cure his body, but I don't know whether it will affect his strength. Can you really cure his body? Cain said excitedly, As long as the body can be cured. It doesn't matter whether it affects his strength. Yes, as long as the body is cured, the strength will slowly recover. The other elders also said with relief. Anna glanced at Song Jian, who nodded slightly. Anna took out the cup of life and said to Cain, Can you get me some clean water? Soon, a pot of clean water was brought over, and Anna poured the clean water into the cup of life. After a while, a surge of life energy rippled out of the cup of life. Sears, who was originally twitching in pain, slowly calmed down. Anna signaled two people to help Sears up and put the cup of life to his lips. Sears had already fallen into a coma, but at this time he kept sucking on it instinctively. After a while, the liquid in the cup of life was sucked dry, and Sears' twitching body also calmed down. His face was ruddy, and he looked like he was falling asleep. Seeing that Sears finally calmed down, all the Tauren of the Black Hoof tribe breathed a sigh of relief. Anna, I'm really grateful to you for saving the lives of my people this time, Cain said to Anna with a careful salute. Anna looked a little shy and shook her head slightly. Life priest. Life priest. My God. The epic profession recorded in the classics actually exists. The old Tauren before seemed to think of something and couldn't help shouting. Elder. What are you doing? Cain looked at him with a puzzled look, not knowing what he was talking about. That's an epic class. Our Blackhoof tribe has existed for nearly 1,000 years. And in this long history, we have only had an epic class once. The old elder was very excited, and his eyes looked towards the stone pillar not far away. What? Elder? Are you talking about Quill Sword Saint? Cain's face also showed a look of surprise, and he couldn't help but look up and down at Anna. As the chief of the Blackhoof tribe, Cain was naturally very familiar with the classics in the tribe. Hearing that this elder actually compared Anna with Quill Sword Saint, he was immediately shocked. You know, in the nearly 1,000 years of history of the Blackhoof tribe, there has only been one Quill Sword Saint. It is precisely because of his existence that the Blackhoof tribe has been strong for more than 100 years. Until today, it has been talked about by the tribesmen. Cain would never have thought that such a weak little girl could be compared with the sword master of Quill. Hey! Brother Sears moved. Kalu, who had been staring at Sears, suddenly shouted, pointing at Sears and shouting excitedly, I just saw Brother Sears' fingers move. Everyone looked at Sears. Soon, Sears slowly opened his eyes, with a confused look in his eyes. What happened to me? Sears, you're awake. Cain helped Sears up, with a look of relief on his face. Sears was the hope of the Blackhoof tribe's future, and the successor that Cain focused on training. Seeing that he could recover intact, Cain was also very happy. I was fighting with someone before. Sears recalled slowly. His face suddenly changed. Tiger Demon Fist. Sears, Tiger Demon Fist is such a dangerous boxing method. You should not practice it for the time being. Cain said seriously, before you reach level 30. You should forget about it for the time being. This time you are lucky that there is an epic professional life priest in our tribe. Otherwise, even if you don't die, you will be paralyzed and lie in bed for the rest of your life. What? Paralyzed? Sears was scared, thinking of himself paralyzed and lying motionless in bed. Sears immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Remember this lesson. Cain patted him on the shoulder and said, Yes, Chief, I will definitely remember this lesson. Sears said sincerely. That's good. Remember, you are the hope of the tribe. Before doing anything, you must think carefully, and don't let me down again, Cain said. Hugged Sears and said. Sears thanked Anna and Song Jian with a guilty look on his face and stood aside in silence. The sacrificial ceremony continues, Cain shouted, and all the Tauren tribesmen shouted excitedly. Kalu seemed to be a little worried about Sears, and whispered to the side, Sears, do you feel better? Is your body okay? Will it affect the subsequent activation of talent skills? There is only one chance to activate the talent skills. Even if you don't participate this time, the next time you participate, it will be the same. But if you participate once, even if the talent skills are not activated, then no matter how many times you participate, you will not be able to activate them. Kalu was a little worried that Sears would not be affected by physical reasons and affect the next activation of talent skills. Sears was silent for a moment, and suddenly a strange look appeared on his face. He whispered, It's really strange. Not only has my body fully recovered, and my strength seems to have increased a little. The water of life can not only heal injuries, but also increase the attributes of the user when used for the first time. For Sears, he can clearly feel the changes in his body. Young tribesmen, choose the blessing of the ancestors and stimulate your instinctive talents. Now, start making your choice, Cain shouted loudly. Dozens of young minotaurs began to sit down around the stone pillars on the mountain, chanting praises in their mouths. The stone pillars these minotaurs sat around were all stone pillars with minotaur stone sculptures. These stone sculptures had different images and could clearly show their respective professional characteristics. Song Jian walked towards the stone pillar at Cain's signal. After the challenge was successful, he had the opportunity to receive the blessing of the ancestors of the Blackhoof tribe. Although the sacrificial ceremony could not guarantee that a talent skill would be stimulated, if other players knew about such an opportunity, they would probably fight to the death. Song Jian walked towards the stone pillar closest to him. As soon as he approached, a system prompt suddenly appeared in front of him. System, you found the stone sculpture of the ancestor of the Blackhoof tribe. Profession Elemental Shaman. Within 3 meters of the stone sculpture, there is a certain chance that you will comprehend a skill of the elemental shaman profession as your innate skill. Chapter 588 Fifth Sect. Elemental shaman? Song Jian shook his head slightly in his heart. This profession is too different from his own profession. Even if he obtains one of its skills as his own innate skill, it is at most icing on the cake. It cannot bring out the maximum effect of this professional skill, and is of limited help to himself. Continue to walk towards the next stone pillar. Every time he approaches a stone pillar, Song Jian's mind emerges with the effect of the Minotaur stone sculpture. The Black Hoof tribe has existed for nearly 1,000 years. The professionals who can be made into ancestral stone sculptures are all strong people who have made outstanding contributions to the tribe. However, after a war of genocide hundreds of years ago, many ancestral stone sculptures have been lost, and only half of them are left. Finding the lost ancestral stone sculptures is the responsibility of every Minotaur of the Black Hoof tribe since birth. Song Jian looked at the stone sculptures one by one, and finally stopped in front of a stone pillar. The ancestor stone sculpture placed on this stone pillar was the one that Song Jian had brought back from the thief Yitong. System, you found the ancestor stone sculpture of the Black Hoof tribe. The profession Minotaur Sword Saint. Within 3 meters of the stone sculpture, there is a certain chance that you will comprehend a skill of the Minotaur Sword Saint profession as your innate skill. Song Jian was stunned, and then a look of joy appeared on his face. The Sword Saint's skills are a perfect match with my Palm Sword Master profession. Song Jian thought to himself, I'll choose you. After making the decision, Song Jian immediately sat around the Minotaur Sword Saint stone sculpture. Only then did he realize that the Black Hoof tribe had the most people who chose the Minotaur Sword Saint stone sculpture. Almost 1/3 of the Minotaur chose it, which made the 3-meter range of the Sword Saint stone sculpture very crowded. Song Jian calmed down and sat cross-legged on the ground. The Minotaur around him closed their eyes and sang Minotaur praise songs in a low voice. The content of these praise songs was all about expressing respect to the ancestors, praying for the ancestors' protection, and longing for the ancestors' blessings. Song Jian was not a member of the Black Hoof tribe, and he was embarrassed to learn to sing these praise songs from them. He could only sit still and remain silent. Soon, Song Jian felt a strange force spreading from the stone pillar to the surroundings and rushing towards his body. This force was very strange and very weak, but after entering the body, it was perfectly integrated with the invisible sword energy in his body, and the upper limit of the invisible sword energy, which had been stagnant, began to slowly increase again. Originally, Song Jian's invisible sword energy value upper limit was only 100 points. But after obtaining the sword control technique of luck, the upper limit of the invisible sword energy began to slowly increase. Now the upper limit has increased from 100 points to 278 points. But as time goes by, the upper limit increases more and more slowly. From a little increase every 10 minutes to a little increase every few hours, and then to a little increase every few days, and then a little increase every 10 days. Up to now, more than half a month has passed, and the upper limit of invisible sword energy has not increased at all, and has remained at 278 points. But now, after the energy emanating from the ancestral stone sculpture entered his body, in just a few minutes, Song Jian's invisible sword energy upper limit increased by 5 points. This change made Song Jian very happy. The increase in the upper limit of invisible sword energy is equivalent to improving his own strength in disguise. It can be said that the higher the upper limit value is, the better. This opportunity is rare. Song Jian quickly closed his eyes and began to circulate the invisible sword energy in his body to speed up the absorption of this mysterious energy. As time went by, Song Jian discovered that this force was also changing from its original gentleness to gradually becoming sharper. This feeling was like being pricked by a needle. Although it was not painful, it made people feel very uncomfortable, with numbness all over the body, and a feeling similar to being electrocuted. At this time, among the young Minotaurs sitting around the stone sculpture, some of them kept roaring, and the surface of their bodies burst into light of different colors. Most of these lights were gray, and occasionally green and blue lights flashed. The Black Hoof tribe members, who were watching, showed a look of joy on their faces, pointing at the young Minotaurs sitting upright and talking to each other. Kane's face was full of joy. These lights represented the opening of the blood talents of the young Tauren. These tribesmen who opened the blood talents would all be warriors of the tribe in the future. It seems that quite a few tribesmen have opened their blood talents and obtained advanced skills this time. a towering elder said with satisfaction. Well, it would be great if one or two could obtain the war trampling talent. Towering warriors are the bravest and strongest warriors in the world. I hope there will be more Towering who master the elemental shaman skills. Lightning chain. Hurricane assault. Such talent skills can play a miraculous role in war. Hey, I don't know what talent skills Sears can get this time. But he must not be affected by the previous battle. Don't worry. It won't happen. Sears has recovered well, and there is no problem in opening the talent skills. Now it depends on what kind of talent he can open. Almost all the Minotaur's eyes fell on Sears. At this time, Sears was sitting on the ground. The stone sculpture of the ancestor in front of him was a Minotaur stone sculpture waving his fists and roaring to the sky. This sect. Cough. This kid finally chose this path. An elder shook his head helplessly. Sears has loved boxing since he was a child. He was able to master the Tiger Demon Fist at level 26. Which shows how talented he is in boxing. Maybe, in the future, our tribe will have another boxing master, said another elder indifferently. But no matter how powerful a boxing master is, it is only a rare level profession. How can it be compared with a sword master? With Sears' potential, if he can unlock a talent skill related to the sword master, his future achievements will be limitless, sighed the elder before. Yes, maybe we can reproduce the glory of our Black Hoof tribe. If a sword master can really appear. Several elders were talking about it. But their words made Cain involuntarily clench the totem pole in his hand. The innate skill Cain activated was war trampling. This skill was extremely powerful. But it was only the innate skill of an ordinary Towering warrior, and could not be compared with the sword master or even the fist master. If he had not taken back the bloodthirsty totem pole, the inheritance of the Black Hoof tribe, from the Shadow Dragon, the chief would not have let him take the position. A strong profession does not mean that the person who inherits this profession is strong, even if it is an ordinary warrior profession. I must lead the Black Hoof tribe to restore its original glory. No, it must be stronger than the Black Hoof tribe in history. Cain swore secretly in his heart. At this moment, Sears, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly began to change. Chapter 589 Dual Talent. Hurry up. Sears seems to be comprehending a talent skill, an elder shouted. And everyone's eyes were immediately focused on Sears. Sears' face was grim. He closed his eyes tightly and let out a low roar. Suddenly, two rays of light, one gray and one silver, burst out from his body. How is this possible? He actually awakened a dual talent. An elder was surprised and couldn't help shouting. Dual talent? Ha ha ha. The Black Hoof tribe is going to rise again. Too amazing. In history, the Black Hoof tribe has awakened a dual talent only a few times. And among the awakened talent skills, there is obviously an advanced skill. I just don't know what it is. It will take some time for him to stabilize. Everyone looked at Sears expectantly, waiting for him to finish awakening. Soon, the light on Sears became more and more dazzling. When the two rays of light reached their peak, it was almost impossible to look directly at them. Even the figures of his companions were covered by the light. After a while, the light on Sears gradually converged and became dimmer and dimmer. Finally, the light was tightly attached to his skin, and he looked like he was wearing a silver-gray armor. Sears stood up, with two sharp rays of light in his eyes, and left the stone pillar and walked towards the crowd. When he walked into the crowd, Sears was immediately surrounded by people, and they all congratulated him. Sears, can you tell me what your dual talents are? An elder asked after a moment of hesitation. Most people would not tell others after awakening their talents, as this was a personal privacy. The elder's question was obviously a violation of the rules. However, in the nearly 1,000 years of history of the Black Hoof tribe, there were not many people with dual talents, which made many people curious. Hearing the elder's question, the tribesmen around him also quieted down and looked at Sears, waiting for his answer. Sears, if you don't want to answer, you don't have to say it. At this time, another elder suddenly spoke up. Yes. Yes. The elder before showed an embarrassed look on his face and said quickly, I'm just curious. If you don't want to say it, you don't have to say it. Sears smiled slightly and said, there is nothing to hide. This time I got a total of 2 talents, one of which is half-step punch. Sears suddenly moved, just half a step forward, and his right fist stabbed forward like a spear. The fierce fist force condensed a white light around his right fist, and there was a sudden explosion in the air. Like thunder. Boom! The people standing around Sears suddenly felt the ground shaking, and they were unstable. The vibration in the air spread out like water waves. This move is so powerful! Someone exclaimed. The half-step punch that Sears understood was not only fast, but also powerful. In a fight with someone, the distance between each other was very short. If this move was suddenly used, it would be difficult for the opponent to react. The other one is a passive skill called boxing domination. Sears smiled and said, it can increase the power of my boxing skills by 50%. And there is a certain chance of another punch. The power is increased by 50%. Oh my god. This is simply terrifying. I think there is still a chance that another punch will be more terrifying. This is simply double the damage. In addition, the power is increased by 50%. It is equivalent to throwing one punch. But in fact it has the effect of 3 punches. Sears, you are so lucky. Yes. Even in history, double talents have rarely appeared. Only in the single digit. Sears smiled in response. But in fact, he did not reveal all the information about the talent. Half-step punch is only a gray talent, while the world of boxing is a silver-attributed talent. And the effect is much stronger than Sears told everyone. Boxing domination talented skill. Level 1. Passive. Skill effect. Strength attribute permanent +3. Agility attribute permanent +5. Constitution attribute permanent +3. When using fists as weapons, damage increased by 50%. When using boxing skills, power increased by 80%. When attacking a target, there is a certain chance to trigger the Boxing Master Shadow effect. Boxing Master Shadow condenses an invisible chi force, causing 3 times the armor-piercing damage to the target, and at the same time returns 15% of the damage to the caster. Kane stood aside, and when he heard Sears say the 4 words boxing domination, his eyes flickered. In the tribal classics, there is a book that only the chief can read, which records in detail the skills of the Black Hoof tribe's strong men in history, including the skills of this Minotaur boxing master. The reason why this Tauren was able to become a boxing master was largely because of the innate skill he had comprehended, which was the boxing master. The detailed information of the innate skill boxing master was recorded in detail in the classics. So Kane knew that Sears had concealed the attributes of the boxing master. However, this is a very normal thing for a warrior, and no one will tell all their cards to others. It seems that our Black Hoof tribe is going to have another boxing master. I am really envious. Kane looked at Sears and said in his heart, you know, the boxing master is also a legendary profession, which is many times better than his warrior, with huge potential and a smoother development path in the future. Looking at Sears surrounded by the crowd, Kane nodded slightly, and the future tribal training resources can be tilted towards him. I wonder if Song Jian can stimulate a talent skill. Kane's eyes stayed on Sears for a moment, and then turned to Song Jian, who was sitting next to the stone sculpture of the Minotaur Sword Saint. It is extremely difficult for people of other races to comprehend talent skills. About 1 or 2 out of 10 people can comprehend. Compared with Minotaur, this probability is extremely low. At least 7 or 8 out of 10 Minotaur can stimulate talent skills, and sometimes this probability is even higher. The Black Hoof Minotaur who sat with Song Jian beside the Minotaur Sword Saint stone sculpture, one by one, glowed with light, roared continuously, and then stood up and left. The sacrificial ceremony continued until late at night. There were only a few Minotaurs sitting beside the stone pillars. The later the time went, the lower the chance of stimulating talent skills. Among dozens of tribesmen, only 5 or 6 did not stimulate their talents. This ratio was already very high. Chief, do you think we should announce the end of the sacrificial ceremony? An elder whispered beside Kane. Because of Song Jian. The sacrificial ceremony had actually been postponed for half an hour. But at this time, Song Jian still did not glow. Kane shook his head slightly. It seemed that Song Jian could not obtain a talent skill. Just when Kane stood up and was about to announce the end of the sacrificial hall, a bright light suddenly bloomed from Song Jian. Chapter 590 Holy Sword. From the beginning of the sacrificial ceremony, Song Jian tried to absorb the energy emitted from the stone sculpture. The energy emitted from the stone sculpture will slowly increase over time, and then after increasing to a maximum value, it will slowly fall back until there is no more energy to absorb. On the contrary, the people sitting around the stone sculpture will stimulate their own blood and gain innate skills when this energy reaches the maximum value. If the innate skills are still not stimulated at this time, then the probability of stimulation will become smaller and smaller in the future. Song Jian sat around the stone sculpture, feeling more and more energy flowing into his body, and the speed of the invisible sword energy upper limit began to increase faster. Almost every few minutes, it would jump. What was most surprising was that the force that entered Song Jian's body did not fall back after reaching a peak, but kept flowing into Song Jian's body at this frequency. The upper limit of the invisible sword energy began to grow wildly, and this speed made Song Jian feel a little scared. And Song Jian's body was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much the invisible sword energy increased, there was no feeling of overflow. A large amount of invisible sword energy condensed in Song Jian's dantian. As time passed, the invisible sword energy in Song Jian's dantian began to slowly swirl, and after a while, it formed a small silver vortex. Song Jian could feel that the number of minotaurs around him was slowly decreasing. At this time, the upper limit of his invisible sword energy had exceeded 800 points, and this value was still slowly increasing over time. The silver vortex in the dantian was spinning faster and faster, and Song Jian even heard the sound of the waves hitting the reefs. Kane's eyes were fixed on Song Jian until an elder reminded him, and then Kane slowly stepped forward and prepared to announce the end of the sacrificial ceremony. You know, once the sacrificial ceremony is over, these stone pillars and shrining stone sculptures will sink into the mountain, and all those who have not activated their talents will no longer have a chance. Just as Kane was about to announce the end of the sacrifice, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out from Song Jian's body. This light was like a substance, transforming into a dynamic shape like a stream of light. At the same time, the silver vortex that was spinning rapidly in Song Jian's dantian suddenly flashed a bright golden light in the center, and the light from this bright golden light almost covered the light of the entire silver vortex. In Song Jian's mind, an image of a minotaur suddenly appeared. This minotaur looked exactly like a stone sculpture. Sword Saint. Song Jian was surprised, but this image that appeared in his mind was just like a third-party perspective, and he could not communicate with the other party at all. Everything in the world can be cut with one sword. A proud voice echoed in Song Jian's mind. The minotaur in his mind took a step forward, raised his right hand, and the dazzling golden sword energy bloomed on his right arm. He saw his right arm swung forward, and the golden sword energy flew forward with an unstoppable attitude. Everything that the Minotaur Sword Saint encountered was cut off by his sword. Song Jian's mind was buzzing. 2 lines of nosebleeds slowly seeped out. His face was pale, but his face showed an extremely excited look. System, you observe the Minotaur Sword Saint stone sculpture, and the invisible sword energy is raised to the limit, and you are promoted. Song Jian's invisible sword energy was upgraded from silver to gold. At the same time, the invisible sword energy value became 100 points. Although the upper limit of invisible sword energy was reduced, substantial changes occurred. Invisible sword energy gold increased the sword energy slot. When using any melee weapon, you can attach invisible sword energy to the weapon to increase the power of the weapon. Damage increased by 30%. Armor penetration plus 3. Sharpness plus 3. The upgrade of invisible sword energy has greatly improved Song Jian's strength, and the damage has become higher. Even ordinary attacks can cause damage that other players cannot cause with their skills. In addition to the improvement of invisible sword energy, Song Jian also awakened another talent skill. Holy Sword Talent Skill. Level 1. Passive. Skill Effect. Strength Attribute Permanent plus 8. Agility Attribute Permanent plus 5. Constitution Attribute Permanent plus 5. Spirit Attribute Permanent plus 5. When using sword weapons, the damage gradually increases over time, up to 100%. The cooldown time of sword skills is shortened by 50%. And when causing damage to the target, there is a certain probability of triggering the indestructible effect, which is indestructible and has a destructive effect on any object. This effect has domain priority. Holy Sword. Is this the sword that the Minotaur Sword Saint swung with his arm that appeared in my mind? Song Jian was surprised. The golden sword energy swung by the Minotaur Sword Saint with his arm before gave him the feeling that a mountain could be split in two. The indestructible and unstoppable momentum deeply shocked Song Jian. Seeing the golden light on Song Jian's body, all the Minotaurs showed surprise on their faces. Seer stared at Song Jian with a cautious look on his face. You know, the achievements of the Minotaur swordsman are far higher than the original Fist Master. The two are not at the same level at all. Kane laughed loudly. looking very pleased. The stronger Song Jian is, the more help he will get. With Song Jian awakening the innate skill of Excalibur, the Black Hoof tribe's sacrificial ceremony also came to an end. This sacrificial ceremony can be called a huge improvement in Song Jian's strength. The damage has increased a lot. Even those with first-level combat power may not be as good as Song Jian in terms of damage. It can be said that Song Jian has already stepped into the threshold of the first-level combat power. Late at night, in Kane's room, Kane raised the oxhorn wine glass, signaled to Song Jian and Anna, and drank it all. Song Jian, congratulations. I can feel that your strength has improved a lot. Kane wiped the wine from the corner of his mouth and laughed. I am facing you now. And I already have some feelings when I face the Shadow Dragon. Song Jian smiled and shook his head. Even if his strength has improved a lot this time, he still can't compare with an adult Shadow Dragon. However, now he, with the blessing of the immortal sword body, will be easier to break the defense of the Shadow Dragon than before. If he can seize the opportunity, he may really be able to seriously injure the Shadow Dragon. Kane, actually, Anna and I came to Thunder Beast Mountain this time to enter the secret realm of the mysterious garden, Song Jian said to Kane. Song Jian's participation in this sacrificial ceremony was just a coincidence. But his and Anna's real purpose was to enter the mysterious garden and get the treasure that would allow Anna to advance. The flower of the blood vine. Mysterious garden? Kane frowned when he heard it. Chapter 591. Can you introduce me to it? The mysterious garden is a very dangerous place. Kane pondered. We used to use that place as a trial ground for the tribe. But soon we found that it was too dangerous. Any plant in it is extremely aggressive. And there is also a kind of plant that can sow its seeds into the body of a creature, thereby controlling the body of the creature. Like a puppet. Hundreds of warriors from the Black Hoof tribe are trapped in it. And now they don't know whether they are dead or alive. Every year, countless adventurers want to explore there. But most of them never come out again. The Black Hoof tribe was right next to the secret garden, and had collected a lot of information about it. Kane told Song Jian all of it. But after saying a lot, the most important thing was that the secret garden was very dangerous and terrifying. The horror of the Dark Castle is the Shadow Dragon. But the horror of the secret garden, no one can explain it clearly, Kane said at last. Song Jian nodded. The secret garden and the Dark Castle were both level 30 dungeons. But the difficulty of the secret garden was lower than that of the Dark Castle. The main reason was that the secret garden did not have a boss with first-level combat power. But after listening to Kane's introduction, Song Jian found that the horror of the mysterious garden was more hidden and weird. The next day, under Kane's leadership, Song Jian and Anna came to the valley where the mysterious garden was located. This is a barren land. There is no plant growing in the valley. Not even a weed. In the lush Thunder Beast Mountain, this valley is simply a foreign land. At the entrance of the valley, Song Jian felt several sharp eyes shooting towards him. Perhaps because of Kane's company. These eyes looked directly at Song Jian and circled around him twice before retracting. After entering the valley, Song Jian felt at least 5 or 6 waves of probing eyes. These people were very strong. Although they did not reach the first-level combat power, they were not far away. I didn't expect that the Black Hoof tribe is much stronger than what we saw. As he went deeper, Song Jian was more and more surprised. If we sneak in at night, we will definitely be exposed. Song Jian glanced at Anna and thought to himself. After entering the valley, Song Jian saw a translucent colorful light curtain, which stretched across the center of the valley, like a sharp blade, dividing the entire valley into two. Under this light curtain, there was a huge stone gate. The frame of the gate was wrapped by the light curtain, and the surface was carved with complex patterns, which looked like a vine with fangs and claws covering the entire gate. To enter the mysterious garden, you need the seed of opening. Kane seemed to suddenly remember and asked. Before he finished speaking, he saw Anna took out a fist-sized green seed. The surface of the seed was a layer of uneven hard shell, emitting green light. Anna walked forward and filled the green seed in her hand into the bottom groove of the stone gate. Soon, a green light followed the vine pattern carved on the surface of the gate and spread throughout the gate. Rumble. The stone gate trembled, and a burst of white light emerged from the gap of the stone gate, with a faint feeling of void fluctuations. Song Jian, who was familiar with the power of space, knew that behind this stone door, there should be a teleportation-like gate. Let's go in, Anna said to Song Jian. and took the lead to walk towards the open stone door. The stone door is open for only 1 minute each time, and only 5 people can enter at a time, Kane reminded on the side. In fact, it is very difficult for players to open up the mysterious garden dungeon. First of all, they must improve their intimacy with the Black Hoof tribe. It takes at least half a month to raise the reputation of the Black Hoof tribe to above respect before they are qualified to enter this valley. Another way is to force your way in, but this requires the ability to exterminate the Black Hoof tribe. If the player really has this ability, then the secret garden dungeon will not help him at all. After the Black Hoof tribe's reputation is raised to respect it, the player also needs the Seed of Opening. It is much easier to obtain the Seed of Opening. Monsters in Thunder Beast Mountain may explode. If you are lucky, you can get one by hunting 3 or 2. If you are unlucky, you may spend several days and still not get one. Only one team of 5 is allowed to enter in one opening. If you fail to pass the level, you must continue to hunt monsters in Thunder Beast Mountain to obtain the Seed of Opening. After Song Jian and Anna disappeared, Kane looked at the slowly closing stone door and did not leave. Instead, he stood there quietly, as if waiting for something. A bar in the city of Sin. Yitong pushed the door open with an ugly look on her face. With a bang, the door of the bar hit the wall and bounced back fiercely. A cup of hot red lips. No water. No ice. Yitong walked to the bar, slapped the hard bar, and shouted loudly, "Hey, isn't this the darling of the Dark Knight? Yitong? Why are you so angry today? Do you want me to accompany you to vent your anger?" Ha ha! A burst of unbridled laughter rang out in the bar. Yitong turned her head and saw a middle-aged man with a scar on his face and wearing leather armor, holding a large glass of beer and staring at Yitong. "Ghostface, you dare to laugh at me? Believe it or not, I will make you a poison that will make you impotent for life," Yitong said viciously. Ha ha ha. Yitong's words caused everyone in the bar to laugh. "Yitong, the mission failed. There is no need to be so angry." A burly bartender handed Yitong a large glass of blood-red cocktail. "Damn it. I had already got it. If that kid hadn't interfered, how could I have failed?" Yitong drank all the liquor in the glass in one breath, opened his mouth and exhaled, and an abnormal red appeared on his cheeks. Was he intercepted by someone? To be able to intercept from you. It seems that the guy you are talking about is quite capable. The bartender had an admiring expression on his face. His strength attribute is extremely high. Completely crushing me, Yitong said unhappily. What's so great about this? There are at least 24 people in the bar who can crush you in strength attribute. The bartender bent his arms, and the muscles on his arms bulged, looking as hard as iron. His perception attribute is not low either. There is no possibility of a sneak attack. Yitong's face was terribly gloomy, and the glass in her hand squeaked when she squeezed it. What's so great about this? Many professions have perception bonuses. As far as I know, some people specialize in hunting monsters in the city's sewers to level up. The bartender also looked indifferent. Yitong. He also recruited a young and beautiful female follower, Yitong suddenly said. The bartender's eyes lit up, and a look of amazement appeared on his face. This brother is really amazing. Can you introduce him to us if you have a chance? Chapter 592 Breaking in by Force. Just when Yitong was speechless, the door of the bar was suddenly knocked open, and 3 burly players walked in. After looking around, the leading player said in a deep voice, "The mysterious garden dungeon is short of 2 players. Does anyone want to go together? These guys actually want to open up the mysterious garden?" Yitong's hand holding the wine glass trembled slightly, but there was no expression on his face. Ha ha ha. There are 3 rookies here who want to open up the mysterious garden. A drunken middle-aged man lay on the wine table, hammering the table hard, pointing at the 3 people and laughing. The drunk's words caused laughter in the whole bar, and everyone looked at the 3 men as if they were watching a joke. The 3 men faced the ridicule of the whole bar, and their faces did not change at all. The leading man continued, "I'll say it again. The mysterious garden dungeon is short of 2. Does anyone want to go together?" His words caused even more laughter. The 3 men showed a hint of disappointment in their eyes, and turned around and prepared to leave the bar. At this moment, Yitong suddenly stood up, raised his right hand and shouted loudly, "I'll go. Count me in for the mysterious garden dungeon." The 3 strong men were a little surprised, turned around and looked Yitong up and down, and the leading man trembled his mouth, nodded at Yitong and said, "Follow." The three of them left the bar. Yi Tong quickly finished the last bit of the remaining wine and rushed out of the bar. Keep the money for the wine in the account. I'll give you double it when I come back. Is this little girl crazy today? The mysterious garden. Can anyone enter it? Ghostface with a scar on his face came to the bar and looked at the bartender in surprise. Those three people are not simple, the bartender said while wiping the glass that Yi Tong had just drunk. Humph. Not simple. What's not simple? Ghostface said disdainfully, and ordered another glass of beer. The bartender glanced at Ghostface, lowered his eyebrows and eyes, and said softly, the three of them are very strong, and any one of them can easily kill everyone in the bar. Ghostface trembled with fear. The bartender was very good at judging people. He knew who to offend and who not to offend. He had never made any mistakes since he opened a bar in the city of Sin. After hearing what the bartender said, Ghostface couldn't help but turn his head to look at the drunkard, who was sleeping soundly on the table, shook his head and said, that guy is so lucky. Yi Tong followed the three people out of the bar, and saw them walking towards the outside of the city of Sin. Hey, you three. Wait for me, Yi Tong said anxiously. You are qualified to be our teammate only if you can keep up with us, a man said coldly. None of the three looked back, and their speed did not slow down at all. Yi Tong was stunned. A playful look appeared on her face, and she said to herself, hey, you are competing with me, an agility professional. A white light flashed under her feet, and Yi Tong's speed suddenly increased a lot. The three of them came to the foot of Thunder Beast Mountain, then stopped and looked at the mountain with their heads raised. After a while, Yi Tong rushed over panting, looking at the three people with horror. You, what are your professions? The three of them were burly, and it was obvious that they were non-agility professionals. But they ran all the way from the city of Sin to Thunder Beast Mountain, and their speed was faster than her. A thief. Not bad. Not too bad. The leading sturdy man glanced at Yi Tong, nodded slightly, and said to Yi Tong, are you familiar with the terrain of Thunder Beast Mountain? Do you know how to get to the mysterious garden? Yi Tong leaned against a big tree, took 2 deep breaths, looked at the three people with a strange face, nodded and said yes. It's in a small valley in Thunder Beast Mountain, less than 3 miles away from here. The three sturdy men looked at each other and nodded. The leading sturdy man said to Yi Tong, since we are teammates, let me introduce myself first. My name is Ing Fei, and these are my 2 brothers, Ing Yang and Ing Ji. We only need one person to lead the way. When you get to the dungeon, you just need to follow behind us. Don't fall behind, and take care of yourself. At that time, if the equipment you need is dropped, it can be given to you. My name is Yi Tong, and I'm a thief. Yi Tong said honestly, can you tell me what you are doing in the mysterious garden? There is one more thing you need to remember, Ing Fei said in a deep voice. Don't ask too much if you shouldn't ask. Yi Tong. After entering the Thunder Beast Mountain, Yi Tong led the way in front, and the three followed behind Yi Tong. By the way, if you want to enter the mysterious garden, you must improve the reputation of the Black Hoof Tribe Tauren, at least to respect. Otherwise, you can only force your way in. Yi Tong suddenly remembered something and said quickly, moreover, you need the seed to open the dungeon. There is a chance of dropping it when hunting monsters in the Thunder Beast Mountain. If you don't have this thing, don't even think about entering the mysterious garden dungeon. Don't worry about these. We will find a way to get in. Ing Yang, who was next to Ing Fei, said in a muffled voice. The 4 of them soon arrived near the Black Hoof Tribe. See, that small valley with no grass growing on it. The entrance to the mysterious garden is inside, but there are at least a dozen elite Tauren of level 30 guarding it, and it is very close to the Black Hoof Tribe. Once they sound the alarm, the Black Hoof Tribe will come out in full force. Yi Tong pointed to a small valley in front and whispered, it doesn't matter. Just follow us in, Ing Fei said in a deep voice, and walked towards the small valley. As soon as they entered the valley, the 4 were stopped by several minotaurs. This is the restricted area of the Black Hoof Tribe. No outsiders are allowed to enter. A minotaur with a nose ring stretched out his hand to stop the few people. At this moment, Ingji, who had been silent all the time, suddenly stepped forward, and his eyes turned a strange red. Look into my eyes. Ingji's voice was hoarse and low, and it sounded like sand rubbing on glass. Several minotaurs subconsciously looked at Ingji's eyes. And suddenly, Ingji's eyes bloomed with a red light, and the expressions of several minotaurs suddenly became dull. Take us to the entrance of the mysterious garden, Ingji whispered. Several minotaurs turned around like puppets and walked stiffly into the valley. Let's go. Just follow them. Ingji glanced at Yitong and took the lead to follow the minotaurs in front. Yitong was shocked by Ingji's glance. Several level 30 elite minotaurs were controlled by Ingji at just one encounter. This method was really scary. I really don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse for me to follow them this time, Yitong whispered, and saw the three people walking away, and hurriedly followed them. Chapter 593 Guardian Demon Vine. Song Jian felt dizzy for a while, and when he recovered, he found himself standing on a stone platform. Song Jian took a long breath and rubbed his eyebrows. This feeling. No matter how many times I experience it, I can't get used to it. It's too uncomfortable. Song Jian. It's so beautiful here. Anna opened her eyes and looked around with surprise. They stood on the stone platform, looking around. All lush plants, flowers of various colors competing for beauty, and the air was filled with a sweet smell. Song Jian looked up. The sky above his head seemed to have been washed, like a huge sapphire. The bright sunshine shone down, giving people a warm feeling. Isn't it said that this place is very dangerous? But why do I feel that this place is like a tourist attraction? Song Jian said to himself. Not to mention the end of the world. Even in the real world, there is no place that can compare to the beautiful scenery in front of him. Anna, can you sense where the items you need are? Song Jian asked. No. Anna shook her head and said, I only know that it is in the mysterious garden. But I don't know where it is exactly. Then let's search while walking. Song Jian shrugged and said, since this was a laboratory before, let's find the laboratory first and see if there are any clues there. Anna nodded, and the two of them walked down the stone platform along the stairs. Just as they walked down the stone platform, Song Jian suddenly felt a strong threat rushing towards him. Subconsciously, Song Jian summoned the red fire heart monkey sword, swung the sword to block his chest, and used the holy parry skill. The next second after he used the skill, a purple-black vine as thick as an arm suddenly bounced up from the soil, like a spear, and shot towards his chest. Dang! Song Jian felt a strong force coming from the long sword, and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. A golden light flashed, and the purple-black vine that was ejected suddenly cracked a wound on the surface, and the fishy juice splashed out from the wound, and a pungent smell suddenly filled the air. Song Jian's face darkened. The attack just now was no weaker than the full-force attack of a level 30 elite boss. If he had not learned the holy sword skill in the Black Hoof tribe and gained a lot of attribute points, he would have been in a mess even if he used the holy parry. He would not be as relaxed as he is now. Anna, stand on the stone platform first, Song Jian whispered. They were attacked only after they stepped off the stone platform. Song Jian suspected that this stone platform might be the only safe area in this area. Just as Song Jian was ready, the soil on the ground suddenly rolled up, with a clattering sound. Dozens of purple-black vines rose from the ground, condensed and entangled in the air, and turned into a monster similar to a long python. Guardian Demon Vine. Level 30. HP 3500/3500. Level 30 Ordinary Monster. Song Jian was ready. The Guardian Demon Vine paused in the air, and then rushed towards Song Jian. In the air, 7 or 8 purple-black vines suddenly shot out from the surface of the Guardian Demon Vine, like a long whip, whipping towards Song Jian. Song Jian's figure flashed, and he swung his sword to chop at the approaching vines. Ding ding ding. The red fire heart ape sword chopped at these vines, and it actually made a sound of metal clashing. These vines were as hard as metal. Sword threads. In an instant, 3 sword energies, as thin as hair, appeared around Song Jian's body. The 3 sword energies drew an arc in the air, each wrapped around a vine, and then twisted fiercely, making a burst of cracking sounds. 3 purple-black vines as thick as arms fell to the ground, bounced twice like snakes, and then became soft and motionless. Snap! A vine passed in front of Song Jian and hit him hard on the back, causing him to stagger. A damage of more than 100 points floated up from above Song Jian's head. Song Jian swung his hand back, and the golden invisible sword energy surged out. The surface of the red fire hard monkey sword seemed to be coated with a layer of gold, shining brightly. Shwa! This time, the red fire hard monkey sword was like a hot knife cutting into butter. Song Jian felt no resistance at all, and the long sword cut the vine in two. Song Jian was stunned. Is the invisible sword energy so powerful after the upgrade? After opening the battle information, Song Jian suddenly realized that the previous attack directly triggered the invincible special effect. It seems that after adding the invisible sword energy, it is easier to trigger this special effect? Song Jian guessed in his heart. However, the upper limit of the invisible sword energy is only 100 points now. Most sword skills need to consume it to perform. It is obviously impossible to keep it attached to the sword. Song Jian resisted the attack of the vines while approaching the main body of the Guardian Magic Vine. Even if he was hit twice, he had to rush forward, because he found that even if he cut off these tentacle-like vines, the damage to the Guardian Magic Vine was minimal. Only by causing damage to its main body could it be completely destroyed. Swish! A white light fell from Song Jian's head, and the blood value that had dropped by 1/3 was directly restored to full value. With Anna's support from behind, Song Jian had no scruples and quickly rushed to the front of the magic vine. The body of this magic vine is composed of dozens of vines as thick as arms, which are condensed together. It is waving its claws in the air like a real giant python. The dance of broken wings. The long sword flew up and down, leaving scars on the body of the Guardian Magic Vine. One by one, the vines were ejected and kept whipping Song Jian. Song Jian was not afraid at all, and he was ready to fight for his life with his injury. During the battle, Song Jian could trigger the indestructible special effect from time to time. After a while, the vines were scattered all over the ground under his feet. Although cutting off the vines caused little damage to the main body of the Guardian Magic Vine, the vine attack was the only means of attack for the Guardian Magic Vine. After losing a large number of vines, the damage to Song Jian by the Guardian Magic Vine was getting lower and lower. Finally, after triggering the indestructible special effect, Song Jian cut off the Guardian Magic Vine with a sword. Looking at the chopped vines on the ground, Song Jian showed a look of surprise. Putting aside the invisible sword energy after the promotion, the indestructible special effect triggered by the Holy Sword surprised Song Jian unexpectedly. It doesn't take many times in a battle. As long as this special effect can be triggered once, it can play a decisive role. Song Jian, are you okay? Anna asked after she came down from the stone platform after seeing the battle. It's okay. How can I be in trouble with you here? Song Jian smiled and picked up a piece of blue equipment dropped by the Guardian Magic Vine. Guardian Magic Vine Robe. Cloth Armor Top. Quality, Blue. Equipment Effects, Physical Defense +7. Spell Resistance +5. Intelligence +3. Spirit +2. Special 1. Increase the damage and treatment effect of all spells. Up to 10%. Special Effect 2. Restore 600 to 800 mana points immediately after use. Cooling time 5 minutes. Item level, level 32. Equipment requirements, level 28. Anna, this is your equipment. Give it to you. Song Jian handed this blue quality equipment to Anna. Chapter 594 Road Blockage. Although the Guardian Magic Vine Robe is only a blue quality equipment, its properties are excellent. Almost comparable to the silver quality cloth armor top. The two special effects are also very practical. The first special effect can improve Anna's healing effect, and the second is equivalent to a bottle of free mana potion that restores 500 to 800 points every 5 minutes. This is equivalent to Anna having 500 to 800 more mana than ordinary players, which is a huge advantage. The base color of the robe is green, mixed with purple magic patterns, and it is obvious that it is not an ordinary item. Anna puts this robe on her body, and her temperament changes immediately, giving people a mysterious and noble feeling. Song Jian, does it look good? Anna asked expectantly after turning around in the Guardian Magic Vine robe. Yes, you look good in anything you wear. Song Jian looked carefully and teased with a smile. Anna's cheeks flushed slightly, and she seemed a little embarrassed. Anna, it's very dangerous here. You must be careful. Song Jian reminded. Well, I did my homework before I came here. Anna nodded and said, over the years, there have been hundreds of adventurers who died here. Before, this place was open to everyone for free. It was because too many people died that my uncle ordered the Black Hoof tribe to set this place as a forbidden area and not allow ordinary people to enter. Song Jian nodded. What Anna said was similar to what Kane said, both talking about the danger of the mysterious garden dungeon. The two continued to move forward. There were always terrible monsters in the dense plants. Fortunately, there was a man-made path from the stone platform. The two walked forward along the path. Not long after, Song Jian felt a gust of cold wind blowing. And suddenly a feeling of being stared at came to Song Jian's heart. There are enemies nearby. Song Jian narrowed his eyes and looked around. He immediately saw several black shadows in front of him, flashing between several big trees. Be careful. There are monsters ahead, Song Jian reminded in a low voice. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly felt as if he had stepped on a rope. Just as he was alert, the rope under his feet suddenly twisted like a spirit snake, wrapped around Song Jian's feet, and was about to hang him up. This was a withered vine that was bent like a snake. It looked completely dehydrated, just like a withered vine. But in fact, its appearance was just a deceptive trap. Once someone touched it, they would be immediately entangled by it and then hung up high. Just when Song Jian was about to be hung up, a faint golden sword energy bloomed from his left index finger and cut off the withered vine that was wrapped around him. These dead vines are extremely tough. Once ordinary people are entangled by them, it is difficult to break free. However, Song Jian's damage is the nemesis of these monsters. The sharp sword energy can easily split them in two. Just when Song Jian thought he was out of danger, the big tree standing next to him suddenly moved. The dead vines wrapped around the big tree seemed to be activated in an instant, swimming towards Song Jian like a snake. Even the big tree grew eyes, nose and mouth, turning into a tree man, roaring at Song Jian. Dead vine tree monster? Song Jian was startled. After taking a look at the attributes of this monster, he quickly asked Anna to retreat. Song Jian did not retreat but advanced, holding a long sword, and rushed towards the tree monster. With a bang, the long sword chopped the tree monster fiercely, easily tearing the tree monster's defense. The characteristics of the withered vine tree monster are strong defense, and it can also control the withered vines on its body to bind the enemy, even if it encounters a 5-man team. This monster is a very troublesome existence. Fortunately, the attack of the withered vine tree monster is not strong. As long as the 5-man team calms down and spends some time, they can still kill it. However, the defense of the withered vine tree monster is a joke in front of Song Jian. In front of Song Jian's powerful damage, the defense of the withered vine tree monster is not worth mentioning at all. The only thing that made Song Jian feel a little tricky was the dry vines on the tree demon, which would occasionally try to entangle Song Jian like a snake and distract him. Song Jian waved his sword, and a series of sword moves continuously chopped at the tree demon's body, with chips kept flying from the tree demon. Anna occasionally gave Song Jian a treatment, which was very relaxing and comfortable. Song Jian's blood value never dropped below 80%. Not long after, the dry vine tree demon let out a shrill scream and turned into a pile of broken wood. The dry vines on it also lost their vitality and scattered on the ground motionless. What good stuff dropped? Anna asked excitedly. Song Jian bent down and picked up all the items dropped by the tree monster, handed Anna a green quality belt, and said, "It dropped a green quality belt. The attributes are average, but it should be better than your current equipment. This belt only adds 2 points of spirit, but it has a special effect of having 4 storage compartments. And some potions can be stored in these storage compartments, which is more convenient to use." Anna happily put on the belt. She now seems to have discovered the fun of equipment dropped by monsters. When encountering monsters, she also changed from worry to excitement. In addition to the belt, the withered tree demon also dropped some materials, all of which were needed for medicine or forging. If thrown into the auction house, they could be sold for at least a few thousand Doomsday coins. It really is the mysterious garden. Just killing monsters here can make a small fortune. Song Jian laughed, and his mood suddenly became happy. The two continued to move forward. There were too many troublesome plants along the way. Any weed could attack Song Jian like a snake, which made Song Jian feel very annoyed. With a thought, 30 blood crows and 30 blood wolves appeared beside Song Jian. "Go ahead and explore the way," Song Jian commanded. The blood crows flew into the air, while the blood wolves went into the jungle. With their help, Song Jian felt much more relaxed. Several blood wolves ran in front of Song Jian like they were clearing mines. They touched many dead vines along the way. Some of them were motionless, while others would roll towards the blood wolves, but they were flexibly avoided by the blood wolves. The blood crows also dispersed and rushed towards the suspicious trees. Before the tree demon could react, these blood crows cleverly drew arcs in the air and rushed into the sky. With blood crows and blood wolves, Song Jian could distinguish between ordinary plants and those monsters disguised as ordinary plants. For these monsters that have been discovered, Song Jian and his companions tried to avoid them as much as possible. If they really couldn't avoid them, they would take the initiative to attack and destroy the monsters. Along the way, the two made very smooth progress. But soon, Song Jian found that there was a group of monsters moving in front of him, completely blocking their way. Chapter 595 Golden Backpack. In the dense jungle in the distance, a group of strange-looking monsters were moving in front, completely blocking the way. These monsters have different shapes, including minotaurs, fishmen, werewolves, and even a few humans who look like adventurers. The bodies of these creatures are covered with green plants, and there is a bright red flower on the top of their heads. If you look closely, the flower is rooted in the skull of each creature. Song Jian controlled a blood crow to slowly approach them. When they were still 7 or 8 meters away, they seemed to be sensed by these monsters, and their eyes looked in the direction of the blood crow. Song Jian was startled and quickly controlled the blood crow to land on a tree. Seeing that the blood crow did not move closer, these monsters returned to normal and walked back and forth aimlessly. Are these puppet beasts? Song Jian observed carefully through the blood crow's eyes. It turned out that these creatures had been parasitized by plant seeds, and their actions were not under their control, just like a puppet. Moreover, the puppet beasts that were completely controlled by the plants had fully stimulated their body's potential, and their strength increased greatly. However, they could not last long in this state. At most, they could last for a month, and their body's potential would be exhausted, and their bodies would wither. The plants parasitizing their bodies would break out of their bodies, take root in the soil and continue to grow. Song Jian counted carefully. There were 14 puppet beasts in total, blocking the path tightly. Their health value was about 40% thicker than that of the withered tree monster, and they still retained some of their skills when they were alive. Even if a 5-man team encountered this group of monsters, it would be a headache. It was said that Song Jian only had 2 people now. Even if Song Jian's attack damage was strong, he would be beaten to death by this group of puppet beasts comparable to the level 30 elite boss. There are too many monsters ahead. Let's stop for a while, Song Jian said to Anna. Although Anna has an epic profession, she still lacks effective means of attack and cannot protect herself well. She can revive others, but if she dies, she can't be resurrected again. Anna has been living a life of luxury since she was a child, although her family has fallen into poverty. The Lord of the City of Sin is her uncle. She rarely experiences battles and adventures. The most dangerous time was when she was tricked out to the Dark Castle and met Shadow Fong. Is the monster in front very strong? Anna asked in a low voice. Is it stronger than Shadow Fong? The most powerful monster Anna has ever seen in her life is probably Shadow Fong. The black leopard is still a nightmare in her dreams. Not as strong as Shadow Fong. Song Jian shook his head and said, but there are too many of them. If they rush forward, I'm afraid Shadow Fong will have to retreat. What should we do? Go around? Anna asked with a frown. If there is really no other way, we can only go around. Song Jian shook his head and said, the monsters in the mysterious garden almost always appear alone. Whether it is the guardian magic vine or the withered vine tree demon, there will hardly be another monster within the warning range of a monster. Now so many puppet beasts gather here. Is there anything special here? Song Jian used the eyes of the blood crow to observe carefully, and soon he found something unusual. It turned out that among this group of puppet beasts, there was a corpse lying. The corpse had completely rotted, leaving only a skeleton. Its body was covered with a thick layer of broadleaf plants. In the middle of this pile of plants, a backpack was emitting a dark golden light. It was because of the thick plants that covered the backpack that Song Jian didn't notice it the first time. This time, a ray of golden light came through the gap between the branches and leaves of the plants, which attracted Song Jian's attention. This backpack was slung over the skeleton, covered by the broadleaf plants. If it didn't emit golden light, it would be difficult to find it even if you approached it. Dark gold backpack? Could it be that these puppet beasts are here to protect it? Song Jian's eyes lit up, staring at the covered backpack. What's wrong? Song Jian, did you find anything? Anna looked at Song Jian standing there motionless, a little surprised, and gently pushed him and asked, there is a piece of gold-quality equipment there, which seems to be left by a dead adventurer. Song Jian said excitedly, pointing to the front. After the adventurer dies, the equipment on his body will generally be preserved for a period of time. The higher the quality of the equipment, the longer it will be preserved. White and gray equipment will exist for a maximum of 3 days, while green and blue equipment will exist for a longer period of time. Silver equipment will exist for a longer time, and equipment above gold will hardly be weathered and corroded unless it encounters a special geographical environment. Gold quality equipment? Anna also became excited. Let me see if I can lure these monsters over here one by one. Song Jian turned over and jumped onto a big tree, controlling 5 or 6 blood crows, flying towards the monsters from all directions. Usually, when controlling the blood crows, Song Jian only needs to give them a simple command. With this operation, Song Jian can control them no matter how many blood crows there are. But now, Song Jian needs to use the vision of the blood crows, which is more than 10 times or 100 times more difficult than before. 6 pictures appear in his mind at the same time, and his mind is divided into 6 parts. After a long time, Song Jian feels dizzy and powerless. When encountering such a large group of monsters, the general practice is to use long-range attacks to lure out a few of them. The fewer the better. Lure monsters is the most challenging for players' eyesight and agility. A slight deviation will trigger all monsters and lead to the destruction of the whole team. Even some teams with tacit cooperation cannot guarantee success every time. Song Jian observed for a long time, but did not find any chance. So he became ruthless. He controlled all the blood wolves and blood crows and surrounded the monsters from all directions. When the blood wolves and blood crows touched the warning range of the puppet beasts, these puppet beasts suddenly became violent. Their bodies grew a lot bigger. A touch of red color appeared on their surface, and they roared and pounced on the blood wolves and blood crows. The puppet beasts were extremely powerful, although the number of blood wolves and blood crows was several times theirs. The puppet beasts had the upper hand in the fight. As soon as they came into contact, 7 or 8 blood wolves were torn into pieces by the puppet beasts. Disperse. Song Jianqiang gave the order while holding back his headache. All of a sudden, the remaining blood wolves and blood crows fled in all directions. The puppet beasts had no reason at all. The smell of blood was the biggest stimulation for them. They roared and chased after the blood crows and blood wolves. Song Jian's figure immediately turned into a black shadow. A cold ice path appeared under his feet. He rushed towards the corpse guarded by the puppet beasts at lightning speed. Chapter 596 Magic Wand. Coming to the corpse, Song Jian did not hesitate. He grabbed the backpack emitting dark gold light with one hand and was about to pull it off, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his wrist. Looking down, he saw several green vines wrapped around his wrist. Song Jian's heart sank. He did not expect that the plants covering the corpse would attack strangers. He pulled hard a few times, but with Song Jian's current strength attribute of more than 60 points, he was unable to break free from the vines for a while, which made Song Jian very surprised. You know, with a strength attribute of 60 points, Song Jian could break even a steel bar, but these vines were tougher than steel bars. Song Jian extended his left index finger and pointed at several vines. Shua! A golden sword energy emerged from his fingertips, easily cutting off all the green vines wrapped around Song Jian's wrists. The cut vines seemed to be frightened, twisting randomly, and a sharp hissing came from under the corpse. Song Jian took the opportunity to escape and fled behind him. As soon as he left, Song Jian heard a series of roars from puppet beasts behind him. The puppet beasts that were originally chasing the blood wolf and blood crow actually gave up the chase and all returned. The scream just now was to summon these puppet beasts. Song Jian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and thought to himself, with the advancement of invisible sword energy, the power of almost all sword skills has been improved, because the release of sword skills consumes invisible sword energy. But the skill with the greatest improvement is sword finger. The sword finger of silver sword energy and the sword finger of golden sword energy are almost two completely different skills. The vines that are tougher than steel bars can be chopped into two with a light wave of the sword finger. Hearing that all the puppet beasts have been summoned back, Song Jian grabbed Anna with one hand and the backpack with dark gold light with the other hand, running towards the distance. After Song Jian pulled the backpack, he wanted to put it in the parcel column, but the system prompted that the backpack could not be put into the parcel column, so he could only hold the backpack in his hand. After running a few hundred meters, the roar of the puppet beasts behind him gradually disappeared. Song Jian wiped his sweat. Fortunately, the invisible sword energy was upgraded. If he could not break free from the vines at that time, It would only take a few seconds for Song Jian to be besieged by the puppet beasts. There were more than a dozen puppet beasts comparable to the level 30 elite boss. Even if Song Jian faced them, he would only die on the spot. And he might even have to consume the effect of Enemy of Death once. That was a close call. Anna also had an expression of surviving a disaster. She patted her chest and looked at Song Jian's other hand. Hey, a gold-quality backpack, Song Jian said excitedly while holding the backpack. Hey, there seems to be something in here. Song Jian was stunned, opened his backpack, and began to dig around. Soon, Song Jian took out a dark golden staff from his backpack. The staff was only a foot long, small and exquisite, and looked like a work of art. At the top of the staff, there were 8 finger-thick gems inlaid. These 8 gems guarded a fist-sized golden crystal. Even if the equipment light of this staff was turned off, there was still a faint rainbow dancing when it was waved. As soon as the staff was taken out, Anna's eyes lit up, and she looked at Song Jian with a pleading look. Yours. Song Jian smiled and handed the staff to Anna. The staff had excellent properties, and was just right for Anna. With this staff, Anna had basic self-protection capabilities. Alun's prayer staff. One-handed staff. Dark gold level. Equipment level 35. Range damage 268 to 321. Speed 1.8. Plus 5 versatility. Plus 8 attack speed. Plus 10 crit. All attributes increased by 10 points. Special effect 1. Cruel damage passive. When locking the target to attack, automatically switch to restrain the enemy's attribute attack. If all the enemy's resistances are positive, it will automatically switch to true damage. Special effect 2. Life-sucking passive. While causing damage to the target, 45% of the damage value is converted into self-blood recovery. Special effect 3. Alun's condensation. Hope active. Casts a mark on the target. After the mark is cast, the damage taken by the target is increased by 50%. The treatment effect received by the target is increased by 100%. And the critical hit rate is +1. The skill lasts for 10 seconds, and can only be used once within 1 hour. Special effect 4. Blessing of Alun active. After release, the user will receive the protection of Alun. All damage taken by the user will be reduced by 98%. The user's own antibodies will be increased by 100 points. Immunity to all adverse conditions. And movement speed will be increased by 150%. The effect lasts for 10 seconds. It can only be used once within 3 hours. This staff is simply the best of the best. And its attributes can be compared with epic staffs. With this staff, Anna even has the capital to stand against melee professions. As long as she is not targeted by a group of people, almost no one can compete with her head on. Holding this staff, Anna couldn't let it go. With a bright smile on her face, and her eyes looking at Song Jian, became more gentle. Song Jian did not notice Anna's gentle gaze, and all his attention was on the backpack in his hand. After taking out the staff, the dark golden light on the surface of the backpack began to slowly disappear. Obviously, this light was not emitted by the backpack, but by the staff that had just been taken out. After taking out the staff, Song Jian took out a scroll made of fine sheepskin from his backpack. When he opened it, it turned out to be a letter. The research in the laboratory has been forced to stop. They are too arrogant and want to touch the realm of God. So they are. All the experimental subjects have lost control. We have no way to. Energy leaked. Everyone began to mutate. And I also felt my body. Oh, my God. There are creatures that can devour this energy. And it is becoming more powerful. The laboratory base is too dangerous. I must escape immediately. My body has begun to mutate. I can feel that the mutation speed is accelerating. I escaped. But my body is too weak. I may die soon. If anyone can see this letter, I hope you can go to the laboratory and kill the monster. Otherwise, it will destroy everything and devour everything. No one can escape. There are many smudges in the content of this letter. But Song Jian can still guess the general content. After he finished reading the letter, a task dialog box suddenly opened in front of him. System, you have obtained a strange letter. This item will trigger a task. Do you accept it? Chapter 597 Pyramid in the Sky. Song Jian carefully studied the letter again. Although the mission was not clearly stated, he found from the words that the mission was likely to enter the laboratory base and kill the suddenly powerful experimental subject. Anna's target is the flower of the blood vine. and its information should also be obtained from this laboratory base. It's just right to do this mission at the same time. Song Jian thought to himself and chose to accept it directly. Sure enough, this mission is a level 30 mission. And the mission goal is to kill the most powerful boss in the laboratory base. The fallen puppet beast. Hissed Manti. Song Jian continued to grope, but soon withdrew his hand in disappointment. In this backpack, there was nothing else except the staff in Anna's hand and the letter. Song Jian took another look at the backpack in his hand, which turned out to be a special item. A 14-slot package that could be used to expand the package column. Song Jian's equipment is gradually becoming richer. The previous postal backpack and storage ring have been replaced by other equipment, and the package column has become crowded. With this newly added 14-slot backpack, Song Jian no longer needs to pick and choose and throw away some garbage when he encounters good equipment in the future. I'll take the backpack, Song Jian said to Anna happily. Yes. Anna nodded obediently. If it weren't for the career advancement, Anna would never come to such a dangerous secret place. And she probably wouldn't have many opportunities to take risks in the future. This backpack is more useful in Song Jian's hands. The two continued to move forward, without the exploration of the Blood Crow and the Blood Wolf. The journey of the two became difficult again. The monsters in the mysterious garden usually disguise themselves like ordinary plants. As long as you don't enter their alert range, you can't find them even with the keenest perception. Song Jian and his companions stumbled along the way. But after becoming familiar with the attack methods of these monsters in the secret realm, Song Jian became more and more relaxed. Whenever he found a monster, Song Jian would rush up directly, firing at full power, with the red fire-hard monkey sword flying up and down. And the golden sword energy was wanton. Before the monster could make an effective response, it was chopped into a pile of wood chips by Song Jian. A shrill roar sounded, and a puppet beast with a piece of dead wood on its back fell to the ground. At the moment it fell to the ground, its body was like a rotten wood, and it was directly broken into pieces. Song Jian searched around the corpse, and found 2 silver coins and a skill book. These 2 silver coins are not currency, and cannot be traded, but they are valuable items. 1 silver coin can be sold to the system store, and exchanged for 500 Doomsday coins. The skill book is a general skill book that can be used by players of all professions. Skill book, Sharp Dodge. Skill description, passive skill. Dodge attacks by enhancing the player's sharp perception. Skill attributes, additional intuitive dodge check +3 bonus. Perception check +1. Passive parry chance increased by 10%. Usage limit, all professions. Although the skill book can be used by all professions, it is obviously more suitable for melee professions. Anna just took a look and gave up on this skill book. Song Jian's attack is strong, even not inferior to some people with first-level combat power. But his defense attribute is average. Usually, when fighting monsters, he relies on positioning and fast attacks to hunt opponents to cover up this weakness. With this skill, Song Jian's defense will be greatly improved. After learning this skill, Song Jian's intuitive dodge and perception have been improved a lot. A passive skill increases permanent attributes, which is much more valuable than an equipment. The two continued to walk forward along the path, fighting and stopping all the way, and spent most of the day, and came to a small hill. After crossing the hill, Anna suddenly pointed forward in surprise and shouted, "Song Jian, look over there." "What is that?" Song Jian looked up and saw a black pyramid floating in the air, which was as big as a hill. The pyramid was more than 100 meters above the ground. For some unknown reason, it seemed to have no gravity and floated motionlessly. Song Jian had always thought that in the game world, even before the end of the world, the level of human development should be similar to that in the real world. But now he found that he was wrong. The technology that could suspend such a huge pyramid, which looked like a hill, was not something that humans could master in the real world. That should be the laboratory base. "Right," Song Jian exclaimed. "This huge pyramid has obvious traces of man-made things. Apart from those crazy humans who created so many monsters, Song Jian couldn't think of anyone else who could build such a magnificent building in this secret place." The two began to walk towards the huge pyramid in the air. Along the way, Anna kept staring at it. "Song Jian, this building is probably not just a laboratory base," Anna suddenly said. "It has obvious magic gun muzzles and launchers. It should be an armed military base, or even a large aircraft carrier in the air." "How do you know so much?" Song Jian asked in surprise. Similar weapons also exist in the City of Sin. As for the others, I saw them in some books in the family. Anna glanced at Song Jian and said, if this is really an aerial aircraft carrier, such a carrier is enough to form a large aircraft carrier fleet. This is enough to deter a country before the end of the world. It is a strategic level weapon. A large aerial aircraft carrier naturally cannot form an aircraft carrier fleet. The number of other supporting spacecraft and airships is also extremely large. At least hundreds of escort boats are needed alone. This might really be an aerial carrier left by a country before the end of the world. Song Jian's eyes were full of envy. If he could take this black pyramid in the sky, then Song Jian would be able to dominate the game world. This is a strategic weapon that can compete with a superpower. Now the cities in the game, whether it is the City of Anthem or the City of Sin, can't compete with such an aerial carrier. However, Song Jian could only think about this idea in his mind. Not to mention that he could control the base in his hands. Even if Song Jian really controlled it, it would not be possible for 1 or 2 people to make it move. It would take at least thousands of professionals to start it. Let's go. Let's go there and see. The clues to the blood vines should be in that base, Song Jian said expectantly. Chapter 598 Man-Eating Plant. Are we finally there? Song Jian stood under the Black Pyramid and looked up. As he got closer, he felt the greatness of the Black Pyramid even more. It was like a small mountain, quietly suspended in the air. This strong sense of oppression made people feel palpitations. Song Jian, how do we get up here? Anna frowned, staring at the large shadow above her head, and said worriedly, there should be a passage to get up there. Let's look for it carefully, Song Jian said. Soon, the two found the wreckage of a crashed transport plane in a valley. The left-wing engine of the plane was damaged by something, and there was a big hole. There were also many broken places on the fuselage. The nose of the plane crashed into the valley. After the spacecraft crashed, it seemed that a fire had started, and the surface was covered with charred marks. Fortunately, after the fire started, perhaps because of the sudden rain or other reasons, it did not continue to burn, and most of the aircraft was still intact. This should be the plane that transports personnel and supplies to the base. Song Jian pointed to the words carrier number 152 sprayed on the surface of the aircraft and said, it's a pity that it has been scrapped. Anna said disappointedly. I'll search and see if I can find something useful, Song Jian said, and he crawled towards the carrier alone. After a while, Song Jian grabbed a small black metal box and crawled out of the wreckage of the plane. This is the base's identification device. As long as you get close to the base, the gate will automatically open. Song Jian raised the small metal box in his hand and gestured. But how do we get up there? Anna frowned. I'll go up first. You wait here, Song Jian said, and a pair of metal wings spread out from his back. With a flap of the wings, the whole person flew towards the pyramid above his head. Soon, Song Jian flew to the bottom of the pyramid. The bottom of this base looked like it was made of a whole piece of iron plate. There was no gap to be seen, and even with a finger, there was no seam. Song Jian began to fly slowly at the bottom of the pyramid. When he flew to the lower left corner, a place at the bottom of the base suddenly seemed to melt, revealing a large hole. Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he flew towards the hole. When Song Jian flew into the hole, the place quickly merged together, leaving no trace. Flying into the base, Song Jian stood in front of a metal passage, and the steel wings behind him slowly disappeared. On both sides of the passage, a row of embedded lights emitted a faint light. It seemed that even if no one was controlling it, some of the basic facilities of this base were still working. Song Jian didn't have a map of the base, so he could only wander aimlessly. The buildings inside the base were all connected by metal passages, like a spider web. At the beginning, Song Jian could still draw some simple routes by hand, but later on, he was a little helpless, because the pyramid base was too big, almost the same size as a medium-sized town. As Song Jian continued to go deeper, he could clearly feel that the defense force of the base was becoming more and more strict. Puppet beasts appeared in the passage one after another. These puppet beasts included many races, but what they had in common was that their bodies were covered with various plants, and the actions of these puppet beasts were also completely controlled by these plants. The narrow metal passage provided convenience for Song Jian. The levels of these puppet beasts were not high, mostly between level 26 and 29. They not only did not cause any trouble to Song Jian, but also improved his combat experience a little. Although Song Jian did not have a map, he could rely on his perception to walk deep into the base. After more than an hour, he came to the heart of the base. This place was obviously much messier than the outside, with corpses and blood everywhere. The puppet beasts disappeared, replaced by a bunch of man-eating plants that were more than 1 person tall. The roots of these man-eating plants have evolved into something like octopus tentacles, which can move freely on the ground. The surface of the body, which is as thick as a bucket, still has branches and leaves. But at the top is a huge bloody mouth with 2 layers of sharp fangs inside and outside. A long tongue spits out of the mouth. As it walks, the scarlet tongue flicks back and forth, which looks very disgusting. The levels of these piranhas are all level 28 or 29, and occasionally there are level 30. When attacking, they will use their tongues to lick the opponent continuously. When the target's health value is reduced to a certain level, the bloody mouth of the piranha plant will suddenly open and swallow the target in one gulp. Looking at the mucus on the tongue of the piranha plant, a fishy and disgusting smell came. Song Jian's face was ugly, and he didn't want to get close to these monsters at all. The vertical eye between the eyebrows opened, and a silver beam of light bloomed from the vertical eye, bombarding the piranha plant closest to Song Jian. The dazzling light shone, and the piranha plant made a sharp and piercing hiss, and actually stared at the silver beam of light that killed with eyes, and slowly moved towards Song Jian. Seeing the blood value of the piranha plant dropping continuously, Song Jian sneered, and stomped his foot hard. A fawn-shaped air mass, with a sharp whistle, rushed towards the piranha plant, and a roar broke out on it. For a moment, the fishy smell in the passage became stronger and stronger. The wound of the piranha plant splashed with pungent liquid, and the blood value also dropped sharply. Light slash. Spirit control sword technique. Song Jian slowly retreated, and the invisible sword energy seemed to be wielded casually, as if it was free. The golden sword energy bloomed, rendering the entire passage golden. The carnivorous plant kept wailing, and the sound became lower and lower. It couldn't even get close to Song Jian, and its blood value was directly reduced to 0. It lay softly on the cold floor and turned into a charred corpse. Song Jian killed all the way and soon saw a spacious room in front of him. There were operating tables and control consoles inside, and his eyes lit up immediately. This should be the central area of the base. Maybe it is the control center of the entire base. Song Jian guessed in his heart and walked towards the room in front. When he came to the outside of the room, the half-closed hatch was kicked away by Song Jian, which immediately startled several carnivorous plants and puppet beasts in the room. Song Jian immediately summoned the Abyss Phantom Clone, activated the Immortal Sword Body, and rushed towards the monsters in the room. In just over 10 minutes, he cleared all the monsters in the room. But the price was that his body was stained with a lot of the smelly body fluids of the piranha plant. After killing these monsters, Song Jian walked towards the largest control panel. Chapter 599 Small Probability of Explosion. At this time, the lower left corner of the huge screen on the control panel has been shattered. It seems that a stray bullet hit this place. Along the cracked round hole, several cracks spread to the surroundings. One of the cracks even split the entire screen in 2. There are 3 rows of buttons on the control panel, several of which are constantly sparking. Most of the remaining buttons have lost their effectiveness and are dim. Only 7 or 8 buttons are still lit, indicating that they can be used normally. Song Jian carefully pressed a button that was still lit. After waiting for a while, he did not find any abnormalities, so he simply pressed all the remaining buttons. I don't know what button was touched, but the broken display screen suddenly started up. After a burst of noise and snow, a thin middle-aged man wearing a white coat and glasses appeared on the screen. The man was sweating profusely, and his white work clothes were even stained with blood. Behind him, a huge creature with a body size of more than 3 meters and covered with muscle lumps like tumors was bending over and squeezing into the laboratory. It grabbed a researcher who was retreating, roared, and used both hands to tear the researcher into 2 pieces alive. Blood and internal organs were scattered all over the ground, and the huge monster began to eat the 2 pieces of corpses in its hands. On the screen, the middle-aged man who looked very embarrassed quickly pressed the buttons on the screen and shouted, "This is the control room of the mysterious base. The experimental target has lost control and is destroying the base. Many experimental subjects have been released by it. The Vine of Life has also escaped. The base is in chaos. In order to prevent the secrets of this base from being leaked, I have no choice but to activate the self-destruct device and release the Saphalin virus at the same time. The middle-aged man looked pale and seemed to have not noticed the huge monster behind him, who was approaching him step by step. Finally, I want to say, Shimon, my son, I love you. The middle-aged man suddenly shouted at the end, long live the Empire. The huge monster had appeared behind him, stretched out its big hand like a palm leaf fan towards him, and crushed his head with a snap. The last picture on the screen was the huge monster licking the blood and brain in its palm. Is the final boss mentioned in the mission? The fallen puppet beast? The huge monster on the screen? Song Jian guessed in his heart. And the person on the screen finally activated the self-destruct device. But now the base is intact. I wonder if it was turned off by someone in the end. Or if the self-destruct device was not activated. Song Jian carefully recalled every detail on the screen just now, trying to discover some hidden secrets. At this moment, a ball of sparks suddenly burst out on the control console, and several buttons that were originally extinguished flashed twice quickly. And then the entire control console went dark, completely damaged and unusable. Song Jian suddenly felt a very light vibration under his feet, and then the metal bottom plate next to the control console slid silently to the sides, and a rotten and smelly smell rushed out, making people want to vomit. Song Jian turned his head and looked, and suddenly a 30-degree slope with a downward slope appeared next to the control console, which looked like a secret passage leading directly to the bottom of the control room. After hesitating for a moment, Song Jian walked along this downward passage. The space below was surprisingly vast. As if sensing his arrival, a shrill and crazy roar came from below. These chaotic and violent sounds intertwined, causing pain in the eardrums and a dizzy feeling. Below, these should be the monsters captured by the experimenters at the base as experimental subjects. I didn't expect that after such a long time, these monsters are still alive. No, that's not right. They should all have been invaded by the strange plants here, and have now all become puppet beasts. Song Jian guessed. As soon as he reached the end of the passage, Song Jian saw two black shadows rushing towards him. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be two carnivorous plants with a pair of fleshy wings. However, the two carnivorous plants in front of him were very small, but the fleshy wings on their backs were extremely wide, and they looked 2 or 3 times the size of their bodies. What on earth are they researching here? How could such disgusting monsters be created? Song Jian became more and more disgusted with this place. These two carnivorous plants with fleshy wings were not very strong, and Song Jian killed them without much effort. After killing them, there was a small probability of explosion. These two ordinary monsters of level 28 actually dropped a gold quality ring. Claw of the bloody carnivorous plant. Ring. Gold level. Item level 30. Equipment effect. Wisdom plus 8. Constitution plus 7. Increase magic damage or treatment effect by 50 points. Special effect. Light body technique active. After releasing, you will become as light as a swallow, and the speed will slow down when falling from a high place, and you will not suffer any damage. The effect lasts for 8 seconds. It can only be cast once within 30 minutes. It's average, but it's also a gold quality ring, which is just right for Anna. Song Jian picked up the ring, wiped it twice, and put it into the parcel column. After killing the two monsters, Song Jian's eyes fell on the prison cells here. The top of these prison cells was 5 or 6 meters above the ground, covering the area of a football field. The space here was divided into 20 or 30 independent spaces by black metal fences. Song Jian walked to a fence, grabbed the iron fence as thick as his arm, and exerted force. His face suddenly changed, and the iron fence he held didn't react at all. You know, Song Jian's strength attribute at this time has exceeded 60 points. It's not an exaggeration to say that he has infinite strength. But it's useless to these iron pillars. With such a strong fence, how did the monsters that were the research objects escape from here? Song Jian was puzzled and continued to walk forward along the passage in the middle of the cage. At this time, the cages were empty, leaving only large patches of dried black and brown stains. Song Jian walked all the way to the deepest cage and found nothing. Just as Song Jian sighed and was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly found that the strange letter in the parcel column suddenly flashed a dazzling light. Song Jian took out the letter made of fine sheepskin and immediately felt a burning sensation from the letter. He instinctively let go of his hand. The letter actually floated up by itself, and it slowly burned while floating. A heart-wrenching cry sounded in the empty room. Chapter 600 Rebellion. In the empty room, a heart-wrenching cry suddenly sounded, which frightened Song Jian. Even if he had a strong psychological endurance, he was frightened by the sudden cry. Fortunately, after the letter burned out, the cry slowly disappeared. Song Jian calmed down and found a strange smile on the wall in front of him, which looked like it was painted on the wall with burning ashes. Song Jian was sure that there was nothing on the wall before he took out the strange letter. Playing tricks. Song Jian snorted coldly, summoned the red fire heart monkey sword, and chopped at the wall in front of him fiercely. A golden sword energy suddenly appeared, and Song Jian felt as if he had chopped into a ball of cotton, with nowhere to put his strength. And suddenly, he heard a sound like glass breaking. At this moment, the wall in front suddenly caved inwards, making a booming sound, revealing a black hole. The black hole was pitch black, and it was hard to see what was inside. At this moment, a shrill roar came out of the black hole in front, and a pair of scarlet eyes shone towards Song Jian like two lights in the darkness. Who are you? Are you another reckless adventurer? You are quite capable to find this place. A strange voice sounded in Song Jian's ears, sounding like the noise of two pieces of dry wood rubbing against each other. Who are you and why are you here? Song Jian clenched his sword, his face full of vigilance. The pair of red eyes in the darkness stared at Song Jian for a long while, and finally let out a sigh. Then, a faint red light lit up around, allowing Song Jian to see the scene inside clearly. This is a secret room of only more than 20 square meters, with an empty space around it. Only in the center of the secret room, there is a protruding half-human-high stone platform. On the stone platform, a creature that looks like a human is tied up. This creature is more than 100% identical to humans, except for a piece of rag around the waist. The body is almost naked. What surprised Song Jian was that the surface of this human's body actually had tree-like textures. If it weren't for a pair of eyes emitting scarlet light, Song Jian would have thought it was just a tree sculpture. Are you surprised? Do you even think I'm a monster? A mocking sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his scarlet eyes stared at Song Jian and said, "If I tell you that I was originally a human, would you believe it? Are you poisoned? Has your body changed?" Song Jian frowned and asked. "In fact, I was originally a researcher in this floating base," the wooden man with his limbs tied up said helplessly. "During the research process, a rebellion suddenly broke out in the base, and most of the researchers were killed. And I was infected with the Shaffilan virus, a virus that can turn people into wood. If it weren't for the last moment, I prepared the antidote myself. I would have turned into a rotten piece of wood and rotted into ashes." Rebellion? What rebellion? And what are you researching? Also, who are you? Since you were poisoned, why are you tied up here? Song Jian frowned and asked a series of questions. This base has been abandoned for who knows how many years, and now there are still researchers from the past alive, which is incredible. You have too many questions. I don't know much about the rebellion. I just guessed that it should be a major breakthrough in our research, which led to some people wanting to take it for themselves. And then the rebellion broke out. As for me, you can call me Shimon, just an insignificant researcher in this base. Our research. Ha ha ha. Do you want to know what we are researching? Shimon's face full of wood texture suddenly showed a crazy smile, and he laughed. Our research is something that every living person cares about. No matter how powerful you are, no matter how much wealth you have, once our research results are announced, they will be scrambled for by these people. What we are researching is... Shimon stared at Song Jian and said word by word, "What we are researching is immortality." Eternal life? Song Jian showed a mocking look on his face and said, "Do you mean immortality? Foolish mortal. You dare to laugh at the great." Shimon seemed to be irritated by the expression on Song Jian's face, and his voice immediately became louder. But soon, he seemed to notice something, and continued to explain with a cold snort, "Humph. What do you know? Why do you think thousands of our empire's most outstanding biologists are in this huge metal cage, never seeing the sun all year round? Do you think that your wisdom and knowledge can match the thousands of elite biologists in the great empire?" Shimon's words immediately made Song Jian fall into deep thought. Is what this strange guy said true? The original research of this floating base was for immortality, not for making more weapons such as puppet beasts. Song Jian had always thought that the research of this base was to be used for military purposes, but he did not expect that his guess was wrong from the beginning. "Can you tell me more about your research?" "Shimon?" Song Jian asked curiously. Of course, no problem. Shimon smiled strangely and said, "It all started when the Empire discovered a strange plant. At that time, I was only a young man of 17 or 18 years old, just starting out." Shimon told Song Jian the whole story. At that time, a huge empire discovered a plant full of life energy, which was the life vine that Anna mentioned. The juice extracted from this life vine can have the magical effect of bringing seriously ill patients back to life. Drinking a drop of juice extracted from it can make people at least 20 years younger. This discovery made all the nobles of the empire crazy. They summoned biological scientists from the entire empire to come to this floating base to study this plant. During the research process, people found that this life vine was emitting a kind of energy fluctuation all the time, which can also be said to be a kind of radiation. Any creature that is often in this radiation environment will have a mutation in the body. These mutations have good and bad sides, but unknown things always stimulate human curiosity. After discovering this characteristic of the life vine, some researchers gradually changed their research direction and began to study in the direction of stimulating evolution. This is also the culprit for the creation of so many puppet beasts and other plant monsters in the copy. The researchers in the direction of immortality research and the researchers in the direction of evolution research have more and more differences with each other. In the end, when no one can convince each other, the purge and massacre will inevitably begin.